spotlight is on you, so you should be happy. I see you smiling, we're toasting to the good life. I know this is gonna be a good night. Drinks filled and the bar's packed. We built this with no hard hat. Nothing. We just wanna party. We just wanna party. Can't stop it when we started.
Feeling like we're coming alive. We can stand the test of the time. Our love is burning like the speed of light. Feeling like we're coming. Feeling like we're coming. Feeling like we're coming.
Let's go. You can come with me or you could go with them. I know you got some friends, this is how it begins. We got future plans, you can stand next to me. Who's the man? Who's the man? Hold on, you don't wanna lose my hand. Nah, I'll take you places you ain't even dreamed of. I feel sorry for whoever's gotta clean up. Cause we just wanna party. We just wanna party, can't stop it when we started.
Feeling like we're coming. Feeling like we're coming. Feeling like we're coming alive. I got a feeling like we're coming. Feeling like we're coming. Feeling like we're coming alive.
Open my eyes, I open my eyes. The sun in the sky, I see the sun in the sky. This is what I want in my life. I got a feeling that we're coming alive. And again, I open my eyes, I see the sun in the sky. This is what I want in my life. I got a feeling that we're coming alive. Let's go. Spotlight is on you, so you should be happy. I see you smiling, we're toasting to the good life. I know this is gonna be a good night. Drinks filled and the bar's packed. We built this with no hard hat. Nothing. We just wanna party. We just wanna party. Can't stop it when we started.
Feeling like we're coming alive. We can stand the test of the time. Our love is burning like the speed of light. Feeling like we're coming. Feeling like we're coming. Feeling like we're coming.
You can come with me or you could go with them. I know you got some friends, this is how it begins. We got future plans, you can stand next to me. Who's the man? Who's the man? Hold on, you don't wanna lose my hand. Nah, I'll take you places you ain't even dreamed of. I feel sorry for whoever's gotta clean up. Cause we just wanna party. We just wanna party, can't stop it when we started.
Feeling like we're coming. Feeling like we're coming. Feeling like we're coming alive. I got a feeling like we're coming. Feeling like we're coming. Feeling like we're coming alive.
Open my eyes, I open my eyes. The sun in the sky, I see the sun in the sky. This is what I want in my life.
is burning like the speed of the light. I got a feeling that we're coming alive. I got a feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming alive. I got a feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming alive.
Let's go. I got a feeling that you're looking at me. Spotlight is on you, so you should be happy. I see you smiling, we're toasting to the good life. I know this is gonna be a good night. Drinks filled and the bars packed. We built this with no hard hats. Nothing. We just wanna party. We just wanna party. Can't stop it when we started.
Feeling like we're coming alive. We can stand the test of time. Our love is burning like the speed of light. Feeling like we're coming. Feeling like we're coming. Feeling like we're coming.
You can come with me or you could go with them. I know you got some friends, this is how it begins. We got future plans, you can stand next to me. Who's the man? Who's the man? Hold on, you don't wanna lose my hand. Nah, I'll take you places you ain't even dreamed of. I feel sorry for whoever's gotta clean up. Cause we just wanna party. We just wanna party, can't stop it when we started.
Feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming alive. I got a feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming alive.
Open my eyes, I open my eyes. Sun in the sky, I see the sun in the sky. This is what I want in my life. I got a feeling that we're coming alive. And again, I open my eyes, I see the sun in the sky. This is what I want in my life. I got a feeling that we're coming alive. Let's go.
I got a feeling. I got a feeling. I got a feeling. I got a feeling that we're coming alive. We can stand the test of the time. Our love is burning like the speed of the light. I got a feeling that we're coming alive. I got a feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming alive. I got a feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming alive.
Let's go. I got a feeling that you're looking at me. Spotlight is on you, so you should be happy. I see you smiling, we're toasting to the good life. I know this is gonna be a good night. Drinks filled and the bars packed. We built this with no hard hats. Nothing. We just wanna party. We just wanna party, can't stop it when we started.
Feeling like we're coming alive. We can stand the test of time. Our love is burning like the speed of light. Feeling like we're coming. Feeling like we're coming. Feeling like we're coming.
You can come with me or you could go with them. I know you got some friends, this is how it begins. We got future plans, you can stand next to me. Who's the man? Who's the man? Hold on, you don't wanna lose my hand. Nah, I'll take you places you ain't even dreamed of. I feel sorry for whoever's gotta clean up. Cause we just wanna party. We just wanna party, can't stop it when we started.
Feeling, feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming alive. I got a feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming. Feeling, feeling, feeling that we're coming alive.
We're toasting to the good life. I know this is gonna be a good night. Drinks filled and the bars packed. We built this with no hard hat. Nothing. We just wanna party. We just wanna party. Can't stop it when we started.
Feeling like we're coming alive. We can stand the test of time. I love this burning light, the speed of light. Feeling like we're coming. Feeling like we're coming. Feeling like we're coming.
You can come with me or you could go with them. I know you got some friends, this is how it begins. We got future plans, you can stand next to me. Who's the man? Who's the man? Hold on, you don't wanna lose my hand. Nah, I'll take you places you ain't even dreamed of. I feel sorry for whoever's gotta clean up. Cause we just wanna party. We just wanna party, can't stop it when we started.
Feeling like we're coming. Feeling like we're coming. Feeling like we're coming alive. I got a feeling like we're coming. Feeling like we're coming. Feeling like we're coming alive.
Open my eyes, I open my eyes. Sun in the sky, I see the sun in the sky. This is what I want in my life. I got a feeling that we're coming alive. And again, I open my eyes, I see the sun in the sky. This is what I want in my life. I got a feeling that we're coming alive. Let's go.
I got a feeling. I got a feeling. I got a feeling. I got a feeling that we're coming alive. We can stand the test of the time. I love this burning like the speed of the light. I got a feeling that we're coming alive. I got a feeling that we're coming. Feeling that we're coming. Feeling that we're coming alive. I got a feeling that we're coming. Feeling that we're coming. Feeling that we're coming alive.
Let's go. I got a feeling that you're looking at me. Spotlight is on you, so you should be happy. I see you smiling, we're toasting to the good life. I know this is gonna be a good night. Drinks filled and the bars packed. We built this with no hard hat. Nothing. We just wanna party. We just wanna party. Can't stop it when we started.
Feeling like we're coming alive. We can stand the test of time. I love this burning light, the speed of light. Feeling like we're coming. Feeling like we're coming. Feeling like we're coming.
You can come with me or you could go with them. I know you got some friends, this is how it begins. We got future plans, you can stand next to me. Who's the man? Who's the man? Hold on, you don't wanna lose my hand. Nah, I'll take you places you ain't even dreamed of. I feel sorry for whoever's gotta clean up. Cause we just wanna party. We just wanna party, can't stop it when we started.
Feeling like we're coming. Feeling like we're coming. Feeling like we're coming alive. I got a feeling.
Hanging in an empty room.
Oh, what a ball. 2-0. Pause it, mate. I'm just going to go to the toilet.
Yeah, all right.
What?
"32 players have descended on Romania once again. What for? A chance at qualification? A chance for perhaps Tex to win another tournament here in Bucharest, or the rest of the players all fighting for those vital qualification points and the last chance to do so here at the PGL Masters Bucharest." Yes, indeed. Welcome back to Bucharest for yet more high-quality FIFA. That's right, it's the last live qualifying event of the season, the last chance saloon for many of the players here in Bucharest to make that all-important top 60. We've got plenty of matches ahead, 6 more rounds, of course, today, and we'll show you both quarterfinals from both of the Xbox and PS side of things today before we head into our knockout bracket tomorrow. Plenty ahead of us, and we'll need some experts to help us along that road. Good job we've got Will and Boris alongside as well. Good morning, gents. How you doing?
Morning, Paul. How are you?
I'm good. You ready?
I think so, yeah. I'm looking forward to it. I'm sat by esports royalty, so I'm looking forward to it all.
Boris is esports royalty. Do you know, funny story, I don't know if you know this, but he actually won a tournament that I commentated on back in the day. That's how old we both are.
Right, well, you both look very young. Maybe it's the makeup.
Thanks, mate. I like this guy already. He's new, but I like him a lot. I said in the intro, Boris, another chance for Tex to win another tournament here. He likes Bucharest, doesn't he?
Yes, he definitely does, and I believe this is his 4th time here. He won twice, and then last time he was here, he actually lost with the big digits against the German Rasek. So, and also Tex, I mean, definitely.
He's wounded.
He is wounded.
He's a wounded animal right now.
He is definitely. Seeing him first losing against Dossary in the for Champions Cups 6. He also lost, he didn't qualify for the E-Champions League finals. He lost against Nightwatch, and I think for him that was a big disappointment. Of course, he was expecting finishing top 8. And also in the E-Nations Cup where him and Tom Lees lost against Argentina.
Yep.
Where Tex lost his game against Yanos. So he's definitely back here to get some redemption.
Indeed. Yeah, I want to mention Nightwatch as well, because normally he'd be on the couch. But he's playing quite well right now.
Definitely yes. And well,
and in this tournament, by the way.
Yeah, and it's gonna be interesting to see here, because also this is the last chance to get some points before the playoffs. We have some players here who are not guaranteed a spot yet. Then we're gonna see some players that who wants to make that top 16, because of course it's not only about making it to the playoffs. The main target of the season in the end is to make it to the grand finals.
Absolutely. Well, Tex obviously is the big story, has been the big story the whole season as we've gone through all of these different global series events. As you can see on your screen how it's worked out this year. He's dominated a scene that doesn't normally see that kind of domination. Why do you think that is?
It's just been very interesting. I think it'll be interesting to see how he responds today, coming off the back of those kind of like high-profile defeats as well. I think it's been great for the sport as well, because someone who's kind of got into it more like this year, it's great to have those standout names and for people to get behind them going forward. I just, yes, I think it's been a great year for not only him, but for the sport as well.
Yeah, some people said to me, it's bad for an esport to have such a dominant personality. But actually, you think the opposite this year? You think it's brought attention to the sport?
I think so, yeah, definitely. I mean, some of those big standout games, I mean, even when I've been working and you see those big games between Tex and Nemes Desari, you sort of like tune in telly, you go and stop what you're doing and go and watch them, because you know, they're high-profile games. They've both got amazing talent, so you'll go over and watch them.
Yeah, that's funny. That's a good point Will makes, isn't it, Boris? Because you remember back in the day that we were doing FIFA, there would be one big event of the year. It was usually the FIFA Interactive World Cup, now the E-World Cup, of course, and maybe WCG, and that was it for the whole year, apart from the one year that you won the Virgin Gaming thing, which you won like $1 billion or something out in Vegas.
Not really
Nice.
It was quite a lot of money, but for the FIFA back then, it was a lot of money. But that was unusual. Do you think it's better with all of these tournaments and such a big brand like Tex dominating?
I mean, for the players, we definitely prefer having this structure with a lot of more chances, because previously, you know, you had to just peak at one tournament. You had 1 or 2 chances each year. Now, even though you have a bad start of the season, I mean, we're seeing some of the players like North's player Marcus, who started out the first half year not almost doing anything, and now he's just finding some form. Late season, he has a lot of chances, and it's just simply the thing that you have to also be. Well, some players, they are consistent over the whole year. And then you have some players that will peak on different parts of the season. And I think this structure and this whole format that gives chances to all types of players.
Yeah, there's a bit of, I mean, you're right. FIFA Interactive World Cup was often who was in good form at that point in the year, not necessarily the best player of the year. I think it could be argued sometimes. Let's take a look at the leaderboards for you. Of Xbox first up, these are the top players of the season. These top 30 right now, with what? 7 players in that top 30 that are already here as well, playing for even more points. Those in orange on your screen are the players that are here for the Masters in Bucharest. Tex obviously a long way ahead right now. As far as the leaderboards are concerned, and right down to 60th there as well. There's plenty of players in the Night Watch at 42 right now. Looks like he could be qualifying inside the top 60, and will pick up some points this weekend just by turning up. So that's quite good.
Yeah, and I know also Nightwatch, he had his mid-season was not the best, and he had as a target to just get to the playoffs, but now, I mean, he's starting to also dream about even getting to the grand finals, and I believe he got a huge confidence boost. Beating actually was he beat Tex to get to the Champions League finals. So I think he has this confidence now, and he has the belief that he can even get to the grand finals.
Okay, take a look at the PlayStation side of things with the top 30 on the screen. Nicholas, top of the leaderboard from Argentina, of course. Mo Alba up there as well in 4th. He's had a very good season. Ustin here, he's actually back here in Bucharest once more in 7th. Could move up the rankings a little bit, perhaps, if he has a really good tournament. Certainly not going to overhaul Nicholas, though, who's far ahead of him in terms of points. But plenty of players in here, plenty of high-quality players as well, Will, in that list.
Yeah, definitely. And for me, it's going to be really interesting to see some of those players who can break into that top 60 as well. Coming, I mean, a lot of points on the line as well. A few players have got to maybe even go the distance to get in there. But it's so many different permutations on the line today.
Tom in there as well, I want to point it out. Nice to see Tom back in there, fit and healthy, ready to go.
Yeah, and I also think that he also got kind of some new, maybe some new inspo playing with Tex in the Nations Cup, and maybe taking part of his strategy, taking part of his confidence, because we also saw him there. I mean, he was playing the FIFA of his life, and also after that, it seems like he is keeping that form. So I definitely think that he's one of the dark horses here.
You can't talk to me about the Nations Cup. Because it hurts still.
Sorry.
Right? It still hurts, okay? Because we were supposed to do... One of the very few times I can ever remember England going into a World Cup of any kind as one of the favourites.
Yes.
And we didn't win it. So therefore it's a disappointment.
Yeah, and speaking of that tournament, it was actually a bit shocking seeing how it ended for England, because it was actually... Tom Lees, he drew against the world #1 ranked player Nicholas. Then it was all up to Tex to just beat Yago.
Exactly, right?
And Yago is a PS4
straightforward
player who for just this tournament switched over to Xbox, and it was all in Tex's hand. And somehow he managed to lose. Of course, Yago was playing some amazing FIFA, but after that, I mean, Tex is really looking for some redemption.
All right, we're going to talk format now of this particular tournament. It's not much different, actually. We're going to take you through it and show you exactly how things will pan out over the next 2 days. We'll start off with Swiss format. It's 32 players, 16 per console. You know the drill at home. It's fun, though, first day, isn't it, this group stage, because it's kind of like... I feel like some players don't necessarily play too well in group stage. So you get a few surprises here and there.
Well, I think it's going to be really interesting as well. Plus, in fact, we've got the quarterfinals as well coming up this evening. So it's very much a marathon, not a sprint, and the players are going to have to factor that in going in throughout the day.
And three games, but in your head, you've got to be thinking, win 3, I'm through.
Yeah.
You can't think about, I lost to this guy or I lost to that guy and I'm going to lose to this guy. Win 3, you're through.
I mean, with so much on the line as well, there's so many qualification points up for grabs, I think. I mean, many people is their last chance saloon, so I mean that might factor into the equation as well. But it's going to be a great day of action.
Yeah. Do you think the nerves will crack in today?
For some of the players, definitely yes. Some of the players are already qualified for the playoffs. Some here are even qualified for the grand finals.
I think Texas qualified for the next 3 years. The amount of points he has.
Exactly.
He's qualified for me. That's
Yeah.
fantastic.
But for some of the players ranked below 60,
Yeah.
this is it. This is the last chance of the whole season to get these last points to get to the playoffs. And also for some of the players maybe ranked around 25-20. I mean, they need a good performance here because getting to the playoffs, you still want to take that last step to the grand finals, and this is the last chance of the season to get these extra points. So I think for the ones that are not guaranteed grand finals, of course, this is a tournament with a lot of nerves.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see those players that have qualified as well. It's almost sort of free hit for them, and if that works in their favour, or they kind of take their eye off the ball as well.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of those players actually that are on the bubble right now as far as the top 60 is concerned as well, because there are a number of players here who can, of course, qualify if they get enough points. I don't know whether we have that one quite ready yet, but we'll go through that one at some point and show you exactly who those players are. But as you rightly pointed out, Boris, to me before we went live, almost anyone, in theory, could still make the top 60 here, but some of these players have to win the tournament.
Yeah, I think we have two players here who really have to win the tournament in order to get to the playoffs. I believe it is one of the Italians on the PS4 side, and also we're going to see actually the first game of the day. We have the guy from South Africa here, Shiaan, and he is by far the lowest ranked player going into this tournament. I believe he has only 130 points, and that is very low. I mean, he definitely has to win this tournament to even get to the playoffs.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about him a little bit later because I know he's going to be featured in one of our matches as well. What have you made of this entire season? This professional FIFA and moving forward and becoming a proper esport now, not just a one-off a year, not just once a year kind of FIFA World Cup that we had before. What have you made of it?
I think it's been fantastic to, like we talked about earlier, establish those players, and they become their own sort of characters, and people can they're much more than the players now. They're becoming their own personalities, which has been fantastic, and the sheer amount of events as well that's got maximum exposure for people. Events like the E-Premier League for people that maybe dip in and out of the sport, it's fantastic to kind of get behind your club and get invested in that. And then obviously with the grand final coming up where it's all on the line and the money that's involved as well, you can just imagine what's going through some of those players' heads.
That's true. Let's take a look at that list of players now that can make the top 60. This is what they're going to have to do, though, in order to make the top 60. As you already mentioned, Shiaan, 130th right now, needs to make the semi, so doesn't have to win it. The lowest ranked player, actually, is Katia, 283rd right now, but extraordinarily would need to win the entire tournament, which would be some going if he was to win this. I'm not saying he can't. I'm just saying it's a tall order. There's plenty on the PS4 side that they basically need to win or get to the final at the very least. Ryan is the only one that doesn't. He's 66, just outside. The points that he gets just for turning up are enough to get him inside the top 60, barely. And there are some weekend cups still left, so it's not absolutely assured of getting in. On the Xbox side of things, I think there's a lot of fun there. You've got Cursor, you've got Maxi there, you've got Fob6 in there. Rodrigo even 80th still needs the semis to get in as well, so a lot of work for those players. Kafolo as well also needs quarterfinals, and Shiaan, as we already said, now from South Africa, needs the semis, so a lot of work for those 10 players.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting to see some of the players that desperately need those points going up, maybe against people further down. I mean, in our first feature game with Shiaan going up against Tex, I mean, Tex coming off the back of a couple of big major losses. Be interesting to see his mindset going into that as well.
Yeah, Boris, what are your thoughts on some of those players? Anyone that stands out that you think, I'd like to see them in the top 60, or they should be in the top 60?
Me coming from the PS4, actually, I'm a bit surprised maybe seeing Julie being this low because
Right.
I played him a couple of times in the qualifiers, and I think he's a player that is definitely should be in the top 40. And you can see here right now ranked 114th.
Yeah.
But this is like we said, it's open for everyone. Everyone can still make it in. Even Erkacha here has a chance if he wins to make it. And I just think that this is what matters for these players making it, that they know that it's still all in their own hands.
Yeah, I mean, especially I think you probably pick out Ryan. Obviously, he's going to be just inside that top 60 even without a win here. And there's a couple of players on the Xbox side of things just outside the top 60 as well. Really important that they're not just here, but they also pick up decent points.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest battles will actually be for the top 16 spots. It's on the PS4. We have almost all players ranked between 12 and 17th place. And that is really, that's going to be a big battle because, like I said, the main objective of the season is still to make it to the grand finals. And I think for these guys, they definitely want to make at least top 4 here.
Bit of money up for grabs as well, Will, and we'll take a look at the prize pool
That's
now.
what I'm interested in.
Yeah, still some cash to be done. I mean, we don't talk about the cash too much these days. I guess because it's got cash in the scene, and players can now support themselves, and that makes them come along to more events, doesn't it? It gives them the opportunity to do so.
I mean, it's fantastic. Even events like this. I mean, we've got the majors that have been on, but I mean, 10,000.
It's another 30 grand.
Yeah.
I just think back, Boris, to a few years ago.
Yeah.
If we said it was a 30 grand FIFA tournament in Bucharest this weekend, we'd be all like,
Would be crazy.
holy Moses, let's get out there immediately.
Yeah, but I also think that is something that I like nowadays, that we speak more about the players, we speak more about the titles, and
Yes.
not only about the prize money.
That's
Because
how it should be, isn't it?
yes, definitely yes. Because when I won that big summit, was 140k. It was like people only spoke
Yeah.
about that money.
Yeah, they did.
Like,
For a long
okay,
time.
Who is that Swede?
Yeah.
Oh, shit, 140k, amazing. So yeah, that is something that I really like now, that we're moving more towards speaking more about the players and the titles.
I think
That's how it should be.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's the best
definitely
of both worlds, isn't it? Because I mean, I think the money drags in people that maybe wouldn't watch it because
Right.
like you just said, you've got people coming up to you going 40 grand. That's amazing.
Yeah, 140 grand.
140. Sorry, mate.
140 grand. You're selling him short, Will.
Dinner's on you tonight, Boris. But I mean, those titles as well that we talked about. I mean, the grand final and they're so prestigious as well going forward, especially for the players and the community. It means so much.
Okay, let's take a look at the players attending for you to give you the full list of who's here for PlayStation and Xbox. First up, the boys here. Rodrigo in here. Jazz Nightwatch, as we've mentioned, normally on the couch here with us, has done well to qualify, get himself involved here. Danny's here. Shiaan, Tex, all the names that you would expect to qualify, and a few others besides.
Yeah, I think for a LQE, this is actually an extremely extremely strong lineup. We have, of course, the top-ranked player here, the champion F2 Tex, and also some names here that can cause some big upsets. We're seeing also, of course, Yanos being in a great form. Rafsu, who also qualified for the E-Champions League. We have Latka back. We have players like Saku, who can always, that is a player that on his best days, on his peak days, he can really beat anyone. And also, of course, Dani and some more names. So really a strong lineup on that Xbox side.
Yep, on PS4 side, Will. Players that stand out to you? Anyone in particular that you're looking forward to seeing?
Yeah, I mean, speaking to Brendan and Richard this morning, I mean, New York Chris obviously got a great chance today as well. And some of the guys who mentioned Zazinho as well up top there. So I think Boris already mentioned how competitive it's going to be. So many highly ranked players coming in today. I think there could be some quite big scores.
Bit of home love for our boy Tom.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, ranked 49th, I think. So I mean, he just needs to get those points to secure himself into that top 60. But I mean, hashtag Ryan as well over here. And I mean, Tex. They all speak for themselves. Quite good in the esports world for British.
It's great, isn't it? I mean, normally I come to these events and I'm the only Brit here.
Oh, are you?
Well, I mean, other than another casters and analysts, but other than outside of FIFA, it's quite tough for us Brits.
Could be coming home.
Yeah, it could be. Let's not go there. Let's not do that too soon.
Please.
Let's take a look at the schedule for day number 1 of 2 here. Of course, we'll start things off. Of course, we're in the pre-show right now. We'll start things off with Swiss round 1. We'll go through all 5 rounds, and we've got some really special stuff to share with you, actually, about these 5 rounds. I'm very excited about it. We'll also have the quarterfinals on both PS4 and the Xbox. As you come to used to know, these quarterfinals will take place at the end of day number 1. So all it will leave us, effectively, is the semi-finals beyond for both PS4 and Xbox tomorrow, which we will show every single game here on the main stream, which is good news. Do you know why I'm particularly excited this weekend for FIFA?
I don't know.
Because we've got a world first this weekend.
Oh, really?
A world first. I need the voice.
Exclusive.
I need the voice.
Yeah.
Can we? I don't know if we can do it.
Dim the lights.
That voice. You know the one I mean, the movie voice. It's not quite as exciting as the world first, but I am super excited about it, and it is a world first. You will be able to watch any single game you want to watch
That's amazing.
at any time.
That's amazing.
All right. So all 16 games from round 1, you can tune in to any of them. All you need to do is head over to live.pglesports.com, and you can watch any of them at all. You could even do, like, I'm getting a bit funky now, but you could even do, big plug out here, other providers may be provided, you could go to multi-twitch and do like 4 at a time. And if you've got 2 screens, you can watch 8 games at a time. And then, when you need to phone your ISP to get another line added to your room or your house or whatever, you could watch the other 8 matches as well. I mean, that's incredible. You can watch all 16 games.
I mean, we're privileged
Game
enough
changer.
to get them on the screen, but
Technically, it's 17, by the way. I'm being correct. It's 17 because we've also got this channel as well,
Yes,
which,
of
of course, you're going to stay on.
fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great, and that's something that we wanted to see for a long time.
Yes.
Of course, you can't show all the games at the same time until now.
Yeah.
And I mean, you had a lot of fans who wanted to see your games, family, friends.
We also stopped some of the arguments that we always have at these FIFA events. Why aren't you showing Tex
Yes.
versus Desoe? Well, we probably would show that one, but
Yes.
usually we've got a game where someone says, "But I wanted to watch this game."
Yeah, and also for, I mean, some of the players who are making it here, they want to show their gameplay to the whole world.
Yeah.
And previously, some of them, they would even have one single game on the stream.
Yes.
But now they will have all
Indeed.
the games,
Yeah.
all minutes on stream, which is just great.
Yeah, I love it.
It's a real chance for some people to make a name for themselves as well, isn't it? Because, I mean, some of the lower ranked players might not be known to the community out there, but coming in, if they have some absolute barnstormers, I'm sure people will be clicking across to those games straight away.
Should we find out what the first round matches are?
Yes.
And find out
please.
where people could tune in, because obviously we will have all of these players on the streams for you to be able to tune in. We're going to focus here on one game, obviously, but you can tune into any one of these 16 matches across both of the Xbox and the PS4. Left-hand side PS4. Chris versus Houston, by the way. Just throwing it out there as a pretty good first round game.
Yeah, I believe that is the 2 top seeds actually from the PS4 side. So that is the strongest possible first game here.
Yeah, crazy start to that. On the other side, Danny versus Cafolo could be quite interesting. Tim Lacker back in action. I quite liking the look of him against Black Arrow as well. So that could be on it. Nightwatch is going up against Janos. I think that's going to be a tough match, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely yes. Like I said, Nightwatch now, he changed his objective from playoffs to the grand finals. So
Yeah.
this is step number 1 here.
Yeah. Will, anything stand out for you in terms of what you might want to see from round 1?
Well, I mean, just learning from Boras, that Nightwatch Yanos game, I think could really set the tone for those guys, especially if he's coming into a bit of form going into that. And the first game really does set the tone. So if he can pick up a huge win there against Yanos, it could really dictate his day going forward.
Okay. Any early favourites that people should watch out for, Boras? In terms of favourites to win the whole thing, who should they be following? If they're going to pick out 2 or 3 matches, who do they pick out round 1?
Well, I think speaking of favorites in this tournament, it has to be looking at the leaderboard simply, because the leaderboard doesn't lie. And that is Tex, that is Ustun, and New York Chris. And then we can speak about dark horses, of course. I would mention 2 names that I think could really make it here in Bucharest. And that is #Ryan.
Okay.
Because I spoke to him earlier today, and he seems to be back to life. He once again enjoys playing FIFA. And I know that when he really enjoys it, and when he plays at his best, when he plays his peak FIFA, it is absolutely amazing. And then we have on the PS4 side another player that has made a small comeback, because we saw a fantastic start of the season from North Age.
Okay.
He qualified for every tournament, and then he had a huge dip. I believe his last tournament was actually back in Bucharest in January.
Yep.
So he hasn't been competing for such a long time on the international stage. And in the latest qualifier...
It's great to have him back. He's a proper legend of the game, isn't he?
Yes, really. And in the latest qualifier, he tried a new tactic and he's been doing bits for him. So Norvage is, for me, a dark horse here on the PS4 side.
All right, we're going to get in and talk about our first matchup here on the main stream, of course, because as I said, you can watch any of the matches you want. They will be on all 16 versions at live.pglesports.com. But if you stay with us here, we're going to feature Shiaan versus Tex. And the reason we're going to put these two together and kick off for a number of reasons on both sides, actually, Will. First off, because Shiaan needs to get to the semi-final, so he needs a good performance early on, and we know he can do that. South Africa are in the same group as England, obviously, in the Nations Cup as well. But also Tex to kick things off. I mean, he's been the best player in the world.
I mean, I think it's a great mixture. You've got Tex obviously bringing in what he does with his name, and it's sort of that David versus Goliath game going into this. Shiaan knows what he needs to do, needs to get to the semi-final. It's that last chance saloon, and I mean, if he's going to do it, he's going to do it the hard way. First game up against F2 Tex, and if he can pull off a victory, I mean, talk about the confidence. I mean, Boris, you'll know more than me, but the confidence that could exude going into the remaining 6 games.
Yeah, and I think...
I mean, it happens in the groups, doesn't it? I mean, Will's right. You get a good result first. We've seen it before here in Bucharest. You get a good result round 1 against a good player, and you can snowball through the rest of the tournament. You actually make it all the way through to the knockout stage just based on the first game of the day.
Definitely, yes. But I think for Shiaan, of course, this was the last matchup that he wanted coming up against Tex. And this is a Tex that is also hungry.
Right.
He wants, once again, to come here and show that he is the world's best player. And for Shiaan, with maybe not the highest experience in LAN tournaments in FIFA 19, this is going to be a very, very difficult task, and I'm going to be extremely surprised if this even becomes a close game.
Okay. Will, give me the other side of this. Be the Mr. Positive for me for a minute, because Boris has been all negative about it. He's got a chance, isn't he? He's in the game. He's qualified for the tournament. He's come a long way from South Africa. They don't get a huge amount of opportunities from South Africa in esports. Surely playing Tex first off, it's a good thing, isn't he? He's going to be a bit rusty. We know Tex doesn't get out of bed very well early in the morning. This is the perfect time to play him.
No, I think it should be good as well. I mean, we spoke about them matching up in the E Nations tournament as well. But I mean, we've seen in the real life football, we've seen some fantastic comebacks and big shocks in the last week. And I mean, like we said, if he's going to do it,
I don't think it can continue to that level though, can it?
I'm talking it up, Paul. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen here today in Bucharest. 17 streams.
I love it.
The main feature one, I think. I mean, it'd be good if he could. I mean, even get to at half time one of the games. You know, just build that sort of nervous energy up for Tex, and then maybe, I don't know. Stranger things have happened.
Yeah. I get what you're saying, Bryce. I get what you're saying. But if there is a hope for Shiaan in this match, where will it come from?
Well, the hope is simply here for him to try to play his game as much as possible, because it's so easy to fall for the fear factor, you know. Coming up in this game, and if he starts thinking, okay, I'm coming up against the world's best players, he has all of these crazy tricks, he can score from any possible angle. Of course, if he has this mindset, it's going to be a huge challenge. But if he starts to think positive, okay, he's probably out of confidence, he's not at his best now. While I'm actually qualified here, and I'm also one of the world's best players. If he starts with this positive mindset, then anything can happen. But I think
he's also going to be awake for that to happen, though. Yeah, we know what he's like. I'm not even joking. He comes in the morning. He's not always on it when he comes in first thing.
But I think Tex here is hungry.
Okay.
Definitely.
All right. You think this is a different version of him?
Yeah.
We're going to see very shortly. First of all, let's update you and show you where you can watch all of the games right now. I'm not going to go through all of these, but pick out your favourite players and head over to the streams. They're very easy, by the way, because you just add on PGL_FIFA_stream1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way up to 16. If you'd like to add, don't go there and leave us. Stay with us, obviously, and then just add another window or a tab or multi-twitch or however you want to do it. Add the extra streams that you want. And if you want to watch Shiaan versus Tex without commentary, which you really don't, you can go to PGL FIFA Stream 14. That'd be weird though.
Well, yeah,
because you can have actually top-notch commentary right here on this channel.
I mean, those two guys in there, Brandon and Richard, doing the first game inside out, know everything you need to know. Fantastic analysis.
Absolutely. So there's your 16 teams. I'm quite happy that we've got all these 16. It's the broadcaster in me, I think, that's liking the fact that we've got all these streams going. I feel like we've got Super Soccer Saturday going on day one here. Prediction time, because this is serious business now, Will. You haven't been involved in these predictions, so let me just explain the rules to this.
Yeah.
The good news is, right, you're the underdog in all of this.
Okay.
Right? The bad news is, all these are being recorded, and we have a table at the end of the day, like it's football, because you're competing. You know, it's competitive, and
I like that.
Boris likes to win these things.
Okay.
So he's quite competitive when it comes to this. So they do matter, these predictions.
Right.
So I'm going to put Boris on the spot first. Give me a prediction for this game.
I want to say like this first, that I think that anyone here that goes for Shiaan should get like double points or triple points, because that is very, very, very high odds.
Okay.
And I think we're gonna see the obvious outcome here, because like I said before, that I think Tex is very hungry. I think he wants to prove once again that he is the best player, and I think he's gonna come out here flying.
Okay.
And I think we're gonna see actually a scoreline of +5 to Tech's favor.
Okay. I feel like I've got some South African fans just raging inside me at the moment. I think I can hear them all the way from Johannesburg and Cape Town and Durban, and they're just screaming at their TV sets right now. Help them out, Will. Which way?
So I'm going to factor all that in.
Yeah.
Everything I've learned this morning, everything from Boras, and I'm going for a Tex win.
Brilliant.
Can't go the other way. I'm meeting everyone for the first time.
Fantastic.
And I just can't see past it. Sorry, Paul.
So, yeah. See what I have to work with. I just trying to, boys. Can I get some help? Can I get some British help from maybe the commentary box? With the boys in the commentary box be able to help me out here, gents?
I don't think we can. I don't think we can, Paul. Good morning to you. Good morning to the guys on the couch.
Can I tempt you into a bit of South African FIFA?
You can tempt him. You know him, Paul.
Yeah, I do. I'm trying to bait him. I'm trying to bait him out a little bit.
He said he was going for Tex about 2 seconds ago. So if you
listen, boys. Right, a whole nation, right, could love you right now just by making one small word appear on the screen.
Should tell you what I love more. Double points.
All right, can we production? Can we do that? Can we give double points if anyone gets Shiaan right?
So
we can do it. Apparently, that's okay. Yeah.
Historically, Tex isn't a great starter.
No, see, I'm on the same train. Mate.
And Shiaan knows that he can beat him.
He does, because he's done it at the Nations Cup.
So that's why I'm going for Tex.
He teased you. For me, it's Tex win as well.
Do you know what? Just get into the game and give us some world-class commentary.
Thank you very much, Paul. And it's going to be Tex wins all round, it seems, then, for our first round of Swiss here in Bucharest. We're back again, Richard.
Yep.
The 4th time we've come to Bucharest in 7 months.
And you know what?
I worked out.
It's not snowing.
It's not
icy.
It's not cold.
It's actually all right weather.
It
So
is.
for the first time ever, I brought out the polo in Bucharest. No shirt, no long sleeve number. We've gone with a polo.
He's wearing shorts as well. You can't see that either.
The shorts are out here in Romania. But last LQE of the year, it's been a pretty jam-packed year. We've seen a number of different players competing at the top level. We've seen winners from all around the world, whether that be Tex, whether that be Desari, Stefano Pina, Nicholas, Dagenwolf in Atlanta at the last LQE that we had. And here, final LQE of the year, final PGL tournament of FIFA 19. Who is going to be victorious? First game of the day, Tex versus Shiaan.
And here we go then, Rich. As we said, this is round 1 of the day. As you know, you need to get 3 wins to send you into the knockouts. 3 losses will send you home. And alongside that as well, remember, you can watch a number of games, all the games, if you've got a certain favourite to watch, but maybe just open it up on another tab next to the main stream so you don't miss any of the big action here. PGL FIFA 19 Masters is underway, and it's going to be Tex against Shiaan. If you're thinking a different kind of Shiaan, the German one, plays for Red Bull Leipzig, he is not in this competition. This is Shiaan, ranked 415th in the Global Series rankings, played at the E-Nations Cup, but actually played on PlayStation in that tournament, hence why he is so low down on those Global Series rankings. But remember the groups of that tournament, England were in there, and Tex was part of that England roster. So they have played before, but only in a 2v2 landscape, Richard.
Yeah, the only time these two have ever matched up in FIFA 19 would have been in a 2v2 game. See, early start here. Latest tournament for FIFA 19 with the inclusion of Team of the Season. Those shiny, brand new blue items in the game. On this current build, we've got most consistent socks. That's, I believe, Eusebio opening the goal on that left foot.
And who is it?
5-star weak foot.
Who is it that scored it, Richard? Shiaan has scored the goal. Everyone's predicted for a Tex winning. We know it's 2 legs of FIFA as always in the group stages, but if someone's hungry for it, he needs to make the finals to get himself to the playoffs.
How many times have we said this? Tex doesn't start tournaments well. It's as simple as that. It's a fact. He doesn't start games well. He usually goes 2-0 down and then brings it back around. That is sort of Tex's game plan. I don't think it is a game plan, but it's just the story of his tournaments this year in FIFA. 2 legs suits him so much better than 1 leg. That's something that he struggled with in the FIFA Nations Cup, as I was saying before. In that 2-legged format, he does struggle. In the 1-legged format, he does struggle.
Back to goal, Cristiano Ronaldo. A little deflection and nearly fell to R9.
Probably the worst possible thing. It might sound strange for Shiaan to score. Does it put him in a little bit of false hope now? False confidence. You've got 1-0 up. For the rest of the game, you're trying to see out a win. You're going to be nervous now. Most of the time, when I've ever played in sort of any semi-pro or tournaments in FIFA, I always seem to start strong. I always go 1-0 up, 2-0 up in like 30, 35 minutes. And then you just sort of capitulate. That's a story for me at least, and that's the story of a lot of the top players. They don't do that. They don't crumble. They stand strong. As we're talking about those team of the seasons before, I got interrupted by a Eusebio goal. The other ones that we're probably likely to see in the most consistent tops is Zlatan coming off the bench. A lot of people are going to be using Hullet at left back instead of Alex Telles, team of the season, or team of the year Marcelo.
Back to goal for R9. Cristiano on a scoop turn into Kylian Mbappe. That team of the year stepping up, and he's done it for the last couple of months now. Ever since that item was dropped, but you know, adding to your point as well, Richard, about how the team of the season is going to be a factor. We saw the EPL, obviously the kind of team release there with all the substitutes involved. I'm sure we're going to see that more towards the playoffs, the grand finals. It was the same story last year. We saw like players like Leon Goretzka come into the teams.
I was speaking to a lot of the players in the player area before we got underway today, and even though, yes, the team of the season's coming out, at home, where you don't have every single player available, they'll probably get into your team. Someone like a team of the season Lacazette, a team of the season Son. These will be going into your team. When you've got every single prime icon moment available, they're just too good to not use. Hullet, Vieira, Maldini, Eusebio, these players are just too good not to be included in the squads. And when you're comparing a team of the season, someone like Fernandinho, a team of the season Eriksen, when you're comparing them up against Vieira, against Johan Cruyff moments, the icons are always going to win. That's just the simple nature of it. The only players from the BPL that you might see at events is Aubameyang.
Which I know one player that's competing this weekend, #Ryan, would be very keen to use if they were available to use this event. They weren't, unfortunately. That's the Premier League one to only release yesterday. There's the threaded through one now. Can he cut back inside? This is Shiaan now. Let's go out for a deflection. His Tex on the back foot from this corner. Little scoop up. Neymar with the effort. That was blocked directly by Maldini. I think it's going to go back for a free kick anyway.
We are going to see the player of the year, Van Dijk, at centre half. The 96 iteration of his foot item.
So a number of Liverpool players, I can get it out, involved in that team of the season yesterday. Manchester City, obviously champions.
Keeper's on the floor.
Keeper's on the floor. He's in no man's land. Gets up just about punched out. Jens Lehmann in net for Tex this weekend. He's changed a few times. Schmeichel it was before. Jens Lehmann.
At the Champions League, he had Schmeichel. Now he's using, for Michael moments, Jens Lehmann in goal.
Mbappe now. We'll have to ask him about that one.
That's caught me off guard, that. No wonder he was on the floor. He's always been a little bit of an eccentric goalkeeper, as Jens.
As you know, Tex, a Liverpool fan at heart. There isn't really any connection there for Jens Lehmann. I know the Schmeichel thing was kind of behind the back of, no, we're not going to use David De Gea because he just didn't play well when we wanted to try and win the league in that Manchester derby. Mbappe to Eusebio, the only goal scorer for Shiaan in this game, currently at 1-1. And the great thing about this tournament as well, we've got the ability to change matches if we need to. We'll give you updates on results that will come through.
Yeah, so you can see all the scores coming in at the top right corner. Aggie taking an early 2-goal lead against Rafa Casilla. Myrtle and the Stranger 1 apiece, and Houston in a top 10 clash there. 1-0 up against New York City Chris.
So that is quite a big matchup.
It's 7th versus 9th, I believe, on the Global Series rankings. So
probably not the game you would have wanted to start with.
It's good, though, for both of them two players, because now in the remaining 4 matches of Swiss, if you have to go all the way, you know you're not going to be facing arguably toughest competition.
In a knockout game as well.
Exactly the same as what Shiaan's doing right now. He's facing arguably the hardest game he's ever going to face in this tournament in his Swiss style. First game of the day. You can walk away with even a loss, a narrow loss, as long as you're not getting battered in this first game and you're walking away with some sort of gratitude and something to build on. There's positives there for the rest of the tournament.
See some other goals going in as well. Cursor currently 3-1 down to the fellow Frenchman Vitality Rafsu. He's at the Champions League final in just over a week's time. Got SPQR Rodrigo. He's very low on the rankings. 2-0 up against N8 Jazz. Travelled all the way from down under in Australia. Fortunately for him, couldn't get that E-League victory just a week ago. It was a footwear's marker that picked up the win there. I'm sure he'll be watching from home this event. But half-time in this matchup, Richard, the score is at 1-1. But as we mentioned, some of the players that are here at this tournament, 4 E-Champions League finalists. You talk about form players like Dr. Ahano, Rafsu. You know, the list goes on of players that are hitting form at the right time. We know Tex. We know he's consistent throughout this year. But form is important. Form is something you just cannot look past.
Yeah, 100%. And if you're looking at form right now, Tex is probably out of form, given his recent tournament placings. E-Champions League didn't get top 8 where he wanted to. FUT Champions Cup didn't place. He didn't beat Dasari, really. That was a big one for him. That was a game that he felt he had to win. And then the FIFA Nations Cup going out in quarter-final stages. So the last 3 events, arguably, to his standards, which is win, he's not done that. For anybody else, they're good placings.
You can see by his name, #1. That means he's number 1 in the Global Series rankings on Xbox. 11,315 points to his name. Enough to potentially send... If you broke that down by 4, that could be enough for 4 people to make a grand final.
Yeah, I think our point predictions for the grand final, I think is going to be a little bit off.
For playoffs? Are we on as well, or are we off?
I think for playoffs, 850, 900 roughly. But for the grand final, I was talking to Boras earlier, the people, for example, on PlayStation, who are making the grand final are going to also play well at playoffs. I would say at least 8 of the top 16 going into the playoffs will then add points on to their total. Yep. So
it separates them, of course, from the rest.
Yeah, it's very... I think there's probably, given how they perform at the playoffs, there might only be 4, 5 spots on PlayStation up for grabs for outsiders, you'd say. It's going to be such an interesting watch, that playoff 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible over the next few months. Finesse from distance. We picked him out a few times, Jens Lehmann, but he could do nothing there other than just stand still and watch that fly into the back of the net.
He turns his back on it. Does the goalkeeper, the ball's past him, he's turning around, he's watching it go into the back of the net. That, for me, I'm not sure if he moved his goalkeeper, Tex. If you move your goalkeeper a couple of inches to the left, you save that. It's a comfortable save.
And even if he did move it, sometimes when you just kind of disrupt the natural movement of a goalkeeper. But even that, Jens Lehmann.
It's a great game as well. Top right corner, Ahano 2-1 up against Dagenhall.
What a story he's had, Dagenhall. Round of 32 in the Champions League, won the Atlanta LQE.
Form.
Yeah, again, form. Made the joke earlier today that he could be the new Principe. We haven't seen Principe for a while. We haven't seen a good PlayStation Italian player pop out for a while. Could Dagenhall be that player?
Yeah, it's been very much Principe, and then Fabio Danuso sort of took the reins of Italy in terms of FIFA esports, and It seems as though Daganov now, again, the baton's been passed almost. Last time we saw Principe was probably the playoffs last year.
It was a long, long time ago. Of course, different game for a number of players to adapt to. Some do it better than others. Some people have had a quiet season. This is Tex now going forward. Currently trails by 2-1 to Shiaan. Cuts inside. And
Wow. Thought that got in.
you'd think it was. Time Green. We didn't get to see the replay on that, but that would have been inches.
Low driven into the near post. It looks like that were a certain goal. But just flashed past that upright. But Tex starting to come into his own now a little bit. You see the chances he's creating, winning the ball back in his opponent's half. He's pressed high. Pretty much every single one of his players in the opposition half right now.
Pull it into R9 as far as Cristiano Ronaldo. A drag back. Really into a finish as well, but you can see the goalkeeper choice of Shiaan there. He's not messing around. David De Gea will be the man. He's been the man all season. Surely not. Another chance now for Shiaan, the South African. Travelled 9 hours to get here on a flight yesterday.
Yeah, some of the flight times for a number of these players have been astronomical to get to Bucharest.
Here we go. R9. Mbappe out to Cristiano Ronaldo. Once again, defensively sound is Shiaan.
Body's in the way every time. Whether that be Marcelo, Hullet going back and doing a job in the midfield. Vieira getting back in there.
But you are going to expect that kind of tactic. When you're playing against Tex, you are naturally going to be on a drop back. You're naturally going to be defensive. Your mindset's always going to be defensive. You know, when I look at Tex, I'm trying to compare it to, it's like say a newly promoted championship team. They're going to Old Trafford. That feeling, you feel like you kind of lost before you got there sometimes.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's like
everybody's been there.
When an FA Cup tie comes out and it's City versus Forest Green, for example, or any big team versus a lower ranked team in the divisions. That lower ranked team's got nothing to lose. You're going in, you're not scared of the occasion. Yeah, you might play more defensive, but because he got that first goal of the game, it's enabled him to play more defensive, to drop back. He doesn't have to create chances. The only problem is the difference between real life football and FIFA, you get 2 legs to do it.
Yeah.
And Tex in that second leg, guaranteed, will come out firing.
Here he goes, and just like that, it's like you could just predict what was going to happen, Richard, before we even got to the second leg. Straight into Tex. And he's replied straight away. Once again, this time I think it was Mbappe.
He does that a lot, does Tex, after watching him. He'll get the ball, so he had a throw in. It was pretty much in his opposition sort of attacking third. He played all the way out to Ruud Hullet to come back into the box. He plays out, the defensive line stand up just with the AI. They push further forward. It then enables his attacking players to make the run. Mbappe remade that run, opened up the space, first time shot, and it makes it look so simple, but the thought process behind it, it's all just rinse and repeat. It's all sort of plays that he's done time and time again on division rivals, on FUT champions, in online qualifying tournaments, and then at LAN events.
And even Tex will say, probably not his best leg yet. Look at that result, Houston. Spoke to Chris a little bit earlier today before we got to the venue. Said he only had 3 hours sleep last night. Maybe that's something to look at with that result. Or the fact they're both just unbelievable competitors. Houston in front there. Dagnolf, you see the match against Dr. Ahano.
I chatted to Houston this morning as well. He seemed pretty fresh. He seemed up for it. He was confident.
Well, he came to the Champions League, didn't he, as a coach?
Yeah, and he was disappointed by that, to be honest, because he felt as though the quality that he possesses on FIFA, he deserved to be there. And he just got some really tough matchmaking online in qualifiers.
You might just be able to see someone just to the right of Tex. That's Enzo, who's come over to Bucharest this weekend to coach Tex. It was Marius, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's gone through a number of different people by his side this year as Tex. I think he's looking for that perfect person who can offer not only game insight and not only player management, but also someone to take you away from the game. He's had Sir Auzio, Crystal Palace, E-Premier League player, also a friend of Texas. You had Billy Wingrove, who is much more of sort of the father figure. He's sort of the man manager. A little bit like Harry Redknapp. He's really good at getting the players motivated. And then you've got Marius and Enzo, who are sort of the mix of the both. They can offer you the man management, the massages.
They can offer you a tactics book as well.
And then Enzo, he's such good insight of the game. He's gone through different people. I think as we're coming in towards the playoffs, is he starting to find that perfect person for him now? Little story about Enzo coaching Tex. In Singapore, he was playing against Resende in the console final on the Xbox. And Resende were playing a 3-5-2. Tex was struggling to break him down. And at that event, there were no coaches allowed on the stage. So at the break, Tex went off and spoke to Enzo for like 30, 45 seconds. Enzo said, you've got to take first-time shots. You have to be hitting these first time. Second leg, what happened? He's got 3 goals in 40 minutes. That's the sort of coaching and that's the sort of insight that somebody who knows the game at such a high level and has got such a good degree of skill in the game can offer you.
We're just going to have a look at some of the highlights from that first leg. Now it finished in the end. You saw the first goal of the game from Shiaan, the South African. He went 1-0 up. Scoop turn into the pass, and it was a near post finish in the end for Kylian Mbappe. 21 minutes into the match there. Then it was Shiaan that did go 2-1 up. Just into the second half it was as well. The first half did finish 1-1. We're going to see that goal right now in front of us. It was pull it out to Vieira. Very patient build-up in the end. Hello into Mbappe from distance. Very questionable goalkeeping. Very questionable.
I'd be wondering if you were playing, Brandon, and you saw your goalkeeper make a mistake, is it an instant switch? Does he get taken out the next game?
It's a tough one. I think that kind of mistake, if he makes another one at that kind of level, he would be out of the team. But we even see David De Gea, even, team leader David De Gea, he's always making mistakes as well.
I think one thing with a lot of FIFA players is from sort of amateur level all the way to professional, nobody wants to admit when someone's better than you. So you're always going to look for something, an excuse.
I have that enough when I play
alibi.
you, Richard.
So hear me out here. If you've got your goalkeeper and he's a new addition, you brought in Jens Lehmann for this tournament. First game, he makes a howler. He makes a mistake. In that second game, if you sub him out, that's your excuse. So then you can kick on in that second game and say, yeah, I've eradicated that now. Usually people play better. Usually if I'm playing Ultimate Team and I change my formation, I'll go on like a streak of games. I'll win 10 Foot Champs games in a row and I'll be feeling unbelievable. Just because you've made that simple change. It's all mental.
I think I remember it perfectly. Was it December Foot Champions Cup at Gfinity? I think Van Dijk was in at left or right back originally for Tex.
He brought in the team of the years, yeah.
Yeah, and he straight away, he went back to what he knew. Rio Ferdinand, I think it was the middle icon that he used, or it might have even been the baby, I'm not too sure. It was not the prime, I'm sure of that. Everyone has their own personal preference. Every pro has it. We're into the second leg now. This is round 1 of Swiss still. Tex against Shiaan, 2-2 the score at the moment. But back to your point about coaches, and I think in any sport, the best players, they still need that person to put an arm around them and just give them those extra few words of encouragement. It just helps with, when you've done everything, when you've played at all these tournaments like Tex has, back in Singapore, there's a chance and there's an opening goal in the game. Just 7 minutes in, maybe that's Tex kicking on, but to the analogy we're looking at, I think what Tex did there, you mentioned how Enzo helped him. He was struggling. When you're struggling mentally, you just need that extra person, that man or whoever, just to, I know he brings his mum to a lot of the events with him, does Tex, just to say, try this or try that.
Don't know if you see as well, sat next to Tex, a little bit of a England E-Nations reunion. Yeah. It's Footwiz Tom next to Tex, and I'm sure
and there's their coach
Footwiz
as well.
Dan's getting a bit of deja vu because he stood behind. He was the official England coach. Stick that in the Twitter bio.
Shame he didn't bring out the waistcoat. Yeah, he didn't bring out the waistcoat.
We wanted to see the waistcoat.
Obviously, Footwiz Tom, 50th at the moment in the Global Series rankings for him. Will pick up some important points, even if he went out in the groups. A Croqueta or 2 or 3, and Mbappe across to her. And there's a bit of breathing space for Tex now.
Yeah, the Croqueta's inside the box. So hard to defend where you've got a player running straight at you. You saw the big movements from him there. He didn't know if he were going to go left, didn't know if he were going to go right. Couple of Croquetas inside, just walking his way into the box, waltzing almost. Brutally slots it in from close range. And
I don't know if you saw some of those E-Champions League previews. Marcusa just talking about the Croqueta and how Aki was even talking about it as well. It's just one of them. He's just a bit of bait. When you're trying to defend against a cricketer, you don't think it's going to do anything. But then he does one, then he does two, then he does three. Next thing you know, the ball's in the back of the net. It's a really incredible skill move.
It's not an elaborate skill move. I think that's one of the big things. It's a little bit like a ball roll. You're not pulling off a rainbow flick. You're not pulling off a sombrero flick where it's quite elaborate and quite
flary,
sophisticated skill move, you'd say. The cricketer, it's a simple ball roll exit, and you might not seem like you're doing a lot, but if you chain that back to back, and then how many times do I say it at events, the shot out of a skill move is so successful. A great game there between SBQR, Rodrigo and NHR. If game we're watching right now, if Tex does pull away, we'll be sure to jump over to another game.
Got Tim Latka, Black Arrow as well. Both of those were involved in the virtual Bundesliga just last weekend. 4-0 to Black Arrow. And then two French players going at it. Cursor against Vitality Rafsu. He leads 6 goals to 3. That's in the second legs. That is aggregate scorelines you are looking at there. This game 4-2 to Tex at the moment. It's the second leg. He loves the second leg. That's why, the best players, they just need a second leg. I can talk about it enough as I need to, but you can have a bad first game. And with this new two-legged format, the Swiss format that we've seen so much this year and in the last 18 months, it's just what players feel comfortable on. MS Dasari, Tex, all of those, you could say upper echelon of FIFA talent. When they have a second leg behind them, even if they have a bad first game, they always will pull it back.
Opening 25 minutes, I don't think Shiaan's really been out of his own half. It's been all F2 Tex early doors.
Here's Tex.
Oof. The run with a huge tackle, putting down R9 there.
So Tex bringing out a little bit of flair there, which wasn't...
That's one of those tackles. I don't know if you ever played Sunday League where you've got an opposing player and he thinks he's a little bit of a Maradona. He's doing the skill moves.
You think it was a bit
Your
like
manager just goes, get stuck in. Let him know you're there. Absolutely just... The ball goes past, the man doesn't.
Well, half the time that would be a penalty, but lucky enough for there, Rafael Varane, it wasn't a penalty in the end. You saw some scores again coming through. Footwiz Tom against Verfil, so that's 2-2 at the moment. Today we'll be showing you all the Swiss rounds. And of course you can watch each individual matchup as well, but if you want to have the match with commentary on, the focus matchups, make sure you stick on this stream. That was not bad at all, was it?
Sombrero flick from Tex, bringing out all the skill moves in this opening game.
One thing I've noticed as well from this game, that last game when Tex was struggling a little bit, he was looking for a cross a lot of the time. He was scooping up, looking for a cross, which isn't really kind of how Tex would want to play. This game, I've not seen a single cross come in. He's been just flaring in the way he's playing.
It just shows you the confidence that he's playing with when he's willing to go to ground and perform a slide tackle with Ramos. It almost feels invincible right now. Anything he does, he's turning into success. We've had 38 minutes, and that's the first time that I've really seen Shiaan get the ball into Tex's attacking third.
We have to remember as well, Tex qualified for pretty much every single event, and out of his own choice, decided not to go to Atlanta, decided not to play in a Gfinity LQE. He's decided that he wants to take those weekends off, because it's been a busy year, especially if you've qualified for every event, you've played in every tournament. He's got over 11,000 Global Series rankings, these points. He's won multiple tournaments, Richard. To be able to do that, people will be begging to play in tournaments and crying out for those extra points. Tex, on the other hand, he went, no, I'm not going to play in it, and he gave another opportunity to players like Mentz, for example, from Epsilon, to go and travel over there. And, credit Tim as well for Tex.
This is approaching half-time here.
Here's Ruud Hullet. We're looking to go into half-time at 2-0 up. Christian Spitari. 3-1 up against It's Julie, the German player there. He needs a big performance this weekend to have any chance of making the playoffs.
Yeah, you're talking about Tex almost taking days off in terms of events that he's competing in. That ball does it flung over the top. Just wait to see if this attack does come to anything.
Mbappe, little scoop. That's the first cross of the game I've seen from Tex.
Former middleweight champion in the UFC, Michael Bisping, once came out and said a very famous quote that it takes the difference between having the confidence in your own ability to take a day off from going to the gym or from practicing or from sparring sessions. And it takes a special man to be able to say, you know what, I'm good enough to be able to take a day off, to be able to rest, to be able to recuperate. Because some people just work themselves into the ground. I feel like Tex were doing that a little bit. Every single event he were playing in, he were going everywhere. He were jet lagged. Singapore, Atlanta, Bucharest, London, wherever it was, he was competing. To be able to have the wherewithal and to be able to have the confidence in your own ability and the FIFA knowledge to be able to say, you know what, I'm in a very comfortable position right now. I'm going to take that time off. I'm not going to travel to Atlanta. It shows how much, as young as he is, how much of a professional.
17 as well, and I think alongside you say the jet lag, he's coming into every event with expectation. He went through a period, everyone was talking about him, and there's Shiaan. He's got a goal back. This is certainly still game on. He's only 1 goal behind, 4 goals to 3. Tex does still lead, but talk about Sunday League, Richard. I think that one's straight from a Sunday League game. Off the training ground, just a simple cross into the box. Anywhere near Cristiano Ronaldo's head, he's going to leap up and win it. But just a word on Tex, you said it. I feel like when he went through that period where he had all that expectation, all that extra pressure, plus he was tired, plus he was playing a lot of FIFA, and then he was having to, play in these kind of rivalries against the Sari and stuff as well. He needed just a few days off.
Tell you what, look, some scores in the top right there. Cursor 5-7 against Rafsu, and Ajax Danny 3. Viva Kofolo 4. That'd be an upset. Ajax Danny, the multiple-time E-Divise champion.
Unfortunately, had gone to plan this season for him, though. It was Brian Hessing from Hercules. He's in the final there. That one still to take place in a few weeks' time. The E-Divise there, Danny Fizzer, also in that final. But unfortunately for Danny, I think it's just a case of where there's so many international tournaments now, players are going 2 ways. They're either focusing more on the international side of things or maybe more on their own tournaments within their own country. Not saying Danny has not tried for the E-Divise at all, but he lost to, I think it was Nick in the end. Fantastic player as well. It's all about the playoffs for him, all about getting there. But he's proud to be that multiple champion E-Divise, and I'm sure he will be disappointed that his streak has come to an end.
Sure, we'll get to see Ajax Danny over the course of today if he does make it through Swiss and the quarterfinals, part of that final 4 on the Xbox or on the PlayStation 4. 60 minutes into this second leg, Shiaan, another free kick, very similar area.
Not again. And so headed away there by Maldini. Attack not over yet though for Tex. Pele. Just teasing with Rudel. It's still in possession is Shiaan.
So the manager's got the whiteboard out, Sunday League. He said, just put it in the danger area. Stick it in the mixer.
Vieira Hullet. Is the finesse on? It was blocked though by Sergio Ramos.
You saw the pre-goalkeeper movement as well from Tex there. Almost layman stood on the complete opposite post, expecting the first time finesse, predicting the first time finesse from Shiaan. Maxi VIP, 3-piece with #Ryan. And Saku, as he always does, seems to start so well in Swiss until he pretty much runs into Tex. That's been the story of a number of his tournaments this year.
Can you find that threaded through? Yes, he can. How the tables have turned in the last 20 minutes or so for Shiaan. Hill to Hill. Pele now into the box, and just like that, we've had an equaliser. How the tables have turned.
And Shiaan almost doing something that we've historically said that Tex does, losing in games and then bringing it back. Tex were 4-2 up.
We were right in
this tie. We were getting ready to switch to another game, and Shiaan comes back, 2 headed goals from Ronaldo, playing him to his strength. Ronaldo, the best player in the year on FIFA 19 period, getting up, winning the headers, and Tex almost just gave the ball away from kickoff straight away there. Got an absolute corker in the top right corner as well.
13 goals scored, wow. And there's a pause cue by Tex. He will get that now. 20 minutes left. 4-4 this score. If it does stay like this, we will go to an extra time finish.
It's got to be Neymar coming off, you'd think. It's Mbappe, it looks like, coming off.
Or the typical sub of Modric.
Is he? Looking at the subs there, R9 comes on. Neymar's a little bit tired for me on that right cam position. I've been looking at Messi, but it does stick with Neymar, and it's just R9 being introduced to the fray. That was Shiaan's perspective. See if Tex has made changes as well. And it is Modric coming on for F2 Tex.
Quite a good impactful sub, Modric, in the last few months, ever since he got the team of the year. Mbappe.
We're hearing as well, in that Cursor game, Rasu were leading 5-2 in the first leg. So Cursor with a remarkable comeback. That's 7-6 right now.
Not long left in that one at all. Outside the boot from R9. Nothing fancy about that. Regarding whether it was timed or not. All the way across now to the back post. And
oh, Messi in the back post for Shiaan. I thought that was a certain goal. That shocked me. Messi
I think I've just seen something as well, Richard.
Go on.
I think Jens Lehmann's been swapped out for Van der Sar. I'm pretty sure he has.
At the interval, in between the two legs.
I think he has. I've just saw a little stat on the left-hand corner of the screen there. Both keepers made 2 saves, and it was Edwin van der Sar that was in frame.
It wouldn't surprise me, really. We talked about...
Are we going to see a different keeper every game?
Please.
We've got Schmeichel, we've got David Gea. Anyone else that can be in the frame?
Courtois, Yashin.
Back to goal. R9 into Hullet. Scoop turn away from his man, but ran straight into the Frenchman.
Well, we're going down the line. We're going end of an era Petr Cech. We're going with team of the season to Stegen.
We're just throwing out names.
I'd love to see someone use, please, different goalkeeper every leg from Tex.
The thing is, though, we know Tex. If something's not working, you said it perfectly. Would you change? Would you not?
Does.
He did. He's ruthless. When he wants to make a change, he will make that change. And I'm pretty sure it's Van der Sar. If we can see it again, if he can get onto the ball or even make a save. Here's Shiaan on the attack. Just over 5 minutes left in this game. 4-4 the score. That looks like a corner. And it will be a corner indeed. Where's that one going? Into the front post. Put away by Virgil van Dijk.
I'll tell you what, them double points right now are looking very, very promising. If anyone did predict Shiaan to win this game.
You would think they're on paper Tex.
Paul, we're asking for it.
Season he's had so far. Tournaments he's played in. 4th tournament here in Bucharest. The last 3 he's had. He won 2 of them. The other one he got knocked out in the knockout stages. Never gone out in Swiss as Tex at any point this year.
This is a chance for Shiaan to win the game, actually. It's a 4v4.
This is the chance.
I just rushed it.
Still in possession.
Pulled out, though.
Pele. Deflection. Yeah, there we go. It is Edwin van der Sar in goal for Tex.
Does he decide to play long? That's the question. You've got 3 added minutes. I'm just looking at the mini-map, and you can see Mbappe's got past his fullback. I wouldn't be surprised to see he's going to the box.
We have to result for a cross. Mbappe back to goal. What a save! Huge save from David Gea to keep Shiaan in this game. Will we be going to extra time, or will there be something from this corner? Watch out for the front post. Number 7 on your screen in that red shirt. Cristiano Ronaldo is there, played into R9. It's going to be recycled all the way back to the edge of the box. Paolo Maldini into Ruud Gullit.
What a tackle.
And just chipped away in the end by Messi. Get anything on the ball. This game is not over yet and is going to extra time as well.
And this is Shiaan's big game. This is the game that you look towards when you see the bracket come out and you see the Swiss style. You see you've got Tech's first game. This is what you prepare for. It's what you go through boot camps for, that you go through training camps for.
You've got a full-time result on your screen there. Black Arrow 5-1 winner over Tim Latka. As I mentioned, both players involved in the virtual Bundesliga last weekend. Tim Latka came bottom of his group though, and we'll be hoping to have a better performance this time round in Bucharest. It's a weird one, competitive FIFA. You've got the man who's been dominating all year. I know this is Swiss, and I know it's only the first round of the day. 415 for Shiaan, 130 points to his name. It doesn't mean anything. You're here.
Well, I'm getting flashbacks to London. Clutch versus Desari. That was a big game, weren't it? First game of the day.
Is it the mindset of I have to get far to make playoffs? I have to pick up Global Series ranking points compared to Tex, who I want to win another trophy. You know, I have already got the points. I have already got, and you know, a lot of prize money behind me for this year. It'll be an interesting one to see how this unfolds. Tex has never gone out in Swiss though this year, so even if he loses this game, we know how Swiss can go. You've got chances. If you can go 0-2, you can still pull it back and go 3-2. But he'll be the more composed of the two, you would think, for Tex. He's played in extra times. He's played in big finals worth a lot of money.
Looking for that ball down the line.
No one seems to be in the box, though.
He's defended quite well, Shiaan.
Modric. And there we go. Oh! So there we go.
What a save.
Something on the post, clearly from David Gea. Saved it onto the post with a fingertip at most. In it goes. Punched away once again.
A little bit of apprehension from David Gea there. I don't know if you saw it. He sort of attempted to come out and then went back.
There's the movement.
Fellow
Really a strong finesse.
Oh,
That's a
no.
mistake. This is Kylian Mbappe now. Can he play it across? No one's there across the goal. It's going to be scooped away by Marcelo, but scooped back into Tex once again.
You'd hate to see the game finish with a mistake like that. So another full-time result in the top right corner from fellow Englishman #Ryan. 4-3 win against the USA native Maxi VIP.
Tex, they're not happy at all. Shaking his head at the bottom of your screen.
Well, I'm looking at his changes he's making right now.
Not Messi in CDM. I remember last time I looked, I wasn't sure Messi was doing a job in CDM.
CR7 at CDM. Cristiano Ronaldo playing CDM.
Maybe in an attacking sense. That's why we know that Ronaldo can win the ball in the air, and he's probably pretty strong. But the defensive stats are not going to be too high. Fake shot inside. It's going to fall kindly nearly. For Tex, added time of 2 minutes. Here's some more full-time results on your screen cursor. Couldn't pull that game back in the end. Rapsu hangs on, 7-6 winner. NA Jazz as well. 12 goals scored in that one, but he will be going 1-0 in Swiss. 15 minutes remain. Surely not a penalty shootout in the first game of the day. Surely not.
Don't know if you saw the stats there. 11 shots, 7 on target with 64% possession for Tex at the 105-minute mark. Shiaan, 3 shots, 3 on target, 2 goals.
It's like when you kind of play online, isn't it? And you see everyone tweeting about it online with a picture of the results. It can be frustrating, can't it? But it's how you take your chances at the end of the day.
Furky plays with a 3-0 win against Zazinho. Zazinho, probably one of the favourites coming into this tournament on the PlayStation, given his performance at the Champions League. Dispatched by Furky. Houston 7-2 and the Stranger with a 5-3 win against Murtal.
Here's that chance. Mbappe across. Made it look so easy to Tex. And probably just silence all the critics who thought for one moment that he would be going 0-1 in Swiss. Played back inside. Pretty much confused David Gea. And it was an easy tapping in the end for Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah, straight from kickoff, just pushed the players high up the pitch into that 4-2-2. Played down the line and then just one pass inside into the box. As soon as you're inside the box, you can't really tackle. You can't really dive into any sort of challenge inside the box with your defensive players because penalties get gave even for like little shirt pulls or anything like that.
I know you mentioned about Saku and Tex matching in Swiss. At the moment, they'll both be going 1-0. 5-2 victory for him, the German.
A few more full-time results there in the top right corner. Christian Spiteri, 3-2 against Julie. And Gibiono, 3-2 win against Rain 10.
The Japanese player there got himself an important win against the Mexican Rain 10.
All international event here in Bucharest.
For some people, the last event of the year may be Dagnall. 9-4 victory. He's certainly a man in form at the moment. Not messing around at all on the PlayStation. He's going to be going 1-0. 10 minutes remain here. I can just see Tex seeing this one out.
Yeah, one thing that he's really, really good at, that he's improved so much in FIFA 19 over the course of the year, is just seeing games out, keeping hold of the ball, frustrating your opponent. forcing them into areas where they just simply do not want to be, whether that's out wide towards the corner flag.
We'll look back to Modric. He's dispossessed, but we know how defensive Shiaan has been. Has he changed his tactics in that small interval that he just had, or will he change again now?
There's been a lot of pauses in this game, a lot of small changes, intricate changes. It's Tex here pausing and making the change. You see Shiaan all ready to get underway.
Think about it, we've had 210 minutes played shortly. Here we go, Dr. Nightwatch, 5-2 victory. Normally on the desk or on the couch with Paul and the guys breaking down the matches, and Ajax Danny.
Extra time.
Wow, that game's gone the extra mile. We might be able to catch a few minutes of that. If it's slightly behind, I doubt it will be. It might be in the exact same spot as this one. 5-4 at this moment in time. We'll stick with this one to make sure that we find out who is the final winner. Will Tex stay in front? 5-4 up at the moment.
Big switch of play. Fullback to fullback. 3 minutes on the clock. Just looking to see this game out. You brought on end of an era Arjen Robben. Saw him very, very heavily influenced in the virtual Bundesliga. First time we've seen him at an international level.
It's the first time I've seen him really involved in FIFA again. I know obviously he's always been with Bayern Munich, but you think back to when head-to-head was a thing with competitive FIFA, you're always looking at Bayern Munich. They haven't really been the team to look towards in the past seasons. He's that Arjen Robben though. Added time of 2 minutes, seconds away for Tex. It's been a bit of a roller coaster for us in the commentary booth on this match.
It's not finished yet. We might have one final dip. Oh, Modric sweeping up. Ball gets booted out. Tex goes 1-0. It's textbook FIFA.
Well, Richard, there's only one more game that's left to have a look at, and it's going to be Ajax Danny against Viva Cafolo. Look at the rankings difference there. A number of spots, 68 spots between the two, but it's in extra time. It's currently 4-4. And we're joining it for the second half of action. Ajax Danny kicking from left to right. It will be Viva.
Just want to say as well, while we're doing coming into extra time, fantastic job PGL and all the staff here, getting every single game the ability to be able to jump to games, live streamed. Eusebio.
Paqueta or two for him to open up a pocket of space. But as you said, it's great that we'll be able to switch to so many games. Here's Ajax Danny, he's in front. Certainly been coming from what we've seen in these last few minutes. It's going to be Pele, the goal scorer.
Yeah, we don't know the story of the game, but it seems to have been so evenly balanced. This game, 2-2, the first game. Danny won 3-2, so now he's leading 5-4 on aggregate. His 3 subs he's brought on. Moments Pele, moments Eusebio. Team of the season, Zlatan Ibrahimovic up top.
You can see the 3 substitutes as well there. That Ibra coming into to play. We saw maybe the SBC more on Foot Champions on the Weekend League. But now that 95 forward, the Swedish forward. I'm sure Boris will be a fan. He'll tell us a little bit more about him on the couch after.
But he's so strong in the box. You can't really beat him in the air. Aerially, he's just very, very good. Hold up play.
Perfect example there.
The physicality that he can possess, and also he's quick now as well. He's good off the mark. 5-star skills, 4-star weak foot, 6'5" frame. He is a unit to be coming off of the bench, and I'm not surprised that we've seen Danny introduce him so early on in this tournament. We've only had one team this season available as well. Just wait until we get them all available. Is that going to mix up the sort of teams that we're seeing? It's a really interesting prospect that I'm looking forward to seeing the progression of teams.
I think that's one thing we never see is those conversations between pros. Obviously, there's going to be groups of them. The UK players will have their chats, the Germans, you know, of these team of the seasons, who are we all going to use? Who's going to make those first steps to change their team around? And, you know, looking towards the playoffs, looking towards the grand finals, how many of these team of the seasons will be a factor, will be involved, and could be, you know, really important players. Just under 5 minutes left. Ibrahimovic, mentioned him as a build-up player. Could he be on for another assist? Pele On for another goal as well. Few step overs. Who does fall kindly back to him again. Scoop turn away, still in the box for him, but as we know from Alex Danny, much more mature in the way he plays now, switches from left to right, and I'm sure he will not be thrown away this match.
Yeah, just seeing out the game. Such an experienced FIFA player is Danny. He knows the ramifications if he does concede a goal here. He's a very emotional player. He has just gave the ball away, though. We could be seeing that emotion pouring out from him. Thankfully for Danny.
Right. He should be all right. Added time at 2 minutes. Seconds remain. Alex Danny to join the pack of the players that have gone 1-0 from that first match. And Viva Cafola, unfortunately for him, will be 0-1, but nevertheless, a fantastic performance he has shown. Only losing 5 goals to 4 as well. Just kind of speaks volumes of how tight and contested that matchup was.
Asked him if he was ready this morning. When I saw him, what did he reply? I'm born ready. This is what I do.
Was that with a croissant
on
his plate?
He was
this morning.
A little croissant. He actually shared a bus with him to the venue as well this morning.
I think he nicked my seat.
He was quite quiet, quite reserved, which is surprising for Alex Danny. He's one of the louder FIFA players, but got the job done. Goes 1-0, and that 1-0 bracket right now, he's looking quite saucy.
It is indeed, and that will conclude round 1 of Swiss here at the Bucharest PGL FIFA 19 Masters. I'm going to throw it back over to the couch now, Paul and the guys to break down all the action.
Today, thank you very much. Star commentary, of course, from Smith and Buckley once more in game number 1. Plenty more from those two to come, and also plenty more from our panel members to come as well. We're back with Will and Boras to break down round number 1 games. We'll start, gents, with the Tex match. +5, Boras.
Yeah, I said
Plus
+5.
5.
That was, I mean, a bit wrong, obviously. We saw here Shiaan, he was, most of all, he was very effective in this game. He didn't have a lot of chances, but he scored them.
Yeah.
And that was the main thing here to keep the scoreline very tight. Of course, it went to extra time, which before this game, I think no one could really think of, because Shiaan here, he's actually ranked the number 400, I think 15th in the world. He has 130 ranking points on Xbox, so I think he also spent a lot of his season playing on PS4. But Tex, he had to work so hard for every goal. Shiaan was defending very, very well, but also maybe the fact that Tex is also maybe a bit rusty. The question is, how much does he actually play FIFA now with the knowledge that he's already qualified for the finals?
Yeah, I mean, we spoke a little bit about it. Will, I mentioned to you that this is typical Tex in a way.
Yeah.
You know, he has a first leg which doesn't look that good. It comes out of it 2-2, and you think, oh, okay, it's kind of typical Tex in a way. Early morning start, first leg. First 11 minutes of the second leg puts 2 in the bag, and you think, yeah, this is the old Tex. This is the. But actually, it didn't go that way from him. I thought he was just going to steam away and put 5 in the bag in that second leg, but it didn't happen.
No, definitely. I mean, I love a British player, but I love an underdog, and especially Shiaan there. He's put in an absolute worldy performance. I think, obviously, the win was the top priority, but the second best one would be putting an amazing performance against arguably the best player in the world. And I mean, you can take confidence going into the next 5 to 6 games going into that. So, or not the win that he wanted and needs to get to that semi-final, but I mean, the next best thing, taking world's number 1 to extra time.
Shows his maturity though, Tex, doesn't it, Boras? When you go back 12 months and we go to the previous season, this was a man who basically thought that the idea behind FIFA was to score more goals than the other guy. That was it. That was the only way you win, more goals. And I remember even the 75th, 80th minute, he'd have a 2-1 lead and he'd still be going for goals. Goals. Here, he's suddenly, in the last couple of months, I feel like he's got that, I'm going to see a game out now. I know when I don't need to go and score 5. Yeah. I can just score 1 and I can win a game.
And that is a big difference from Tex FIFA 18 to Tex FIFA 19.
Yeah.
Simply so much more mature in his gameplay, and he also, he got so much better in the defense. And just like you say with the game management, the time management, he sees games out very, very well. That was something that we didn't really see Tex doing in FIFA 18.
Definitely added that to his
Yes,
list.
definitely. And that's also coming from experience playing in so many tournaments in FIFA 19. I mean, this is like his 10th event of FIFA 19. I think even more. He played so many tournaments this year, and he knows exactly how to act every time. But something that actually surprised me a bit was the fact that Shiaan, he played Marcelo left back. What we've seen Tex using so well in previous tournaments was that the far post cross to his Cristiano.
Yep.
But he didn't do it once this game. So maybe you could think that he's maybe a bit rusty.
Yep.
Didn't really maybe work on his mechanics so much these past weeks, because if this was back in March, I mean, Tex would score at least 5 headers
All right,
here.
well, do you know what? Why don't we ask him? Why don't we ask him if he's feeling a bit rusty? Because Donovan is in the player area right now and joins us on the show. Tex, well done. Congratulations on a solid win, but probably not the easiest of wins.
Nah, I haven't played FIFA in a while, so I'm a bit rusty, as
Okay.
as Boris said. But I knew the first game was always going to be difficult. I conceded a few cheap goals, but my attacking wasn't good at all. But we'll see what happens.
Would you? Is it fair to say that you don't start tournaments very well? You come in the first morning, all feels a bit mechanical and a bit odd and a bit strange, and it takes you a game or two before you get going. Is that fair?
Sometimes not. It depends. Because in like tournaments when there's only it's a best of 1, I usually come out flying.
Right.
But when it's a best of 2, I don't know what happens. But
Yeah.
I won, so I don't care, to be honest.
Yeah, we were talking about your game management. It's gotten better, isn't it? You're seeing games that it almost feels like a year ago you want to score 5, 6, 7, 9, 10. Now you're quite happy to win by a goal.
No, I've always been happy to win by a goal, but I don't know the difference. I think I don't know, to be honest. I don't know. I've got a few different tactics that I'm trying this tournament to try to see out games better than I have done in the past. So, yeah, I've got a coach in to help me, give me different tactics, and then hopefully I can win the tournament.
Good stuff, gents. Questions?
Tex, great to meet you. Have you noticed any of the difference between those players looking to, trying to bust into that top 60? There's an extra 5-10% from them maybe coming into these games?
Yeah, a few players have been banned, so it's opened up a few slots for the people competing to get in top 16. So they're going to be performing even better than ever, and hopefully I can perform better.
Yeah, and also I'm a bit curious because you said that you haven't been playing so much FIFA these past weeks. So what have you been up to, man?
I've been doing like FIFA Pro has been playing Rocket League tournaments.
Oh.
And me and my friend Clutch, we play against like Kurt, Gorilla, Tass, and me and Clutch are back-to-back Rocket League champions.
Decent.
So yeah, Rocket League and a bit of Fortnite.
All right,
Really?
cool.
Okay. I think you and I have to face off then, because I won a Rocket League tournament 2 days ago. So we need to fight it out, mate. Otherwise, we can't call ourselves Rocket League champions if we're not going to win against each other.
Nah, I'm a Rocket League champion. But
Really? All right, bring it on.
If you get off the couch and come play me, I'm here, man.
All right, I'll take that challenge with you. Congrats on winning the opening game of the
Thank
day,
you.
and we'll speak to you no doubt during the rest of day number 1.
See you in a bit.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
And I think actually what he's saying here, this was something that I feared earlier this season. The fact that how can he keep his
burnout?
motivation up? Because he simply won everything. Well, his ranking points are they are enough to qualify for 3 years. I mean, how can he keep his motivation up? And we're seeing maybe here a small dip now because he has the playoffs in July, then he has the World Cup in August. And if he's going to keep playing only Rocket League and Fortnite, he might be in some problems actually.
But at the same time, is it not fair, Will, that you have to take time out sometimes from anything in life?
Definitely is.
Whenever you're focused on it so hard as he has been over the last 12 months, you've got to take time away and reflect, and sometimes you come back even better.
Yeah, I think if he can come back, I think there's a little bit of a break into the next couple of events. If he comes back refreshed and recreate some of that form at the start of the season, I definitely wouldn't want to be coming up against him in these events.
No. I don't even want to play him at FIFA today. I don't mind a bit of Rocket League against him maybe, but FIFA's probably a bit too much. Let's take a look at the results from round number 1 now that all of the matches have finished. They've all completed. Been some fairly decent scorelines in here. Some very close games as well. What stands out for you?
That was for actually North Aggie losing in the first round against Rafa from Italy, because Rafa was the lowest seed from the PS4 side.
Yes.
Going into this tournament, and
you built Aggie up.
Yes, and I know that he is in a great shape. So that is actually a big shocker seeing here at 5-2 scoreline.
Yes.
Also Team Juritz Zezinho as well, a player in great form, great confidence, losing here also to one of the lowest seed, Forky plays. But what is common here in these 2 cases that both these players, Forky and Rafa, they're playing to make it to the playoffs. So maybe they have a bit more of motivation.
Yep, that's true. The one that stands out for me is Uston's 7-2 win over Chris, NYC Chris, which by the way, it was 5-0 in leg 1 as well. So really decent performance from him.
Yeah, I mean, I think in that game I saw David De Gea score a goal near the end. So I mean, I think that summed it up by the end of the second leg.
Yeah, that's game over when that kind of stuff happens. Shout out for Rafsu as well, by the way. 7-6 winner over Cursor. That's a very close game between those two as well. Jazz coming through 7-5 against Rodrigo. Yanos going down against Nightwatch. 5-2 win for Nightwatch. He's in really good form right now.
He's in
I know I
really good
rib
form.
him. I know I give him a hard time about being a bad FIFA player, but actually he's in really good form.
He's in really good form, and I think that the key victory was, of course, the one over Tex when he made it into the Champions League finals.
Yeah.
And beating Tex in that big game, it gave him that confidence, it gave him that boost to thinking that, man, I can take down anyone.
Yeah. Hashtag Ryan also picking up a win in that first round.
I mean,
4-3.
Yeah, fantastic for the British contingent as well, and thought was Tom very close as well. That was a back and forth game, but unlucky to be defeated in that. But yeah, great start for the British, and a fantastic game for the underdogs.
It's not quite coming home yet, but it's not far off.
Dare to dream.
We dare to dream. Let's take a look at the next round matchups for you as well, so you can make your decisions on where your loyalties lay in terms of the streams that you're going to be following. These are the next ones up. I have to tell you, the first two matches on the PS4, holy Moses, Zeno versus Aggie straight out of the box, and New York City's Chris has Dr. Ahano to play in round number 2. Talk about a tough round 2 game. He's already lost 1, don't forget, and you only get 3 lives in this tournament. So if he loses again, he's down to his last life.
And these 4 players are some of the top seeds, and you wouldn't believe that the 2 of these players will actually go 0-2. So they will be in a tough seat for that third round of Swiss.
Over on the Xbox side, we've got Janos versus Maxi. Hashtag Ryan's. He's going to go up against Jazz. That should be a decent competitive game. They're both ranked in the mid, sort of actually 23 and 33 right now. So you're pretty close together in terms of their ranking points. Tim Lack are also in action against Kafola, who he had a really good first round game against Danny. I know he went down in the end, but it was a very competitive showing.
Yeah, definitely, and I think a lot of those players that are around that kind of 40, 50, 60, 70 rank mark, and you see the results from the first leg. A lot of people are putting in fantastic performances against players that you maybe expect them to lose against. So, I mean, it's great for this tournament, and I think there's going to be a few more surprises to come.
Saku versus Nightwatch?
I think that's going to be an entertaining game. Yeah. Two players who really like to go forward. So I think this will be a game with a high score, and also, of course, two players in great shape.
Yep. Should be interesting to see how Black Arrow gets on against Tex as well in that second round. Both on a 1-0 so far as well.
Yep. And looking at how that first game went for Tex, I think this is very, very open.
All right, thank you very much, gents. We're going to head to a break right now. But before we get to that break, why don't we show you the best goals of round number 1 with Shiaan.
One of the best Xbox players who will compete at PGL FIFA 19 Masters Bucharest is, without a doubt, Ajax Dani. He has two distinct personalities, one in-game defined by composure and consistency, and a euphoric side when he lives every match very intense. It's safe to say that he has so many reasons to like Romania. He came 3 times to Bucharest for FIFA tournaments, and in his first event here, he managed to achieve his best result of the season. At Foot Champions Cup November, he had an impressive run in the playoffs, 5-4 against Megabit, 5-3 against Abinho B, and 4-3 against Goal Machine. Unfortunately for the Dutchman, he faced the rising star of FIFA, F2 Tex, in the Xbox final. The 17-year-old player won 6-3 against Dani, but it was enough for the Ajax player to earn $15,000 and extremely important 850 Global Series points. After a not-so-impressive tournament in Bucharest at PGL FIFA 19 Cup Bucharest, when he didn't manage to qualify from the group stage, Dani returned to the PGL studios for another try at Foot Champions Cup January. After a good run in the groups, the Dutchman won against another FIFA superstar, MS Dosseri, 8-6, 3-2 against Salzor, but Dullen Mike ended his tournament with a convincing 8-2. Dani Hageboyk's club, Ajax, amazed the entire European football scene after reaching the Champions League semi-finals. But sadly for Dani and co, Lucas Moura ended their fairy tale in the most important football competition for clubs in Europe with a goal scored in the last minute of the match. Is Dani going to find the strength to repeat his club's performance? We're ready. Are you?
Oh, what a ball. 2-0. Pause it, mate. I'm just going to go toilet.
Yeah, all right.
What?
A very warm welcome back to the PGL FIFA 19 Masters Bucharest, the last live qualifying event of the season. Last chance for many of these players to put some serious points on the board and qualify inside the top 60. We're into round number 2 next up with more Swiss matches. Remember, you can catch any one of the matches that you want to watch. You can watch absolutely any of them versus live.pglesports.com. Head over there right now and you can watch any match you want. But stay with us here on the main channel as well, because we've got our featured matchup coming next. We've also made a substitution here on the panel. Nothing wrong with the performance of our man Will in the first game. We're just saving him for later matches. But we've substituted in Wolfie alongside Boris. Wolfie, welcome to the couch. How you doing?
Doing very well, thank you very
It's
much.
great to have you here, by the way.
It's good to be here, thank you.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to your thoughts on this upcoming match, and also just talking about the change in FIFA over the last year. There's just so much esports now.
Yeah, that's right. The direction is going very competitive. Lots of changes, like you said. Some really cool elements being added, and hopefully can continue to be improved.
Are we gonna see you at one of these events? No, you're not far away, are you?
I mean,
you're not that bad.
Maybe. I play a bit of FIFA.
You play a bit of FIFA? I've seen you play.
I mean, I've played Tex. I beat him. I'm just going to put that out there. Yeah, I beat him. He might say the story's a little bit different, but
right.
I have a W against him, and then I quit. I retired.
Absolutely, I would do the same thing. I mean, I'm hoping to play him.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm hoping to play him at Rocket League because it's about all I can play these days. But I'll take it if I get a W there. And that's how I'm retired as a pro player forever.
That's the way you do it.
Absolutely. Just a quick reflection. Did you manage to catch many of the games from first round?
Yeah,
what are your
I
thoughts?
watched the Tex game. Obviously, big friend of mine, and I think he's trying to get rid of some of that rust. Right. He's, as you guys mentioned, he's not on top form at the moment. So getting ready for the playoffs, the finals. I think he managed to play the game well, get the win at the end, and yeah, he's got rid of the rust a little bit.
He's on the road anyway.
Yeah.
He's on the road to the next round. It would be unimaginable to see him not qualify for the knockout phases. That's for sure.
Definitely.
Yeah. Next up, we're going to focus on Danny in this next matchup. Where is he right now in the grand scheme of FIFA? How competitive is he?
Well, I mean, he had a fantastic season. He's been qualified for most of the tournaments, very consistent this season. Really didn't have like that perfect tournament. I think he was in one console final. Overall, he finishes. I mean, he almost always gets through Swiss.
Yeah.
And gets to top 8, but it feels like maybe he's lacking something extra to really take that last step to win it. But this season on Xbox, definitely, like we can tell on the leaderboard, top 10 player, maybe even top 5.
Okay. This is Swiss round number 2, as you can say, as I've mentioned many times before, but I'll keep mentioning it all day long because I love it. You can watch all of these games at live.pglesports.com. We're going to be focusing on Rafsu versus Danny here on the main stream, but don't forget, over on stream 1, Chris versus Dr. Hana. If you're going to put that in your multi-Twitch, go and stick that one in there, I think, because that's going to be should be a proper game, that one. Zazinio versus Aggie also in there. Anything stand out to you, Wolfie? Anything you quite like to watch?
I'm actually quite excited to see the Ajax Danny game. One of the most animated pro players out there. It's always
definitely
enjoyable.
heart and sleeve guy, isn't he?
He definitely is very emotional. And like you said, I just want to see how well he can do in Bucharest.
Yeah. Tell us about Rafsu.
Well, Rafsu is a player that we can really get anything from Rafsu, and we have seen it this also throughout last season, where he actually made it to the finals in the playoffs. I think he beat Kurt and some more big names, and made it to the finals against Megabit, where he lost, but he just showed some amazing gameplay, and then he went to the World Cup and finished last. So we can really just see Rafsu one day playing some absolutely amazing FIFA. He can beat anyone. Then the next day, opposite. But seeing him lately, he also qualified for the Champions League top 8. That was on PlayStation 4. So I think that he usually finds his form during spring. But overall, I mean, this matchup is very, very even.
Okay, let's do an official introduction for you. You probably already worked it out as to the two players we're going to feature and the matchup that we're going to have here in round number 2, but let's make it official. There we go then. It is the man with the orange shirt or the black shirt, depending on what you want to talk about in terms of sponsorship. But it's Rafsu versus Danny. It's France versus the Netherlands, with these two going head to head. I don't know about Danny. Danny's one of those frustrating players to watch for me, in the sense that you feel him, you get it, you've got the emotional attachment. But as Boras has already pointed out with Rafsu, there are some highs and lows for Danny too.
Yeah, I think, well, for both players, I think their main thing they need to work on is consistency.
But do you want to? My question, I guess, is, Wolfie, do you want to see Danny curb that emotion, like calm it down a bit, because then, or do you lose the actual essence of what he is as a player?
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Personally, I would say no. I quite like players that are emotional.
Yeah.
I think it just brings a lot more out of the player. You kind of get to know them a little bit more. When you're kind of, I don't know, I guess it depends on the type of player, really. It works for some people it doesn't. I think him being emotional is what fires him up and then performs his best playing with FIFA. So I feel like for him, he definitely needs to keep that emotion side on him. I think it works out for him.
Are you an emotional player when you play?
I don't want to talk about it.
You knew where that was going, didn't you, as soon as I said that?
I'm quite an emotional player, but not in the good sense. So
No.
I'm just going to... That's
okay.
That's okay. What I need to work on.
I'm with you. I'm going to be your bro here as well, because I'm the same. It gets to like 10 minutes out and I'm 2-1 up. I'm like, oh, God, can I hold on to this? Oh, no,
If I
please.
can see the
I
90-minute
lose it.
goal, all it breaks loose everywhere.
Yeah, no, I think
You're going to smash something. Yeah.
I'm literally the Southampton of FIFA. I concede in the last 10 minutes in every game. Doesn't matter how many I play, how many I'm ahead, I always concede in the last 10 minutes.
It's not
Don't
good.
know why. Boris, what's the key to Danny's success in this one? Curb the emotion or engage it and go with it?
I think the general theme in this tournament is going to be motivation. So for Danny, he is already qualified for the grand finals, while Rafsu, he definitely needs the points much more. just to motivate himself to win this tournament. I mean, he has to play every game to his absolute best, because in this tournament you only face world-class players, and if you face a world-class player that is on a similar level, that is much more motivated, then it's going to be a very difficult task. And I think for this special matchup, I think Rafsu, he has both the form and the motivation. And I think this is going to be a tough game for Dani, even though he plays with Ibrahimovic.
And I was going to bring it up. I was going to bring Ibra up right now. We're talking about Tots Ibra, 95.
Amazing card.
It's a great card to have on the top. Is it a starter though? I think that's the other question people are asking, because there are so many good up the top kind of strikers.
The main problem with Ibra is that he's very hard to link up. Of course, playing in MLS, it's going to be hard. Of course, you can always do some links up with the icons, but then you're gonna sacrifice something else.
Right.
So I think he's mainly gonna come on here as a super sub. And I didn't have the chance to try him. I had this flashback card, which was very cheap, and he was amazing. And the thing with Ibra also is that he fits the meta so well.
And he's got quite a bit of pace now as well.
Yeah,
in the game.
He's been given that pace boost, but like Boris was touching upon, I think the main thing Ibra gives you is a plan B. If things aren't going well for you, you can always try and get a corner. You know how effective he is with the near post. You know how effective he is at a back post header. He just brings you... He's kind of like a get-out-of-jail card. If you're in that last spot where you're 1-0 down and you need a goal, you can go down the wing, put in a cross, try and get a near post corner, and something could happen.
Yeah, because in a 1-versus-1 challenge in the air, I mean, if he comes on with fresh legs, he's going to win 8 out of 10.
Yeah.
And it's going to be very interesting to see how many players actually use him here as a super sub, because, I mean, we usually see the common options. Ibra is new, he just came out last week, so the question is how many didn't even have the chance to try him out. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting to follow that Ibra journey here.
Do you think some of the players here are going to try him out in the group stages? Is it too risky?
I think we're quite close. I think players are probably going to be sticking with the teams that they're going to want to be using at the playoffs or finals if they're going there.
Yeah, because usually, I mean, thing is that you want to play with players that you are used to.
Yeah. Right.
And just like I mentioned, it's a very fresh card. Maybe you didn't have the chance to try him out maybe in the warm-ups. But for Dani, I mean, he's the player here that can do some more testing, you know, because he's already qualified for the grand finals. And this is the perfect chance for him to try out players before playoffs.
Okay. Time for predictions. Are you aware of this prediction game, Wolfie? You know how this works? This is serious business now.
Okay.
Well, only for Boris, really, because he's the only one who really cares about getting them all right. But predict a player. We're going to keep a league table.
What, to win the whole thing or this game?
No, just this game.
Okay, this game. I'm going to go Ajax Dani. Okay. He's going for the win.
All right. Boris?
Well, just like I mentioned previously, I think this is going to be about motivation. And Rafsu, he definitely needs these points more. And also looking at his recent form, he's looking like a player with huge confidence. So I'm going to go with a small upset. Looking at the leaderboard, I'm going to go with the Frenchman Rafsu.
Okay, all right. One for each. I like it. We've got a nice balanced panel here. Let's find out whether we've got a balanced commentary team as well. Gents, which way round for this one?
I'm going to pick Rafsu. I agree with Boras. I think that he's got a little... It's not just form. I think that you can't underestimate how important it is to qualify into those those top spots at the moment.
So
and I think that's
you value
a huge
fight,
moment.
Mark?
Yeah, I think he has to. I think it's a bigger game for him in the context of the entire season, not just this game right here.
Okay, I know how contrary you both are, so Gaskin, the other way
round?
Well,
I mean, Wolfie was talking about how he's beaten Tex. My claim to fame is I beat
he's gonna bring it
Rafsu.
up.
I beat Rafsu in Foot Champs, Foot Weekend League.
Okay.
I've managed to stop Dan saying this for the entire season, and he's finally got out on broadcast.
I tried not to bring it up, Mark, but it just...
I'm going to say Danny. Danny's going to win this one.
Just to let you know as well, Paul, I beat Dan numerous times, so...
Yeah, all right, okay.
Yeah.
So that means you're better than Rafsu, so you should have qualified for this.
It's unfair for me to play, is what we're saying. That's why I'm here.
I totally get that one. After beating you at Rocket League last week,
I'm not a Rocket League player.
I can tell.
It's true.
It's good news. Gents, take it away. It's all yours.
Thank you very much, Paul. Obviously very excited to be back in the booth here down here. It feels like forever since we've been back in the booth, but it's only been a matter of weeks with the amount of FIFA tournaments that we have had this year. Pleasure to be back here with you. A big game to start things off.
Very big game. Maybe these two players wouldn't be expecting to face one another in this early of a stage during the Swiss, but that's what can happen. I mean, if you get your first win, if you lose your first one, you could face someone good, you could face someone bad. It's just the luck of the draw. It just so happens they're two very good players. Two players who are teetering in that top 16 area in the Global Series rankings. Danny is up in 7th at the moment, whereas Rafsu, he's trying to push himself up. He wants to get that little bit further so he can try and secure himself that spot at the E-World Cup.
Yeah, top 16 was his aim is for the end of this tournament, essentially. He wants to be sort of solidified in that position. Remember as well, E-Champions League final, Rafsu's going to be there as well, so more opportunity to rack up some points for him. But we are getting into round number 2 here in Bucharest. Feels good to be back on the mic here, Dan.
It's good to have you back, Mark. An absolute pleasure to be alongside you, as always. It's always interesting to see from tournament to tournament when we get new FUT items added, whether it be from Team of the Season, Team of the Year, whatever. Every single tournament, we've always had new FUT items that we can look forward to. Is it going to be the fullbacks we're going to see changes? Are we going to see the centre-backs changing? You can see Virgil van Dijk in left-back there for Ajax Danny. Everyone swapping and swapping, no one quite sure with their starting 11 just yet.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see, as you say, Dan, the more and more those Team of the Season FUT items we see introduced into the game over the next few weeks. Are they going to change up the meta game? Is that going to change up some of those positions, some of those players we're going to see popping up in those important moments during these games? But mind if you all at home, if you're watching for the first time here, it's going to be Ajax Danny who's playing in the Ajax kit, who's on the attack now. Hullet bursting forward. Mbappe dispossessed there by Patrick Vieira. And it's always interesting for me to see the fact that Ruud Hullet, Patrick Vieira still involved with Team of the Season just around the corner. Eusebio is taken down there, but the referee just decides that Maldini just showing a little bit more strength there than the striker in that attacking position.
Wouldn't be surprised if they stay that way, Mark.
Bit of a mistake though, and it might be the first chance of the game, and the mistake is punished. Danny gives the ball away, and Rafsu says thank you very much. He'll unwrap that gift every single day of the week. Fantastic finish from Neymar. Here's the man that I picked to take this game. Vitality's Rafsu who takes the lead.
You've got to be really careful if you're going to give the ball away in those kind of areas. And you saw Danny's reaction. He knows that that is a very sloppy mistake. That's an early morning mistake for me. I know it's not the morning. It is actually 1 p.m. here in Bucharest. But for me, that is saying I'm not warmed up. I'm not quite ready. I've not got my head screwed on. So Danny needs to wake up a little bit here. He can't afford to be making decisions like that, otherwise he will be punished, and that shows the experience of Rafsu as well, that he is going to be ready to take.
Another mistake here, Dan. Sorry to cut you off there, but almost from the restart here, we're going to see Mbappe with a chance to make it too. Waits for the movement.
Does that go through the net?
And he's done everything right. He's hit it green, he's timed it green. Kylian Mbappe, unfortunately there, for Rafsu, just couldn't find the target.
Does mean that Danny can have a counter-attack here, though. But unfortunately, just can't quite get it through. You can see he's trying to focus this left-hand side of Mbappe. Both players knowing how important Mbappe is to try and beat those fullbacks. Just the sheer amount of speed that he has.
Can't take a throw in, though.
Apparently not. Disappointing, really. Again, something that Danny, we don't usually see him making mistakes like that. Maybe slightly rushed. Was hoping to catch Rafsu off guard a little bit. He doesn't need to play that way. He doesn't need to rush. He can take his time. He's a good enough player as Danny.
Well, it has been a great couple of weeks for Rafsu and even his brother Mentz as well. Fantastic performance from him at the E-Champions League final, qualifiers, I should say, not the finals. We haven't had those yet, but another chance here, maybe! And it is the third chance of the game, and it's the second goal here for Rafsu. And Danny really hasn't been at the races so far in this game. Simple ball into Eusebio, simple finish down at the near post. And Rafsu's 2 to the good.
It's just the amount of space that Rafsu seems to be able to create to play those balls in. Danny's defence is sitting just a little bit too deep at the moment, which is allowing those shots to come out from Rafsu. And he's going to continue to take advantage of that if Danny can actually step up a little bit and start to pressure in these certain situations. Because if he allows this much space, Rafsu is going to just constantly dominate possession and constantly get these shots away.
And I feel like performances of players over not just this tournament, but over the playoffs as well is going to be a real indication towards that E-World Cup final of who are going to be the favourites. I want to talk about Tex's form at the start of this programme, and you know, he hasn't had the best few weeks by his standards as far as tournaments are concerned. And who is going to have that motivation to really finish out the season strong here, Dan, as we move towards the finals?
Because you do need to find that form. I think we have now found the general patch that we're sitting on with FIFA 19. I can't see there being any dramatic changes. Although, you never know. I'm not part of the development team. However, I think everyone's got to get used to this patch now, and they've got to be ready and prepared.
Well, there's space here for Cristiano Ronaldo. You saw Eusebio again, just lurking dangerously, trying to break in behind. But speaking of breaking in behind, R9 managed to take that ball down, but Van Dijk got across just in time to make the tackle.
I thought that was going to be the perfect ball for Danny, but you saw he timed it red as well. He always thought about shooting as it came across his shoulder. But Danny's still not able to get a shot on target just yet. It's been all Rafsu, and it's just these through ball potentials that he has every single time. The runs that his players are making are sublime right now. Just needs to find that perfect ball.
Speaking of perfect balls, there's one for Rafsu. Spacing behind for Eusebio again. Goalkeeper has to make the save. Turns it behind for a corner. And maybe looking back on that chance, you'd have to say that it should have been 3, but now it is. Not even half an hour gone in this game. And it is that player of the year, Virgil van Dijk, who gets up with the header, and now it's 3.
It has been amazing to see the impact that Van Dijk has had since that foot item was released, since it was introduced to FIFA 19, both defensively and offensively. When I've seen him score bangers from outside the area, I've seen him score headers. He seems to have a little bit of magic about him, just as he does in real life. And now this really is a mountain to climb for Danny. And he's going to have to turn it around sooner rather than later. Maybe even some tactical changes, to be honest, because he's not having the ball in the right areas, and he's giving it away in silly areas as well. Maybe he needs to switch up a formation.
He really hasn't created too much. Had that one chance to maybe break it behind with R9, but even that was more of a half chance than a real opportunity to strike at goal here. But Danny is coming forward now. Bit of space here for Mbappe. Couple of cricketers, but Patrick Vieira using those long levers to just reach in there and make that tackle. Now Rafsu again with space, and Marcelo is having a lot of space out wide. Goes to Mbappe, little dink into the middle. Neymar with a chance, it's 4! Rafsu's running away with the first leg.
35 minutes in, 4 goals for Rafsu. And Danny can merely just shake his head and ask himself what on earth is going wrong, but it's just these constant through balls that Vitality Rafsu is just peppering through. Danny just can't quite seem to keep up with the striking force of what Rafsu has to offer. And that means that Danny is just in a bit of a rut here, because he's going to have to throw everything forward at some point, Mark, which is naturally going to leave up even more space in the back. We could be looking at 6, 7, 8 goals if Danny can't change things around quickly.
I mean, Danny's defensively has looked really rusty in this game. Reminded to everyone that both players are currently 1-0 in the Swiss format. Although with the way that this game's going, that is certainly going to change pretty quickly for Danny, unless something changes pretty quickly in-game. Chance here, though, for Mbappe. Takes the strike, and there's one back. Rafsu took a little step across there with the goalkeeper. Danny noticed that one, the low-driven. Into that near post with Mbappe's left foot, and now it's just a deficit of 3.
He did take a step across, but he took a step across in the right direction, in my opinion. I thought Rafsu had done pretty well with his goalkeeper movement, just unfortunate at the near post. The shot was too good from Mbappe, the low-driven. But that's the key for Danny, just to get back into this now. It will at least give him a little bit of momentum, a little bit of belief of, all right, well, this game's not over just yet. If it had gone 5-0, then maybe his head would have completely dropped, but this will be a little tiny glimmer of hope for him.
So the Dutchman answers back then. It has been a little bit of a whirlwind first half, though, for Rafsu in the grander scheme of things. 4-1 up. Danny now is going to be forced to come out of his shell and try and pull this back to give himself a chance in the second leg, Dan, of maybe coming back into this game. Here's R9. A fake shot followed by the little ball roll, but couldn't find the space. And now look, in behind again, there's all sorts of space, but the pass is just overhit. And Danny just making sure to bring David De Gea out there to make sure that space was closed down as quickly as possible.
Yeah, at least he's switched on. At least he is bringing the keeper out. Otherwise, that could have got ugly very fast. One last attack maybe in this first half for Danny. He can build up slightly patiently because there is 3 minutes added on here. See what he can offer, but no, giving away again. Patrick Vieira just in the right place at the right time, and that's going to be the first half. And really, I mean, Danny has the second highest Xbox player here, aside from Tex, not looking like he deserves that title right now. He doesn't look like the 7th ranked player in the world. He's really been struggling against Rafsu, and Rafsu's just shown why he's the informed player right now.
It's going to be certainly interesting to see if Danny can potentially come back in this game. Obviously 3 down at the moment, but we're actually going to be moving over to watch NYC Chris versus Dr. Ahano. 2 big names in competitive FIFA. Both of them not had the best start to the tournament, currently sat at a 0-1 record. But Chris wanted the good here, and that's going to do his confidence. All sorts of good here, Dan.
Yeah, Chris should be confident. Of course, we saw what happened at the E-Champions League qualifiers, and Chris finally kind of got out of the rut that he was inevitably in, where people were asking the questions of, well, is Chris going to make it? Is he always going to be the bridesmaid? Yada, yada, yada. He proved what he had at the E-Champions League qualifiers, and he should be able to carry that momentum and that belief, that confidence through into this tournament now. Okay, he didn't have the best of starts, but he was going up against Houston. I mean, the 2 best PS4 ranked players facing each other in the first leg, in the first round of Swiss. Someone's going to have to lose. Just unfortunately, it was Chris who was on the wrong side of it.
And just a reminder to everyone at home as well, we're playing PlayStation 4 and Xbox Swiss stages at the same time here in Bucharest. And now you're going to see maybe a chance here for Dr. Ahano. Beautiful little hill-to-hill, and the finish is clinical from Kylian Mbappe there. The hill-to-hill just left his man behind. I think it was Marcelo there who's just sailed down the river. Simple driven finish across goal. Beautiful work there from Dr. Ahano.
You can really see the importance of just having a heel-to-heel in the locker. There's so many players who don't utilise heel-to-heels enough, and that is the prime example of what it can do. And Dr. Ahano gets himself straight back into things now. And Chris is going to have to respond as best as he can from the get-go. See if he can take advantage of this.
Just that little burst you get, that little burst of pace from the hill-to-hill as the defender jumps in. It's such a almost instinctive skill move to pull off at some points when you see that man coming towards you, have that 1v1 situation. Executed perfectly there by Dr. Ahano. If you're a budding competitive FIFA player and you're watching right now and you're thinking, how can I improve my game? Well, that simple hill-to-hill, the little flick of the right stick backwards and forward is a perfect little weapon to add to your arsenal. And here comes Dr. Ahano again now. Space here for Cristiano Ronaldo, turns back inside, Neymar. Chris defending this well, but there is space in behind, and Ramos had to be in the right place at the right time because you saw the man in behind. It would have found him, it would have been a clear-cut chance there for Ahano.
You can see on the right-hand side as well the PS4 leaders in the Global Series rankings, and actually Houston being the highest player at this tournament. I believe Mo Alba did qualify but hasn't actually attended, so that leaves Houston as the top player, Chris in 9th. Both of those players should, well, they have secured themselves at playoffs, of course, and they should just about have secured themselves at the E-World Cup, but they'll be looking to just get a little bit more Global Series ranking points just to give themselves, take a little bit of pressure off themselves at playoffs, I'm sure.
You can see some of those scores coming in from the other PS4 games, and this time Marcelo doesn't get fooled by the trickery of Dr. Ahano. The scoop turn was employed there to try and beat his man. Neymar now inside the box and takes the strike. With that little accelerated fake shot. Reflection took it quite comfortably into the hands of David De Gea, though, as we approach that half-time whistle. And
if you are watching on Twitch, you can watch all 16 games that are going on at the moment as well, using the various different links. If you go to PGLesports.com, live.PGLesports.com, sorry, that's where you can check out all the different streams, all the different players. If you've got a favourite player and you want to catch up with them, that's how you do so. And I think that's fantastic what PGL have done here, because I know, as an avid viewer myself, I always want to watch every single possible game. I want to see how my favourite players are getting on.
There is that half-time whistle then. Much tighter game here between these two players than what we saw in our first game on the Xbox between Ajax Danny and Vitality's Rafsu. 1 goal apiece here. And Dr. Ahano showing when he's in and around that 18-yard box, Dan, even the simple skill moves still so effective just to buy that half a yard. And with the shooting and the finishing stats that now at this time of the season with FIFA 19 coming towards that E-World Cup final, we have so many players with high finishing, with high shot power. And with Team of the Season lurking as well, we're going to just have even more of those foot items added to the game.
And that's why some players get so frustrated when they'll take a shot and the ball goes wide, because they're saying, well, what else can I do? I've got foot items and they've got such incredible shooting statistics, but I'm still not able to put that ball in the back of the net. But you've got to maintain your focus. So much of FIFA is about your mental game and keeping your mental strength and not getting too down on yourself, not beating yourself up.
Well, here's Mbappe. The Frenchman bursting into the box here for Chris. It'll be a great start to the game. You can see Dr. Ahano tried to move his keeper towards the back post. But we've seen that formula work time and time again. Back post cross, Cristiano Ronaldo. And the result, quite simply a goal.
And it doesn't matter who's challenging that header. He's always going to rise above. He's always going to be able to nod it in. And there's the lead for Chris. And if you see Cristiano Ronaldo in those situations, you've got to go for the little dink across. I know some players are all about pride and they don't think that you should be using the back post headers or whatnot, but it's competitive FIFA. It's all for money. It's all for Global Series ranking points. It's all trying to be the best in the world. So you do what you can in those scenarios. And when it's presented to you, you have to take it.
Maldini comes across there to intercept that ball just as Neymar was looking to get round the outside of his man and attack that fullback position. And here is the Brazilian again. And Chris looking very comfortable in possession here, Dan. One thing that certainly something we'll be keeping an eye on. Whoever gives the ball away here and now, Dr. Ahano can come forward.
Yeah, we do have to keep an eye on it. Chris is known in latter stages of game maybe not to keep his focus, or at least he was known for that. It slightly changed as the season has gone on. He's learned and he's changed his experience and he's got better as it's gone on.
Well, here's Ronaldo, a heel to heel again, and is he going to get the same result? It's not a goal. But Marcelo is really struggling there in that fullback position with what Dr. Ahano is bringing to the table. It's a penalty here. And a chance to equalise once again from the spot this time. Modric steps up here for Ahano, straight down the middle, it's 2-2.
Very calm, very simple down the middle. Penalties always massive mind games, and especially the first penalty of the tournament as well. It's really going to start to set up how you're going to approach the rest of your tournament with your penalties, because people are aware of it. People will have their coaches watching other games. They will be looking back and saying, all right, whereabouts are they putting their penalties? So it all does come into play. Maybe not quite the coaching teams that we see in real life with how they analyze penalties, but I think as FIFA gets bigger, as FIFA esports starts to grow as well, we are going to see more like analyzing teams actually be introduced to clubs.
Yeah, that data is certainly going to be so vital, especially when we get to those penalty shootout situations for those top places across the tournament. I mean, even an inkling of where your opponent's going to be placing those penalties is vital information. And interested to see that penalty down the middle. I think, looking back on the Europa League semi-final with Chelsea and their goalkeeper actually staying down the middle. I think it's the first time I've seen a goalkeeper stay down the middle and actually make a save in real-life football for a while.
Got to be very brave to do so. Of course, slightly different in FIFA, but I've heard several analysts say that if you go the same way 5 times, you are at least going to save 1 penalty statistically, but you know, it's all about guessing.
But is that going to be enough, Dan? That's the thing,
exactly,
isn't it? Sometimes you have to save 2 or 3 if your penalties don't go in. Chris trying to set up that little chip for the volley there.
A small thing I just want to touch on as well, we saw the player cams of Chris. Took his headphones off, looked a little bit dejected. I mean, you have to keep your focus, even if you don't think it's a penalty, you don't think you should have conceded a goal there, still keep your focus. For me, personally, taking your headphones off shows your opponent that you're not really feeling it. That you are a little bit upset with yourself. Maybe he'll put it back on in a minute.
Maybe he just wants to take in the atmosphere. And maybe he just wants to take a strike from distance with R9. That was a great strike there from Chris. That green time finesse causing the goalkeeper problems. And Strahano's got to be on his toes here.
You saw in the top right-hand side of your screen as well, Rafsu leading 7-3 over Ajax Danny. So plenty of goals in the game we did leave, but still a dominating one for Rafsu. So he's still on course to move on and progress in Swiss. Continue with it. It would be a 2-0 record for him. It would be 2 wins away, as of course 4 is the magic number. 4 wins and you are through into knockouts.
Well, here's Chris coming forward again. He's taken the lead twice in this game. Can he do it a 3rd time here and maybe hold on? Beautiful stuff with the little fake shot inside. He gets the luck after the save from De Gea. And Neymar is there on the rebound just to nod that one home, but you have to say with a little fake shot towards that back post and the way that he created that chance, well, maybe Chris deserved that.
It's always one of the big debates with goals like that. Did he deserve it because he put himself in that scenario with Cristiano Ronaldo? Was it a good goalkeeper movement from Dr. Ahano to counter it? Either way, it's in the back of the net, and that's all Chris is going to be thinking about right now. He's got 15 minutes in this first leg just to hold on. Try and not allow Dr. Ahano to get back into the game. Try and look for that 2-goal cushion, because then that's when Chris can start to look comfortable.
Reminder, Dr. Ahano has come back from behind twice already in this game, so Chris is going to be aware of that. Knows that 1 goal probably isn't going to be enough in this game to take home that win. Maldini stepping in here for the German. Now Hullet goes back to Mbappe. Attack building nicely here. You can just see it almost bubbling towards a strike on goal, and there was that strike. Maybe slightly rushed though. There was a little bit of space for that shot down, but not a prime position there for a striking goal.
I think if he timed it green, we could have been saying, all right, well, it was a fantastic shot. It might have tested the keeper a little bit more, but because it was timed yellow, I can agree with you. It probably was slightly rushed. Maybe hadn't really thought too much about it. It was almost like a panic shot from him. Which I would understand if it was the 80th minute of the second leg, but because we're still in the first leg, Dr. Ahano does have a little bit of time just to work the ball up the pitch a little bit slower. But it's Chris who's in possession at the moment, but he has given the ball away.
7 or so minutes plus stoppage time at the end of this first leg here in the second round of Swish. You can see some of those other scores coming in as well. Berkey plays. Name we haven't seen too much this year. He's beaten the Stranger 3-2, so a big performance from him.
Another one there, Dagnov, of course, winner of the most recent Atlanta LQE, beating Christian Spiteri 2-1 as well. I'll be interested to see how his form carries on from that previous tournament.
Yeah, I was about to say, certainly one of the form players, one of those players you don't want to go up against at the moment, but Dr. Ahano is trying to be one of those players himself at the moment as Mbappe with the fake shot, but Ruud Hullet showing his strength. And
oh my goodness.
Also showing how to perfectly find the right foot of Cristiano Ronaldo and always concede a goal.
And I mean, David De Gea, in real life, I don't know if he'd be able to react that quickly, but thankfully...
We are talking about David De Gea, yeah.
Well, which David De Gea are we talking about, though? We're talking about current form, or we're talking about at his prime? But thankfully for Chris, that ball was just curled up into his arms, and now we go into added on time, and it will allow Dr. Ahano for one more attack here.
Well, here is this attack then. Hullet. Close attention there from Patrick Vieira, but it's a beautiful lofted ball, and that is a superb goal from Dr. Ahano. The passing play, the build-up, and the finish, all combined for a perfect moment for him.
And I don't want to be the one to have to say it, but it's happened again. Chris, in theory, should not have given the ball away. It ticked over to the 90th minute. He had possession. I know it's easier said than done sometimes of keeping possession, but you have to feel when you give the ball away in the final stages and your opponent gets a goal, you're always going to feel like that's your fault. You shouldn't have allowed them that chance, but it sets us up for quite the second leg here in Swiss round number 2. Dr. Ahano, he just won't go down, Mark.
No, he won't. He's come back from behind 3 separate occasions in that game, and one thing that I was impressed with there is just that lofted ball towards the attacking player on the right-hand side there. You're sort of blowing I'm going to call it an invisible kiss, is that right?
We could call it that.
Yeah, you know what I mean? We'll probably stick with that. It's probably a better way to do it.
Invisible kiss, yeah.
But, it was one of those things that we're seeing added to the game now as we see tournaments going on. That little lofted ball out to the fullbacks as people are sort of paranoid about stopping those runs in behind. Sometimes you can find that space and sort of pull the ball back almost. Those wide players and leave those 1v1 situations. And we've already seen what Dr. Ahano can do with that. We can see the heel-to-heel to get the first goal. We saw the heel-to-heel to get to the second goal, to get the penalty. And then there we saw just a little ball inside. So he's causing problems with those wide attacking players.
It's about sometimes being predictable and then unpredictable. We're at this stage with FIFA 19, as you get with many competitive games, and that people learn how other people play. They get an idea of how your opponent is going to approach attacking you. So sometimes a simple skill move, they might not be thinking about it because they're going to be like, well, he's not going to heel to heel here because that's obvious. I'm going to start defending the lofted through ball. Then suddenly the heel to heel comes through and your predictability is actually unpredictable. So sometimes it's quite nice to try and sell those mind games to your opponent in various stages of the game. And I think Dr. Ohano has done that well throughout.
Yeah, both of these players have been a little bit streaky this season. Both had some very, very impressive performances across tournaments. Some of them not so, we have to say.
Yep.
Which is where they are currently in the Global Series rankings. But both of them in pretty good position heading towards the playoffs. And you know, it's kind of two of those players who need big performances here to push them towards those top 16 places.
Yeah, I'd be expecting to see, well, I mean, I think both of these should guarantee themselves at the E-World Cup. Playoff performance is going to be big for both of them as well, because not only are you trying to get yourself into that top 16, you want to get yourself higher in that top 16 just for purely ranking and seeding purposes as well. When you get to the E-World Cup, you don't want to be ranked 16th and have to face up against the first in the world in the first round, or in a group, however it's going to be done at the E-World Cup. But there is going to be a seeding process, so it's going to be very different if you finish 16th or if you finish, I don't know, 6th, for example.
Now, a question I want to ask you, because we've just seen the Premier League Team of the Season released. Who's your pick? Who's your one player that you see there and you think, oh, he looks a bit tasty?
I really want Hazard. Honestly, when I got the Player of the Month, Hazard, way back when, in FIFA 19 in the early stages, I loved him. And I think this new 98 Hazard looks filthy.
He does look, yeah. I mean, yes. I have nothing else to say there.
But I think I also want Lacazette and I also want Aubameyang.
I was going to say
just
exactly the same.
I
want the strike force up top. I want the Alba.
The ice cold. I just did a dance on camera and
I'm so glad it wasn't called.
Glad it wasn't
so
called.
glad it wasn't called.
It was
I'm looking at
dance.
Lacazette. I mean, on FIFA 18, that Lacazette Team of the Season was, sorry, FIFA 17, I want to say. Oh, back at Lyon was a super special card. So now we're seeing the players setting up for this second leg here. Nothing to separate the two. Essentially 0-0 after that 3-3 scoreline in the first leg. Do you expect any changes here from either of these players, or are you going to expect, obviously with nothing between them, just very similar start to what we saw in the first leg?
I think we'll see more of the same, except maybe a little bit more possession from Chris. I think he'll be... he's going to be reluctant to give the ball away in the areas he did, but that might actually be a downside to him. If he overthinks it and if he starts to say, oh, I have to keep the ball, it's actually going to do damage to his attack because I don't think he'll have the same flow. So for me, I want to see him just do the same as he did. Okay, it doesn't matter if you give the ball away, you just need to go for those goals because he just needs that 2-goal cushion and then he'll feel comfortable.
So back underway then in the second leg now. You can see Ruud Gullit looking for that ball into Modric, but Modric's run just a little bit delayed there to find that ball. And now you're going to see Chris going out wide. One stop up and a drag back. Just to allow the midfield to push up and support the forward plays a little bit more here. Yeah, Vieira now out wide to Sergio Ramos. Dink ball through here to Neymar. He spreads that one wide and went for the
acrobatics.
I was going to call it a memorable strike.
Yeah, it would have been memorable if it had gone in.
I've already forgotten about it though.
One thing from the team of the season, the Premier League team of the season, is those fullbacks, Trent Alexander-Arnold, Robertson. Are they going to be able to work their way into teams? Fullbacks has always been the hot discussion in FIFA 19 competitive FIFA. Are we going to see finally someone at right back instead of the likes of Ramos, instead of the likes of Varane? Or are those team of the year foot items just too good? I guess we'll see when it comes to playoffs. And of course, there's still some virtual leagues left as well. Maybe the E-Champions League finals they'll come into.
There's space here for Ronaldo. Great strike from the Brazilian there. Forces De Gea to get a left hand on that one. All into the box now. Oh, it's just broken free. Modric trying to clear here for Dr. Ohano, but Chris with early pressure here and another corner. Whipped it towards that near post and Ronaldo rides his highest. Green timing. And as we've said before, it's a tried and trusted formula now. And Chris takes the lead once more.
Yeah, just bringing the player close. It was Neymar he brought close from the get-go. You don't have to wait because if you're pressing the buttons before the corner animation is done, the player is already waiting there. That naturally drags one of the defensive players out of position, and then he's quickly taking it for that near-post header from Cristiano Ronaldo. It was the second corner in a row as well, and I always feel that when you start to get 2, 3, 4 corners in a row, if you just take them as quick as possible, you can catch your opponent off guard a little bit, and we know how deadly front-post headers can be from corners.
Now the question is, Chris, can you hold on here or get a 2-goal advantage? Because the pattern so far in this round 2 game has been Chris takes the lead. And Dr. Ohano comes forward and equalises. Ronaldo twisting here. You can see Hullet is an option. Little dink into Mbappe, maybe making Chris think about that long range timed finish towards the top corner, but well defended there by Chris. Fantastic stuff from here. And now he has a chance on the break, and Ronaldo almost got in behind Rafael Varane there. And the Frenchman intercepted well.
Yeah, intercepted because of how Dr. Ahano was just tracking that run. He played several players with the possibility of being onside, completely dragging Varane out of position, but it worked out for him.
Well, speaking of being dragged out of position, Dr. Ahano was struggling to get back into position there and managed to do so after the attempted cricketa from Mbappe. And now there's space on this right-hand side here for Cristiano Ronaldo. Drag back. Marcelo, who has looked a little bit vulnerable in that full-back position where Dr. Ahano's been coming forward. Hullet now, space for him, and a little snapshot there. A second phase of the attack now. Building here for Dr. Ahano. Hullet, Mbappe with the strike, but comfortable save there for De Gea.
It was better defensive work from Chris there as well, utilising one of his central defensive midfielders. He was just holding on to Vieira. He was reluctant to switch off that player. He was kind of dancing between the two centre-backs as well. It was meaning it was very difficult for Dr. Ahano to actually play a pass to where he wanted. So nice, patient defending from Chris, not constantly switching between players and making it easy for Dr. Ahano to pass it around.
Well, there's a cross in towards the back post! And you saw the run Mbappe got on Ramos there, I believe, who was trying to defend the cross. He got the run on him. He got highest. And he's found the goal here to give Chris that 2-goal cushion.
And now I'm asking, why are we playing Ramos at right back? If Ramos can't even beat Mbappe in the air, like, what is the benefit of having Ramos in the right back? Because all I've seen this season from Ramos, he gives away penalties, he's not winning headers, he's slow, he's clunky. Give me a proper right back. That's what I'm saying, Mark.
Dan's looking forward to that. Team of the season, Ashley Maitland-Niles. As an Arsenal fan. I mean, I think you're underselling that Team of the Year, Sergio Ramos, ever so slightly there. It's a phenomenal foot item.
Don't give me that. No, terrible. Never. don't get it. I mean, I like him as a centre-back. I'm just not sure about a right-back. That's what I'm going to stick to my guns there, Mark. I mean, most of the pros will disagree with me, but I'm okay with that.
Well, Chris does have that 2-goal lead. That's what he was looking for. Dr. Ahano hasn't managed to peg him back. And now Modric can come forward here, and we've seen comebacks. There's a lot of time in this game still. Dr. Ahano trying to pick his way through, and again it's the heel-to-heel, but it's a red time finish, and you can see what the result was.
Yeah, if you get in that area and you've got that heel-to-heel, you have to deliver the finish. What a chance that was for Dr. Ahano to get back into things. But we said, Chris, he needed this 2-goal cushion, Mark. He needed to have the chance to play the ball around, to start to feel comfortable, to stop worrying about every attack that Dr. Ahano has coming forward. He just needs to slow this game down and try and get the pace out of Dr. Ahano's game ASAP.
Dr. Ahano is starting to build once more here. Ronaldo, there's the El Tornado towards the back post. 2 players there. But luckily for New York City, Chris, he had Sergio Ramos in at right back there, down to win the header. Chance here for Ahano!
Well, I'm glad he's won a header, Sergio Ramos. Why not put him at left back? Get Marcelo out instead. But this is working out.
It's the most hypocritical thing I've ever heard in my life.
At least you picked up on it.
Well, there's a chance here for Chris, and he might go for the little dink, but didn't get enough power on it to lift the ball over the on-rushing goalkeeper. A big chance there for Chris just before half-time, and a 3-goal lead. Well, that would have been everything he could have asked for from this first half of the second leg.
I mean, it was a really good opportunity from him, but realistically had to do better. I know every time you're in a chance like that, your first instinct is always, oh, should I chip him? The answer usually is no. You probably shouldn't try and chip him. It doesn't usually work out.
There might be another chance here. Ronaldo, one-on-one here with De Gea. Dr. Ahano moves his goalkeeper back and across, and it doesn't matter where he places his goalkeeper because Ronaldo couldn't even find the target. 2 big chances there at the end of the first half of the second leg for Chris, and he couldn't take them, but the 2-goal lead, I think he'll be pretty happy with that heading into the second half.
But I think Chris knows that 3 goals would really put this game to bed, and he will be thinking about that going into this half. However, he needs to look at that possession statistic. He's only had 42%. That needs to change, in my opinion, if we're going into this second leg, for him to try and close this game out. Try and restrict the amount of the ball that Dr. Ahano sees. Because Dr. Ahano is going to be trying to rush that ball up the pitch now. He's going to be hitting on every single counter-attack, but Chris can play into that by not giving him a counter-attack. Don't commit too many players going forward. Play it smart. Only play the balls where you can actually see the pass is definitely going to make it. And Chris should be able to hold on to this. But Dr. Ahano has shown resilience throughout this game, and I'm sure he's going to inject that into the second half as well.
I wonder if we are going to see that team of the season, Zlatan Ibrahimovic, at some point as well, to really spice things up in the attacking third.
Could put him in right back.
I think you needed a few more hours sleep this morning, Dan. Here's Ronaldo then. Given away though, and Dr. Ahano almost pinched the ball away. Vitally there, Chris managed to slow that attack down because there were players just streaming forward, and it looks like something has changed here for Dr. Ahano. You can see so many players now getting into attacking positions. Here's one of them, it's Luka Modric. All sorts of space for Mbappe. Ooh. Big chance. De Gea managed to make the save, and Van Dijk will get it away here for Chris.
Yeah, he made the save. It was Chris just with a subtle amount of goalkeeper movement, but he needs to be very aware of this quick one-touch football from Dr. Ahano.
Here's Eusebio then, tries to lift it in towards the back post. Ramos steps in, fantastic in that right back position. And yes, I am going to say everything he does so far in this game just to make Dan look bad.
Doesn't make me look bad, it just makes me smile.
It's an opinion, of which yours is wrong.
To be fair, if I can have an opinion that differs to yours, I'm usually going to go for that because it makes my life far more entertaining.
That's fair. Here is Mbappe then, plays it back, and Dr. Ahano with a strike, and again De Gea. I mean, he has been superb so far in this game for Chris. Another save coming in from the Spaniard. But all of the pressure here coming in from Dr. Ahano. Marcelo just about gets it away. Chris under pressure finally clears his lines here.
The main difference from that corner is Dr. Ahano didn't drag the player close during the animation, so it meant that Chris was able to actually cancel the player running towards that corner.
Here's Modric inside the box once more, and Dr. Ahano really has been just controlling the pace here of this second half, and Vieira had to make that interception. And there you can see Chris has dropped really deep here, men behind the ball, he's just trying to see this one out, but it's just inviting pressure from Dr. Ahano. Here's R9. Finds Mbappe, goes across goal! Just couldn't find the target.
Chris straight, just booting the ball upfield, and is going to lose possession. Hold on to the ball. He's given Dr. Ahano chances back into this game, almost rushing the play a little bit too much at this point. Again, he's lofting upfield. At least this time it's worked out for him. Maybe he's trying to hope to catch Dr. Ahano off on the counter-attack to get that 3-goal lead that he's been desperately searching for.
He's given the ball away here, and the high press here from Dr. Ahano is causing Chris all sorts of problems, to be honest with you. Still holding on to a 2-goal lead, though. It's up to Dr. Ahano to put one of these chances away that he's creating. Half drag back there from Modric. Now Ronaldo beats one. He's inside the box. Modric with the strike, and there is one. It has been coming. He's been knocking on the door. And now it's a 1-goal game.
And it's such a shame for Chris, because he was doing everything right in the first half. He got that lead. But then right from the get-go of this second half, he's been on the back foot. He hasn't been able to control possession. He hasn't been able to recycle play. And that's not just down to Chris making mistakes. It's down to the pressure from Dr. Ahano as well. We really have to credit how well Dr. Ahano has been pressing the ball and the areas he's been putting his players to win that ball back. He's made it very difficult for Chris to keep possession. It means with 22 minutes left, it's game on.
Well, Chris can just calm those nerves here. He can find a goal to answer back. Pressure again from Dr. Ahano, though. Chris's passing play is superb. Mbappe with a chance, and there it is. The 2-goal cushion has been restored. And that's just going to settle everything down. You can see the reaction of Chris there. Just a little, all right, we're good again. Nothing to worry about here. Nothing to see. Back up by 2.
Well, maybe holding the ball, hasn't shown too much patience, but in front of goal, he showed plenty of patience there, just watching the goalkeeper movement, biding his time with Mbappe, waiting until the defender just was about to get close enough, and then he let it rip. And now for Dr. Ahano, he has to start it all over again, and this is where frustration starts to kick in on the other side of the pitch. Still time to work with.
Plenty of time, I was about to say. Only 2 goals, and we know how quick you can put them together, but if you're putting pressure on, you're going to leave space in behind. R9 trying to race away from Rodrigo here, squares it across. And De Gea got some sort of piece of the ball there as it was falling to the striker, and now Dr. Ahano straight up the other end on the attack. Well, it turns back inside. Chris diving in there with Van Dijk. Modric looking to create. Eusebio inside the box. Chris has got to be careful here. Pull it. Can't find the pass across, and Chris defended that absolutely superbly well.
Now he has the chance to hold on the ball. There are a lot of white shirts pressing, but he can recycle play if he wants to. Doesn't have to go forward. Doesn't have to look for the goal here. That's smart, just a little ball roll away from the oncoming defenders, utilising his fullbacks. Unfortunately, Ramos gave the ball away, but that's perfectly acceptable. It was a difficult position he was in, Mark. I know what you're thinking. You don't have to say it, all right? We can all hear it. We can hear your thoughts. In fact, no, carry on.
I don't know what Sergio Ramos has done to you over the last couple of weeks, but last time I casted with you, there wasn't this kind of propaganda against the man. But anyway, Chris on the attack once more. Marcelo now joining the attack. Mbappe smartly turning back here, and this is much better here from Chris. Dan just recognising the game situation and just making it as difficult as possible for Dr. Ahano.
Yeah, just one-touch football around the oncoming white shirts. He just needs to be careful with this one attack because the game could flip on its head. Decent defensive work from Mbappe. Sometimes you have to utilise those forwards and the pace that they have, getting back, tracking back. But you're saying I have a vendetta against Ramos. Well, it's usually Marcelo.
It's just fullbacks, I was about to say.
It's usually Marcelo.
I don't know what the fullbacks... Poor guys, man. They're just trying to earn a living out here. But anyway, 5 minutes left in this game. Ball in towards the back post. Ooh. And again, De Gea has to get there to beat the onrushing striker. There has been some nervy moments in this game for Chris. However, I need to give him massive credit, to be honest, because he has been a little bit better at just holding possession towards the end of these games and just managing the situation, Dan. Chance here to finish it for Neymar. Across to R9. Takes the chance. That's game, set and match now. Chris is ringing this one home. 4-1 in this game, 7-4 on aggregate. And that's another win in the books here. The man for the United States of America.
Really got to put emphasis on that. What an important win this is for Chris as well. The fact that he would have been 0-2 if he had taken this loss. The fact he had to face 7th in the world in Houston and then 12th in the world in Dr. Ahano, like 2 of the other highest players at this tournament. He could have faced someone in the hundreds in this round, in the first round as well. But if you go 0-2, your confidence is going to be knocked no matter who you've been facing.
We're actually going to move away from this game just after this chance because Ronaldo's in. He's got a chance to make it another. De Gea managed to save it. But as this game's come to its conclusion, and Chris manages to close out a comprehensive win, to be honest with you. He's going to be incredibly happy with that, where he should be. For sure, taking down a player like Dr. Ahano. We're going to move over now to watch Tim Latka and Vivi Cofolo. German versus a Spaniard here. And you know a lot about the Spanish community. You've been commentating the Virtual La Liga.
Did commentate the Virtual La Liga. Unfortunately, this guy didn't feature in the last 8. However, a chance at this tournament to make a name for himself, but we're all the way down into extra time here. Tim Latka, unfortunately, not able to show his dominance, considering where he is in the Global Series rankings. But Ronaldinho can't get past Ronaldinho there. I mean, yeah, Latka 20th at the moment is where he's ranked in the world. So he's just trying to push into that top 16 mark.
Again, one of those players who's got quite a lot on the line here, to be honest with you, as the ball is given away. The strength and power of Ronaldo managed to pick it up here, and there's a chance here for the Spaniard. Takes it early. And Cofolo, with the chance there to put it into the top corner, just couldn't take it. Interesting to see a change of formation here from Tim Latka as well, moving from that 4-1-2-1-2 narrow formation into the 4-2-2-2.
I still really like the 4-2-2-2. I think it's a great way to open up spaces, especially in the latter stages of the game when sometimes those fullbacks are starting to tire a little bit. But with 1 minute left, it's going to be one final attack here. Otherwise, we are going to be going to penalties in Swiss round number 2. And we do see penalties quite often during Swiss because you get players who maybe play a little bit defensive during Swiss stages, because when it's not a knockout, you can just hold the ball a little bit. You can look towards the penalty shootout if you would like. It's going to be Tim Latka with the final attack of the game.
A goal here would be a winner. Ronaldinho wins the ball as well here for Tim Latka. Ronaldo turns back into trouble now, and that trouble is in the form of Paolo Maldini. We are going to the spot here to decide the winner of this round 2 game in the Swiss format. First man to step up is Ronaldinho. Puts it away. And look who it is at the other side of things as well. It's Ronaldinho again. He goes bottom left, opposite direction, same result.
Yeah, plenty of Ronaldinho, and then over to fellow Brazilian R9. Just calm and collected down the right, as now Modric has the chance to even this up for Latka, and he does go down the middle. Even Stevens.
And we're missing the target so far. Kylian Mbappe then steps up. Saves! Oh. Tim Latka. First strike to him. Doesn't matter though, because the save is made straight away at the other end. And now Ronaldo has to score.
Just like that, as soon as you think you're comfortable, suddenly you're not. But that's another big save from Latka. Can he take advantage of it though? Needs to put this away with Cristiano Ronaldo. But it's saved again! And no one can take an advantage.
Patrick Vieira then. For Kofilo to step up, to go into the lead, and no one can hit the back of the net now. Everything's been saved. R9. Can you score? No! Absolutely not.
Latka just can't take advantage of all these wonder saves with Van der Sar. Can Hullet finally put one away for Kofolo? He can. He goes down the middle, and now Latka's on the reverse end of this one.
Yeah, Tim Latka here needs to score. And he does. Hullet slots it into the bottom right-hand side.
Marcelo has not been on my good books for quite some time, but he puts the penalty right down the middle. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
So again, must-score situation. It's Tellez, and he misses. And it's somewhat of an upset here as Kofolo manages to take the win there over Tim Latka. From the spot though, Dan.
A real shame.
I love penalty shootouts.
A real shame. Latka doesn't like penalty shootouts at that point. I mean, the fact that he saved, what, 3 in a row, but couldn't...
I think we had 6 saved penalties in a row there.
He couldn't put one in. I mean, that's going to be frustrating for him. I'm sure that might affect his mentality going through the rest of the Swiss stages, but... Well, we had some incredible games there, didn't we, Mark?
Yeah, we certainly did. Round 2 of the Swiss format is about to come to conclusion, so we're going to send it over to the guys on the couch to break it all down.
Thanks very much, gents. Yes, very interesting round 2 with a number of upsets throughout the entire stage, which we'll cover very shortly. Of course, we'll also recap on our featured match, which wasn't much of a featured match in the end, as Wolfie and Boris will no doubt agree to. Wolfie, it was very one-sided. Right from the get-go as well. First 30 minutes, 3 goals.
Yeah, Rusev even, like you said, looked like he had more motivation on his side. He went in and went 3-0 up very, very quickly. He wanted to set the tone early, and that's exactly what he did. Stole the ball there and got that quick goal. Very good finish from Neymar. And you know more than ever, Boris, he can just finish anything, can't he?
Yeah, and I think this is proof of somehow maybe lack of concentration there from Ajax giving away this first goal. And overall, he looked a bit unfocused, even though Ralphson was really on fire, and his finishing in this game was absolutely on spot. Also, he gets this kind of 50-50 opportunity and scores with Van Dijk beating here his keeper in there. You see that Danny can't believe this.
That was kind of the reaction we had in here, funnily enough, when I saw that goal. A frustrating game for Danny. We spoke about the fact that he's an emotional guy, wears his heart on his sleeve. To go 3 down in 30 minutes like that, that was probably the worst thing that could have ever happened to that particular player in that amount of time.
Yeah, just like you said, for that type of player, if you go 3-0 down, your head is gone. And he probably knew at that moment, this game is finished. He tried to get back. He managed to get a goal, but as we saw throughout the 2 legs, it just wasn't enough. But very nice finish there. It was a little bit lucky, but he managed to green time it, which probably was the difference to get that in. But like you said, his mentality going 3-0 down was probably the worst thing that could have happened to him. But
great direct free kick. Great direct free kick. And it did get him back into the game. At 4-2, you suddenly thought, okay, all right, maybe there is some life in this, but Rafsu he was so clinical, Boris, in this matchup, in both legs as well. So clinical in front of goal.
Very clinical, and also here how he has that
patience.
The patience that just waits for the goalkeeper movement. He just waits that extra half a second, and he lets Dani open up and expose, and that's why also he was so effective, because he was calm in front of the goal, and that is one of the main keys.
If there was a frailty to Rafsu, it was definitely in defence, though. That third goal for Danny showed exactly why. Just the openness with which he seemed to just let him in.
Yeah.
It's a free header.
But Rafsu's attack in this game was just brilliant. It was so fast, and especially, like I mentioned, how he managed to put in every chance, and also the way that he has mastered these driven shots and timing them perfectly. And the 7-3 first game, I mean, it was
all over.
Done.
It was all over, wasn't it? We'll watch, obviously, the highlights of the rest of this one. Finished 3-1 in the end. He's the first man this weekend so far to score double figures as well. And having scored 7 in the first game, that's 17 in 2 games, Wolfie.
Yeah, that's going to be a massive confidence boost throughout the 2 days. You want to have a perfect start, and I think that was the perfect start for him. Like you said, he's here with a lot of motivation and playing. Alex Danny isn't no pushover. No. He's a very good opponent.
No, he's played 2 good players. He's put 17 goals past 2 good players.
Yep.
He's now 2-0. He's got to be one of the favourites to go 3-0.
He's got to be feeling very good right now.
And I think also Rafsu, he is close to top 16. I believe he's somewhere around 18. If I'm not wrong, he has 1,400 points. And in this tournament, I mean, if he gets 150 or if he gets to top 4, which is 300 plus, that is a huge difference before the playoffs. So he's really motivated here to make a nice placement. He also has the E-Champions League finals coming up very soon.
Yep, absolutely. Some of the other matches that we were watching, obviously we switched over to watch New York City's Chris perform against Dr. Ahano, who got beat well in the end. It was very close, though, for the majority of that matchup.
Very close. Wasn't as fast-paced as the Alex Danny game, but Chris put in a strong performance. As we didn't manage to catch all of it, but from what we saw, very strong performance, some good goals, and I'm guessing he's going to be happy to get the win at the end of that.
Absolutely. Yeah, all right. Well, let's catch up with one of our players who is backstage right now. Rafsu joins us from the player area, and we say congratulations to you, sir. Well done. That was an impressive victory in your second game. That's 17 goals in 2 games. What did you eat for breakfast this morning?
Nothing, actually. I didn't...
That's the key. Don't have any breakfast.
I don't know. I don't eat when I'm doing tournaments, so
okay.
Yeah.
Why do you not eat?
Because right now there is when I play, I'm like with the stress and everything. When I eat, I'm like sometimes I'm cross and everything after the game. Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting, because I know other players, they have to eat before they play, because otherwise they get cross and angry and upset. So that's interesting. It's a different approach from you. Great start today, and obviously Boris said earlier on the programme, I don't know whether you heard him or not, but there's a lot of pressure on you in many ways because you've got to perform here. Has that helped you focus?
Here I have to focus because I want to go to the World Cup, and this year, last weeks, I had the Champions League and this competition, and I have to get as many points as I can. So right now, I'm just trying to play the best play style I can, and luckily, I'm good right now. I can score, and I don't concede that much, so I have to continue doing that way.
Yeah, with the Champions League involved as well, has that influenced some of your player picks?
Yeah.
Because you seem to be playing slightly differently to some of the other players.
Yeah, I have to try some players because in the Champions League there is restrictions.
Yep.
So Van Dijk and Aurier, I have to play with them because I will play with them in 2 weeks. So I'm just trying to be good with this team, and right now it's just working. So we'll continue like that.
Yeah, it's working very well. Gents, questions?
Well, I would say that you recently, maybe the past month, you had a very nice form. What has been the key for you to find this shape here?
I don't know. I just changed one player on my team from the beginning of the year. There is only Eusebio instead of Ronaldo, and right now it's just really working well. The last 2 tournaments, this one and the Champions League, I'm playing with Eusebio in front, and I'm playing well with him.
Yep.
So I think maybe he's the one who...
Key, yeah.
Yeah, he's the
Perhaps.
key. Yeah, he's the key.
And I have a question for you, Rafsu. you said that you've switched your team out a little bit. You've got some new players in like Aurier, Van Dijk. Are these players kind of being in contention for you using them in the playoffs and potentially the grand finals?
I don't know if I'm going to use them after the Champions League because I don't like Aurier. He's not that good at the right back. And Van Dijk, I prefer Ferdinand. So right now it's working, but I know that in defense I can be better if I had like Varane and Ferdinand instead of them. So I'm just trying to do the best I can with them, but after I think I will change them.
Fair enough.
All right, good stuff. We've seen a little bit of Ibrahimovic back in play, team of the season 95. You got any thoughts on Ibra?
Tried it, but he's not as good as I thought. So no, I'm just trying to keep the same team as I'm going to play with.
All right, good stuff. Well, congratulations on going 2-0 and good luck in your next match.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us as well. From the player area, Rasu, just fantastic in that match that we've just seen him in, having 17 goals in the first 2 games. Looks fantastic. Everything's working for him. Doesn't seem to matter what he's playing. He's playing with not maybe his most comfortable defenders, but that doesn't seem to phase him either.
And just like you said, that he just made one switch. He went from R9 to Eusebio, and just this small switch just gave him some new dimension in his gameplay. I think it's mainly just mental because he feels now, okay, now I found something else. I found something extra. And this obviously gives him the boost here and plays amazing FIFA at the moment.
Yeah, do you think that comes into it, Wolfie, the
player
mentality?
Oh.
No, just in mentality. When you change something that in theory should be worse, potentially worse, or not much better or much different.
Yeah.
But then you start winning with it and you think, oh, I must have unlocked something.
100%. I think a lot of, we see throughout all the tournaments, a lot of the pros use a lot of similar players, and where that is probably right in a sense where they are using the best players in the game. However, I think some players or pros are scared to use certain players that may actually bring out their play style a lot better. And it's kind of like you said, that mentality of fear of like, oh, well, he's not the best, so he might not play the best. When in fact, Eusebio, he's brought Eusebio in and he's managed to play a whole new way of football, and it's benefiting him.
Yeah,
yeah, because usually you will follow the trends of the best players. So let's say you would mainly follow the lineup of players like Dossary and Tex. But very few players, they actually have the courage to try something different. And I actually love something about the Night Watch, which we saw in the Champions League. He was using Ferland Mendy as left back, and that is not a very, very common choice. Of course, that is a great card. But on paper, on the ratings, he's not the best. Just a feeling, okay, I have something special. I know that this player fits my playstyle much better. This can give you that extra boost.
Good stuff. We're going to talk more about meta, of course, as we go through the tournament. It's going to evolve over the weekend as well. I'm sure we're going to see some new cards and new faces come out amongst all of the different teams. Already seen Ibrahimovic today. I wonder what else we've got in store from the players over the next 4 rounds. But before we get to round 3, let's check in with round 2's results and show you exactly how it went down. There were plenty of surprises in this round and plenty of big scores as well. The ones that stand out, double figures for Tom as well as Rasu. Tom coming through that second leg superbly against Mertel. 10-3 overall. It's a fantastic result for the Brit in that particular game. We also saw a very close game between Zizinho and Age, which went 7-6 in Zizinho's favour. That puts Age at 0-2 right now, Boris.
Yeah, now I was actually watching this stream a bit, and Age actually won the first leg with the 3-2, and then in the second game he just collapsed completely, and Zizinho went 5-0 up. In that second leg, but somehow he still managed to close down the score here. But yes, 0-2 at the moment. He was one of my dark horses before this tournament, but something doesn't really click for him, because when it comes to these live tournaments, to the events, it seems like something is clearly missing.
Yeah, doesn't it? Seems like he's struggling. Hashtag Ryan winning 8-3 against Jazz. That's a really big result for Hashtag Ryan. Congratulations also to Tex, who goes 2-0 after a 5-4 narrow victory over Black Arrow. I thought that might have been a bit more one-sided, but fantastic performance from Black Arrow. Nightwatch going down after winning his opening game. He goes down to Saku 6-3. Yanos also picking up a win against Maxi, who's now gone to 0-2. Uston, the other one to mark out, he won 6-2. That puts him on 2-0 as well. And finally, of course, New York City Chris 7, Dr. Rahano 4, which puts Chris back at 1-1. So he's out of that horrible potential, oh my god, I might get 3 world-class players in a row and go out. But unfortunately, Dr. Rahano is exactly in that position. He's now going to end up playing, potentially, play Aggie in there.
Yeah,
that'd be rough, wouldn't it? For both of them.
A harsh matchup.
And that's the problem with Swiss, isn't it? If you can't get at least a win in the early part, the first two games, you can end up playing three great players.
Yes, but it's also the charming thing with this Swiss format that even though you lost the first two games, even though you had a terrible start, it's still everything is in your own hands. You don't have to depend on other games. It's all on you still.
Yep. Don't want to be 0-2 right now. And some of the players that you're going to see in a moment, because here's the matchups for round number 3, are exactly on 0-2. So they have to win this next game, including Age. And guess what we've got? We've got the dreaded tie that we talked about just before. It's almost amazing, isn't it? Dr. Rahano will play Aggie, and one of those will be done for the entire time. I'm actually very sad to lose one of those two players at this stage of the tournament after 3 rounds of Swiss. It's unbelievable. But that's what happens sometimes at Swiss when you end up losing your opening 2 games. So one of those 2 are gone. The other 2 players, Chris will play Zazinio. So Chris has had 2 tough games already, and now he gets Zazinio in round 3. So he hasn't had an easy run today either.
No, not at all. But this is only going to benefit him. He's got to play the best. If he wants to secure a final spot, then this is the way to do it. Yep. Especially going into that as well, knowing that you've done well in the previous tournaments, you're gonna be in great form.
Over on the Xbox side, we haven't spoken about anything over there just yet, but Black Arrow plays Janos. The big game, although it doesn't look big on paper, is actually Rodrigo versus Cafolo, because both of those need to get out of Swiss in order to get into the top 60. So very close in terms of rankings at 75 and 80 respectively. Both need to win that game in order to do advanced stops. So that's big for both of those. Tim Lack are also in a little bit of trouble. He's got to play Maxi down there as well. Jazz playing Nightwatch. They're both 1-1 so far. And Tex now plays Rafsu, which I think will be a mega game.
Very good game. I'm excited for that one. Both on, Tex is getting through his games.
Yep.
Rafsu is on absolute fire right now, so it'll be interesting to see how that one pans out.
Yeah. So one of those, the good news for everyone else in that Xbox round is that one of those will be done because they'll be through.
Yeah.
So they won't have to play one of those 2. The bad news is one of them will still be left. Hashtag Ryan also going against Saku in that game as well. He's having a decent tournament so far.
Yeah, Ryan, I know because I've spoke to him a lot. I know he's going to want to have a good run in this tournament, just for the confidence, just so he knows what he's going into. So I feel like he's really motivated to do well on this one.
All right, good stuff, gents. Thank you very much. We'll head to a break, but as ever, we'll show you the best goals of round number 2 Swiss, but don't go too far away. Round 3 is just around the corner.
One of the most prolific figures of the recent seasons is, for sure, VfB Dr. Erhano. The German managed to qualify for 6 important tournaments this season, and he also visited Romania 2 times to compete in events hosted by PGL. Erhan Kayman is a FIFA player on PS4 platform, and he earned his right to play at FUT Champions Cup November. He qualified from the group stage, but his run was stopped by Maestro in the round of 16 after a close match, 10-9. Only 1 week after, he came again to the PGL studios, but he was eliminated after the group phase. When he is not competing, Erhan is an active member of the FIFA community, a prolific YouTuber, and also the esports coordinator for his club, VfB Stuttgart. Just like in his club's situation, Erhan's performances weren't great lately, but he has a good chance to prove that he is a world-class player. Maybe PGL FIFA 19 Masters Bucharest represents the best occasion to show everyone what he can do.
Oh, what a ball. 2-0. Pause it, mate. I'm just going to go to the toilet.
Yeah, all right.
What?
Welcome back to the PGL Masters Bucharest, the last chance saloon as far as FIFA professionals are concerned in our very long season. The last chance to pick up some massive points as far as the qualification process is concerned and feature inside the top 60. Round 3 of Swiss is almost upon us. We're going to preview that round and also look ahead to our featured matchup here on the main stream. Just a reminder for you, you can watch any of the matches or all of the matches if your bandwidth will commit it all. Live.pglesports.com if you want to tune in to any particular match, as well as, of course, staying with us here, if not for me, for the lovely faces that are alongside me in the form of Will and Wolfie. We've got the W team, the winners.
Sounds good.
I like
The
that, yeah,
winners.
it's a bit of branding going forward.
The
That.
winners.
Like it.
How you doing?
Yeah, get the t-shirts printed, Wolfie.
Yeah,
For that.
Get it
Got
done.
a whole deal.
Team W.
Yeah.
We're all on board. Will, round 2, interesting results.
Yeah, I mean, looking out for that British contingent, great result for #Ryan as well, carrying on the form there. And I think it's been really interesting to see, we talked about it at the start of the show, those players that really need to qualify but are lowly ranked, really like putting them, making a name for themselves against better opposition.
Yeah, do seem to be stepping up, Wolfie, don't they?
Yeah. I mean,
talked to Mark earlier on, and he was very much about fight rather than skill necessarily. Like, if I've got fight in me, I fancy the player.
you kind of touched on it earlier. I heard about the whole Champions League, Liverpool, Tottenham. Sometimes you got to just take the playbook out of the raw and just put in that aggression, the mentality, and it's starting to work for some people.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, let's find out where you can watch the round 3 games at, because of course, we said we've got 16 streams. Actually, technically, we've got 17 streams because we're also one of those streams. But anyway, if you want to add to this stream by watching one of the other ones, you can also do that at live.pglesports.com. And here are your round 3 matches. Some really big games in here. Zenio versus Aggie. Maybe?
Yeah, very big game.
0-2 game, by the way, that one. One of them's gone after this.
We touched upon it just a minute ago. It's the game no one wants to
No, it's
happen.
horrible.
One of them's going to be going out, so it'll be interesting to see who wants it more.
Yeah, again, Dr. Ahano, Aggie, there it is. That's the confirmed stream 1. That was round 3, obviously, slightly updated for you now. But Dr. Ahano versus Aggie in round 3, both 0-2. Right now. Also, Danny in action as well on Stream 13, if you want to carry on watching Danny. Night Watcher Man that usually features on our couch is playing Jazz over on stream number 11. And there's a big game in here between #Ryan and Saku as well. You mentioned Ryan's playing well, but that's a tough draw, round 3.
Yeah, I mean, that is a tough draw. And as well on that PS4 side, New York Chris versus Zizinho. A lot of people, I know Boras was talking about Zizinho's chances going into this tournament, but that would be a huge game.
Yeah, and Cafodo versus Rodrigo, another big game. Maybe not big game in many people's eyes that have followed FIFA professionally over the last 12 months because they won't recognise the names perhaps, but both of them are just outside that top 60, 75th and 80th. Playing head-to-head, if either of them get outside the groups, they're inside the top 60.
Exactly.
So big game for both.
Massive game, especially if they want to make playoffs. Like you said, they're just touching outside of it. So if they can get a good run in here, it's like you said, last chance saloon, this is where it all counts. So they're going to have to play their best games.
Looking forward to it. But which game do we have as the featured match? Let's find out. Not really a big surprise, I know. It's Tex versus Rafsu in our next game, and you could have picked it. There was probably 4 or 5 matches we could have picked, Will, out of any of those matches. But on paper, we've got the best 2 players in form-wise from the first 2 rounds.
I think, definitely for this feature game. I mean, you spoke about Tex maybe waking up a little bit later, but now as we get into the competition, 3rd game in, you'd like to think he's carrying that confidence through, but up against a fantastic player, both 2-0 going into it, so it's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, we've seen a bucket full of goals from Rafsu already.
Yeah.
Wolfie, 17 in the first 2 games. On the flip side of it, though, Tex has scraped through by a goal. I mean, I know it all counts, and he's 2-0, and that's fine, but it's not the kind of sort of form we normally get from Tex.
No, it isn't. Well, it's hard because we know how good Tex is. I mean, he's 2-0, but for us, we're like, he's below his standards. But this is the perfect game for him in the sense of Rafsu's flying right now, scoring goals, 2-0. If Tex is to get rid of all that rust, this is the game to do it because it's one of the hardest opponents he's probably going to face so far.
Likewise, Rafsu's going to be thinking the same thing, isn't he? He's been playing some Champions League players in his team. He's cruised through his first 2 games. He's put double figures on the board in his 2nd game. Comes up against Tex. It's a different beast, isn't it?
Well, I think you spoke about his mentality going into this tournament and how much he's improved from last year, and it'd be interesting to see with them both so free scoring if Tex kind of reverts back to old ways, and we could have an instant classic on our hands.
I think that would be nice, wouldn't it? From the neutral's point of view here. I mean, we're slightly neutral, but you know what I mean. It's like, I just want goals.
Yeah.
Like, if we can have goals between these 2, it'd be quite good. Is there a danger, though, that he looks at Rafsu and thinks, oh, blimey, he's on fire. He's put 17 goals past these 2 victims. So, right, play a bit more deep, play a little bit more defensive, maybe leave one up top. Is there a danger that he goes down that road, or do you think Tex doesn't care about that stuff?
I don't think that's Tex's play style. I feel like Tex is a bit of a showman. He loves scoring goals, scoring amazing goals, and I think that we are going to get a high-scoring game. Well, now I've said that, though, watch, it'll be like 2-0.
Classic commentators curse.
But no, I believe Tex is just going to want to outscore Rafsu and show that he is the best.
Okay. It's prediction time, Will.
I would like to throw a cat amongst the pigeons, but being it's my first major FIFA event, I'm going to sit on the fence and go for Tex.
Plays it safe.
Plays safe. I've got to go for my boy Tex. I feel like he's going to put a big performance in.
Okay, so both of you gone for Tex. Got a feeling we might be going for a full house here, but either way, let's bring in our commentary team and ask them the same question, see whether they're on the Tex prediction train or not, gents.
You guys got nothing about you. Come on, who you got? Rafsu.
Rafsu, right?
He's going to come second. Tex is going to win.
Every
I
time.
see what you did there.
Every time I've ever bet against Tex.
Yeah, no, Gaskin, we've been here before, mate.
Yeah, we
rode this train against Tex before, and it didn't work, did it?
Yeah.
So have you learnt your lesson?
No, I'm going to go for Rafsu. I think Rafsu's going to take this one. Yeah.
Brilliant. All right, go on, gents, enjoy this one. This should be a really good battle.
Yeah, it certainly should be. It should be an exciting game for sure. And with the goal-scoring form that we know of these 2 players, Rafsu, obviously, as you said, Paul, scored 17 goals already in just 2 games so far this tournament, going up against one of the most free-scoring players that we have in FIFA 19. Certainly going to be an interesting battle, but I want to talk about the form of these 2 players, because when we talk about Tex and we talk about form, it's so difficult to talk about it because we're so used to him being number 1, winning absolutely everything. And when he doesn't, we're like, ooh, is he in good form? Is he, it's that kind of question. Whereas on the other side with Rafsu, it's kind of like, all of a sudden his tournament started. His year has started as we get towards that World Cup final.
Everyone can have a one-off tournament where they perform and they get to the last 8, they get to a semi-final or whatever. It's Tex's consistency throughout the season that has really been sublime. Yes, okay, he hasn't had an amazing tournament at the ECL qualifiers, for example. We didn't see Tex qualify. However, he was playing on PlayStation. He is an Xbox player by nature, so that is going to make a slight difference. Yeah. Maybe he wasn't as comfortable there. This is the tournament for him to show a little bit of form coming into the playoffs. And I know that sounds silly because of his form throughout the entire season, but some people are only going to look at the prior tournament. They're going to be looking at the ECL. They're going to be looking at this tournament.
It's the form in relativity to your season, isn't it?
Yes.
That's kind of what we look at. And the thing is, when you come in first in absolutely every single tournament, as soon as you don't, questions will be asked. So we'll have to see. Here, FF2 Tex can just remind us all of just how good he is, but he is going up against one of the players who is showing some incredible form in recent weeks, Dan, and that is a very dangerous player in Vitality's Rafsu.
Well, yeah, we talk about the Champions League qualifiers. Rafsu is in the last 8, so not only has he already secured Global Series ranking points for getting there, he has the chance to secure more at those finals in Madrid later this month, and he has the possibility to get more even here today. So he will be shooting into that top 16. It's just how far into that top 16 he can actually get. Because, I mean, if we think about it, if he finishes in 16th place when we get to the E-World Cup, he could actually be facing Tex in the early stages of that tournament. So that's always something that could happen.
It's a great point, and we might be seeing one of the opening games of the E-World Cup final right here. So a lot to take away potentially from this game, and interesting to see that Champions League Serge Aurier there. 90 rated now, of course.
A proper right back. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, we'll have to see if it works out, Dan, and if your theory comes to fruition. But it is Rafsu now on the attack, just inching his way forward here with Rudhulit. Eusebio is going to come deep, and Vieira now trying to slide the ball in behind Rafael Varane, but the Frenchman manages to make a comfortable interception there, and Tex can come forward.
I'd love to see Tex take a lead in a game of FIFA. The amount of times in a two-legged game of FIFA we see Tex go 2 goals behind, a goal behind, and then he starts to read his opponent. I mean, even when I've chatted with his mum, who attends events, pretty much every event with him, she always says to him, I don't understand why you go 2 goals behind. What is it? Are you not trying? Is it a tactic? And he's like, no, I go 2 goals behind and then I learn how they play and then I bounce back. He does it amazingly.
We're going to have to see if Rafsu can put him under pressure early then and maybe look to take advantage of Tex's early game here. Strike from distance goes to Vieira, and it's Jens Lehmann in goal. And if there's one player who's chopped and changed his goalkeepers this year, it is Tex. And he's still not comfortable by the looks of things.
Oh, but Varane with a great block on the line, because Lehmann wasn't actually getting to that one. But yeah, Tex just seems to do it for fun, Mark. He seems to change it every event just for consistency.
Well, here's Eusebio then, and it has been Rafsu who has controlled the opening moments of this game. Building once more, and a little ball through here to Ronaldo. Space here for Neymar. 5-star weak foot. He can go either side. Instead lays the ball back to Hullet. Tries to find the shot, but there is a follow-up effort there from Eusebio. All just falling over his shoulder, and for the acrobatic little overhead kick, and almost break the deadlock here, but the shot just rose over the bar.
This does look like a very tactically different Tex that we're seeing approach this tournament, and he did say in the interview earlier after his first victory that he is trying a couple of new things, and I think that's very important going into the key points of the season. Now we're going to get to playoffs, and then we're going to get to the E-World Cup. You need to have different ways to approach a game. You need to be able to approach a game against different players in different styles. So I'm glad that Tex is using this LQE as an opportunity to try out new things.
And you might be thinking, why does he try that at home when there's no pressure on? Well, live environment is very different to playing at home. The connection element, players available. Well, here is the first opportunity here for Tex, and we know how dangerous he is. The accelerated fake shot around the corner, and Ramos has to win the header. Oh, a little toe poke follow-up there from R9, forces a save from De Gea. First shot there, on in for Tex.
And you can see that Tex is going to have the ability to pull out those skill moves at any given moment, so Rafsu has to keep hot on his heels and has to make sure he's concentrating at every single moment.
One of them for Tex. Whipped in towards that front post, and Van Dijk! A towering header. But an even more impressive save from David De Gea. He was equal to it.
Both goalkeepers saving from Van Dijk from these corners. I mean, when you see it timed with Van Dijk in that much space, you expect a goal, really.
Well, maybe there will be a chance for a goal here. Neymar trying to get away from his man. I think that will be a corner ball. It's actually gone out for a goal kick there. So best case scenario there for Tex defensively.
I mean, back to the goalkeeper point, I guess, briefly, Mark. Team of the season, Premier League, we're also seeing Alisson there being introduced. Maybe we might get a couple more goalkeepers in the kind of who's the top goalkeeper debate. And I'm sure Tex, as a Liverpool fan as well, we might see that introduction.
Oh, absolutely. You will be certainly keeping an eye on that, and I'm sure we'll be willing to try out that new foot item as well. So with that strong link to Virgil van Dijk as well, it might be something that players do start to look at, that centre-back position. I should say goalkeeper position linking to the centre-back. Pretty sure you don't want Alisson playing at centre-back.
Right back, though.
Right, leave it. Anyway, Marcelo coming forward. Rafsu now on the attack. Neymar's turning. Beautiful little back heel. Almost managed to sell Tex there, but defended well. And it has been a bit of a cagey affair here, Dan. And sometimes we do have that when we have two high-scoring players suddenly going up against each other.
Well, we've also got Rafsu, who's really trying to generate early pressure. He's trying to hit Tex in those early stages because Tex is vulnerable in early stages. We've seen that throughout various tournaments. Whereas Tex is being very patient with his build-up. He's playing it between his defenders. He's waiting for the right pass. It's a different kind of style, but it seems to have worked out in his opening 2 games.
Yeah, I think we are seeing that. I think even previously there on the break, you would have seen maybe Tex look to release Mbappe earlier there and take on his man 1v1, but slowed the game down there, and maybe he's thinking ahead to upcoming tournaments where he's going to have to perform, and obviously towards that World Cup final, and there is going to be a free kick given here as referee will pull that one back for the foul committed by Cristiano Ronaldo.
And Tex has gone through various stages throughout this season of kind of different moments where he's learned a lot about himself and his play style. I mean, I remember back in Bucharest when he was 3 goals down to Gorilla, and he said, I actually changed my formation. I went defensive, and I just said, I'm not going to allow Gorilla to score anymore. He played defensively, and then the goals came naturally following.
Well, there is a ball here, and no, Jens Lehmann's been caught out of position, and Maldini had to get something on that because the German was nowhere to be seen. Rafsu showing he's got some tricks up his sleeve as well, and now he's going to whip this corner in towards the back post. Ronaldo's there, but just couldn't quite get him to position there, and Vieira had a comfortable defensive header to win.
We'll have one more attack here, though, Rafsu, and from the corner, it's always dangerous when Van Dijk and Ronaldo are both sat there waiting.
Well, speaking of waiting, here's Ruud Gullit. He's just waiting on the edge of the box, but the timing is summed up by the sound that came out of Dan Gaskin's mouth there as we hear the halftime whistle go as well.
I mean, even though it was red timed, it almost actually tucked itself away into the bottom right corner. I think it confused the goalkeeper, let alone me watching. This is a different Tex that we're seeing. However, I think a disciplined Tex is a very scary factor coming into the really key points of this season now.
Tex on the attack early there from the kickoff in the second half, and almost managed to burst through with R9, but Rafsu managed to hold his man off here, and here's Aurier. Now he can release Cristiano Ronaldo down this right-hand side. You can see the defender trying to get across, and it's Neymar who was actually tracking back in that fullback position. Ramos now, you can see the run ahead of him from R9. And he will be in space out wide here. The Brazilian is going to be found now by Tex. It's the position he loves to be in. Can tease defenders. So difficult for Rafsu to defend as well, just knowing that Tex has those tricks up his sleeve. Went for the little half drag back there, but defended well again by Rafsu, and both players are really showing solid fundamentals so far in this game.
Yeah, it's been very hard for Tex to get into the space that he wants to. The drag backs he's been trying, the ball rolls, they've not really been able to come off because of the pressure from Rafsu.
Talking of pressure, Rafsu's trying to turn that on now at the other end of the pitch. Gullit into Vieira, maybe a chance to strike, and you saw goalkeeper movement early there from Tex, and it'll be interesting to see if Jens Lehmann is called into action, what he can do for the young man from the United Kingdom, but he wins the ball back here, and now Gullit in the centre of the park is just going to spread this one out to Ramos.
For Tex, I mean, going into a second leg, if he can be 0-0 with someone, I think he's always going to be happy, because even though we talk about how he's being patient and he's kind of watching the game, he really does read an opponent. He absolutely analyses every aspect of it, and he works out very well what they're doing. And almost paid homage to the early patch of FIFA 19 where Tex really showed what he was made of with long-range finesse shots there. But Tex will be looking at how Rafsu's defending, how he's attacking. He'll be working out all and crunching all those numbers in his head. And in the second leg, I'm sure he'll take advantage of any weaknesses he sees.
Well, one thing that Rafsu is taking advantage of is the space that's being left in behind in a fullback position. Mbappe across. Ronaldo is there, and Ronaldo will get a second bite of the cherry. And that's where he's looked dangerous. Tex likes to play this high-pressure game when he's defending. And he's just pushed Ramos up too far up the pitch there, and the space has been taken advantage here by Rafsu. Loads of space for Mbappe. So Vieira tried to get back. The ball just popped up though, and a simple finish there for Ronaldo.
I mean, you talk about the pressure from Tex, and especially his fullback pressure. He's always been a player like that. He will drag those fullbacks up. He will try and win the ball back early. However, if the opposition can just dinked that ball over the top. You can see how deadly it can be. Slightly unfortunate that Vieira couldn't clear it, but that's what happens when you put those ball in those dangerous areas. And now Rafsu has the lead, and it's whether he can build on this lead or whether Tex has had enough time now to kind of read and have a look at how he wants to approach.
Here's Mbappe. Neymar almost got the ball back there. But breaking down this a little bit further, down this different approach we're seeing from Tex. Yes, he's trying something different. Yes, he's 2-0 at the moment in the Swiss format. But if he's going to play with this more conservative play style, he finds himself in a situation like this in a second leg with just 30 minutes to go. Is that going to be enough time for him to switch gears again?
I think it is, and I think that's what makes Tex so good, and what has always made him good is his versatility and how he can just switch it on when he needs to. It's almost like he's playing at 50% and then suddenly he goes, oh, wait, I need to turn this up, and he's at 100. And then that's when he starts to generate the skill moves. That's when he starts to bring out the tricks and the flicks that is so difficult to read from an opponent.
Well, speaking of spacing behind the fullbacks, Mbappe's looking desperately to chase this one down. He just about keeps it in. And, Ramos there with a fantastic defensive header. And that wasn't aimed at you, Dan. That was genuine from the Spaniard, because the man who was approaching him was Cristiano Ronaldo. And now Neymar comes forward here. Fantastic sliding tackle, though, from Tex to win the ball back.
Tex did well to keep the ball in there, though, with Mbappe. It was actually a phenomenal ball from the left-hand side. And that's the dangerous balls you can play with these foot items. But unfortunately, as you quite rightly put me in my place, Ramos was there in the right place at the right time. And that's why he is in so many squads at the moment, because he can win those headers.
Rafsu coming forward again, looking to utilise that spacing behind fullbacks. This time he goes more central, takes the shot early. Tex with the block, and he will win the ball back here. But to be honest with you, Dan, I can't remember one single chance so far from F2 Tex in this first leg. Finally, there might be one here. He's got a 3v3 situation. Big chance here for Tex. Cricketta towards the back post, and he only needs one chance. First chance for Tex. First goal on the board. And it's 1-1, and it's just a reminder of how dangerous he is.
Just shifting down into second gear now is Tex. As soon as you give him any sort of space, you could see that he was trying to decide of how he wanted to approach that. He had so many players to work with. Did he want to just take a direct shot on goal near post with Neymar? But it was just a Cricketta to beat that man. And then, of course, the amount of space at the back post, he was definitely going to play that ball across. But you were right, before that, we hadn't seen too much from Tex. And I think that was more down to the defending from Rafsu. Rafsu has been pressuring the strikers and the central attacking midfielder very successfully. One thing that Tex likes to do is he'll get the balls on the wing, he'll try and play a quick, fast, hard ball into one of those strikers, and then a lot of the time he'll hit it first time, low driven. But because Rafsu's putting players and putting bodies in the way, Tex hasn't been able to hit it first time, so then he's been trying a drag back, and then Rafsu's there to just nip the ball off him. So it has been good defensive work from Rafsu, just unfortunately not able to do much about that 2-on-3 situation.
Interesting substitution in the middle of the park here from Rafsu as well. We're seeing prime icon moments. Emmanuel Petit introduced to the Frenchman. Not a foot item we've seen too much of this year introduced. Just to maybe try and see this game out and send it towards the second leg with nothing to separate the two players. But Tex has shown already how dangerous he is. The Cricketta gets past his man with the scoop turn. Neymar now, little half drag back, but just couldn't link together quite the way that he wanted to, those skill moves to create that half yard there for the chance.
I'm actually a big fan of the Petit foot item. We saw it quite a lot in the virtual La Liga because you had to use players who were either in La Liga or have played in La Liga. And of course, Petit is one of those players. I like him because he not only is a good central defensive midfielder, but when you get him in those attacking situations, he can let it fly. He can hit a ball and find that top corner. So I think he's a fantastic option to have on the bench.
Just a few moments left in this game before we head into what is essentially half-time in the game. The second leg still to come. And this has been a real tactical battle, this one, Dan. It hasn't been the free-scoring game that maybe you would expect with the records of these two players, but there's a lot of respect, I think, being shown between the two.
I think that's what happens, though, when you get two high-scoring players. They usually cancel each other out because they know the threat that their opponent possesses, so they start to be a little bit more defensive than they might be as usual. Especially when you're going up against either Tex, who's the best in the world, you're not necessarily going to be attacking him as much as you would if you're going up against someone who's 48.
What a ball that is from Tex, and Mbappe keeps it in. The Cruyff turn, he's going to get a little bit lucky here. It breaks back to him, tries to cricketa past Serge Aurier, but the Tottenham man makes the tackle. And at the end of the first leg, nothing to separate the two players, and only two real chances to talk about in that game, Dan, and it was one for either player, both of which were converted.
It took maybe from the 70th minute where Tex really started to actually generate space on either side. I don't know whether that was Rafsu's in-game players maybe losing a little bit of fatigue, so Tex suddenly then decided to pounce on those areas because he was getting in various 3-on-2 situations, and if it wasn't for Rafsu's quick thinking with his positioning on defenders, it could have been 2, maybe 3-1 to Tex at the latter stages of that game. But it was the early pressure from Rafsu that really gave him the confidence going into that first leg.
It was it was almost like Tex was playing like Rafsu, almost in some situations in that game, until those last few moments where he tried to, utilize the wings and utilize that play style that we do expect to see from him a little bit more, and then start linking those skill moves inside the box. But it was very interesting to see. I think this is a new phase of Tex that we might be seeing here. That first leg, he's really playing more defensively and looking to kind of read his opponent without giving himself too much to do in the second leg.
I don't want to say it because it's so cliche, but it's almost like a maturing Tex. It's as he's getting older and he's realizing that he can't just be gung-ho and go for all the goals. I mean, I'm not saying that's what he's done at every tournament because he has shown very good defensive ability throughout several tournaments this year. However, his approach just seems that little bit different. Of course, he does have Enzo behind him, coaching him at this tournament, as he did at the Champions League as well. And that's always going to add something. Tex didn't play with a coach for several tournaments. He just said, I wanted to focus on my own game. I don't need a coach. But I think now having someone behind him, watching his opponent, that's going to help him develop as a player. It might be restrictive at first, and he might not show the dominance that he has in early stages of tournaments. But I think in the long run, this is going to be a really good thing for Tex.
Yeah, I think it's a really smart thing, to be honest with you. I mean, you can look at results from the first leg, and it's very... you can't really take too much away. Even if a player wins 3-0 in a first leg in a two-legged game, you're kind of like, okay, they've got an advantage going into the second leg, but there's still a lot of time to play, and we see those comebacks so often that it's almost as if the first leg is just kind of, as you say, a feeling out process for both players. Tex recognizing that maybe here and trying to play a more defensive game in that first leg and setting himself up for a second leg where he doesn't have a disadvantage, which I think is one issue that he's had so far this season, is, as you say, not just maturity, but shows what a tactical brain he has and how, even at this stage of the season, he's still trying to better himself.
I think the whole playing safe in the first leg was important for him before, but even more so now he has Enzo behind him, because not only is Tex got a tactical brain, but now he's got a decent coach with him as well, one of the best coaches around. Combine them together, if they can suddenly put their brains and say, all right, well, where are the weaknesses? Where are the areas? That's why we're going to see Tex really flourish in leg 2 rather than leg 1. And how many tournaments have we seen where it's a one-leg process where Tex has struggled? He hasn't been able to get out of the gates as early as maybe we would expect, where it's always the two-legged process, the majority of the global series, where Tex has shown his dominance. It's whether he's going to be able to actually analyze that now, and whether Rafsu has shown enough weaknesses that Tex thinks he can pounce on them, or has Rafsu been doing exactly the same thing on the other side?
I was about to say, it's a great point. We have to remember that, there's two players in this game, and the man you can see on your screen right now is playing some phenomenal FIFA 19 at the moment, at this stage of the season where it matters so much as well. If you just join us a moment, as we say, both these players currently 2-0 in the Swiss format, so a win here would guarantee them through to the knockouts. You can see the headset now going in from Tex. Classic hood-up look as well for him, and that means only one thing, and that's we're about to get this second leg underway.
Yeah, hood up and focus up, and now we're going to see whether Tex, what he's learnt from that first leg, or has Rafsu actually learnt a lot? Maybe Rafsu's going to be the one who generates the pressure. It is going to be Tex from the kickoff, so he gets the instant advantage of he gets the first attack in the game.
Well, here's Neymar then, turns back onto that right foot, twisting, turning, and he gets a bit fortunate. And he does take advantage of it. Shot from Neymar. And you saw the panic on Rafsu there, desperately trying to defend, and that's the thing about the 5-star weak foot that Neymar possesses. You never know what side he's going to shift the ball to and get that strike away.
And that's why I spoke about the slight advantage of Tex having the kickoff there, because Rafsu had the time to generate the pressure, to put the players and the bodies in the way of Tex. It meant that Tex was given that little bit of space on the edge of the box where he is so dangerous. And Rafsu was like almost trying to claw back into a position to try and jockey him, but he couldn't do it. And it meant that Tex could just have a little dance on the edge of the box.
You can see some of the other scores we have coming in from the Xbox as well there. In the top right-hand side of your screen, that's a strong tackle there from Virgil van Dijk, and Tex will love to be seeing that, not only now, but hopefully in the Champions League final. I know that he's going out there to watch his beloved Liverpool play.
And of course, he didn't qualify for the E-Champions League final, did Tex, but I'm sure if you had asked him before, would you rather qualify for E-Champions League or Liverpool get to the Champions League final? I think he probably would have said Liverpool, if I'm completely honest. But of course, those players who did qualify for the E-Champions League final, they get to go and watch it anyway. So quite the experience for all those, and Rafsu being one of those players who did qualify.
And here's Neymar then. Maybe the fact that Rafsu is one of those players with the ticket in his hand is going to make Tex want to win this just a little bit more. Here's R9. Twisting, turning, waits for that little lunge in there from Ruud Gullit, and this is getting more difficult, you can see from Rafsu now. Finally, Marcelo steps in here to win the ball back. And now you're going to see the Frenchman with his first real chance to get out of his half so far in this game.
Yeah, trying to hit him on the counter-attack, but Tex is really pushing in well with his fullbacks and his central defensive midfielders, and he's not scared to lunge in.
And Jens Lehmann will show a little turn of pace himself there to win that ball. It's down at the feet of the striker there, Neymar, to smother it and get possession back here for the Englishman. And now he comes forward with Ruud Gullit, just waiting for that run of Mbappe. And this is more classic Tex. Player would say pattern of play. Into Vieira. Here's R9 going up against Marcelo. You can see Rafsu's starting to struggle now down. Can't really get the opportunity to get those tackles in like he was. Mbappe's turning and the ball falls to Ronaldo. And that's what's so special about Tex. 16 minutes gone in the second leg. Now he's 2 up. And not only that, he's 2 up on aggregate as well.
And Rafsu sits back. He says, well, what else could I do? I thought I was defending that well. He did put a player in the way, but unfortunately just bounced off one of his own. And Cristiano Ronaldo was there waiting to put the ball away. But again, Tex was getting in those dangerous areas. He was putting Rafsu on the back foot. And this time, Tex is now dictating the speed of the play. He's not allowing Rafsu to get up in his face. He's not allowing him to generate the pressure. Instead, it's Tex saying, I'm going to actually make the space. I'm going to start dancing around. And if you can't keep up with the skill moves that I'm putting out, then I'm going to find this space.
And now there's going to be more space because, of course, Rafsu's going to have to come forward. And you can see Tex is really starting to grow into the game here. And Van Dijk gives away a penalty. You can see some frustration starting to creep in there from Rafsu as well. Maybe feels a little bit hard done by some of the goals he's conceded. But it's only been one-way traffic. And there was only one way that ball was struck, and that was straight towards the top corner.
I am starting to enjoy that people are taking direct free kicks more often. I don't know if you saw the Virtual La Liga final and the free kick that was scored there from what seemed like 50-odd yards with R9. It was absolutely mental.
It was a banger.
One of the best free kicks I think we'll probably see in FIFA 19, but it seems like more people are getting confident. I don't know whether that's practice or not, but those are some of the scores in the top right-hand screen. Aga beating Dr. Ahano 3-1. That's an elimination game as well, so could be an early exit for Dr. Ahano. Whereas this game, quite the opposite. Its winner is through to knockouts.
It feels like we've only just started the tournament here in Bucharest, and already we're going to be sending players home on both consoles on day number 1. And Tex is not going to be one of those players if things stay like they are at the moment. Neymar inside the box wrestling with the defender. Aurier finally gets back to make the tackle, but that was a scary moment there for Rafsu as well. Only had to go wrong for a moment there. It was getting very, very physical between the defender and the striker. One misstep there, and that could have been a penalty, but this is surely going to be a goal here for Ronaldo. Tex doesn't miss those.
And it's just pure frustration now for Rafsu, and I'm not surprised, because when you go toe-to-toe with Tex in the first leg, but then he comes out of the block so hot in leg number 2, it's so difficult to keep up with. Tex just seems to be able to find these penetrative through balls now every single attack. He's woken up, he's shifted gear. I don't know what's happened.
I don't even think it's that. I just think he's smarter than we are. It's as simple as that. He's smarter than he was last time we saw him play. That first leg was almost genius.
Tex, I can confirm, is a very intelligent human being. He did teach me to butter toast with a spoon rather than a knife. So I believe you. He is definitely smarter than me.
I don't know what to say after that. Oh, here's a strike here from Rapsu. Dan's out here talking about buttering toast with a spoon. And I'm not going to lie, I was there as well. If you haven't tried it, Tex is a genius.
Both on the pitch and off the pitch. But now for Rapsu, it's really a matter of trying to get back into this game in the best way he can. The trouble is, if he starts to generate more pressure, if he starts to get players up the pitch, then Tex is going to be able to pounce on that as well. And it has been the majority of possession for Tex. That's been the main difference in this second leg.
Again, his build-up play seems very deliberate as well. He's not sprinting with the ball until he gets into these kind of areas where he can isolate a defender, wait for those runs, and use the likes of Hullet, Neymar. They almost managed to break past Sergio Ramos, but the aggression from Ramos pays off there. Makes the tackle.
And that's what Rapsu was doing in the first leg a lot. He was pressuring that last man. He wasn't giving Tex the time to turn. Because as soon as Tex is facing goal with a player and there's not someone right in his face, he just has so much ability with skill moves that he is so difficult to defend against. So you have to get that tackle in early.
This has been all Tex so far in the first 40 or so minutes of the second leg. Another attack there from him, and maybe Rapsu might get a little bit of respite. But as I say that, Van Dijk again gets up ahead of his man there to win the header, and the heel-to-heel almost got past centre-back as well from Tex. But now maybe a chance just before half-time here for Rapsu to create something. But saying that, the ball is actually going to drop here to Cristiano Ronaldo. You have to say, the light has been shining on F2 Tex so far in this game.
Yeah, Rapsu just not been able to win the ball back in dangerous enough areas, and it's just allowed Tex to go on like this, and it's starting to become a skill show.
Here's Ramos then. What has Tex got up his sleeve here? Hullet. Only the 3-star skills there on Patrick Vieira, so you're not going to see too much fancy stuff, but 5-star here from Neymar. There's a little combo, and oh my word, he's starting to turn it on, trying to get round the edge of Marcelo. But just didn't come off. And it will be Rapsu now, maybe with a chance, just being simple football playing off, but Lehmann's going to get there and punch the ball to Van Dijk. He'll boot the ball upfield, and there is the half-time whistle.
And just, I mean, look at the difference in terms of statistics. I mean, 60% in favour of Tex. Rapsu hasn't been able to get any shots away either. So Tex really dominating this one. And because he is dominating, we're going to move over. We will update you on how it goes, but we're going to look at the Stranger versus Verfilzer. 13th in the world versus 16th in the world. Another high-pressure game, Mark.
Yeah, and it is. You can see it's all tied up here, and you can really start to feel the pressure in these games. And it is going to be Wolves' Verfilzer, who is going to have possession of the ball here, playing in that away strip here of Wolves. In the white. Ramos now coming forward. Runs the ball around the corner, and this is a much tighter game here as we are approaching half-time in the second leg as well. Vieira managed to find a little bit of space, and there's going to be a chance to strike it here for Mbappe. And that's all he needs is a chance. Finds the back of the net. Verfilzer takes the lead. And it was a simple, well-worked opportunity.
Both these players at 1-1 in the Swiss at the moment as well, so it's neither an elimination game nor a qualification game, but still a very important one in the grand scheme of things. And I'm sure that neither of these players would have wanted to be facing one another at this stage. However, when we look at tournaments now in FIFA 19, we're getting to the point where every single player is a threat, whether they're 16th in the leaderboard, whether they're 41st in the leaderboard. They're all capable of performing on the day.
I'd extend that even further, to be honest with you. I'd say even 200 in the world. We saw it in the first game where Tex was pushed right to his limits. Shiaan from South Africa showing up for his nation. And now we're seeing Verfilzer here from the restart. Maybe with another chance himself. Goes around the outside, and it's the outside of the post that denies him. Big chance there for the Wolves, man.
That could have really set this second half in motion for Verfilzer, but now Stranger can hit him on the counter-attack. Unfortunately, it is cut out. And the Stranger has been one of my, I guess, guilty pleasures to watch throughout the FIFA 19 season ever since Paris Games Week, the opening week of FIFA 19, I really loved how he played FIFA. I loved how he attacked his opponent, and he's always demonstrated that tournament in, tournament out. He just knows how he wants to score, so I enjoy watching how he plays.
On the other side of that, I want to talk about Fafilza a little bit, because we heard the high praise that he received from Nicholas, of all players, at the start of the season, saying that he believed he was one of the best players in the region. Arguably the best player in the region, I think he actually said. I don't think he's quite lived up to the expectations that I had of that high praise when it comes in from someone who is so successful as Nicholas. However, he has still been in the latter stages of those tournaments. He has been consistent, Dan, and as you say, sometimes it just takes that one tournament to really announce yourself on the world stage, and if you can make that tournament the E-World Cup final, well, you're certainly going to be remembered.
I mean, he is still sat in 16th in the moment in the world, so I think he'll be more than happy with how the season's gone, but I think you're completely right in that he would love that one big tournament. Not just a victory, but a console final. You know, just to get that going into playoffs, give him that confidence.
And the Strangers just won the ball back here, but luckily for Fafilza, Ruud Gullit is cleaning up the mess that he left behind, but he can't quite get there, and he's giving it away again here. Chance it. Fafilza back to R9, goes to the right foot, manages to get it through some bodies. But another mistake here from Fafilza. He's just giving the ball away over and over again, and somehow he's got out of that situation without conceding.
Yeah, with 30 minutes to go, I don't think he'll be considering holding the ball in silly areas just yet, but something they will start to be considering as the clock goes down. He'll be saying, I need to keep possession, try and restrict attacks.
Beautiful footwork there from Gullit! And a fantastic finish from Fafilza. And he got away with it at the other end of the pitch a little bit. To be honest with you, just a few moments ago, but the footwork there from Ruud Gullit on the edge of the box was everything to create this chance. Oh, beautiful pass. R9 does the rest. And that's what he can do at the other end of the pitch.
It's the vision of all of these professional FIFA 19 players that every single event, it just amazes me. It surpasses my expectations. They see these runs, they see these passes, they think on the fly of when to use these skill moves. It really is incredible to think what these brains are actually doing and how quickly they're able to put these actions in motion onto their controller. Very impressive in what all of these players are doing.
Well, there might be a chance here to strike back, and De Gea gets a piece of it to send it behind. And Fafilza defensively, he really isn't helping himself in certain situations. Sometimes you just got to get the ball out of the danger area. As the ball drifts behind here, it will be a goal kick here, so a little bit of respite. But to go back onto your point of decision-making, Dan, and how many decisions these players make at the top level in such short bursts of time, just think how many skill moves you have available to you in any one situation, let alone a pass, a shot. What type of pass is there amount available? It really is fascinating to see how these players execute at this level so consistently as well.
And I mean, we can only see it in real time as well. We can only see what the players are seeing. It's when, for example, Mike LaBelle breaks it down on the board, when we get to slow it down and we get to look at the various different avenues a player could have taken in that situation, yet somehow they seem to take the optimal decision time and time again.
Well, there's loads of space at the back post here. Neymar's going to go in. Oh, and just a heavy touch. Allows Edwin van der Sar to get off his line and scuttle towards the ball as Neymar was maybe looking for a shot, maybe looking for a pass, but a big chance not taken there by Fafilza. But a 2-goal lead still, not just in this game, but on aggregate as well.
Yeah, just as I was talking about optimal decisions, and then unfortunately Fafilza opts to just take that extra heavy touch rather than maybe dinking it to the back post. However, it's all about goalkeeper movement and all about decision-making on the other side of things. The Stranger could have positioned that goalkeeper and brought him out to stop the back post header. But instead, he brought him out early. He managed to just stick that keeper, held down that triangle button and make sure that it wasn't going to be easy for Fafilza. But still, a 2-goal lead with only, 16 minutes left. This should be Fafilza's game.
Should be Fafilza's game. You have to say the way that he's controlled the possession of the game as well. You say 15 minutes to go. Not too much time to try and see out here. And the Stranger's another one of those players who's kind of been there and thereabouts, but not had that big standout performance so far in the tournament this year. Maybe this will be the one. He does need to find something else, though, going forward into the last few minutes here if he wants to get something out of this game.
Yeah, the Stranger slightly higher up in the rankings than Fafilza, 13th, so you could consider this somewhat of an upset with a victory for Filza, but when you're so close in the rankings, you should be expecting everything. But unfortunately, that's a good save from De Gea, and the first time, a little dink from the edge of the box is not going to work out.
You just saw the time finish not there either for the stranger, to be honest with you. Maybe if that's green, maybe it causes some more problems, but that kind of situation, when you do create the chance, you need to make the most of it. Now he's looking for a cross, and it will fall to Ronaldo, who finds a pass! And it's Franck Ribéry. Of all players, he's managed to find a finish there after a fantastic little header from Cristiano Ronaldo. You talk about vision, Dan. Perfect example of it there.
Yeah, to be able to spot that one out is really good work from the stranger, and it's going to make this last 10 minutes very interesting for Filza. We talk about decision-making in terms of like split-second decision-making, but now it's about game management for Filza. For Filza. Am I going to hold on to the ball? Am I going to run into the corner? Am I going to really try and deprive my opponent of possession? Or am I going to try and hit him hard, try and go for that goal?
Well, he's going to get inside the box here, and Lionel Messi, he's twisting and turning. It's a combination of two defenders who deal with it there and put an end to it. And it was end of an era. Franck Ribéry there, who managed to find that goal. And what a foot item that is, and what a fantastic career that player has had at Bayern Munich. And now you see, all of a sudden, the stranger's bursting into life. It's Luka Modric! And with just a few moments left, it's 4-4.
Just like that, you blink and you might have missed it. The stranger's back into things. For Filza has thrown this one away, and that's why he looks a little bit dejected. Very difficult to keep mental focus when you throw away a 2-goal lead in that quick amount of time. Momentum's going to be with the stranger now. Tactically, both of these players have the option to change things, but for Filza, I mean, what do you do if you've just conceded 2 goals? Like, changes are so difficult to make in this certain scenario. You feel like you've just got to keep things.
And it's not only that as well, he thinks back to those chances. Think back to that opportunity he had with Neymar when he had a man free at the back post. You think, if that goes in, it's game. You know, there's no way back for the stranger, but all of a sudden, 2 quick-fire goals here. And the man representing FC Basel, and it's game on once more, and extra time is now looming.
Yeah, the curse of the 2-goal cushion strikes once again. As soon as a player thinks they're comfortable and they think their chances they're missing, doesn't matter, comes back to bite them. But again, that first-time shot not being timed to perfection from either of these players as we get some full-time results in the top right-hand side of the screen. Hashtag Ryan with an 8-2 victory over Saku. A massive, massive win for him and for the hashtag contingent.
Yeah, and that means that Ryan will be through into the knockout stages as well. So we'll be seeing hashtag Ryan playing here in Bucharest tomorrow. The chance to lift a trophy towards the end of the season. And how big would that be? And speaking of big, it's a big roulette inside the box there from Cristiano Ronaldo. Almost managed to find a ball across, and the stranger is the man at the moment who is putting all of the pressure onto Filza.
Probably not enough time for a last attack here, and Filza's not even going to attempt it, just puts it out, and it's going to be extra time. The shake of the head, I think, says it all for him. It was his game, it was in his hands, but he did throw it away, and I think he'll know that. As more full-time results come in, Nightwatch beating Jazz 6-5, Cursor.
That's a big comeback in that game as well. I think that Nightwatch was something like 4-2 down after the first leg, so...
Well, Nightwatch, another player who's in form. Of course, he qualified for the E-Champions League finals as well. All these players turning up when they need to.
I think that scream from when Nightwatch scored that goal to send him to the E-Champions League final is still reverberating around the warehouse in Manchester that we had the event at. But now it's time for Filza to answer back. He's conceded 2 quick-fire goals here, but the stranger just nips in aggressively and finds that tackle. And now with the players streaming forward, he looks like the man who's more likely here, Dan, to take the lead in this game.
Well, with Filza, what we know of him and how well he does attack the ball, the stranger has to be very careful with how he defends. If you do leave space on the edge of the box, then Filza is, like Tex, going to take advantage of that.
Messi finds Hullet. There's a physical battle going on inside the box, and the stranger will win it. Ribéry now fires it forward towards Mbappe. The Frenchman wins it at the second attempt, and now it's the man who started the comeback. Franck Ribéry, he's away down this left-hand side. One thing he doesn't have on his side is too much height, so you're not going to see too many crosses being whipped in towards the little Frenchman, but The agility, the pace, the finishing on that end of an era foot, I'm absolutely superb. And there's another man here who knows to find the back of the net, and that was Lionel Messi. Corner here for the stranger. Marcelo sends it in long, and oh, it's off the line from Ramos.
Told you Ramos is a great player. You've got to have him in your team because he makes things like that happen.
Speaking of making things happen, the croquettes from Messi, and oh no, he's been dropped in the box. Verfilza looks to the heavens, but he's getting no answers. And from having a 2-goal lead, the stranger has the chance from the spot to take the lead himself. Ronaldo versus De Gea. And it's saved!
The stranger just not taking the time over that penalty. I would have really liked him to step into the middle. Psych Verfilza out a little bit, make Verfilza think, make him squirm in his seat. But he took it quickly. And whenever we see penalties taken quickly, it often actually favours the goalkeeper. Verfilza's still alive.
The stranger though, again on the attack, and Verfilza is holding on here. The stranger again wins the ball back, but now Verfilza with the chance to go forward himself. The Brazilian hasn't had too many chances, and the referee will bring the half to an end, but whew, that was an action-packed first half of extra time there, and just 15 minutes left before we head to the penalty spot, and I think the stranger's not going to want to go there after just missing that one.
Yeah, that's the slight advantage Verfilza has in terms of mind games, I guess, but you can also look at it on the flip side. The stranger can say, well, Verfilza stayed down the middle with his goalkeeper, so is he going to stay down the middle again? Yada, yada, yada. It all comes into equation, but it's Verfilza from the kickoff.
Big chance here, and again, the tight finishing really not been up to the standard that we expect at this level. From Verfilza so far, that was another real gilt edge opportunity to time his shot towards goal, and we know how deadly they are when you see that green arrow light up. Defending well, though.
There's two sides to the coin, though, I guess. Even though we expect timing to be perfect at this kind of level of FIFA, you've also got to appreciate how difficult it is to be in this kind of scenario. In the second half of extra time, in important matches where you really need global series ranking points, pressure does come into factor.
Well, Messi's looking to put the defence under pressure here. He flicks it up, looks towards the back post. The goalkeeper kind of half came there and then decided not to, and luckily for the stranger, his defenders did deal with it. The front rivalry has been a little bit of a catalyst, to be honest. So you got the first goal, which started this comeback for the stranger, and he's been very influential, and he's been on the ball as well.
He has, and I think that's what makes FIFA 19 interesting, is the players who have their preferences, who have tried and tested some of these foot items, and they can trust them in the darkest of times.
Well, there's one man that everyone trusts, Cristiano Ronaldo, who lays the ball off to Eusebio. He took that shot, and again, what am I going to say? I'm sure you can guess at home, and I'm sure Dan can guess as well. The green arrow does not pop up for Verfilza.
Oh, I thought you were going to talk about Sergio Ramos. That would have been my guess.
No, that's you.
Well, he's at centre-back, so I'm happy in this game. It's fine. 3 minutes left, though, for either of these players to stop it from going to penalties. It's just that final ball again, Mark. Neither of them can seem to cut it and get it through and play that through ball they've been trying to penetrate with.
Well, here's Verfilza then. The stranger hasn't taken his chances in extra time, and maybe it'll be a last moment, a last gasp goal coming in from Verfilza. Oh, the post!
Timing again.
You have to say it, Dan. You have to say it. The last 3 chances he's had, he has not timed them, and it's cost him. Maybe one more chance. Into the dying embers of this game, and Verfilza's coming forward once more. Hullet, he's in a great position, so is Messi! But luckily for the stranger, so was the hand of Edwin van der Sar, and finally the green arrow goes up. And what do you know? It's a game-winning goal for Verfilza.
And you have to say that you would have felt so bad for Verfilza if that had gone to penalties after those final 3 chances. Hitting the post, decent save from the keeper. But finally, he times it green in the most crucial moment with Eusebio, which will give him the victory here. There's not going to be enough time for the stranger. Unless he boots it up and the keeper makes a calamity of an error to put out for a corner, this is going to be game. And there's the whistle. Verfilza moves on to 2-1 in Swiss.
He moves on, but he was holding on, and it was that last gasp chance. And finally, as you say, Danny did manage to close it out. He found the green time finish when he needed to. It was almost like he was teasing us in those other opportunities in the build-up. Disappointment for the stranger, pulling off a fantastic comeback to even send it to extra time, but having got that closer, even the penalty shootout there, Dan, he's got to feel incredibly disappointed.
I mean, he also had that penalty he missed as well, but we're going to move over to another game that's still underway. Yanos versus Black Arrow, 41st in the world of Black Arrow, 13th of Yanos. A chance for Black Arrow to try and push himself up a little bit further in the Global Series rankings if he can get a decent performance. Of course, that's what everyone's here for. They want those Global Series ranking points, Mark.
Of course they do. Getting closer and closer as the days drift by towards the playoffs and the E-World Cup final. And as we say, this is the final LQE of the season, so you can see how quickly the season has disappeared in front of our very eyes. It's been chock full of FIFA action, but this game, I believe, both players in the Swiss format at the moment are currently sitting on a 1-1 record, so this isn't do or die. It's just a case of getting themselves into a great position to move forward.
It's also when you eye up what the competition has to offer and the amount of incredible players there are at this tournament, you've got to be looking at when you go up against 13th in the world, you're going to be saying, actually, I have a chance here. This is, at least I'm not playing first in the world. I'm not playing 7th in the world. This is here for the taking. And you have to really seize those opportunities when they're presented in front of you.
Well, here's Yanos then, trying to burst past Varane. Ramos comes across to help out his teammate, Real Madrid, of course, both players. Been there for a long old time now. And now you're going to see Cristiano Ronaldo, the ex-Real Madrid man, now at Juventus, drives it across to Mbappe. And Black Arrow, with just a few moments left in this game, has given himself a lead.
And when you looked at this game on paper, you'd probably be thinking, should be a relatively comfortable one for Yanos, but then you look at how Black Arrow's been performing this tournament. He took Tex right down to the wire, only losing 5-4 in the previous round. And that's going to give you so much confidence going into a next round of Swiss. If you play #1 in the world and you take them that close, you're going to be thinking, hey, I just took #1 to 5-4. He only beat me by a goal. I can take on the world right now, as long as it's not Tex.
Yeah, I mean, it's to play. Sometimes, you know, a lot of players will come into a tournament and think, oh, I've got Tex game 1. But it's probably the best time to play him, to be honest with you, because you're gonna get yourself mentally in that headspace where, you know, you're having to know you have to play your best FIFA in your first game to even have a chance, and from then you can kind of ride from there and keep that momentum going. You are seeing Yanos with that change in formation now, 3 at the back, as many players up front as he can possibly get, because there's only a few moments left in this game and this last gasp goal. We are seeing them flying in from all different games at the moment, as we just saw for Filza win his game against the stranger with that last minute. Last gasp equaliser, I should say, winner. But 113 minutes, there is time here for Yanos to at least create one more chance going forward, and he has the ball from the restart.
Yeah, the 3-5-2 is going to make it difficult for Black Arrow to actually keep hold of possession. There's going to be a lot of pressure coming his way. So if he does win this ball back, he needs to be very smart with it, because it could be game winning now. He has that ball. You've got to be patient. You've got to look around. You've got to watch every single angle. I wouldn't blame him if he took it to the corner here.
I was going to say, just attack this space and
there we go.
Take those seconds down. Smart play here from Black Arrow, recognizing the game situation, not just what's in front of him. The most important thing, which is what is in that top left-hand side of the screen. But again, was there any need to do that? Luckily for him, he wins the ball back, and maybe he has the chance to completely finish things off here. Turns back inside. De Gea will get down, and maybe he'll pay for that again. Luckily, Hullet decides that he's going to take the pressure off of Black Arrow here and give him the chance to go forward. I think he's learned from that.
Just going to hold the ball in the corner here is Black Arrow. And Yanos, unfortunately, is not going to be able to win it back. And we joined it late, but again, another late winner deciding a tie in round 3 of Swiss here. And, I mean, it just shows how close all of these players are when it's like, what, 60th in the world versus 42nd, etc. And how important these points are to try and climb up those leaderboards.
Yeah, especially with the established meta game that we now have as well. You know, there's some of these players who at the start of the season might not have been playing as well and not being, you know, able to match. But now that they've been watching these pros and, you know, able to pick up on some of their traits from tournaments, they're just as competitive. So lots of tight games at the moment. But we're going to send it back to the guys on the desk to break it down. Fantastic stuff from round number 3.
Three more, yes. Some very high quality FIFA again here in round number 3. And things are getting tighter, aren't they? Every match seemingly decided by either a last minute winner, extra time, missed penalties. We've had a bit of everything in round 3. I'm sure the Team W boys here on the panel have enjoyed themselves. That was a fun round.
It was a very fun round. Like you said, a lot of last minute goals, which always is an exciting thing to see. I'm glad I got my prediction, and you actually. We both got a prediction.
I mean, not too hard.
I was going to say it was a fairly straightforward. We're going to see some replay in a minute of the Tex game, which we opened up, of course, was our featured match. It wasn't all his own way in the first leg. It was quite tight. It was tighter than we perhaps thought. I mean, we're talking about the best scorer so far in the tournament against probably the best player in the world. We expected some fireworks. We didn't really get that in the first leg.
I think the first leg was a bit of testing each other out, seeing how each opponent's going to play. Like you said, it ended 1-1. Some good goals, to be fair, but then the second leg, Tex just came out of his shell and dominated. But saw a nice little goal there. Bit fortunate, but it's all about taking your chances. And Rafsu managed to take his chance there and got a 1-0 lead.
There was an immediate fight back, Will, from Tex. Classic counter from him, straight off the bat, goes one down, and then immediately he's back on level terms again.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be the theme of the day, really. A bit of a slow start, then kicks into gear, and it's those second legs as well where he seems to be really going from second to third gear. And, I mean, we go back to that first game, and it was a very tight affair, but he's coming up against quality opposition now, and, I mean, the second leg shows for itself, as we see now, how dominant he was in that game.
Yeah, I mean, the second legs, they've been his forte. He said in the interview earlier on, Wolfie, he doesn't know why this happens. It's just something that happens, and he's got used to it now. He also said to me, if it's one leg, he seems to be able to focus on it and do really well in the one leg. But when it's two legs, for whatever reason, he doesn't seem to be able to do well in the first one.
I think he just subconsciously works out how his opponent plays. Maybe it just takes that one game or the first leg to kind of really figure out how he's going to play his game against his opponent. But as you saw, the second game was a complete different display than the first game. And he just took his chances, which is really what he had to do in this one. Maybe sometimes when the ball doesn't really go your way, it's easy to kind of blame it, but then it's all about taking your chances when they come, and that's exactly what Tex did.
Yeah, 3-0 in the second leg, 4-1 overall. And the first time Rafsu has played a game where and you can see the frustration. The first time he's played a game here so far this weekend where he hasn't scored.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's going to happen. You can't have the perfect game every time, but I mean, I guess to get that loss out of the way with now against Tex is what you're going to want. You'd rather it now than later on.
Some stats on the screen for you just to show the domination of Tex. It was a 55-45 game, wasn't massively possession orientated, although you'll see much higher from Tex throughout the tournament. I'm sure earlier on today, his first game of the day, he had a 60-40 possession rate over the two legs as well. So another fine performance from the young man from England, takes him through safely. Yet again, Will, he's cruised into the quarterfinals on the Xbox. Seems like business as usual, really.
I mean, it is business as usual, but I mean, it was very telling that first game we had this morning, and I mean, we all predicted a Tex win, but it wasn't as comfortable as it was, and I really think it's going to be interesting, that mentality now. Not only has he got the points, I mean, we've said enough to qualify for 3 years, but he's 3-0 now, so he's qualified, so it'll be interesting to see his mentality going into the next 4 games.
Why don't we ask him?
Oh, that's a good question.
Should we ask him?
Yeah.
Let's bring him in, because he's waiting in the player area. Donovan, well done. Another FIFA tournament in Bucharest, and another straightforward 3-0 into the quarterfinals. What is it about this place that you like?
I don't know, but it was not easy at all. I won.
A little bit harder this time round.
Yeah, I won the first game by 1, second game by 1, and then the third game, the first leg, I played awful. Yeah. But second leg, I did me, and I won.
I mean, it's what we talked about before, isn't it? Like, first leg, sometimes it's a bit messy, a bit sloppy, doesn't really seem to fit together. And then suddenly, second leg, you come up with another gear.
Yeah, as I said, I got a coach behind me. He's telling me all different tactics. So I'm trying stuff for the playoffs and grand finals so I can be on top of my game. And yeah, I'm doing well.
So a little bit of trial and error on the way through. Gents, questions?
Yeah, I'll go. What's up, bro? I was just wondering, seeing as you were just saying you're kind of trying out some new things for the playoffs, are you feeling like you're getting into a good groove heading into the finals and the playoffs?
Yeah, recently I've been winning all my Swiss games and losing just like a one-off knockout game. So hopefully this doesn't happen this time. I can win a tournament, be confident, and go into playoffs, win that, grand finals, win that, and happy days.
Hey, happy days.
Yes, Wolfie.
Tex, obviously quarterfinals on the way. Is there anyone you've got your eye on who you'd like to face in that round?
No one I'd like to face, but one guy I want to avoid is Nightwatch because he beat me last time in Champions League, and I can't be dealing with that again.
It's a good point. Yeah, he's normally on the couch. We normally have him in here because he's useless at FIFA. That's what we tell him anyway. But actually, it turns out he's actually pretty good. So no shame in losing to him. But yeah, I guess we want to avoid that. What's it been like for you over the last month or so? You've had such a period of dominance in this new season, and then you've had like a period where things haven't gone quite so well. You've lost to MS Desari in the final. You didn't do well at Nations finals. It's been a bit tougher, isn't it, this last month?
Yeah, because in Swiss I keep getting out, but then it comes to one knockout game. Like when I played Desari, I got to the final, so I played well that tournament. Then it wasn't meant to be, and then the tournament after in E-Nations in the groups, I battered everyone to get into a random knockout game. I lose, and then same again last tournament. So I don't know, if I can just fix up my knockout gameplay, then I should be good.
How do you keep motivated? Because it's been a long season and you've done so much and won so many times. How do you keep coming back to these and approaching them in the same frame of mind?
I find it fun. Like recently, Team of the Seasons just came out, so I can actually enjoy it a little bit more. So I've came here. There's no Team Seasons in my team yet.
I was going to say, Ibra?
Nah, I don't cross. I play beautiful football. But, nah, but I haven't used any Team Seasons yet. But next event, when those Premier League Team Seasons are out, Andy Robertson, Arnold, Alisson, Van Dijk, they're all going in.
There's some Liverpool players, apparently.
Yes, Trent Arnold.
Who knew that you would favour some Liverpool players? We'll let you go. Well done. Congratulations on yet another quarter-final here at PGL Masters. Well done.
Cheers.
There's Donovan, a.k.a. Tex, safely through yet again to another quarter-final, as we said already. He's just, I don't know. I mean, I asked him where he gets the motivation from. He said because it's just fun. He enjoys it. And I think that has to be, we talked about it off-air, didn't we? You go through periods of any game, doesn't matter if it's FIFA or Dota or whatever. There's always periods where you feel like you're grinding a little bit and maybe not enjoying it. And you have to probably take time off like he's done, go and play something and come back, and then you really appreciate the game again.
I think that's very important because not only that, it refreshes you. You can get very easily stuck into doing the same thing over and over again, and then it just kind of feels like the norm. When you take that break, you kind of get your creative juices going. You can kind of reimagine or reinvent kind of ways to play, which makes you unpredictable. Because if you're playing the same thing over and over again, eventually someone is going to suss you out, and then you're going to lose. So if you can kind of keep yourself refreshed, and like you said, it just makes you enjoy it more. When you do something over and over again, you're obviously going to get kind of a little bit bored, but then once you take that break, it just feels a lot better and more fun.
Yeah, well, he's definitely having some fun in there. We'll have a look at the results, I think, from the last round. Yes. Take a look at round number 3, because as we said at the top of this segment, there were some very tight games in here, but there were also some massively one-sided matches, not least of which for Julie, who won 8-0 over the 2 legs against Mert Al. Chris came through his game against Zinio 5-4. We thought that was going to be close. We also thought the Dr. Ahano game would be closer, but he's gone out of the tournament, having lost 7-2 to Aggie overall. There was also a last-minute goal in that Fifilza versus Stranger game as well. In fact, 123rd minute goal.
That's crazy.
In that game, including a missed penalty in extra time. That game had absolutely everything in it. But also some great performances all around. # Ryan winning again, 8-2. 20 goals so far out of his 3 games.
He must be feeling on top of the moon right now. He said he wanted to have a good run in Bucharest, and that's exactly what he's doing. So he's got to be very, very happy with himself right now.
I think it makes it really interesting for that round 4 as well. Some of those partnerships and fixtures that we could see. So should be some really exciting fixtures.
Yeah, Danny bouncing back as well, winning 8-5 in his 2 legs after defeat in the previous round as well. There's also a win for Cursor in there. Shiaan going down 6-1. The South African losing out in that particular one. And the big match between the 2 players just outside that top 60, Rodrigo versus Cafolo. I thought that was going to be a close game. 6-1 in the end to Rodrigo.
Yeah.
Massive result for him, because he has to get out of the groups to get into the top 60.
Exactly. Like I mentioned, that is probably down to who wanted it the most. Like you said, they're just outside, so you're going to have a great run today to make sure you can get enough points to put yourself into that playoff spot.
And Nightwatch also doing well as well. You're winning 8-3. Let's take a look at the standings for you and bring you right up to date with all of the results so far in our standings for PS4. It is 3 games down, 2 to go potentially for some of these. However, it's coming. Trust me. It's going to be exploding onto your screen any moment now. There we go. 3 wins, 0 losses as far as Chris Spiteri is concerned. Ranked 27 in the world. He follows Uston, who's also number 7 in the world, also with 3-0. And I have to tell you, Uston has had some really tough fixtures so far at this particular tournament. The 2-1's where the interest is right now. For Philza in there, having got that 123rd minute winner, he's also in the 2-1. So is Tom in there as well. Chris also notably, also 2-1. And teams, players that are already out. Murtau, 6-23 after losing all 3 of his. And Dr. Ahano also out 0-3. I'm shocked. This man, he started off the season. Unbelievable. Like, he was just scoring for fun.
I think he had the lineup of opponents that he would have wanted the least today.
Absolutely. A terrible
Which is
run.
just a bit unfortunate.
Indeed. However, over on the Xbox things, this is how they look after 3 rounds. Tex, as we safely saw, through to the quarterfinals. He is joined by his countryman, #Ryan, with 20 goals, 4 and 8 against them 3. I know, what a fantastic run he's had through this group stages already. Raf's already still in contention along with Saku there, and Rodrigo, Danny in there, Black Arrows 2-1. Nightwatch is 2-1 as well. Plenty to play for all of those players. But at the bottom, Tim Latka out of the tournament at 0-3, and Shiaan, unfortunately, from South Africa. We said he had a mountain to climb. He had to win the tournament to get through to the top 60. Well, he hasn't even got out of the groups, unfortunately for him. He is 0-3. Lots of players on 1 and 2 in there. Kafolo, Janos, Jazz, Cursor, they're all 1 and 2 in that.
I think it's quite interesting to see those higher ranked players as well, run between the 60 and 85, seeing how they can progress through the tournament as well, because when it gets to nitty gritty, it's last chance saloon, and there could be some tense moments ahead for those guys.
Do you think, like, Tim Latka out, I mean, he's 20th right now, ranked 20 in the world. He's gone out 0-3. Is there an element of, I'm kind of safe and I can't really move up that high, so I don't really worry? But is there an element of that, or cause it just seems such a waste to come all the way out to Bucharest and then not give it everything, doesn't it?
I think he would have come in to either secure playoffs to make sure he definitely got it, or to push for the finals.
Yeah.
I think he's just on the outside of the finals, 16. Am I right? I'm pretty sure. So if he did well here, he would have done very good. But like I said, it's not end of the world. But I think he would have come just to secure himself and just like make sure he's got no kind of doubt.
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes from that first 2 games as well. If you set the tone right, you're off to a winner. But obviously, unfortunately, it's not gone his way. So maybe that's fed into it, knowing he's got the qualification in the bag.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? Let's take a look at the next round for you. Round number 4 of Swiss looks a little like this. There are a couple of less games, of course. Over on the PS4 side of things, the Stranger going up against Julie, who had an 8-0 win in the previous round. Tom also looking to make it 3 UK players going through to the next round. He plays Furky. Plenty of good matches alongside that. Uston will take on Spiteri, even though they're both through. That we will continue on to play their matches at 3 and 0 to find out who seeds better for the next round as far as they're concerned. Jazz versus Janos. If you're commentating on that one, I feel bad for you. Jazz Janos. It's quite close. It's a bit of a...
All the Jays. They're coming for our brand. They're coming for our W brand.
The Jays taking on the Ws. Rafsu taking on Saku. That should be also a very good game. And Rodrigo, his reward for winning his last match is to face off against Danny. Remember, the winner of that one will claim place in the quarterfinals. And Tex takes on #Ryan. Now, I know it's for nothing, really, but I fancy Ryan might want to win that one. Just for a marker in the sand. Do you know what I mean?
I think
he's had a good tournament. He's 3-0. He's in the quarterfinals. Nothing to lose. Throw everything at Tex. See what he's got.
I think playing Tex is just the best way to test yourself. See where you're at the moment. And I think he'd love a W over him, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. So you've beaten Tex.
I have.
Will...
Have you? What are you saying then?
I know. I mean, just want to
Will, have you beaten Tex?
I mean, I could say yes, but it's obviously evidently no.
Would it be a lie?
Yeah.
What about if we had like a 2v2?
Yeah.
Would you reckon you could beat
me and Tex versus you two?
Well, no. I mean, like, someone else and a pro against Tex and maybe say Will. Do you reckon you could take him then in a 2v2?
Yeah. Oh. I mean, I prefer to be with Tex, but
right.
I mean, no. I reckon we could do it.
That's cheating, though.
I know. I reckon we could do it, though.
Yeah?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, we might have to get the W to play a 2v2. Good news is, these 2 players that played in our feature match, Rafzu and Tex, of course, have played each other before. Numerous times, of course, in 1v1. But also, oddly, in 2v2.
Yes! Come on! Aye, that's football. Nah, we're the better team here, Danny. Danny, we gotta win, because I'm not trying to do any squats or anything like that.
Sure, do your tactics, man. You win every tournament.
Just take off your t-shirt from now.
Good luck, guys.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Bob.
What? You call me Bob? Oh, what a pressure.
Go on, man, eh? Oi!
Hello.
Don't blame the players.
What can I
It's
do?
definitely not the players.
It's the TV. No, okay.
Offside.
No rules.
No!
Oh, no rules, I forgot. Big header. Oi!
Hey,
For us.
Oh,
what?
No.
Oh, no, I forget every time.
I mean, at least hit him.
I missed him.
I missed him too.
This game mode is pretty funny. I never played before. Why is everybody dead? Oh my god, let's go, man. Yes! Come on.
Hey, that's football.
Yes.
Just slice him.
I've done something.
What?
Oh, look at that. Love that from you, Danny. Oh, that's great work.
Yeah, Viva. Oh no, it's not. What? It's not penalty.
Keepers! Oi, catch it, hold it. Yes! Hey, left. Why have you done that then?
No. Do it.
Did you see that? Can you see
What did you press to shoot like that?
I was looking away. I looked away before I shot.
Yeah, I know, I saw that. Which button do you press to shoot like that?
I didn't see. Can you smell that? It smells like sports for you.
GG guys.
Playing with Danny and them, it was funny, but luckily we got the win.
Yeah, it was just funny and well, I won my first game, so.
It's impossible to play with no rules. It's chaotic.
Unfortunately, we lost 2-0. We have some occasions to score, but unfortunately, we didn't.
It would be pretty funny to organize maybe one tournament without rules. It would be really funny for the commentators, for all the viewers on the live stream.
It's funny, right? In the real Champions League final, see Van Dijk just smash on Lucas, can be actually funny.
So I'm hoping Liverpool win 2-0 in the Champions League final. I'm actually going to the game, so hopefully it's a good one to watch and Liverpool can win.
Rafsu Lemons, Cursor Squats.
Oh.
That's normal.
Yes, I know. I do that often. Okay, Cursor.
Squats?
Yeah. How many squats?
Yeah, 15.
Whoa!
Imagine if we lost. I had to do it for sure, man.
What?
Oh, your toes.
He just clicked.
3, 4, 5, 6, oh, c'est trop! 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
all the way down.
13, 14, 15.
Okay, GG, man, GG.
Oh, what a ball. 2-0. Pause it, mate. I'm just going to go to the toilet.
Yeah, all right.
What?
A very warm welcome back to the PGL Masters here in Bucharest. Our FIFA 19 tournament continues. The search for our quarterfinals continues as well. We've just got 2 confirmed on the Xbox, 2 confirmed on the PS side of things, and we are going to confirm 4 more in our next round as round 4 of Swiss gets underway, and we're back with Team W on the couch. It's going to stick now, I think.
I like that. Yeah, I've already called for the t-shirts
The
to be printed.
winners.
The branding's on its way.
Winners.
Got the
There we go.
copyright sorted and everything.
Yeah, got
all
a
done.
patent on the way.
YouTube's already opened up and got a channel for it.
Like
Brilliant.
that one.
Yeah, lovely. 3 rounds in. What have you learned?
I've learned that Tex has, even though he is not playing his best FIFA at the moment, he is still just unbelievably good at getting a result. He even mentioned that he hasn't been playing the best 3 games, and yet he's qualified to the quarterfinals, which is ridiculous.
What I've learned is I just saw, I think it was Rodrigo score 3 goals and a half, and that were absolute worldies, which would take me about 25 years to do on FIFA. And I dare to dream it could be coming home. But I know we've said that every round.
Yeah, I don't want to go too far,
No?
boys. No, I'm still suffering from Nations Cup blues.
I'll do it for you. I'll take the.
After we
I'm positive. Yeah, I'm
it's a bit of a
positive.
stab in the old heart. I'm
Yeah.
not used to England going into a World Cup as one of the favourites.
No.
And then crashing out.
Well, we've learned. We're going on. We'll go again.
But it's that way, isn't it? Like, we didn't build them up in the summer last year because we all thought, a bunch of no-hopers. Gareth
Yeah.
Southgate, rubbish manager. All these youngsters don't even know what they're doing, not even playing full-time for their clubs. Go to the World Cup semi-final, yay!
As soon as we
Brilliant.
scored that first goal, it was coming home, in my opinion.
Exactly.
That's when it changed for me.
My hopes with Footwiz Tom, ranked 50.
Yeah.
Might do the business today.
Might do it. Yeah, the UK boys are doing all right so far. Certainly hashtag Ryan and Tech's already through. Let's take a look at round number 4 matches and where you can view them, because we do, of course, have all the multiple streams out there for you. All 14 of them this time around. Obviously, with a couple of players left outside of that. The Stranger versus Julie, for instance, over on stream 1. No problem there. Furky taking on Tom. Another UK player that could go through to the next round. He's on stream number 4. Uston versus Spiteri. If you fancy watching that one, they're both 3-0 right now. I know they're both through, but my goodness, that's a good game. That's over on stream 7. Some good matches in there.
Yeah. I mean, when we were with Boris this morning, he spoke about it's Julie and his promise, but I mean, one more defeat and he could be on his way home. So, I mean, it's a perfect situation. Round 4, win or go home. And obviously those seedings at the top to Tex versus hashtag Ryan, that could be maybe the console final.
Yeah, I mean, they're 3-0 and they're through, but I quite want to just see that one and see what goes on in it.
Yeah, like you said, it would make a really good final, to be fair. But now's a really good opportunity just to feel each other out. And if that is the final, then see what you learned from that game.
Yeah. All right. Well, we've got a little while to go before then. We're in round number 4 right now. So let's take a look at our featured match for Swiss round number 4. A lot on the line for both of these players. Danny's got to try and bounce back, of course. He's on 2-1 right now. The winner of this will go through to the quarterfinals. And Rodrigo, by the way, has to get out of the group stages in order to qualify inside the top 60.
Oof.
So win this game, he's inside the top 60. That's a massive bit of pressure for him on it, isn't it?
That's a huge pressure game. I don't know how I would take that mentally. But yeah, Danny has steadied the ship a little bit.
Yep.
He's managed to get his 2 wins after his loss. But yeah, like you said, this is all on Rodrigo right now. Danny's already through or into the playoffs. So it's all down to him.
But,
How does he cope with that?
Well, it's hard, isn't it? I mean, the whole year boils down to this one game. Everything they've put into FIFA, especially for Rodrigo, boils down to this moment. So, I mean, not so much for Danny, but yeah, I'd be so interested to see how Rodrigo copes with the pressure. I mean, he dealt with it fine in the last game when it was all on the line. Scored some of the day's best goals. So yeah, really interested to see how he copes.
How do you think he goes up against such an experienced player in Danny as well?
I don't know. I don't know if he tries to figure out what is Danny's weaknesses or just continue to play the way that he's playing right now, because obviously he's getting the results. So maybe he has to bring his game to Danny and kind of make Danny try and work against him instead of him trying to figure out Danny. I don't know how well that would work. Maybe that's why they're the pros and I'm not.
You've got to win against Tex.
Yeah, but I don't want to say why, so we're just going to say it's a W. But like maybe he just has to bring his game to Danny and see how it goes.
Yeah, and likewise for Danny, really. I mean, he's bounced back. We looked at him earlier on, and he looked in bad shape. You worried a little bit that he might not even get out of the group stage. And I think Boris mentioned that he has been inconsistent at times in tournaments, and this seems to be another one. He's got to brush all that aside in this game.
Yeah, I think definitely. And the games that we've seen him playing, I mean, we've had them up on our screens here. They've been high-scoring games, and just in that package alone, we saw what Rodrigo could do. So I think it's going to be a high-scoring game. I just think we spoke about that mentality earlier about players that need to qualify, need to get that win, and it all boils down to this game for Rodrigo. So I know we're not maybe doing predictions yet, but
no predictions just yet.
If I was to maybe do one, that would maybe the way I sway.
I think the main key for
we'll
this...
see if we can sway the other way.
I think the main key for this game is if Rodrigo can get into Danny's head, because as we saw from the first game, Danny went 3-0 down very easily, and you could see from his reactions, he kind of had lost his mentality a bit. So if maybe the same thing can happen and Rodrigo gets some early goals, Danny might think, oh well, I've already I'm ranked 7th, so I'm already not really worrying about anything. So it doesn't really matter if I lose this game. Where Rodrigo, he needs to win this match.
While I've got you both here, why don't we talk mentality as well? Just FIFA overall, just players professionally and otherwise. You guys have played a ton of FIFA. I mean, I don't know how many games you've played, but thousands more likely than anything. How mental is the game, and how does it compare mentally to the real game?
Do you want me to you go first?
I mean, it's quite telling sometimes. I always find myself, concentration absolutely huge. Yeah. I mean, I've got none of it. So when I'm playing, I just need to keep myself topped up all the time. And when if you're winning 4-5-0 in those games, you've seen it even with the pros. Sometimes you just feel if one goes in, that avalanche can start, and we could be seeing 5-5. So. That's what's so impressive with Tex as well. Even when he's not playing well, he grinds those results out. So it's such a mental thing. We see how exhausted some of the players are at the end of some of those tough extra time battles. So yeah, it's such a massive thing.
I think for me, it's a game where you have to be switched on 100% of the time. We've seen in the past so many comebacks. You might think that this game is over and done with, but it is so easy to get back into this game. And if you lose that slight bit of concentration, then you could be 3-0 up and then facing being 4-3 down in the matter of an instant. So you have to be fully focused. I think it's key, especially if you're playing the weekend league, spread it out a bit, take your breaks, because it is draining. If you try and do them all in one block, then you will make mistakes just because you're fatigued. So taking breaks is very, very useful. And I think it's detrimental to make sure that if you want to have a good run, that you pace it out and spread out your games.
I think even more so than in real life, especially with FIFA, like when that pendulum swinging, if it's going your way, it's going your way. But if it starts to come back the other way, that's when you can really start to suffer defeat.
Okay, I'm going to test your mental acumen now with some predictions. Because
I'm 1-1 at the moment.
You can't go giving me the whole fatigue thing on predictions. You have to keep going, 100% focused the whole day.
Okay, for this game,
yes.
I'm gonna go. I want to back Rodrigo. I want to see him get through to the playoffs. I mean, he's on the cusp of it right now, so it's a very important game for him. And I think I want to just see how much he wants it. So I'm gonna back him and say he's gonna get the win.
Okay. And does that what it comes down to? Will, is it fight or flight now?
Yeah, I think that's going to be the extra 5 to 10%. We just spoke about mentality, and it's going to be a huge thing today. And knowing that your season ends on this match is such a huge thing. And I think Rodrigo dealt with it perfectly in the last match, so I think he can do it same again in this one.
Okay. Unanimous decision on our panel. I like that. Unanimity here between the two Ws. What would you expect anything other from Team W? Let's head over to our commentary team and bring them in for their predictions. Gents, what do you got for us?
Well, we never really agree on a prediction.
No, not normally. Not expecting it to be the same this time around either.
I kind of want the playoff dream to happen for Rodrigo, so he's going to get my vote.
Right.
Ajax Danny is a little bit like the British weather. He's consistently inconsistent. So I'm going to go with Ajax Danny because I like British weather. I like a little bit of cloudiness.
Okay. I mean, I was thinking of cold, dank, wet, horrible.
Well, it could even be like 40, not 40, that's overestimate. Like 23 degrees
23
outside.
is probably about right, yeah.
Or it can be like quite blustery a
True.
little bit.
No, that's true.
A bit windy.
All right.
You know what? I like a little bit of bluster in my life. So I'm going with Ajax Danny.
Okay, I'm all right. On that rather weathery note, it's all yours, gents.
Thank you very much, Paul. And the two W's on the couch. I know you like a bit of cold weather. You are from the northern, topper half of England. I'm about from down the bottom side, so I get a bit more sun.
If we're in Game of Thrones, I'm Winterfell. I'm high up. I'm past the wall in terms of England. I'm used to that cold weather. But Ajax Danny up against Rodrigo. Netherlands versus Brazil. It's going to be a good game, to be honest. I think Danny, like I said, he's just quite inconsistent. He's had some great performances this year. Quarterfinals, top fours, a number of different LQEs and majors. He's 7th in the rankings for a reason. But he's also gone out in Swiss at a number of different events. And quite a telling sign. I saw it in the sort of predictions that the couch were doing. They were on his phone, Danny. And the person that he's brought with him had to take his phone off him before the game started. Does that just show maybe a little bit of naivety? I'm already at the playoffs. I'm probably at the grand finals. This is just a weekend away for me. Whereas for Rodrigo, complete opposite. This is a tournament that he cannot pass up on.
It's a tournament that he has to place well in because, as we saw, currently 80th in the Global Series rankings, 474 points to his name. We've been predicting all season, Richard, how many points will be enough on PlayStation, on Xbox. Yes, there's been more PlayStation exclusive tournaments, so the point tally is naturally going to be higher there for the top 60. I don't know how it's looking at the moment. Still looking at about 700 to guarantee a top 60 spot.
Yeah, on the Xbox, you're looking 60th right now coming into this tournament, about 630 points. That is Yannick on the Xbox. On the PlayStation 4, you're looking at Viva from Mexico, 746. So there's about 150 points difference between the two consoles.
And I can assure you that the likes of Spider Kong, Footwiz Jamie, Yannick, ECV Renzo, they'll all be watching at home. They'll all be thinking, please don't go any further in this competition. Because right now, Rodrigo's guaranteed himself 110 points. If he wins this one, he'll jump up to 150. Then he can go on from there and potentially, cause an upset. He can knock people out of the spots.
I wonder if Ajax Tor has potentially been in Danny's DMs with this game at a round 4 Swiss game. Obviously, Tor used to play for SPQR in Brazil, then moved to Amsterdam to be part of Team Ajax. Potential inside information there for Danny and his coaching staff behind him in Bucharest.
Here's SPQR Rodrigo now. He's playing in that white strip. Just tried to pull away from his man as he came into the box. Unfortunately, not successful on this occasion. Lofted through ball onto the volley. As we know, Ajax Danny loves a volley.
The first thing that I saw from Danny, as soon as the game started, he went into the bottom right corner with the D-pad. When attacking, that'll be one of his custom set formations, and also went striker drop back. Quite a defensive change that you make on. You usually do that maybe when you're winning, you've got 10-15 minutes left and you want to see out the game. Nice little fake throw from Danny there. But striker drop back this early on into the game. He's looking for that long ball over the top. Before the patch came in, he was very, very finesse heavy. He was firing balls into his midfielders. First time finesse. Since the patch has come in, he's had to adjust his game style, and he does look for that long ball over the back four. I'd probably say 3-4 times a game.
And also, we have to look at the fact as well that he hasn't got Coach Bass next to him. You said there was someone else from the ECV team who Danny is part of or working with. Took his phone away from him. Coach Bass maybe has plans this weekend. I'm sure he'll be watching from somewhere in the world. But it's that when you're comfortable at an event, when you've got a family member there, when you've got a friend there or a coach that has done wonders for you, can help you in certain situations. Yes, Danny doesn't really need any more points. He is guaranteed to be in that top 10 probably, come towards the end of the season. He's got Eredivisie points as well. Not as many as he probably would have wanted to, but he'll still have a couple of 100 points for that. It's how players are approaching this. We said about Tex. Is he going to be bothered? He's 3-0 at the moment. He wants to go and win another trophy. He likes playing his FIFA here in Bucharest. How are the other top 10 players going to react?
Well, they've gone both ways, really. You've got Houston, who's been very successful so far. And then on the other side of it, you're looking at Dr. Ahano, 12th, out. New York City Chris, struggling right now with some of his games.
And you've got Houston, Christian Spitari, doing so well. And it seems like the UK players are popping up on the Xbox. Hashtag Ryan, again, he's been here all season. He's been kind of up and down.
The thing is with Hashtag Ryan, he knows that just on skill alone, he's one of the best players in the world. He's Ryan. He just doesn't perform at tournaments to his level that he expects upon himself. And that's the real difference between someone like Hashtag Ryan and someone like Tex. Tex knows that he can play that well and does play that well. Ryan, we've seen bad performances from him. I don't want to go back to it, but that E-Premier League event, it was one of the favourites going into it. Quite a dismal performance from him.
It was indeed. Here comes the cross, and that's going to be the opening goal of the game. Virgil van Dijk. I think he got a nick on it on the way through, but still straight into the back of the net. Just on the line there, Rafael Varane could not get a strong enough head just to clear it off the line, and instead, unfortunately, actually will go down as an own goal. But you're talking about Ryan now. I put a tweet up saying who was going through to the knockout stages. I think it was Rana's replied saying, "Is Stacks back? Excel Stacks? If you know your FIFA esports, 2017 when Ryan was playing for Excel and it was a breakout year for him, then obviously led to a hashtag move."
His first ever event that he competed at in Munich for the FIWC qualifiers. He won his group of 5 and then got a trip to the grand finals. And I tell you what, SPQR Rodrigo turning up the heat. Cristiano Ronaldo, 36 minutes in, 2-0 up against Danny, and maybe those predictions on the couch could have been coming true.
Well, this game does take me back to round 2 of Swiss, where I think that Danny played Rafsu. He lost 10-4 in the end, but it was in the first half. Rafsu scored about 3-4 goals, and Danny kind of was just in shock. He didn't know what to do. It was like 4-0 down in the first half. Yes, he's only 2-0 down now, but it's still the same factor. Conceding goals early on in the first leg. How is he going to react?
It's a question in the Rafsu game in particular.
It's a finesse.
Oh, wow.
Just like that. Just like that, we're back in this game.
You have to ask yourself, how has that gone in? He's got his back to goal. He's finessed it. It's not timed. The grey.
The only reason I got excited was because the camera angle just kind of slightly adjusted. It took a deflection through the legs as well.
Wow. Off the post. Don't get much more top bins than that. Jimmy Bullard will be proud. Fantastic strike from Ajax Danny. He gets himself back into the game, and we're talking about the response that he showed against Rafsu. Wasn't really a response at all. Are we going to get a better reply now from the multiple-time Eredivisie champion?
Pulled the shot in there, there's Rodrigo. Time green that time, easy save for De Gea. Parried it away, in comes that corner again. Cristiano Ronaldo happy to get back and defend for Ajax. Danny's still in the box at the moment. Alexandra, the Juve man. Paqueta from R9 is going to fall back. And just like that, end-to-end FIFA. 3-1 up, Rodrigo leads now, restores his 2-goal cushion.
And Ajax Danny, a picture tells 1,000 words.
Look at Danny right there.
If he's not going to laugh, he's going to cry. Snuck into that bottom left corner. Goalkeeper movement just not great, really. He moved him to the opposite side. We're expecting the finesse shot. The ball bounced around in the box like a pinball machine. And in the end, Mbappe just low-driven, guided it into that bottom left corner.
And it was in that Rafsu game. I was just out behind Danny there. You can just see kind of the couch area where you can watch all the games. And it was during the game against Rafsu when he was 4-0 down and he was being so vocal, so frustrated in the way he was playing. And again, maybe Rodrigo's had a look at how that game went. Rafsu scored a lot of goals in the first leg and it's made it a bit too much of a mountain to climb for Danny. Can Danny respond now? He will have an attack. An awful shot though in the end.
Nothing's been time green from Danny.
That was Rafael Varane as well, Richard.
He had two chances where he's hit it first time on the volley. They've been like very poor. And then he's had 2 chances on the finesse where he's not timed it green. It's just not a good performance so far from Ajax Danny. And to be honest, at 3-1, he's probably still a little bit fortunate to be in this game because against Rafsu, we were 4-0 down early doors. The game was away from him at 3-1. The game's still open. He's still got a chance to get back into it if he plays the FIFA that he knows he can play at the championship level that he has attained in the past.
And whoever wins this game will go through to the knockouts. Important to remember that. They'll jump up into a bit more prize money, guaranteeing himself $500 and 150 Global Series ranking points. Wicked deflection, going to fall back to Neymar. Mbappe with the shot. And wow. Very composed from Rodrigo. Happy to play back today. Switch out. And just like that, running a counter-attack straight down the other end. Finds the overlapping run of Neymar. Back inside. Look at the back post. Ruud Gullit plays the one more into Kylian Mbappe. Deflection.
For me, he didn't need to play it all the way across then. I think as soon as the ball went out wide to Mbappe, the attack, it just gave Danny enough time to get his defenders back across the ball. The ball was Gullit. Gullit got it and were venturing forward. You see, he's vocal in all these attacks, is Ruud Gullit. I'm not sure if he's playing him a little bit further forward, maybe as a cam, rather than a CDM. Looks like he probably is a CDM in a 4-2-3-1 right now, but all the attacks that he's having are coming from Gullit in that heart of midfield, pushing forward with the ball, attacking movements.
Here he comes again, and it's Vieira involved in another attack for Rodrigo. There we go. Superb from him again. Liquid football from the Brazilian. And now he leads by 4-1 and just leaves a 3-time Dutch world champion speechless.
Yeah, well, he might be speechless in game, but he's definitely doing a lot of talking there on the camera. He's complaining, he's arguing.
He's not happy. If he loses this, Richard, he goes to an elimination match in Swiss round 5.
The last place you expected to see Ajax Danny, a top 10 on the Global Series rankings competitor.
There wasn't many of them that came to this event, Richard. There's 32 players here, only 4 of them inside the top 10. F2 Tex and Danny on the Xbox, and New York City Chris and Houston on the PlayStation. Only 2 of those are actually through to the knockouts. Every tournament seems to create a different story.
We know about SPQR as a brand, as an organisation, a very family-orientated team. It's all about the team first. It's very similar to what Hashtag's doing in the UK at the minute.
Awful. Needed to finish that one.
You're expected to be part of not just a player, something bigger than yourself, and that's what SPQR is all about.
Let's not
they even
forget,
gave us a shirt
they
in
did.
Bucharest, all the way back in November.
First event of the year for Champions Cup. Their owner came over to me and Richard gave us a shirt. We're like, thank you very much.
See a few of the other games there. The Stranger and Julie elimination match.
Ooh,
one apiece.
Zizinho, he needed that. Zizinho is currently 1 and 2, so
yeah, all 3 of them games.
They all are, sorry. Stranger though, not good for him against a fellow German. It's Judy, that's 1-1 at the moment. Aggie winning, Zizinho winning. Let's not forget though, Ajax Danny, superb player. Let's not forget the season that Ajax have had as well.
Oh, remarkable.
So close to a Champions League final and so close for Toru as well. Just a few games away from making the E-Champions League final. That's going to fall too kindly to Rodrigo. Oh, he's not going to take the chance. Cristiano Ronaldo, back to Vieira. Fake shot, Mbappe, that's class.
Controller slammed onto the desk. from Danny. It's not what you want to see
You can see it again on the replay. He just sent the keeper the wrong way. There's an initial fake shot.
The goalkeeper movement, yeah. What he did there is he moved back onto his right foot, and then the stall, just the stall, made Danny a little bit tentative on that right stick. He moved the goalkeeper back over, opened up on the low, driven across the goalkeeper. Simple as you like. And let's jump into this game between Jubin and North.
It's a bit of a mouthful. Currently, 1-1 the score. This is an elimination game. Both these players 1 and 2 at the moment. Yes, Aggie is in this position alongside the likes of Zizinho, Stranger. Certainly has not been an easy ride for any of them.
I'm going to have another crack at that. Jubin Yo-Yo. That's what I'm going with.
Here we go. Oh, that was the chance for him to go 2-1 up. Japanese player. Travelling a long, long way to get here. Used to seeing the likes of Webb at tournaments. When it comes to a Japanese representative.
Yeah, probably the most successful Japanese FIFA player that we've had in the last couple of years.
Is this Marcuso or is this Aga? Remember Webb last year? One of the crazy run at the playoffs. Back in Amsterdam.
We'd not seen him at an event until the playoffs. He won a last chance qualifying spot.
Looks like Danny has got a goal back. 5-2 the score there. All these games are in their first leg at the moment. Here we go. Surely for Aggie. Movement of the goalkeeper matches the shot.
And that's the sort of goalkeeper movement that is really successful. It's not big movements. It's not game-changing movements. It's just the little ones. The little step to the left, the little step to the right to give your goalkeeper a better chance of scoring. A couple of interesting player picks that I'm seeing right now from Jubin. Alex Sandroin at left back. George Best at right mid, right cam. Looks like the prime icon moments George Best, the 94.
Is that Ibrahimovic, I could see? No, it's not. Cristiano Ronaldo.
Ronaldo up top. I'd imagine Ibra coming off the bench.
Been on quite a few players' bench as well, and he has been introduced a few times for a few players. Half-time in this match where both players have had chances to capitalise and maybe go in front, but the score currently sits at 1-1.
Yeah, we're not seeing the story of the game thus far, but the stats gives a pretty decent indication on what to expect. It's a 4-2-3-1 for both of these two players. As to be expected, last time we saw Aggie in competition, he was successful at the E-Superliga Season 2 finals with teammate Marcuso.
How about this one then? Jubin Yono, if I can have anywhere. Jubin Yonyo, I think I'm nearly there. 126th in the Global Series rankings, Richard. 336 points to his name. So you've seen the bracket at the start of the show today. You know the stories. You know who needs to do what. As Rodrigo scores another one, he knows exactly what he's got to do. And he's looking like he's going to be on the way to the knockouts. So, again, you need to be making the finals. You need to be making the big, grand final. Back to goal. He's gone down, waved away. Not going to be a penalty either.
And just as I was speaking before about the E-Superliga and the success that Aggie had with Copenhagen and Team North, almost seems like a little bit of a resurgence in his FIFA 19 season, because he started extremely well. He was qualifying for all the events that he could. I think 6 out of 6 events he qualified for, and then just sort of fell off a little bit. And I'm sure he won't mind me saying that, but he wasn't competing at the same level that he had previously. He got his first event of the year, semi-final in Bucharest, where we are now. Since then, he was struggling to qualify online. And then that win at the E-Superliga, I think, just gave him the confidence that he needed. It gave him confidence back. And can we see an Aggie that we're used to seeing, potentially, at the big stages? He'll definitely be at the playoffs, but a good performance needed at the playoffs to make grand finals.
Yeah, certainly indeed. You can see the scores in some of the big matchups. That one at the bottom of New York City, Chris and Rafa, 2-2 the score at the moment. That one's a 2-1 matchup. All the other ones are 1 and 2. Zizinho 6-1 up. First leg there, 2-2. The Stranger, and it's Julie. But as you said, you've hit the nail on the head there, Richard. FC Copenhagen, Team North, that win of the E-Superliga was big for them, especially in the way they could win it as well against Brøndby. It was a big derby, a big Danish football derby, which was able to happen on the virtual pitch, and it was once again, the E-Superliga, a fantastic tournament. We were, proud to be involved in. It's given them a lot of confidence, extra points on the Global Series rankings from the previous season, and extra prize money as well. Marcusa, though, he's at the E-Champions League final. His teammate Aggie, I'm sure, will probably go along to that. As a coach, he was in Manchester a few weeks back, and even those experiences can help you as a player and certainly motivate you.
We're in Manchester, also in Maidstone for the E-Nations Cup final as well with Denmark.
I think that's what you look towards when you look to a player that's done a lot in competitive FIFA. He's won a world title back in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil in that final against Dave, by the way. And he's just been amongst this movement of, you know, competitive FIFA, how it's changed. And if you've got all these kind of titles behind you, all these championships, the social media fun, and you've still got the attitude to go as a coach, to go as a friend, to go as just for Goek's experience. The E-Nations Cup, he wasn't in that starting team, but he was still there as a coach.
Sort of a mentor.
Yeah, to have that attitude.
An ambassador of FIFA esports. I've said it before, he would be on my Mount Rushmore of FIFA esports. Would Agger, 2014 world champion, multiple time Danish champion and FIFA champion over the years as well. ESWC to his name. And just this sort of, I'd say, professionality that he's brought to the scene as well in what would be considered sort of like a Wild West in terms of the players in going back 2016, 2017. The professionality that he brings to the scene.
There we go.
Has been, I think, passed on to a number of other players as well. They see him as a role model. What's Aggie doing? What can I do? What's he doing that's made him so successful with a number of different sponsors and different brands?
And he's kind of setting the stone. He's setting the mark. Back to goal. Fake shot. Oh, 9 with the shot. Was time yellow.
It's not timing anything green, though, at the minute. Here's Agger. He's going to make a change. Looks like Mbappe coming off. I wouldn't be surprised to see Ronaldinho and Eusebio coming on. He's got one more change left to make.
Modric.
Vieira's a little bit tired in midfield, and with only 14 minutes left, Modric is much more of a second leg sub for the simple fact the first leg is never going to extra time. The first leg's always ending.
Yep.
So if you can end the game with sort of a 30% stamina Vieira, that's fine. It's that second leg where you're looking at Vieira at a 1-1 scoreline, a 2-2 scoreline, and thinking that could potentially be an area where I need to get some fresh legs on in the second leg. But the first leg, you'll see not many people often bring off for the CVMs. It's usually the attacking changes.
And just like that, made it look so easy in the end. We're talking about substitutes and how they can help you going into your second legs, and I think a goal would do that as well. Ball into the box. Virgil van Dijk able to leap up. Nothing really too fancy about that. Ball played short. We've seen it before. We've seen it so many times. Just a simple kind of chip it up. Did a few keepy ups on the way there. Get it into the box where it can be dangerous when you've got the likes of Ronaldo in there. You've got the likes of Virgil van Dijk, Ramos. And half the time, one of them will be in the air and challenging for that ball.
Yeah, very simple corner. Play it short. Clicking that right stick R3 on the PlayStation 4. Your player's going to flick the ball up either in a flick-up motion or in a scoop motion. And L1 square to the back post. Lofted cross. Van Dijk's there. Van Dijk scores. Aggie leads 2-1.
Just like his form in the real game. He's still got a Champions League final in front of him. And getting so many upgrades, so many special items, including the one you just saw there. Team of the season yesterday as well. Paqueta or two. Eusebio with a shot. Going to go to a penalty anyway. And it's going to be the man I've just been talking about. But unfortunately, could say committing the crime of a penalty. It was like watching Marcusa for a second there. Paqueta. Shot came in. Didn't matter anyway because a huge tackle came in that was deemed to be a foul. Eusebio with a chance now to send Aggie 3-1 up. Heading into the second leg. Goes down the middle. And we'll put that one away.
3-1. That's 2 big goals in about 4 minutes. We came into the game roughly about the 35th minute. It was 1-1 when we joined. It was quite nip and tuck, really. Aggie were having a lot more of the ball, but Jubinyoyo looked quite dangerous if the ball broke for him in the attacking third. But Aggie just doing what he needed to do there, getting a couple of goals from the spot and from a back post cross from the corner. 3-1 in leads now, and someone else of his experience, you'd you'd be a fool to back against him with a 2-goal advantage at this stage.
Yeah, most definitely indeed. And you have to remember, this is a knockout match. Still a second leg to come. You can see the ranking of Aggie at the moment, 22nd in those rankings. Was in the top 10 for quite a while, especially in the first 4 to 5 months of competitive FIFA in the global series. So kicking off in that Paris Games Week competition back in October. He was one of the players that was able to have hit the ground running alongside the likes of Joksan, Moalba.
He picked up the game very, very quickly, did Aga, and he sort of mastered the early game mechanics to a really good level very quickly before a lot of other players could do it. Almost complete opposite to somebody like #Shori, who takes a little bit longer to learn the mechanics of the game and to learn what's really, really effective and strong in FIFA.
But then when you do learn it, we see
That's when
exactly
you
what
start
Shori's
to
been able
push
to
on,
do
yeah.
this year, yeah. Box, you've got other people that were like the latecomers. Last year, remember MS Dasari went to win a world title, but he was nowhere to be seen until at least April. The game came out in September. You often ask, what were they doing in those months? But with this point system now, with this kind of rankings, it's able to find the best players, the ones that are consistent over the whole year, the ones that can have a few good tournaments and place well, and maybe 2 or 3 for Champions Cup or an LQE, can hold their spot there. Or the latecomers. As we move towards, as we said, the latter stages of the competitive year. Playoffs obviously to come in a few months. Then it's the big grand finals. But there's only 32 spots there.
I'm looking at the rankings as this game is concluding. I've got the 60 spots in front of me right now, and the movement on the PlayStation 4 has been quite drastic, really. If you're looking at the small margins, that's what FIFA's made up by. You're looking 21st through pretty much 7 spots there. It's about 500 points difference, 400 points. That's one good tournament, really. And then you're looking at that top sort of second. You've got Maestro, who recently has just overtaken Pina for what seems like the first time in.
Yeah.
That's probably the first time in 5 months that Pina's not been the top 2 players on the PlayStation 4. He's 27 points ahead of him. Coming down into that sort of 60 bracket, you're looking at about 750 points. I personally feel like if you're finishing 60th and you nip a spot into the playoffs, potentially you could win that event and maybe not even get top 16. Because
if you wonder what we're looking at, we've got
right now 1,800 points. That's for Filza. You've got the E-Champions League, which is going to be 8 players. You've also got the rest of this PGL qualifier. You've got a couple of licensed leagues to finish up as well. Coming into the playoffs, you've got to imagine that the top 16 players going into it, at least 8 of those, 10 of those are going to perform at the playoffs as well. So they're going to be adding points onto what they've already accumulated. So then you're looking, if I win the playoffs and I'm getting 1,800 points, and I qualify on 800, that puts me to 2,400. 2,400 points right now. You're 11th on the PlayStation rankings. You think 5 players aren't going to perform and potentially get better points than you? It's so up for grabs right now on the PlayStation in terms of the rankings. That's why Aga in this tournament is essential that he minimum gets through the quarterfinals, gets to a semi-final, and guarantees himself 325, 450 if he does manage to make a console final. Just to give him a little bit of a better chance going into the playoffs.
Yeah,
Nothing's final. There's probably 4 or 5 players on the PlayStation who are guaranteed. Nicholas, Maestro, Pina, Mo Alba, and Joksan. Probably Lev as well. And then outside of that, it gets a little bit dicey.
Oh, it does indeed. And if you're wondering what we're looking at, we've got like a few sheets in front of us with the top 100 players, the rankings of each PlayStation and Xbox. So I still feel like we are going to see an outsider somehow creep into the top 16 at the playoffs, Richard. I just can see something crazy happening at these playoffs. We'll get, as we know, it's the top 60 and that will make it there. And you even look at that, look around between the 55th place mark to the 70th place. There's like 50 points in it. It really can depend on whether someone can have a good performance in a virtual league. We know that the Allsvenskan's popping up in Sweden next week, the E-Syrian, the E-Divise, E-Ligun. You know, there's still a few more tournaments to conclude.
Yeah, just looking at the rankings on the PlayStation right now, going back to it, you've got players like Shells, Footwiz Marco, Jazz, Kyle Lees, in like the 1,000 to 1,700 point mark right now. That is the real sort of... That's where it's boiling point right now for a lot of these players coming into the playoffs, because you have to hope that someone in the top 16 currently doesn't perform at the playoffs and you can take their spot. That tournament is going to be so interesting to watch.
Here we go then. We're back into the second leg and we're back in it with a bang straight away. 4 minutes in, Aggie pretty much replicates the goal he scored with Virgil van Dijk. Just about, what, 5 minutes ago, it was a different... It's pretty much the same finish, isn't it?
Yeah,
the difference is it just didn't come from a corner. Keeper's come out slightly there, and as soon as that ball goes into the box, you're looking at the likes of Ronaldo, Van Dijk. Who was going to win that battle? You said it perfectly, Richard, so many times. Cristiano Ronaldo, he's the man of the moment. Still in competitive FIFA, the standout player that is always involved in goals. Probably the top goal scorer of the year.
Elton header out wide, whipped into the box. Ronaldo wins the header and 4-1 right now. Next goal will tell me the story of the game. Aggie gets it 5-1.
I'll say it's a little bit like a flashback to 2017. George Best in the starting lineup. The Jubin Yonyo.
I like that pronoun. You've got better with the pronunciation.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it for about 5 minutes.
Over the course of this two-leg game.
Jubin Yonyo. There we go. 126th at the moment in the Global Series rankings. And he is 4-1 down.
Well, you've just mastered the pronunciation.
As well even.
We're going to leave the game.
Oh, brilliant.
And, we're going to go over to the Stranger versus It's Julie. A German derby. That's a massive goal just as we join the game from Julie. 4-2 the scoreline. The Stranger, 30 minutes away from being eliminated.
Wow.
60 minutes. My maths is completely wrong. 55 minutes roughly.
Well, we are here now. Two German players. They both competed in the virtual Bundesliga. Unfortunately, didn't make it into the final day, though. The Stranger, though, this is currently a massive game, a 1-2 matchup. 4-2 down. You've got It's Julie, one of the players to come out of VfL Wolfsburg's kind of E-Academy setup there. The likes of Benny, CR7. You would have seen him competing this year. It's Julie in there as well.
Yeah, no, Will Brazier, big It's Julie fan. He spotted him before the tournament started and sort of put a circle around him and said he's
kind
my
of warmed
pick.
to him, didn't he?
He's my pick for the tournament. So looks like he's going to be knocking out the Stranger, one of the biggest players in that German region right now.
I think as well, what it does add is that It's Julie needs a big performance. It's simple. 114th in the rankings, 353 points to his name. We're going to keep talking about this throughout today and tomorrow because it's important. This is the last real Global Series tournament that any nation can get involved in. You know, other side of the likes of the Champions League, which is already concluded. We know, the 8 players that are going to be in the final. We know with the virtual leagues, you have to represent from that country. So this is the only other tournament now that we are in that there is multiple nations involved and the playoff spots can change round.
Final LQE of the season. What a season it's been. We've been all over the world this year, whether it be Bucharest, Singapore,
whether to the States
Atlanta,
as well, yeah.
London.
Multiple at Gfinity in London. They've been great fun as well. And some crazy competitions. That was another big chance for It's Julie. Van der Sar off his line, sweeper keeper. Let's give away a corner though.
It's interesting to me that De Gea seems to have almost taken a back seat to a number of players between the sticks. He's probably the most used goalkeeper, but seen a lot more Van der Sar, seen a lot more other options in goal, and I'll be interested when the team of the season Premier League players are available for use on these accounts. Does Ederson come into the mix potentially? Does Alisson come into the mix? I think Edison more over Alisson, personally.
Definitely looking forward to seeing how that is going to change things up, especially across the other leagues as well, because, you know, I always keep talking about it, but Leon Goretzka, he did play for a few of the German pros at the FEWC Grand Finals last year.
Yeah, I remember Megabit bringing him on. He was fantastic.
Added time of 2 minutes. We'll talk about team of the seasons after this attack does fizzle out in the end. Currently 4-2 up is It's Due. This is a knockout game as well, so you win this, you will go 2-2 into round 5 of Swiss.
If you were in charge of the team of the season from the Premier League, who would you have liked to seen in the squads? Not named Andy Carroll.
Not named Andy Carroll.
So I know you're a big fan. Do you reckon Murray deserved a
Well,
shot?
I don't think any Brighton players would have been close. You know, I'll be honest.
Dunk it back.
Lewis Dunk. I think with the team this season, you know, it's obviously going to be focused on the top 2 teams that have been so dominant this year in Liverpool, Manchester City. As the stranger just tries to interrupt me there. But, you know, it's tough. You look at the subs as well, Richard. Like, they've kind of covered most angles. I don't know. You've probably got something up your sleeve.
I'm trying to think who...
It's tough to think on the spot.
I think Pogba. Pogba would have been one that people wanted to see. Gini Wijnaldum took his spot, though, in the team of the season. Wow,
And Pogba would have been an interesting player to use as well, as It's Julie scores. No idea what the goalkeeper's doing there. Danny's actually 8-3 down in the other game, still 5 goals behind, but I don't know what's happened there. I have no idea. I don't know if he tried to control the keeper, did the stranger, and again, we talk about it. When you move your goalkeeper, I know that's a very unfortunate finish, but you are just affecting the natural position of a goalkeeper. And sometimes they won't lock on. If you start moving them around, they're not going to lock on.
You're interrupting with the AI almost a little bit when you decide to manually control the goalkeeper. Just these changes are being made. You saw the bench there, 93 Bale and a 93 end of an era Franck Ribéry. I think so. We've seen a number of flashbacks go back in time. We saw flashback Firmino going back to his team of the season previously. Flashback Rabiot going back to his team of the season. I want, if you're listening, EA, and you can make this happen, please do. A FIFA 12 team of the season flashback Joe Hart.
What's his rating?
88.
Oh my! I have no idea what's happened. If that's what Joe Hart would be doing.
Don't disrespect Joe like that. Do not disrespect Joseph like that.
No, I'm sure he would be in your team. Maybe a few other diehard, previous Man City fans or.
I just think Joe Hart is.
I know you're a big fan.
Personified.
But again, on that goal, really nothing the stranger could do. We could talk about goalkeeper movement, but unfortunately,
it's just a mistake, isn't it?
It's just a very unfortunate goal to concede. Currently 3 goals behind, 5-2 down on aggregate. It's Judy will come forward again. If he scores now, it's not going to matter. Didn't get the shot away that he originally wanted to, though. Man, they're so happy to collect that one.
The stranger going out in Swiss.
You wouldn't expect that.
I would not have predicted that. He's 12th coming into the tournament. On the Global Series rankings, him and Dr. Ahano 12th and 13th respectively. And both of them two out opens the door for the players like Zazinho, for Filzer, Agger to get some points.
And I call on the German scene again. They make the event with all the players. Tim Latka, bad performance of the virtual Bundesliga. Out, 0-3 in Swiss. Dr. Ahano made it to the knockout stages, lost to Mo Alba. That's not an easy game at all. But you think with them having that bit of experience last weekend, that bit of kind of disappointment that they would have wanted to, not replicate, but rectify and change. It hasn't happened, and we're looking at potentially 3 German players leaving the competition at Swiss. I just can't put my finger on it. It was a question that was asked a lot of the time. When we were out in Germany last week with the virtual Bundesliga, was why are German players not going that extra step? You look at the season so far, the only 2 players that have come out and performed really, really, really well and finished high in a FUT Champions Cup was Hasu and Dullemite. Yes, we've had the likes of Mo Alba doing so well. Megabit, obviously, he's a champion now in the virtual Bundesliga, did really well last year. But out of I would say, 50 German player or 30 German players, I don't know what it is that's not me disrespecting their scene at all. They're fantastic players, but what is it that's missing to take them to that next step up? Because they seem to be qualifying, for a lot of events, and we know the qualification process can be quite difficult. I just don't know what it is.
Yeah, it's very, very hard to put your finger on it. If you look at the PlayStation, the top 10 players from there, you've got two nations who have got 2 players from that particular nation. That's the United States and Portugal. Germany got 1 representative on the Xbox. In the top 10, you've got 3 players from Germany, that being Dolomite, Nicholas Razek, and Megabit. So they're clearly good enough to be participating. They're clearly good enough to be in the upper echelon of players. But it just seems like winning an event is just one step too far. Unless Dolomite came in with no pressure on himself. Do you think they put too much pressure on themselves? Do you think it's a little bit like the England national team, that we see England playing well, and then all the press gets behind it, all the hype and the media get behind it?
Look at the Nations Cup, Richard.
Yeah, they went in. I was speaking to German FIFA fans. They were saying, we've won this event before it's even started. We're going through. And what happened?
They went out in the group stages. And you just can't really put your finger on why has that happened. You're looking at Mo Alba, you're looking at Megabit, who were the Virtual Bundesliga club champions as a team with Werder Bremen. They played really well. They made the finals just last weekend. But at that tournament, they know they didn't play well and just something didn't add up. Was it the pressure? Maybe it was. Here's the stranger now. One more ball all the way across.
Oh.
Somehow saved it on his line. On the rebound as well. When your luck's not in, it's just certainly not in for the stranger.
So his luck is in, though. Christian Spiteri, 7-4 up against M10 Houston.
He's going 4-0. The Maltese FIFA player, unfortunately, couldn't have the tournament he would have wanted at the Champions League. But needed to win this event. Needs to actually place very well indeed. I spoke to him in Manchester, so unfortunately it didn't go to plan in this one, but...
Currently 27th on the rankings is Spiteri.
I think in his mind, though, Richard, he wants to be top 16.
Yeah,
and there
100%.
we go. A bit of luck does fall back the way of the stranger. He has been hunting for it, he has been working for it.
There is time left. He switched into 3-4-1-2. Bale came on, Messi came on as well. There is time for the stranger to get back into this game.
Has he got the mindset?
13
That's all
minutes, 2 goals.
Against quite a young, it's Julie as well. Maybe not a lot of LAN experience compared to the stranger we saw burst out on the scene when really started
FIFA
pushing
17,
competitive FIFA. He was in Berlin for the FUT Championship finals, and he was just he was a statement. He made a statement, sorry, for the German FIFA scene at the time, and since then he's always been in the conversation. He won't be in the conversation now if he loses this game. He'll be out in the groups. Vieira out to Ramos. Has it's Julie got that kind of basic knowledge, tournament football knowledge of how to see out a game. How can I defend this one? Keep the ball in the right area. Eusebio just get something on that to get past Ramos. Don't know why Ronaldo's just stopped running. We'll see the reaction of it's Julie saying, why are you not chasing that one? Cristiano Ronaldo does make up for it though, wins the header. Look to recycle all the way across, and the strange just shrugging his shoulders. What more can I do? Just get the ball well. Simple as that.
It's a great dink over the top as well. Keeper comes out.
Chip over his head. Just hits the chest of Van der Sar.
Now's a chance for the stranger to counter-attack, potentially.
Well. Rafsu's been scoring goals for fun. Another 10 to add to the tally. 10-7. Full-time result there. Dr. Nightwatch 7-4 up. Well, that's a full-time again against Black Arrow. Added time to come very shortly, and it will be, unfortunately, bye-bye to the stranger. At the Swiss stages as well, Richard. Probably wouldn't expect that, would you?
I mean, coming into the tournament, you'd have expected him to go through, whether that be with a 3-0 record or with a 3-2 Swiss record, but to go out 1-3.
It's who up? It's just who's up for it, Richard. It's Julie. He needs a big performance here. He's past the 100 spots on the Global Series rankings, and he's going to be going through to the knockouts. Sorry, not to the knockout stages. He's in an elimination game now. He's 2-2. The stranger, though, they can laugh, they can smile, but deep down, the stranger will be disappointed there. 1-3. He leaves the competition in Bucharest. And just not gone to plan for him, unfortunately. But it doesn't matter for him in the case of he has got playoffs, but he would have done with an extra few hundred points to look towards the grand finals.
Shrug of the shoulders from the Stranger. It wasn't meant to be as the pen goes down. Stranger is out.
And it's Julie. The dream's on for him.
The dream is on. Also, we're looking at Aga's result. It looked like he probably went through in the end. We didn't get any further confirmation. But he was winning quite comfortably. Danny, the original prediction, got humbled.
He's still in the competition though.
He's still in at 2-2, but he did get beat quite comfortably. In the end, Rafsu's playing some remarkable stuff right now. I think that's about 30 goals that he scored in 4 games. 8 legs of FIFA.
Form. It's form. E-Champions League final, playing well now. We don't know why it is, but some players, you look at how big the cycle of competitive FIFA has been this year of the season. There's so many tournaments, Richard, and going into round 5 now, it's going to be going pretty crazy.
Yeah, 100%. I think this year it's been the perfect example of sort of the roller coaster of emotions. You get on, you strap yourself in, you're going up and down all the way. You don't know if what's coming up next. Are you going on a corkscrew? Are you going over a hill? It's a bag of emotions, and we felt the emotion in the commentary desk. Paul, have you felt the emotion on the couch?
Always. We love a bit of a roller coaster here. The W boys are back again once more alongside me. Gents, you been on that roller coaster before?
Many times a weekend with FIFA for sure.
You're trying to collect all those points.
Yeah.
No 40 zeros for you?
Never, unfortunately.
Really?
I just want to give other people a chance,
Of course, that's very sporting
being
of you
nice.
as well. What did you make of that, Will?
Unbelievable, wasn't it? I mean, we switched games around, but I mean, the prediction. I'm not saying I'm a FIFA god.
You are
I'm
guys,
a FIFA prediction god.
You guys are prediction gods. It's official.
3 out of 3 for me there. The first
Amazing.
2 are pretty easy, but Rodrigo was absolutely scintillating for me in that game.
I mean, he's been a goal-scoring machine in this game. Danny's been on the back end of 2 hidings now.
I wonder if he was listening to me because I said he needed to get in his head early on, and he got
and he did,
3
didn't he?
pretty early goals, and they were good goals as well. As you saw there, the green timed header, and then he's just passed it down the wing with Neymar, giving it back to Ronaldo, and what a strike. That must have been like 100 miles per hour. That was with some venom.
It's exactly what I needed to do. The pressure was on. It was win or go home. His season boiled down to this, and he just absolutely obliterated his opponent.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great point. He's got himself inside the top 60 now. It's all from here on in. I wouldn't say it's relaxing for him, but that was a fantastic strike, wasn't it? It's not relaxing for him, Will, but he has now... he's moved inside the top 60, so job 1 is now done. Next up is get as many points as you can to get away from that bottom end, just in case any weekend guys creep in there and steal it away from him at the last moment.
Well, I think the momentum's with him now as well, and he's picking up some massive wins against Ajax Danny, who was highly ranked going into this. And we keep coming back to it. We spoke about it at the start of the day. It's these players that need the points more than anything, around that sort of 60 to 80 rank, and they're just really putting in that extra 5 to 10%. And I mean, Rodrigo probably about 15 to 20, because some of these goals are absolute screamers, and he lives to fight another day.
Another beautifully placed shot down there for a 4-1 lead in this particular leg. Dominated the first leg. And Danny, I mean, you can see the frustration. I mean, we know he's an emotional player, Wolfie. We spoke about it earlier in the day. He's got to stop this, hasn't he?
Yeah, he needs to keep his cool. Being emotional, like I said, does help, but at the same time, it is very easy to lose your head, and maybe that is exactly what happened in this game. We saw it in the first game for Ajax Danny, and then here, you can see by his body language, he's throwing his headset, throwing his controller. He knows that something isn't going right, and when you're in that kind of mood, nothing is going to go for you.
I was going to say, I've had this. I'm very much, I don't know how you feel about this, Jens, but I'm very much a homely player. As in, when I've got my PC in exactly the right place and my keyboard at the right angle and at the right height with my mouse pad just so and clean in the right area, I'm fine, right? Take me out of that and put me on a LAN, I'm bloody terrible. I'm annoyed. I'm like, my mouse pad's in the wrong place. The tables are the wrong height, and my keyboard's stuck, and it's the USB socket can't be working right. Everything's wrong, right? And it's a similar thing with Danny. I feel like he's like his controller's not right, or it's not plugged in enough, or the earphone socket's wrong, or his lead's not the right. It feels like everything's just bad for him. It's an exaggeration when things are bad, when they're going wrong. It's worse, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it can definitely feel that way, and it's just trying to get out that mentality. I think Richard put it perfectly before the game started about him being consistently inconsistent. I mean, we could go into the next game now, and he could turn in one of the performances of the Swiss.
But at least he's got that in him, though.
Exactly, and that's something that he'll go 5-10 minutes, go again, and then he knows he's got a world performance in him.
Okay. What about the other game? What about Julie? 8-0 in the previous game. Another big game in the bag.
He's hitting good form at the right time for him. Coming in to the Swiss form, you all want that perfect start. But if you can really cement if you're scoring a lot of goals, then you're kind of doing a good thing. It's just got to make sure you're defending well as well. But if you are scoring a lot of goals, you can take a lot of positives from it.
Okay. Well, let's hear from the man himself right now, because apparently he's in the player area waiting for us to speak to him. So we'll say congratulations. Well done, sir. Another good victory.
Thanks.
What do you put it down to?
Sorry?
What do you put that win down to? Why are you playing so well right now?
I think in the first games where I lost, I was like too nervous and not really concentrated. Now I was able to play my playstyle, so I think it was a deserved win, but Stranger played well as well. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And in the previous round, you put 8 in and didn't concede any either.
Yes. Yeah. But
so getting better.
Yes, I'm getting better game to game. So I think I can win my 5th game, so I can go to the quarterfinals. But let's see.
Okay. Does it depend on who you get? Is there anyone that you don't want to play?
I think if I play like I played against Stranger, I can beat everyone. So I'm just looking forward to the game.
Confidence has returned.
Yes.
That's good. Gents, questions?
Yeah, I have a question. You say that you managed to compose yourself in the last game. What did you do to kind of get rid of those nerves that made you play the way you wanted to do?
In the first 2 games, I didn't play with music, and then I changed it. And after I played with music, it kind of helped me to it relaxed me and it helped me. Yes.
That's what I was talking about earlier about playing at home.
Yeah, understandable.
Yes.
How much is that momentum dragging you forward as well? Now you're going into that 5th game. Do you think it's perfect time to be hitting form?
Of course, after these 2 massive wins, I'm very confident. So I think I can win these games, no matter who the opponent will be. So yes.
Okay, good stuff. One final question, because you come from a very good FIFA country. You know, Germany has been renowned for many years as one of the very best, if not the best country over the last 15 years of playing FIFA.
Yes.
What's it like for you following in the footsteps of people like Hero back in the day and all the great players that have come out of Germany? Are you conscious of that, or does it not bother you?
No, really. It's an advantage for me, because I can learn from all these good players like Dito, Erhan, and so on and so on. So it's more advantage than a disadvantage.
Okay, that's good stuff.
Yes.
All right, well, wish you very well. Glad you've returned to form at just the right time.
Thank you.
Good luck in your 5th game.
Thanks.
So there's it's Julie moving on to 2-2.
That's crazy about the music. I mean, about
what
mentality.
we were saying before, right?
Yeah.
About the whole homely thing, isn't it? Because he's obviously, when he's at home, he's listening to music. He's got a bit of stuff going on with Twitter or something in the background. He's playing his games, and it's just natural.
It's just trying to make yourself feel as comfortable as possible. And kind of relieving the pressure that you might have just put on yourself. You're in a different environment. Like I said, you're actually playing for something now. But if you actually bring it back to if I was just playing at home, I'd play like this and just get a lot more relaxed and then play the game you want to play.
I wonder if it's classical or some like drum and bass. I wonder what gets him going. Either calm him down to relax him, or need
I'd
that
love to
heavy
hear his
trance.
playlist.
Do you want to? You should see some. If you get a chance, go into the other room and ask the players. Just what do you listen to during? It's an eye opener for sure. Trust me. When you see some of these playlists, I'm not one to judge. I'm a wide variety of music man myself, but some of it is quite surprising when you look at the guy and you go, huh, really? Bananarama? I'd never have guessed. Not even kidding you, there is one player who listens to Bananarama each game. So it's fantastic. Let's check in with the results and show you how round 4 turned out. We're just 1 round away now from the end of our Swiss breakout stage. And some more close games in here. Another big double score on the board from Rafsu again. He's put 10 past Saku this time. And that man has literally been on fire in terms of the goal as long as he doesn't play Tex.
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? I think I heard the boys talking in commentary. I think he's on about 40, 45 goals.
It's absolutely crazy. 10 in this round as well against Saku, who is a very good player, ranked 26 in the world right now as well. So another fantastic result for Rasu. That'll move him through. Tex won the Battle of Britain with a 5-1 win over #Ryan. So no nice win for Ryan, unfortunately. But it doesn't matter too much because he is through to the quarterfinals, and I don't think that'll matter to him too much. We had the featured match, of course. Rodrigo continuing to win. 8-5 this time over Ajax Danny after a thumping first leg win, and that guarantees him a place in the quarterfinal. It also guarantees him a place inside the top 60. There's another recovery on the other side on the PS4 stuff, with Aggie coming back to go 2-2 now after going 0-2 at the start of the day. Likewise, Zinio on the final round as well after a 9-5 win. And the battle at the top, Spiteri comes out on top against Uston in the battle of the 3-0s. Tom going down, unfortunately, to Furky in the opening game. And you've just seen It's Judy coming out 5-3 winner against the Stranger. That leaves the standings like this. As far as the Xbox is concerned, Tex with 4 out of 4. You're tuned in and you're going, well, that's no different. I expected that to be the case. What's going on? That's exactly how it normally is. He has struggled a little bit today, it has to be said, but he seems to be warming up very nicely with these last 2 wins. Rasu in second currently right now is the biggest scoreboard on the 28 goals over, but he has leaked 21, which is also the highest of any of the top 5 players. Nightwatch also through to the quarterfinals. Congrats to our former man that's on the panel here, 3-1. Ryan also through 3-1, and Rodrigo confirms his spot in the next round at 3-1. 6 players then coming in on 2-2. We've got Saku, we've got Danny, we've got Black Arrow who played Tex earlier on. Janos is in the mix there. Maxi has come back to code 2-2, and Kafolo also 2-2. Sadly, though, we say goodbye to Jazz, Cursor, Fob6, and also Tim Latka and Shiaan earlier on going 0-3. Let's take a look at the Xbox then after round number 4. Sorry, this is PS4. That was Xbox, of course. PS4, Spiteri going 4-0. Well done to Chris. That's a fantastic result from him. His games have been pretty close so far. 20-14, his goals for and against, which would suggest that all of his matches have been pretty close. Uston already through as well. Furky in there. Chris has made his way through after a difficult set of matches. Likewise as well. Dagger in there as well. Zazinio, 2-2. Rafa also 2-2. Fafidza also 2-2. And Tom will also be playing in that group alongside Aggie and It's Judy. We say goodbye to the Stranger, unfortunately, who's had 2 very, very close matches in the last 2 rounds, but not good enough. Ryan and also our Japanese friend has gone out in round number 4 to join Dr. Rahano and Mert Al, who went out in round number 3. So there we are. Those are the 4 rounds so far. Gents, what have you made of it so far? Surprises?
I think it's been very interesting, especially on the PlayStation side. You've got the likes of Age, who's starting his comeback. His next game is going to be vital because it'll be just so mentally draining, having lost 2 games, winning 2 games, and then if he loses it, it's just like, oh, I was so close. But if he gets that win, that's going to be a big high rush of emotions. But yeah, very, very tight games. And it'll be interesting to see some of the matchups on the PlayStation side for me.
Yeah, which we're going to see after the break. Will, final thoughts on
round 4? I
four?
thought it was quite telling, though. I mean, it's actual crunch time now, isn't it, going into round 5? #Ryan versus F2 Tex. We didn't even talk about it till the results come up. Yeah. So it's all about those permutations, who's going through, and Footwiz Tom's got a huge game coming up as well.
Massive game, no matter who he's going to have to play, that's for sure. Thank you very much, gents. We're headed to a break here in Bucharest. Don't go too far away, though. Best goals of the round on the way. And then when we come back, we'll let you know who's playing who in round number 5.
Yes. Yeah, isolated. Oh, mate.
Oh. Oh.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, good game, guys.
GG, man.
Good luck, guys.
Good luck. I think I need to set up my controller.
Excuses already. Excuses already. We just play. It's no rules.
I forgot about the offside.
I think they've been practicing together, maybe. These two.
Yes. Yes.
What was the mistake there?
Oh.
Yes. Yes.
No.
Yes.
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 Oh.
It's my mistake.
GG, man. Oh, nice goal, man. It's our mistake. We are losing together and we are winning together.
I hope this is not the result of the finals, to be
No.
fair.
I don't think so.
There was no offside here.
There we go. There we go. Oh. Yes. Oh.
You're playing this one.
I would have. What a ball.
Let's go.
Sweep the keeper.
Oh.
I love it.
Take the shoot.
You got this?
Oh. Foul him. Foul. Yeah.
I just want to make the croqueta and tea hit.
Amazing. Yes. Yeah. Isolated.
Oh.
Amazing.
Oh.
Look at that.
Hey,
What a
ref.
tackle. Yeah.
No, I was trying to get
At least one goal. Let's go. No.
GG, man. Well played.
We lost, man.
Maybe we're not the best 2v2 players
I
together.
don't, yeah. Possible. Great game,
GG,
guys.
man. Cheers.
Cheers.
Congratulations with the Champions League final, guys. I'm absolutely devastated. I think it's the toughest loss in my career.
We had some problems with the sliding tackles. I never played together with Agi, so I don't know. I mean, it's 2-2. Everything can happen. So it was fun to play. Nothing more.
Playing a 2v2 game against Aga and Hano is fun. It's different. It was hard for us to get used to like slide tackling and the offside trap, but it was good fun to play and glad we got the win as well.
I don't know why, but we have a good connection, me and Tom, so we played good.
That's the game and we lost. Hopefully we can bounce back, me and Dr. Hano, and come back on track stronger and get happy again. How do you eat this? It's like this? You start?
You first.
Maybe like this.
Yeah.
Mmm, so tasty, huh?
Doesn't look nice.
It's okay.
Oh, what a ball. 2-0. Pause it, mate. I'm just going to go to the toilet.
Yeah, all right.
What?
As if it wasn't warm enough already here in Bucharest. Round number 5 of Swiss is just around the corner, which means things are really heating up for our FIFA professionals right now. Many things to be decided in this final round, not least of which, can they make the quarterfinals? Can some of these players earn enough points to make it into the top 60? All of these questions are going to be answered in the next half an hour or so. And to help us answer those questions, we've invited back a legend to the coach. It is, of course, Boris. Legend.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Hey, crowd goes wild. Hey.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Doing well.
What have you made of this? It's been crazy today.
Yeah.
Another nuts. It seems like every time we come to Bucharest for FIFA, we get crazy group stage.
Yeah, and it also feels like as the game goes forward, as more and more players are learning the meta by heart, it also feels like we're seeing more and more upsets and how each game, no matter of the matchup, is going to be a tight game.
Does seem that way. Will, 4 rounds in, you're a veteran now.
I was going to say, yeah, I've got myself comfortable
you're
in
a
this
couch
side,
veteran?
Yeah.
What have you made of it? What's your expert analysis on our first 4 rounds?
I mean, it's been fantastic, hasn't it? I mean, people finding the form, and we've spoken about it a lot today, but those players that really need the points, really need the wins, they're really coming up to fruition, and I think that's going to be displayed in our feature game.
Yeah, they've definitely stood up to the plate, haven't they, and been counted, that's for sure, when they've needed
definitely.
it.
I think we've spoke about the margin so much today, but it definitely seems to be giving them the extra inch and the extra yards, and the results are proving that.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at the matches for you in round number 5, the 5th and final round of Swiss group stage. It's do or die for all of these players right now. You can watch all of these matches, or any of these matches, depending on which stream you want to watch. Just follow the link underneath, PGL_FIFA_stream, and then the number of the stream that you want to watch. For instance, if you want to go to stream 1, you'll find Zazzinio versus It's Julie, both surviving to get to this particular stage, and now only one of them can progress. Likewise, Furky versus Chris. There's Danny versus Janos as well. That's going to be a game for the ages as well. Both those players, lots of experience. Aggie, who's somehow still alive in this time. I'm going to ask Boris in a minute how the hell he's still alive, because I still don't understand how he's still here. He goes against Fifilza, who's also still alive, amazingly. Uston, he's playing his 5th and final game in this game, which doesn't really matter in the sense that he's already through, but it does matter for seedings, so important game for him. Black Arrow versus Saku. Nightwatch, also, that's just a seeding game against Rodrigo. The one that really stands out right now is Rafsu versus Ryan. That's going to be a fun game. Again, it's just for seeding purposes in the next round, which leaves us one other game which we'll talk about in a moment. But first of all, let's talk about Aggie.
Yeah.
What on earth is this? The boy's got. I know he's got a ton of experience and he knows how to do this, but when you go 0 and 2 like he did, you've got to. How would you bounce back from that? It's tough.
Yeah, I mean, he had the best possible draw, we could say, looking at the paper. He matched up against the lowest seed, and he somehow lost with 5-2. And then he matched up in second round, he matched up against Zazzinio, and he had a lead from that first game, but somehow he completely collapsed in that second leg.
Yeah.
But now he's starting to find some more stability in his gameplay, seeing him getting back and playing better. We're seeing also how he's finishing is much better, and he's growing in confidence, and he also knows that this tournament can decide his whole year.
Yeah, his fate is very much rested with himself. He's got to conquer himself in many ways. I don't know how you feel about this. I mean, being a Swede, you might have a little bit of bias here. I don't have any bias being an Englishman, but for me, not having Aggie in the later stages of a big FIFA tournament feels wrong if we don't have him there.
Yes,
and there's no disrespect to the players that he's
definitely
got to play, but I just feel he's such a big name in FIFA. You want him to be competing at the highest end.
Yes, and you want him to do well also because he's such a nice guy as well, and he's been competing for so many years, as you said. And lately at the LAN tournaments, he's been struggling because in the qualifiers he's been doing so good this year. But every time he comes here, like I said previously, seems like some part of Aggie is just missing. But also showing now the beauty of the Swiss format. He was down 0 and 2, but still all in his own hands.
Yes.
And if you
one last chance,
and if you go through to the bracket, it's all reset.
Yeah, we know about what happens in the bracket, don't we? Because anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
Knockout, anything can happen. Before we get there, of course, before we get to the quarterfinals, one more match for all of these players, as we've already said. Let's find out what the featured match is here on the main stage. Another big match to look forward to. Cafolo versus Max E. And Cafolo's got extra riding on this, gents, because not only does he get to the quarterfinals if he wins this game, he also goes inside the top 60 as well. So, you know, we talked about pressure for Rodrigo in the last round where, you know, if he won his game, he went through. He still at least had one more life afterwards.
Yeah.
This is it now for Cafolo. He has to win this game or that's it. His whole year has ended.
Yeah.
That's massive. How does he cope with that?
Well, this is the game to play your best FIFA, simply. It's been a long season. It's been turbulent in many ways, but this is the moment. This is the game to perform. And also, hopefully, for him, that he can bring some pride to Spain, who maybe overall didn't have the best FIFA year either. Spain, who is normally a very great FIFA nation.
Shout out to my mate Sergio Ramos, wherever he is right now.
Yep. And like you said, he needs this victory. He needs to make it into top 60. When you get to the playoffs, it's all still open.
Yeah, it's tough old match, Will.
Yeah,
if you're his coach right now,
yeah,
and you're standing behind him, you're rubbing his shoulders, you're getting him ready for the game. What are you telling him?
Well, I'm really using some good finger and thumb action there, getting into the shoulder blades to relax him. And then I think look at what Rodrigo did. He went into that game, knew he needed to win, and he not only got the victory, but he absolutely took the game to the guy and ended up with a great victory. And that PS4 rankings, the points are so close. I mean, I think they're 65th and 72nd between them. It's so tight for that top 60.
Yeah, and Maxi, similar kind of position really. Comes into this at 2-2, nothing to lose, throw everything at it.
Yeah, I mean, he's also, I think he's not really guaranteed to reach playoffs. He's also ranked somewhere around that 60th spot. I think he has right now ranked 57.
Yeah, I think he had enough points by qualifying for here to get inside the top. But you need to push up, don't you? You don't want to be on the bubble.
Exactly, because what is the point of reaching playoffs if you almost on paper have no chance of reaching the grand finals, which is, I mean, the main objective for all FIFA players. So, of course, he needs that extra boost. I would say that from this tournament to have a good chance in the playoffs, he would need to reach at least semis.
Right.
So
but at least get through the groups for now.
At least.
Guarantee yourself a few more points.
But then from the quarters, I believe it's from 180 to 315.
Yep.
And that is the real difference.
The boys spoke about it on commentary with Aga as well. I mean, comfortably within that, even in the top 16. But with how close those places are, I mean, like you said, when you get to the quarterfinals and the semis, those points ramp up. So, I mean, the next two games are so telling.
It's going to be tough. It's also going to be tough for you two because you've got to make predictions on this game.
This is
Do
very
not
hard.
envy you because I think this is going to be one of the toughest predictions of the day.
I haven't got one wrong yet.
No pressure.
So just where you can go first for it.
Hey, he's grown into this job very quickly today, I have to say.
Well, I think this game is a bit hard to predict for me also because I'm not really an Xbox expert and I didn't watch these games, these players so much during the day. But I would say still looking on their matchups that I think still Kofolo had slightly harder matchups and I think that he can do it for Spain.
Okay.
But it's going to be
Sorry, when you were whining about not being an expert on Xbox, I just heard this really small violin playing. Just tiny little sound in my ear. It's just, I don't know, some whining or something like that. Will?
I'm just going to copy his prediction because he's a former champion.
I like it. Even though he's not a PlayStation expert?
Mate, I'm now an expert, so I'll just...
So he's not an expert. I tried to trip him up then.
I'll back
he's not an
Boris,
Xbox.
and I'll go for Kofolo as well.
Really?
I'm going for 4 out of 4 today.
All right, I like it. There's some confidence here on the panel between these two. Certainly from Will, who's 100% correct so far. Let's check in with our 100% commentators and see what their predictions are for round number 5, gents.
I'm going to go with Kofolo as well because it's like I said earlier, some of these players...
Something to fight for.
It's everything for them. This game is an entire season. This is months and months of action for these guys.
Absolutely.
Hours and hours, and it all comes down to this moment, and I just feel like Kofolo's got to make it happen now.
It's crazy to think that as well, isn't it, Dan? Your whole year rests on one game.
I mean, for both of these players, they know how important that is, but they need to forget about that. You can't be thinking about what this game means. Instead, just focus on what's in front of you and getting the job done. That's what's important.
Okay. And your prediction is?
I'm going to go with Kofolo as well. I'm going to go with the young
rare
Spaniard.
agreement in the commentary team with Mr. Onset.
Hey, look,
Can someone check on him and make sure Gaskin's okay?
We're making progress. We've been to see a few people, and the relationship is growing. It's blossoming.
Therapy's working out for commentators. I love it. Gents, the stage is all yours. Take us into the game.
Thank you very much, Paul. And it is time for the crunch time, Dan. The last real opportunity for some of these players. Otherwise, much like Iron Man clicking his fingers, it's only going to be the good guys left over. But, if you haven't seen it yet, I'm sorry if I've ruined it for you. But anyway, we're going to move on now. Dan's going to move on as well because I don't think he's seen Endgame either. But, let's talk about this game a little bit, Dan. Do you want to talk about FIFA? Should we leave Avengers to the side? I think everyone's seen it now.
shaking.
We're safe, right? We're safe. We're fine.
How dare... All right, we need to talk later. Right, anyway, FIFA. Yeah, this is a very important game. I hate you quite a lot right now. But what a massive game this is for both of these players. Just to give you the general kind of feel of their ranking, Mark, Maxa VOP is 67th on the Xbox leaderboards. Cafolo is 75th. A win would put both of these players into the top 60. Cafolo would actually only be 5 points clear of the current 60th place. That's how tight it is around that 60th mark. But realistically, for both of these players, they need to get further than just the quarterfinals if they are going to be able to find themselves at playoffs.
Yeah, it's a big, big game for these two players, and we are underway now. The final game for us to commentate today. And it is coming right down to the wire for these players. It's going to be Cafolo here, the Spaniard, who's going to be playing in the white kit, and a couple of cricketers to start things off. Ball rolls involved as well. Well, Maxi manages to defend well, and this is what we talked about, Dan. An entire season's worth of work. Hours and hours. Thousands of games of FIFA 19. And it all comes down to 2 legs now.
But if you focus too much on that, if you're in the back of your mind, in the front of your mind, sorry, is just, I need these points, I need to qualify, I need to get the victory, that could actually be a downside for you. That could be a detriment to your game. Instead, play what you have been throughout this day, do what you've been doing all day, and make sure you actually achieve your dreams. Make sure you can actually play the FIFA that you want to be playing. This has been a different road for both of these players, and Maxa VIP, he was down 0-2 at the start of the day, and he's come back into it. He's full of momentum at the moment.
Full of momentum, and he's going to need to continue that. He needs to go back to back to back here in order to get out of this shark pool of the Swiss groups, and he has a huge chance here with a goalkeeper movement at the last second. Edwin van der Sar, take a bow. A huge double save there. Keeps this game at 0-0. And all the talk about goalkeepers all season, sometimes they come up with magic like that.
Incredible, really, when it happens. And I'm sure that the hearts of both players were fluttering at that point and pounding away. But thankfully, Van der Sar does make the save. And that means that we stay all tied up at 0-0. But what a fantastic opportunity that was. I mean, I thought the first shot should have gone in initially, but it wasn't timed quite to perfection.
Keeper movement as well involved in making that save. So Maxi with a huge chance at the start of this game. Couldn't take it, and now you're going to see Cafolo coming forward, but he has lost possession, and now it's going to be Maxi VIP coming forward again. Ronaldo with a couple of accelerated fake shots and a ball roll. Just to try and get away from the attentions of the defender. And now we're going to see that slow build-up play. Just waiting for those runs, but Cafolo not going to give him that time. Let's make the tackle, and now you're going to see the build-up again here from Maxi VIP, but he has the ball pinched off of him in an advanced area now and a chance to counter-attack.
And sometimes you have to just wait patiently and look for those counter-attacks. If you do notice that your opposition is slightly bringing players too far forward, or if they're utilizing their fullbacks quite a lot, you can actually pinpoint those areas for counter-attacks. So you do just have to suss out those areas nice and early on and try and find those weaknesses as early as possible, because then you've got more time to try and take advantage of them.
It has been Maxi VIP who's looked a little bit more dangerous going forward at the start of this game, and there's a cricketer. And the ball ricochets off of Patrick Vieira there, but it's into the hands of Edwin van der Sar, who gratuitously just gathers that ball up and starts another attack, and there will be a free kick here for Cafolo. A little bit of respite for him. All into the box then. Van Dijk will get a comfortable header on that, not too much danger. No one really following that ball into the box.
And I wonder how many players actually have an idea of what they want to achieve from free kicks like that. Is he just lumping it into the box and it's a hit and hope, or is there any sort of practice regime for these players where they go into games, they try and get free kicks so they know from every single angle and distance what they need to be aiming for? I'd like to think the latter, but of course, sometimes you might be focusing on different areas in your game in FIFA. Set pieces aren't going to be your #1 priority.
Of course, you know, angles like that and from free kicks from that sort of depth on the pitch as well, it's difficult to recreate, even in the skill games, in-game, etc. You can't really have too many chances to kind of repetitively try and nail something down from those situations. One's a little bit further up the pitch, you're going to have more opportunity. But speaking of opportunities, here's Ruud Gullit, a drag back. He's going to create some space, and Mbappe with another drag back. A cricketer, it's beautiful! And that's what Maxi needed. A little bit of magic sparkled there inside the 18-yard box, and he takes a lead here in what is a huge game for both these players.
I mean, sparkles, twinkles, anything in the sky, this man is a star, because that was a phenomenal goal. And that is how powerful the cricketer can be. If you notice those gaps and if you can manipulate the ball in the way you want it, it can be so detrimental to your opponent's defence. He's got the goal lead now. He's deserved his lead because he's been the one generating the pressure. And Cafolo will have to answer back now.
And the Spaniard on the back foot now, and Maxi VIP. Well, that was the goal scored by a VIP, and I think we'll be seeing that one back a few times today as well. To pull off something like that in a match like this with the pressure, but he needs to switch on here. And both goalkeepers at both ends have been forced into saves so far in this game. De Gea matching up to the heroics that we saw earlier on from Edwin van der Sar, but the pressure now coming in from Cafolo in towards that front post, but just a bit too much power because Kylian Mbappe there was in all sorts of space.
Yeah, but why Kylian Mbappe? This was what confused me from that corner. He switched everything out and then he was like, I'm going to bring Mbappe to the front post. Why aren't you bringing Cristiano Ronaldo? Why aren't you bringing Van Dijk to the front post? It almost seemed rushed in that decision from Cafolo. Maybe pressure getting to him at this point.
So this first half really has flown by so far, to be honest with you. Only 10 minutes left, and it's going to be Cristiano Ronaldo now chasing valiantly to try and keep this ball in. He does. He gets the ball into the box as well. Defender had to deal with that. And Cafolo now maybe has another chance to go forward before half-time, spreading this one out wide to Mbappe.
We are seeing those long, over-the-top through balls that are just kind of edging their way to the edge of the pitch quite a lot at this point. And it's just that first-time cross every single time. I wonder if players are starting to work out now the right amount of power to put that ball in the same place every single time.
Here's Cafolo then. Chance gets it onto Ronaldo's right foot. Stepped away from his man, the heel to heel. He managed to win the ball back. On for Virgil van Dijk, and it's a combination of a former Premiership centre-back in Rio Ferdinand, the current best defender, in my opinion, in the Premiership, and come together to get the block in, and now there will be another corner opportunity, whipped in this time towards the front post as well. Ronaldo is there. Difficulty inside the box, ball falls to Mbappe, and somehow, actually VIP stays alive here and manages to keep that clean sheet intact.
Cafolo getting into some really dangerous areas now. Maxe does need to be very careful and ensure that he can keep all of these attacks from Cafolo out, because as soon as there's an equaliser, that's going to give Cafolo enough momentum and belief going into the second half of this first leg. And of course, this is crunch time in Swiss rounds. It's the final Swiss round.
Well, there might be a chance here to make it two. Neymar onto his left. Block comes in at the last second there from the centre-back. I think it actually ricocheted back off of the attacker there to give the goal kick here to Cafolo. Maybe one more chance, fires it over the top. R9 is valiantly chasing this one down, and Ferdinand nods it back to Manchester United's David De Gea. He'll boot that one upfield, and that will be the half-time whistle now. And first strike here has gone to the American, and Maxi VIP goes into the break 1-up.
A deserved lead, I'd say, even though Cafolo has had chances. It's certainly been the majority of Maxi VIP. You can also see in the top right-hand side of your screen, Zizinho and Julie are currently tied up 2-2. Remember, of course, you can watch all those games on Twitch, every single game being broadcast here at the PGL FIFA 19 Masters in Bucharest. It has been a nice addition, I'm sure, for those watching at home, Mark.
Oh, for sure. The opportunity to follow the player of your choice is absolutely incredible stuff from PGL. Forever thankful for those guys for innovating in production and bringing you guys exactly what you want as home. As viewers, the second leg now underway. Second leg, second half of the first leg. Getting ahead of myself here. As we see Ruud Gullit now stepping forward. Neymar looking for the fake shot. Ball will drop here to Cristiano Ronaldo. And we've seen, actually looks dangerous. He's got some tricks up his sleeve as well. Gullit now, look at the space here for Vieira. Changes the momentum of the shot back into Mbappe. And again, Van der Sar has to make the save. And you have to say, Cafolo so far has relied on his goalkeeper to keep this at just one.
And a lot of players do, especially pre-patch when it was all about the long-range finesse. We had players who would win games purely on their goalkeeper movement. It's less apparent now, but it still can make a huge difference. I mean, Max VIP could have had 2 or 3 if Cafolo wasn't on point with his goalkeeper movement. So it's good that he is switched on.
Well, here's Gullit then. Maybe a chance to strike for Ronaldo. Van Dijk steps in now. Player of the year, Virgil van Dijk, a player we're seeing more and more. Like, huge boost on those statistics, even from his team of the year, Dan.
Yeah, when they got introduced, both Van Dijk and Raheem Sterling as the young Premier League Player of the Year as well, I did think that they might work their way into a couple of squads. Raheem Sterling not been seen much in this tournament. We saw him a little bit in Atlanta just a week ago. You were indicating to me there, Mark, that he's quite little, and I'm quite offended as another fellow little person. He actually got a lot of work done for Dull and Mike, of all people. Dull and Mike had a lot of belief in Raheem Sterling, and I think these Team of the Season foot items that are going to be introduced to the game, we're going to see quite a lot of potential changes in the core lineup, or at least on the bench. We're going to see a lot of impactful substitutes.
I think it's going to be an interesting one to see if players take that risk, to be honest with you. I mean, you look at the man who's top of the leaderboards that we talk about all the time, F2 Tex, he tried a few players out and he gone back to what he knew and what he loved after a few disappointing results. You still see Rio Ferdinand in that centre-back position for him. You know, it's those kind of things, the comfortability like we talk about. At the moment, one man who's not looking too comfortable was Maxi VIP, as he was very much on the back foot there and had to make a last-second tackle.
The main difference I'm seeing between both of them, though, is on that attack and with those skill moves. Maxi VIP looks like he knows how he wants to, what skill moves he wants to use and at which time he wants to use them, whereas for Cavolo, at the moment, for me, it feels like he's just kind of twizzling the stick a little bit and hoping for the best. Of course, that's not how it is, but that's how it looks because he's not chaining them together as successfully as Maxi VIP. So he just needs to focus a little bit more on when to perform those skill moves rather than doing them for the sake of doing them.
You can see some of the scores coming in from some of our other games as well. Zazinio tied up 2-2 with its Julie. Aga one up over for Filza. Big result there for Aga. And Rafa Kakia is currently 2-0 down. So Footwiz Tom, who has started well today, but then just kind of fell off the stove a little bit, went a little bit cold.
Yeah.
That's a big 2-goal advantage for him to have.
It would be a very important victory for Footwiz Tom. It would, of course, all of these games at this point are either decider games or they're just games playing for seed. As Danny currently 2-0 down to Yanos as well. That's an elimination game.
Here's Maxi inside the box once more. Cut back here. Ronaldinho! Big chance! And again it's Van der Sar who somehow gets a leg down to that one to make the save. And you have to feel with all these saves that the goalkeeper's making here, is this going to come back to bite the American here? You can only miss so many chances before you're going to be made to pay.
And it's when those chances start to play on your mind a little bit and you start to dwell on them as well. And instead of focusing on defending, you're thinking about those missed chances.
Buffalo now looking to build an attack, and Ruud Gullit steps in there. Being used in that central midfield position. We've seen a lot of top players now moving him into full-back position to combat those crosses, but so vital still. Such a vital cog in every single pros machine that is there. FIFA Ultimate Team in the middle of the park. And you can still see why. He's one of the best foot items in the game. Here's Eusebio then, into Ronaldinho. Slow build up here from Maxi VIP, and now Modric might have a chance to strike it. Instead, skids into Mbappe. Another save tallied up here for Van der Sar, and you can see a little bit of frustration maybe creeping in for Maxi VIP. He knows he's had these chances to maybe put this first leg to bed.
I think that one in particular more frustrating because he wasn't able to direct it towards the near post. If he had directed the near post, that was a goal. The goalkeeper movement wasn't there from Cafolo. He wasn't going to be able to stop it. But Maxi, he's going to be saying, why aren't I putting them near post? He's just not quite directing the thumbstick well enough, and he needs to make sure he does that in the future.
So changes coming in here for both players. Maybe some changes in personnel. Now we see Zazinio, a player who's been in great form recently. Now 3-2 down against Julie. So some real upsets coming in here, and now we see that ball in towards the back post, and Van der Sar has to use every single inch of his frame to get up and claim that one.
Of course, every goalkeeper is going to have their positives and their negatives, but Van der Sar has been all but positive in this game. He's been getting down to the floor, he's been making big saves, he's also rising to the occasion to make sure he grabs the ball from corners and crosses as well. Seems to be all round a good goalkeeper to have between the sticks. Certainly, David De Gea has fallen in and out of favour throughout the whole season, whether it be his regular foot item that was used back then, the Champions League live foot item that was used for a little bit, and of course the Team of the Year one that has evidently become the favourite. Well, it was interesting that earlier Tex was using Jens Lehmann. That does surprise me.
Top man. Arsenal fans around the world rejoice and look back on better times. But now there might be good times here for Maxi VIP. A couple of step overs, a stop up, the drag back. It's beautiful from Ronaldo. Can he get the shot away? It's going to fall back to the Portuguese player there, but unfortunately he couldn't quite get enough space to really let fly in a dangerous position there.
I mean, this game could easily be out of control for Maxi VIP.
I think it should be, Dan. To be honest with you, he's had so many chances. I just feel like Kofolo's going to have a chance here, and he's probably going to equalise, because that's FIFA. Maybe this chance is here, and Neymar gets dropped in the box, and it might fall here to Mbappe. It's actually takes a deflection, but you can see what I mean. Sorry to cut you off, but it was almost like you could see the story developing.
It happens so many times. Just when you think you're in control of the game and you've had all those shots, all it takes is one attack. All it takes is you to switch off for just a millisecond, then suddenly your opponent is in the dangerous area and suddenly they have a shot away a goal and they can equalise in the 90th minute, which could happen right now.
Well, here's Vieira then. You can see the run outside, and unfortunately, Ronaldo just lost his footing, but he's trying to put pressure onto Sergio Ramos there, but he can't do it. You hear the final whistle go. And it's 1-0 the win here to Maxi, but man on your screen here, Kofolo, he's got a lot of thinking to do. He's currently sat outside of that top 60 players who will qualify for those playoff spots. But if he can turn this around, he will find himself in those playoff places potentially. But the man on your screen right now, it's a similar story for him as well, Dan.
Yeah, I don't think either of these players with a victory it would guarantee themselves playoffs, and I think they will know that as well. They need to go that one step further. I'd argue they need to make the semi-finals after the quarterfinals to actually secure themselves, and even then it's going to be a little bit dodgy. They would get 315 Global Series ranking points if they were able to get into the semi-finals, which should have them safe. We still don't really know on the Xbox leaderboards what's going to be the cutoff. At the start of the season, we were thinking about 650. It's at 650 now, and there is still points to go around. Along with this LQE, there's of course some virtual leagues left. There's the E-Champions League left as well. So maybe we're speculating and getting closer to 700, 750. Because on the PlayStation, the cutoff is 750 at the moment. But of course, there's been more PlayStation tournaments than there has been Xbox. You can understand why. But first and foremost, it's about winning this game and getting to the quarterfinals. And Maxi VIP, I mean, he should be feeling very positive in terms of how he's played, but he's going to be feeling somewhat disappointed with the lack of goals.
Yeah, his finishing's not been, up to par, maybe you could say. I mean, you could say at the same time that he's hit the target with a lot of his chances. He just hasn't been able to beat the man in between the sticks, being Edwin van der Sar, that prime icon moments foot item who's doing a great job of defending his own net, and it's a tough one, isn't it? Because he has made a lot of mistakes. It's just been a case of maybe not hitting the green time finish in certain situations, maybe not making the most out of that chance and being clinical in front of goal.
But at least he can focus on the positives. At least he has been making those chances, and if he carries on the same way, I feel like this second leg is only going to go in one particular direction, and it's going to have to be a considerable change from Kofolo if he's going to get back into this game. But if he can carry on with his defensive ability, if he carries on with the goalkeeper movement and he manages to keep the frustration onto Maxi VIP, suddenly he's going to have that one attack and he's going to be back into this game, and then momentum shifts entirely the other way around. So he can also focus on that positive.
Yeah, it really is balanced, as all things should be. At the moment in that, sorry everybody, I had to get another endgame. Well, it's actually not, it was Infinity War reference in there. But anyway, back to the game. I think you make a great point here because the next goal is huge. I think that's kind of the point we're trying to make here, in the fact that if Maxi gets it, all of a sudden Kofolo starts thinking, oh, my season's over. I'm done here. I'm not going to be able to progress. This is all for nothing, blah, blah, blah. Whereas on the other side of things, if he scores, he gets his first goal in this game, then all of a sudden you're going to see a fire really be lit under the Spaniards. So we're into the second leg now. Is there another twist in the tail here, as there has been all season in FIFA 19?
I mean, playoffs for either of these players would be absolutely amazing. It's what everyone is trying to achieve in FIFA 19, and I'm sure before they qualified for this tournament, they were thinking, maybe I'm not even going to make playoffs, but this is their chance. When they qualified for this LQE, they must have looked at it and gone, hey, actually, I'm in with a shot here, and they need to seize that moment here and now.
Neymar puts the ball into the box, and Van Dijk deals with the attentions of Ruud Gullit there. Varane now smartly goes back and keeps possession, lets some of those midfielders just drift back into position who might have been up for the set piece. Little plays like that, little intelligent plays as we see ball again being worked around the midfield here, Dan.
And you do have to recycle it. I think this is very clever from Max. I mean, throughout this entire game, he can focus on the fact that he has a goal lead. So you can frustrate your opponent, you can keep possession. Unfortunately, his players get mixed up a little bit, and the counter-attack's now on for Cafolo.
Yeah, and you see Ruud Gullit just powering forward there. No one could get near him as he strode through the space in the midfield. Now you can see Cafolo maybe just taking a second to just kind of bring a little bit of composure here. Didn't have the best of times in the first leg, but has to keep it in mind that he kept it close. And at the moment, Van Dijk can't keep close to his man, and there's the chance! And that's all it takes. One chance, one goal, and everything's tied up again.
And he looked so much better on the ball. I said in the first leg, he didn't really know what he wanted to do with the skill moves. He was just doing them for the sake of it. That was a lot more focused. He had exactly what he wanted to do in his mind, and he was able to pull it out as well. Fantastic finish in the end, and now it's game on. The season is still alive. And all those chances that went begging now for Max the VIP, they're going to start to play on his mind.
And this is what I wanted. I wanted this one to really be set up for a grandstand finish here. Both players with so much on the line. Here's Neymar then, looking to answer back straight away for Maxi VIP. Marcelo steps in and makes the tackle, but gives it away. Vieira, though, absolutely upends the man who just won the ball back and wins possession back here for Cafolo. And now those doubts start creeping in, Dan. Those thoughts of what could have been and those chances I missed. Now it's about mental strength here for Maxi.
Well, elsewhere for Filza, now with a lead over Agate. And Footwiz Tom carries on his domination. So maybe Agate going to be falling out at a Swiss stage once again this season. Of course, he has done enough to secure himself at playoffs, but it's going to be a huge victory for Filza.
You can see some more scores coming in here as Ronaldo actually plays it into Cristiano Ronaldo. Mbappe onto that right foot. Croqueta make it two. And Ferdinand again with a last-ditch tackle there.
And it's so difficult after the second Croqueta to try and guess which way your opponent's going to go. But unfortunately for Maxi VIP, he just ran himself into a lack of space. But he still has that in his arsenal. He's still got that in his back pocket. He can pull those skills out at the last minute. And I'm sure that Cafolo is going to be very aware of that. And he's going to try and restrict the amount of space he has in the final third.
Neymar then with a little bit of space just in behind the strikers, dropping deep to pick that ball up. Neymar now across to Gullit. And you can just watch this attack develop here. It's beautiful little five-star combo there from Neymar in the middle of the pitch, but again, it doesn't come into any real, move of significance, to be honest with you, from Cafolo in that area. And now a more direct style of play coming in from Maxi VIP, looking to use the pace and the power of those strikers to pick the ball up in wide areas, but Cafolo defends well. And now you're going to see again this slow, deliberate build-up. You can see Maxi VIP is recognising how slow this build-up is. You can see a little look away, a little deep breath, knows he has to keep concentration here.
Oh, it'll be a mental battle one for Cafolo if suddenly Maxi gets frustrated and starts bringing these players out of position. I mean, Cafolo is going to be more than happy now at this point. He's not chasing the game, so he can play it around. He can look for different avenues of how he wants to attack and see where the weaknesses are going to be from Maxi.
That was almost a huge mistake there. Ronaldo almost managed to nick the ball out of the air, and he's giving it away again here. Mbappe into Ronaldo! 2 chances, 2 goals! And now the doubts have to start creeping in. Cafolo's turned this one around. You saw the roar from the Spaniard. And for Maxi VIP, all of those missed chances in the first leg are coming back to haunt him.
He erupts, as he quite rightly should. It was such a difficult first leg for him. And it was going to be a huge struggle for him to get back into the game if Maxi VIP was going to find that same form. But he hasn't. Cafolo, right from the get-go, he dominated possession. He showed that he wasn't just going to roll over and show his belly. Now he's got the lead. And now Maxi, he's going to have to completely change up this play style. He's going to have to speed things up ever so slightly.
And here's Ronaldo, accelerated fake shot into R9. Can go either foot, and now he finds the man inside the box. Mbappe! It's 2-2!
And that is better. One-touch football, quick pass and move play. So difficult to try and keep up with it. And we have got a final round of Swiss on our hands here now. And it's going to be a matter, I feel, of who wants it more, who has the desire, who can dig deep, who can overcome their own personal mental battles. Game on.
And this is exactly what I was hoping we'd see. Two players going head-to-head here in a real battle to keep their seasons alive. Just before half-time in the second leg. 2-2 on aggregate, 2-1 Kofolo in this game. And both players, you can see in the player cams right now, complete and utter focus.
And you see the player cams and you see them scream, you see them yell. I can't stress enough how quiet that player area is when everyone's concentrating, when everyone's playing. So you will hear that roar from across the room. Doesn't matter if you're sitting next to each other or the furthest point away. You can hear that roar, and you've got to be able to mentally battle that in your own head.
Hullit's trying to build something here. Vieira now into the feet of Kylian Mbappe. Patrick Vieira will receive it off of the Frenchman. Neymar with a little Cruyff turn. You can see him attempting the croqueta. Ooh, he almost made another mistake there. Maxi, but he's got away with it. And Mbappe now might be in behind in that full-back position if he can be found, but smart play here just before half-time, making sure he has that final attack once more.
Well, Maxi is just trying to get the ball as quick as possible out of the defence in those situations because he knows that Kofolo is going to be relatively weak in the defensive areas because he's brought players up, but he does need to be careful. I don't think it's worth the risk of playing that ball out so quickly because if he gives that ball away, suddenly Kofolo is going to be in with a chance. So I just like to see more patient play from VIP at the back. He can start to speed things up when he gets into the final third.
Half-time then. Plenty of tension and plenty of moments to talk about from the first half, Dan. We're starting off with the comeback there from Kofolo, the first real chance he's had in the game, and he put it away, and then, hey, second chance comes along and he puts that away as well. He's 2-1 up. Maxi VIP answers back with that equaliser, and I think that will just settle both players, to be honest with you. As we now waste no time, we get straight into the second half.
Well, how much is FIFA 19 about being clinical in front of goal? If you can take every single chance, you are usually going to win your games. And of course, the struggle you have is if you have 6, 7, 8 chances in the first leg, you're suddenly going to start to doubt yourself. You're going to start putting in the ball in different areas to try and accommodate for your lack of shooting in the first leg. All these things come into the equation when we get into leg number 2.
Well, here's a chance. Arnott turns his man. And it's the crossbar. Falls back. Ronaldo. Oh, it's just wide of the target. Excitement already at the start of the second half here.
Just a little bit too much power on the shot from R9, otherwise that could have been the lead again for Kofolo. He did time it green with Cristiano Ronaldo on the header, but unfortunately the ball and the angle, it just wasn't quite good enough. And that's going to be an early warning sign for Maxi. However, he has done well under pressure before.
Oh, and Kylian Mbappe is just disappearing around his man.
Oh, there was so much more potential for that attack. I think he rushed it. He didn't have to pass that.
It's the corner short then, Neymar. Or Tornado in towards the back post. Is there anyone there? We saw Varane sort of weighing up his options. Did he want to attack it? He kind of backed out at the last second. And look at the spacing behind here for R9. He's got plenty to do. Is he going to wait for support here, Kofolo? Gives the ball away.
It was a great ball, but just unfortunately there was no other white shirts with him, and sometimes that happens when you play this kind of drop back, very defensive formation. Your players just aren't there for those quick counter-attacks. Instead, you've got to build up slowly from the back, utilise the CDMs to work your way up the pitch. And it looks like Kofolo has recognised that now. It's not going to be the quick over-the-top through ball. It's going to be biding his time and waiting patiently.
Moments away from the hour mark then. Half an hour or so left in this game. In-game. For one of these players to keep their season stream alive. Here's Kofolo, the croqueta. A drag back from Ronaldo. Chance to shoot! And look at the reaction of the man in the bottom right-hand side of your screen. And I think that defensively, maybe Maxi VIP just overthought things there, Dan. He just allowed Ronaldo to turn simply towards goal. It's basic stuff, and when you're presented with that kind of opportunity, it's just a case of putting it in the back of the net.
I mean, what do I say? Sometimes the best way to be unpredictable is to try and be predictable. Yeah. Maxi VIP was almost trying to accommodate for the room that a croqueta would supply if he went left. Instead, Kofolo just went, yeah, I'm just going to run forward and see how it works out. Very easy, very simple, but he's got the goal. He almost burst a vein with his reaction, so I think we need to get a referee just to double check. I'm not surprised. Yeah, just get a towel in, dampen yourself down a little bit, because he needs to focus up. He's got the lead now. Adrenaline is a great thing for many sports. For FIFA, I don't know, how do you feel? When adrenaline's pumping through your body, do you feel like you play better?
I mean, it's difficult, isn't it, in some moments of the game, but I like the fact that he's taken this moment here just to reset himself, because sometimes you can get carried away. Having just scored, you've got to remember, you've got to defend from the kickoff straight away. So you've got to keep your wits about you. You've got to make sure that you're focused 100% on what your opponent is about to do, because otherwise, everything you've just done that's great and fantastic and giving you the opportunity to celebrate, that can be forgotten about very quickly.
What a second leg this has been for Cafolo. Looks like a completely different player from the first leg. He's had quite the day in terms of results. I mean, he lost to Danny in his opening game. He won that penalty shootout that we saw earlier against Tim Latka. And then he lost 6-1 against Rodrigo. And he must have been thinking then, wow, my tournament life, maybe it's coming to a close. But then he won 6-2 in the round prior to this, just to give him that little bit of belief coming into this game.
And Maxi VIP then, you can see in the top right-hand side of your screen as well, Aga has just equalised as well against Fafilza. And back to this game, Mbappe with a cricketer. Loads of men behind the ball, but Pele's going to step through! He's done it again! And it's 3-3 now on aggregate! And neither of these players want their season to end here.
Once again, it's from the restart from Maxi. Cafolo, unfortunately, just not able to get his defenders where he wanted them. And Maxi is going to take full advantage of that, working his way around them. And now we're tied up again. And we talk about mental battles, we talk about mental strength. When you've given away a lead from kickoff both times, that's very difficult to try and react. And you saw Cafolo even was reacting towards the camera as well. So you can see there is that little blip of doubt in his head. There's some updates elsewhere. For Filza now taking the lead against Aga. Footwiz Tom, 8-1 against Rafa. He had 10 goals earlier in one of his games as well. Footwiz Tom seems to be goals galore, finding his form at just the right time. And Zizinho still losing to It's Julie.
Yeah, and time running out in all of those games as well. So Zizinho might be going home. Difficult event here in Bucharest for him after impressing so much in the E-Champions League qualifiers and securing his final spot there. But in this game, 3-3 on aggregate. It's been back and forth. And if you're only just joining us, you're wondering why we're putting so much emphasis on this game and how much it means. If either of these players lose this game, that is their season done and dusted. They cannot get into that top 60 placements.
No, with the virtual league in Spain already done, there's no points that Cafolo could get. So unfortunately, if he were to lose here, that would be that. He's not qualified for the E-Champions League finals either. So you really have to take advantage of these situations that are presented in front of you. And I guess the saving grace for both of these players is they're not facing any of the big Xbox names in their deciding game. Of course, they faced some of them early on. And now it is a real battle to try and get into this top 60.
15 minutes left in game. And here comes Maxi. He has been on the back foot in this game. Maybe a little bit of luck might shine on him there, but no, the ball will stay in possession here of Cafolo. And now the Spaniard with a chance to, again, surgically build his attack.
The main difference for Maxi, I mean, he was dominating in leg number 1. He's lost his confidence in his skill moves in leg number 2. He's not trying the same skills.
Well, here's Neymar then. Ferdinand shuts down that space nice and quickly, and now Ronaldo is desperately being tracked back by R9.
It just means that Cafolo isn't fearing Maxi in that final third as much as he was in the first leg. He's almost giving Maxi a little bit of room and saying, all right, well, try some skills, buddy. You don't seem to be doing them anymore. If you're playing a passing game, I'm happily going to put my CDMs and my centre-backs in the way of those passes and get those interceptions. With 9 minutes left, maybe this is where Maxi's going to dig deep and say, all right, well, skill moves were working. Let's try that one more time. And there's the first.
There's the second, there's the third, and there's the fourth. They're all lining up now. And Mbappe, a ball into the box. It's hanging there waiting for someone to just take a risk and take flight and maybe find a winner here.
Speaking of
Maxi
winners,
again, showing he can create these chances.
you saw there in the top right-hand side of your screen, Ajax Danny 5-1 down now to Yanos, and that will be the end of Danny's tournament. He's had a very up and down situation in Bucharest. He's reached a console final before, but he's also gone out in Swiss. He likes Bucharest, but it doesn't seem like it's favouring him here.
Big switch of play then from Ferdinand. Just a few minutes left in this game. Who is going to take the spoils here and keep their season alive? Cafolo waiting for that moment to go forward. You're wondering what he's doing right now. You might be watching. He's making sure that he gets the final attack of this game. And now he's going to stride forward. Hullet into R9. Oh, and Sergio Ramos had to make that. But there's still time left in this game, Dan.
Yeah, as long as he goes forward. Nah.
Van Dijk wins it. There is space out wide here for Mbappe. Modric is trying to get across to cut that space down. We're into extra time at the end of extra time here. Is there going to be a last-second winner? Oh, Ronaldo! Oh! The block comes in. Corner. 94 minutes of the 2 added minutes. This would be heartbreak here for Maxi VIP. Into the box, and Mbappe's free! Oh. But he can't take the chance. I had flashbacks there of Trent Alexander-Arnold whipping it into Origi. It was almost a carbon copy situation.
I mean, it wasn't timed. I don't really blame him. In the 95th minute, you want to connect with the ball. But if he had timed it green, could have been hurtling into the back of the net. Sometimes that can be the difference maker between, well, getting into the top 60 and not getting into the top 60. Yeah. But extra time it is. And you could see how it affected Maxi as well. He was like, why hasn't the referee blown this whistle? And Cafolo almost taking advantage of it. Full time between Saku and Black Arrow. Saku winning that one 5-3. That's a big result for him as he will stride on and look to make an impact in the quarterfinals.
What a chance that was. And it's so strange how sometimes the virtual pitch imitates the real life pitch as well. That famous Liverpool goal against Barcelona. Origi finishing off that chance, and it was, as I say, almost a carbon copy situation there. Mbappe couldn't find the back of the net to start the celebrations, much like Origi did. But now we're into extra time here, Dan.
And really, nerves are definitely going to start to come into play for both of these players now. I know before the game, and before the first leg, I was saying they don't want to be thinking about the Global Series ranking points. They don't want to be thinking about their season. But there is an inevitable feeling that you know when you're in this situation, it is definitely going to creep into your mind.
Well, here's Pele creeping in behind. Vieira now building up. Marcelo joins the attack, and here is Pele again.
And they're dangerous areas that Cafolo is getting in.
Ball into the box now, and who's there? It's Ronaldo.
Where's that gone? That's coming towards me.
That's coming out for a throw-in.
I could nod that one in from here. It was coming right at me. Not what we usually see from Cristiano Ronaldo at the back post. And you could argue a somewhat wasted opportunity. Still, possession regained.
Hullet then stepping forward. Into Eusebio. Big chance here, Mbappe. Hit it cleanly on the volley there. Cafolo at the start of this period of extra time is certainly controlling the pace of the game. However, Vieira's given the ball away here. And there's fresh legs on the pitch, and that was vital from Marcelo.
Tell you what, I've been one of Marcelo's biggest critics throughout FIFA 19, but that
really
could have been a huge challenge in the grand scheme of things for Cafolo. And a massive challenge from Ferdinand as well. As we come to the close of the first half of extra time in the second leg. I mean, it doesn't get any tighter than this in the final round of Swiss, as Tom is leading 11-1.
Yeah, that one's not quite as tight. However, it was Tom getting the job done. You can see Julie as well, potentially sending Zizinho out of the tournament as well. What an upset that would be.
I mean, it's fair. That was full time, so that was a result. Zizinho's going home.
Well, here's Pele then. There's space. Maybe for Patrick Vieira to attack then, but instead the Frenchman will slow it down. Chance for Ronaldo! Oh, De Gea with the save. And both goalkeepers have produced moments of magic in this game. And half-time and extra time, and you can see both players now. You don't want your season to be decided on penalties. Oh, that's going to be heartbreaking if we go there.
Although, Cafolo has already won one of his Swiss games on penalties already today. I know that is very much clutching at straws, but you know, you've got to take what you can get. But they've got 15 minutes first before you even have to think about those penalties. The real question is, whoever is kicking off here, I can't remember who got the first kickoff, they have the opportunity to hold the ball throughout the entirety of this second half of extra time if they would like, and then push for the final attack.
I mean, it's what Joksan did.
We have seen it before.
Joksan did it at the E-Champions League qualifiers, and I mean, what a comeback he managed to pull off in that particular game. But enough about that. Let's talk about the now. Let's talk about the present. We've only got a few moments left in this, Dan, to find ourselves a winner. Otherwise, it's penalties.
Oh, 12-1 for Wisdom. He's really phoning home at the moment. Cafolo, as I said, he can control this game if he wants. He can literally say, I score or we go to penalties if he chooses to, but he looks like he's attacking.
Eusebio here, and he's got past one, he's got past two, and he might have just scored the goal to keep his season alive. When it matters, that's when you have to produce magic, and Eusebio, well, he's the wizard.
And for all the talk of keeping the ball and restricting your opponent from attacking, Cafolo, he had one thing on his mind, and it was just getting the ball at the back of the net and taking this game in the grasp of his hands. It does mean that he has to defend, though, from the get-go. Both times from kickoff, Maxi VIP has been able to find a goal. Cafolo just needs to make sure that that does not happen this time.
Switching to 4-4-2 then, the Spaniard, I believe, there. And we've seen what an effective defensive formation that can be, Dan. You look at Tuga and how he employs it. You set all those forward players to drop back and just form those two banks of four, but also the strikers in behind as well. That first line of defense is so difficult to break down. Now, Maxi VIP, what have you got in the locker to keep your dreams of making playoffs alive?
Well, for Cafolo as well, what can you do from this restart? Get stuck in. Have a sliding tackle. Bring a man down if you have to. You've seen how Maxi VIP has scored his goals. There we go. He's won the ball back. Game is now in his hands. His season in his hands.
Pressure being applied here. And this is even more tough than a normal situation here for Cafolo to keep hold of the ball, because he knows one pass misplaced here and his season is over. But that was beautiful composure. But unfortunately, Ruud Gullit just wanted nothing to do with that. And the ball is now back with Maxi VIP.
Oh, but Marcelo getting the job done, and you were completely right. The composure in that situation was good, but the ball back again to Maxi.
Pele then. Gullit trying to find a pass of his own. Modric now. Mbappe, chance to strike one maybe. He's cricketering his way through, but the last second tackle from Virgil van Dijk. Enough to maybe, just maybe, have closed this one out.
Yeah, Maxi really needs to win this ball back here and now. Oh, Gullit can't quite get hold of it, but there we go.
He's got it back.
There's the chance. What can he do with it?
Ramos round the corner. Eusebio stops up, waits for the runs. Is there going to be a last-second goal here? Ronaldo inside the box. Can he do it, Van Dijk? Somehow, some way, intercepts that ball across goal. Pele gets brought down.
Are you going to lay it off? Are you going to go for a direct free kick? What have you got left in your ultimate chance for your season to actually get towards playoffs?
Right now, one set piece, one free kick for Maxi VIP to send this to penalties, to keep months of hard work alive.
Three options. Lay it off short, play the ball in, try and hope you can work your way in with skill moves. Option 2 is just to dink it in for a header. Option 3 is to try and lay it off for one of those runs on the right-hand side down to the wing and then cross the ball in.
Option 4
is a direct free kick.
Top corner.
Top bins.
Tell you what, if he smashes this one in the top corner, I've already seen you leave the desk once in this. I might be running down the hallway, celebrating it myself. And then I'll come back to call the penalty shootout. But anyway, 121 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock here. 2 minutes of added time at the end of extra time. Cristiano Ronaldo stood over the ball. Hullet finds him, and it's a big tackle again. Second phase of the attack, another big tackle, another free kick though. Mbappe into Pele. Oh, and he didn't get it right, but he had the chance. Maxi VIP's tournament will be ended. His season will be ended. But for Cafolo, the dreams of making playoffs are still alive.
Absolute heartbreak. So many opportunities for Maxi as well. If we think of that
It's
first
the first leg, yeah.
He could have been 4-5 up in that first leg, but instead he falls and his tournament's over. And as you said, maybe the season over as well. But for the other side, for Cafolo, he jumps into that top 60 just by 5 Global Series ranking points. But he still needs to press on. He still needs a victory in the quarterfinals, I feel, if he wants to guarantee himself playoffs.
And that's how tight it is, Dan. 5 points at the moment. He's inside that top 60. So another win for him there, and really can start thinking about playoffs. But that's kind of like step one in his season not being over right now. He still needs to win another game, but you have to feel for Maxi right now because that's his season done and dusted. He's not going to be making the playoffs, but like Boras says on the couch, he says, you had those opportunities yourself. You can't blame anyone but yourself in that situation.
He had so many opportunities, missed chances, but in the end, Cafolo gets the victory. Paul, on the guys, what do you think about that one?
We're busy trying to catch our breath a little bit at the end of that game. I have to admit, we were a bit excited towards the end of that game. Many times we thought it was going the other way and headed for penalties, but not the case this time around. Plenty of drama in the 5th and final round of our Swiss group stages, and we're back once more at the couch here with both Will and Boras to break things down. That was tense at the I felt the tension.
That was very tense, and I think also that is what you're going to expect from a game of this magnitude when there is so much at the stake, when both players just play to keep the dream alive. This season, I think now Maxi, I think, is going to have very small chances to go through the playoffs. He was ranked beneath the 60th place before this tournament, but I think it's going to be, tight.
Very tough.
Very tough.
Yeah. And it's not really job done for Cafolo yet. Definitely. He's 5 points inside the top 60.
Definitely not.
That's not enough. He needs a few more points, but he keeps the dream alive at the very least.
Yeah, and like I said before, I mean, the main target of all players is to get to the grand finals in the end, and that's also why Viva here, he will definitely go for more points. But now he has this first step down, and that is to just make it out of Swiss format, and that was really by the skin of his teeth.
Well, it's I think when Maxi looks back at this, he'll look back at this first leg and think there was some missed opportunities in here.
Yeah, I mean, it was more twists and turns than a Game of Thrones episode. It was going back and forth, and I mean, even right to the death, we were all watching that free kick that he was stood over. Some of us saying he should have shot. He went for the short option, but yeah, drama up until the end, took it to extra time. Unfortunately, his season's over now, but for Cafolo, I mean, we talk about getting that early momentum. People like Ryan and Tex have gone on to do 3-0s and 4-0s, but that late momentum going into the quarterfinals, I think there's something to be said about that and building that into the knockout stages.
Yeah, and unfortunately, if Cafolo's had more twists and turns than the Game of Thrones season, then Maxi's season is basically season 8.
No, I like that. And I've never seen a Game of Thrones episode.
For all the Game of Thrones season 8 fans out there, no spoilers here. It's not been great. But
agree.
It has been great for this man, Cafolo, who's really, I mean, I hate to steal a pun here, but one of our commentators said earlier, it's a bit of a roller coaster sometimes, this game. And this man has literally been on every kind of roller coasters today at Bucharest.
Yeah, and I was actually watching him when he was playing, and he looked so focused. You could definitely tell that this was the game of the season. It was now or never. And we also saw him doing maybe a lot of mistakes, a lot of misses, and that all comes from the nerves. You can also see here the emotions. This means so much to him. I mean, he didn't come to Bucharest just to fall on the line. He wants to go through, he wants to reach the playoffs here, and this was crucial for him. And he's gonna still have a chance. He has still everything to play for, simply.
Yeah, great goal to come back from Maxi towards the end of that game to tie us back up in the second leg. And again, you see how much it meant to him as well. A lot on the line for both these players. How did he cope with that kind of pressure out there?
It's a tricky one, isn't it? I mean, we spoke about the Rodrigo game, and obviously he sort of had a get out of jail card where he had that extra game, but this was literally everything for both players. And to come away from it, I mean, you can see it there, the raw emotion for Cafolo there to get the win, and to take it to extra time as well, like the drama of it all. It's been absolutely fantastic. And then, like we said earlier, for it to come down to Maxi was one free kick away potentially from changing it all and taking it to a penalty shootout. But I mean, that's what it's all about. Fantastic drama.
Yeah.
And that was the end of round 5.
Yeah, I mean, extra time. We've seen missed penalties in extra time during the 5 round. We've had a bit of everything, haven't we?
Yeah, we had everything, and also we can see this goal is a textbook in FIFA 19 with luck Croqueta followed by that driven time shot, and for Cafolo to do it at that point when there's so much at the stake, you know, that is
should he have shot
impressive.
At the end? Should he have taken the direct free kick?
At this point,
easy to say, isn't it, for us?
I think no, because you're always in FIFA 19 you have a higher chance of scoring if you go for a layoff, and you should always strive to do what gives you the biggest chance of scoring. So of course a direct free kick would maybe be a surprise, but he would also have
a high risk.
High risk, definitely, yes.
Yeah, would you have done it? Would you have thrown everything at the
I mean,
kitchen
we're speaking
sink?
at different levels of playing.
Sure, but it's still valid. I mean,
I'd have gone top bins, yeah.
Top bins?
Straight in there, Paul. But I mean, even Maxi carved the chance out for himself in the end.
Yeah.
I mean, inches wide past the post, but yeah, I'll be hitting that top bins.
Yeah, but Maxi, he will still get the 150 points, which is minimum,
Yes.
and I still think that he will actually slip through to the playoffs. So even for Maxi, I think the season is still not over.
Okay, let's take a look at the results then for round number 5 in the Swiss group stage. In case you missed any of the matches, I know that various players have been playing across all the different streams, and some of you will have seen all of them. But here's all the results from the final round, all 5 matches in both consoles. The one that stands out is Tom, a 12-1 thrashing of Rafa.
That is crazy.
That's unbelievable. What a fantastic scoreline from Tom. By the way, that was a 2-2 game. He had to win that game, didn't he?
Yeah.
To get through. So 12-1. Astonishing, my man. Well done to Tom. The big game on that side of things is the Aggie game. He went down 4-3 in a very tight game with Fafilza. Fafilza has gone through. That's such a big game for him.
Yes, and I feel that he overall had pretty tough matchups, but once again he threw a lead. He did it in every loss. Today he had a lead, somehow lost focus, and this happened once again in this crucial moment, and lost this game. And unfortunately now it's looking tough for Agi. I think he will be on around 1,600 points, and to make it through to the grand finals, which is definitely his target. On the PS4 side, I would reckon around 2,500 points, so he needs a big playoff now.
Yeah, it does. Furky also going through, one of the lowest ranked players left in that last round, ranked 167, took down the 9th seed. NYC Chris 4-1 in that game, and by the way, shout out to It's Judy, because he's also come back from the dead in this game. He was 0-2 at the start of this tournament. He's finished 3-2 after a win against a very good player in Zazinio, ranked number 14 as well, over on the PS4 side. On the Xbox side of things, #Ryan finishing off with another win. That puts him on 4 wins from the group stage. He was already safely through to the quarters, but that gets him a better seed, and he's beaten Rasu, who is the highest scoring player in the tournament so far. Confirmation that Cafolo makes the quarterfinals. We've already said against Maxi after that win in extra time. Ajax Danny going down to Janos 6-4. Also another big surprise that a big player has gone out, although Janos is ranked 13. He's a very good, very dangerous player. Rodrigo putting 10 past Nightwatch. 10!
Yeah.
Unbelievable performance by Rodrigo. Didn't even need to win that one. He was already in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and I was standing a little bit behind Nightwatch, and I noticed that he was really tilted, you know, after... I think he conceded the 4th goal. He was starting to curse. He was starting to swear. So he kind of lost it. But the main thing that he's still in the tournament, and tomorrow, or actually today, we actually have one more round. So he has to reset.
He's
now.
going to have to calm down now.
He definitely has to.
Look forward to the quarterfinals. Let's check in with the group standings on both of the 2 consoles and let you know how they've all finished after 5 rounds of Swiss group play. Tex, as ever, top of the tree as far as he's concerned. He was 4-0. #Ryan 4-1 up there in second place with the 2nd seed. Rodrigo will share that 2nd seed as well. He also went 4-1. Rasu 3-2. Nightwatch already through to the quarterfinals despite that defeat in the last game of the group stage. Saku also through with a win in the final game, as well as Yanos, and as we saw just now, Kofolo going through as well. Rodrigo, by the way, 35 goals from his 5 games. Incredible from him. And also, let's take a look at the PS4 players that went through. Here's your group standings. Wait for it. It's worth waiting for, trust me. Chris Materi through on 4-0, winning all of his first 4. Uston joins him as one of the top 3 seeds with a 4-1 record. Furky as well, by the way. 4-1 from the group stages. This is a man ranked 167 in the world right now, who has finished in the top 3 of the PS4 round the group stages in Swiss. Fantastic performance from him as well. Chris, you can see, he's also gone through as well as Dag. Also for Filza, we saw him winning his last game, as well as Tom, also joining the top scorers. He's 35 goals. That's joint with Rodrigo across the entire tournament, and the most on the PS4 of any player across the round. It's an incredible haul of goals.
I mean, it always helps when you beat someone 12-1 in your final game, but fantastic from him. And just looking at some of those rankings as well, 167, 50, it's Julie with 114. I mean, it's so close on the PS4, isn't it?
Yeah, and following in this seeding, we should have, I think, Tom against Usturn and number 2 against 7 in that quarterfinals. And both these guys, the top scorers, that would be an entertaining game.
No, it won't. It will be one of those 0-0 boring draws. That's how it works in this game. I've learned the hard way, Boras. Never trust FIFA to deliver what you think it's going to do.
Yeah.
Right? Because you think, 2 great scorers, massive amount of cut. No, 0-0.
Might be.
It's just how it happens.
Might be. Yeah.
All right. But see, we've counter-cursed it now, so it doesn't matter so much. We've
Exactly.
made sure that it could still go either way, because if we'd gone your way, it would have been a 0-0 draw.
Yeah.
Because I've said it will be a 0-0 draw, it might go the other way. See what we did? We fixed the commentator's curse between us.
That's nice. We'll see.
We will see. Will, thoughts on all of the 5 rounds? It's been a crazy 5 rounds.
I mean, I don't want to toot my own horn, but I will do it. Pull 4 out of 4 predictions, first time on this sofa, so maybe I'm an
Fantastic.
esports
Nice
expert.
job.
But I'm not. But no, we're
Amazing.
getting there slowly but surely. But yeah, fantastic performances. I mean, coming to one of these tournaments, great to see Tex doing well going into the quarterfinal. Obviously, the British contingent doing well. Footwiz Tom coming up at the end. But yeah, really interesting to see these quarterfinals now.
Do you want to see him?
Yes, please.
Let's do that now then, and take a look at the PS4 quarterfinals. We've got Chris Spiteri versus It's Judy, who just about scraped through after coming back from 0-2. Salve Dagnuoli is going to be playing in Mr. New York City Chris. That's going to be a tough game for Chris. He's had literally tough games the whole day, so I don't think he'll care about that one. As you rightly predicted, Boras, Uston versus Footwiz Tom in the 3rd quarterfinals. And finally, Furky Plays, who came from absolutely nowhere in this one, well outside the top 60, will take on Wolves' very own Filza in the last game. So, I mean, what do you make of that PS4 bracket? That's a bracket full of not unknowns, but unexpected players, perhaps.
Perhaps, yeah, but also, as I mentioned, as the game goes on, more and more players masters the meta, and the matchups becomes more and more close. And also here we can see also the Xbox bracket.
Indeed, the Xbox bracket with F2 Tex at the top of that bracket. He will take on Kofolo. Kofolo will be thrilled about that, I'm sure. That's his reward for coming through 3 and 2.
Amazing.
Rafsu will take on Nightwatch. Nightwatch will have to be very good to beat that man who's put a thumping amount of goals, 35 goals so far in the tournament. Hashtag Ryan, he gets rewarded with a match against Yanos, which is a difficult match because Yanos is well placed, very dangerous player to play in the bracket play. And finally, Rodrigo, who'd scored 35 goals in the group stages, will take on Saku. So I feel, Boris, I don't know how you feel about this, but I feel like there are more well-known names on the Xbox bracket side of things. It's not quite as surprising, perhaps.
Definitely, yes. We saw a lot of upsets on the PS4 side, while on Xbox we maybe see more of the usual suspects doing their job. We saw Tex with a very slow start. His engine room was definitely streaking, but then he always manages to somehow find these wins. And for every round, he looks more and more confident. We see more of this Tex that we saw earlier this season. And also we're seeing here, I think that hashtag Ryan, he was one of my dark horses, yep. And that he will face, if he goes through, he might face Tex in the final. And I think for him, he really wanted to have him on the other side of the bracket.
Yep, already faced each other in the group stage, of course. They might end up facing each other again later on in this tournament. Both of them have to win through, first of all, in their quarterfinals. That's our next game. Before we get there, though, why don't we check in with the players that were on the bubble at the start of this particular tournament. We picked up a number of these players and said what they had to do. Well, some of them have been eliminated, unfortunately. We've lost our Japanese friend, of course, Jubin Nyonyo, who's gone out. He was 126. I mean, he needed to reach the final, so, you know, didn't get out of the group stage. That's tough as well. But still, in there, look at that. Ryan, we know he's in the top 60 after actually qualifying here. Furky, though, needs to win. Now, I'm not saying he's going to win, but 167th to needing to win is a big jump. But he's made it look pretty easy in the group stage.
Definitely, and I would say that he is definitely the biggest surprise of this tournament. I mean, 167th ranked player, and he also had some really tough matchups. And I mean, a player that, if we look at the PS4 bracket, it looks open. This could really be his tournament, definitely.
You never know. Over on the Xbox side, things are much clearer actually now. We've lost 2, as you can see. They've dropped out of the running in terms of getting into the top 60, which is the absolute bare minimum these players need to do at this event. Cursor, however, is inside the top 60 after this LQE, and Maxi is, despite the fact that he obviously went out in the group stages, he is inside the top 60 just about. Also, Kafolo, who needed to reach the quarterfinals and has done so, has jumped from 75th inside the top 60. We're left with Rodrigo now in there, who needs the semis. That's not impossible with the way he's playing either.
No, I mean, just seeing his attack.
It's one more game. It's one more
game. If
match.
he just continues this form that he had today, I mean, his attack is absolutely brilliant. And might be a tough matchup coming up against Saku, but it's all possible. All possible.
Okay. Final thoughts, Will, on the group stages?
I mean, we started the day with that David Goliath's battle with F2 Techs versus Shiaan, and then we're going into the quarterfinals with Chris versus Julie, who's ranked 114th on the PS4 side, and then on the Xbox we've got F2 Techs versus Kafolo. So I do love an underdog, so I'd love to see some drama.
Nice bit more David and Goliath for you then.
Yeah, I love that. Well, I mean, it went close this morning with F2 Techs. Maybe he's woken up a little bit more, but we'll never know what will happen.
He's definitely awake now, that's for sure, and he's ready for the quarterfinals, which is what we're ready for after an extended break. And first of all, though, let's check in with the best goals of round number 5.
NYC Chris is a well-known name among FIFA enthusiasts, the American managing to qualify for 6 events during this competitive season. His first FIFA 19 tournament of the season took place in Bucharest in December under the name of PGL FIFA 19 Cup Bucharest. He had a solid performance during the group stage and he managed to earn his place in the round of 16, but he lost against his French opponent Dilo 4-5. His second stop at a tournament hosted by PGL was also in Bucharest at Foot Champions Cup January. But just like his first tournament here, he was knocked out in the round of 16, this time by his fellow countryman, Fiddle. After Foot Champions Cup February in Atlanta, he qualified for Foot Champions Cup March in Singapore. There, he performed well in the group stage, but he was out of the competition again after the round of 16, 3-6 against Tuga 8-10. Christopher Holly, the player of New York City FC, will have another chance to try his luck in the last licensed qualifier of the season at PGL FIFA 19 Masters Bucharest on the PS4 platform.
I think at this point, everybody's going to say the same thing, and the favorite is probably Tex.
Obviously, FD Tex, because he's #1 in the leaderboards.
And any tournament on FIFA 19, Tex is obviously the favorite. But I think, on the Xbox side, I think Ajax Danny. Let's say on PlayStation, Houston, Zizinho, he's been playing well.
There are lots of players who can win this tournament, I would say, but the favorite player is Tex.
I'm not afraid of playing anybody at this tournament.
I wouldn't say afraid, but if you look in who you're playing in the next round, the only name really you don't want to see is Tex.
Mostly afraid of myself, because if I don't perform to my best, it doesn't matter who plays me, they can beat me. If I can play my best, I think I can beat anyone.
I'm confident enough to beat all of them. If you have to go with an attacker, it's probably Cristiano Ronaldo. If you have to choose another player, it's probably Hullet.
Team of the year, Ronaldo. There's no question, because if you put a cross in at the back post and he's there, your opponent might as well put the controller down because it's a goal.
Cristiano Ronaldo, just because he fits the meta, he's good in the air, good at shooting, he's fast, he's strong, he's perfect.
The best in-game player for me is Mbappé Totti. I love this card, the most overpowered card, I would say.
As goalkeeper, team of the year, De Gea. If you move him well, he's the best keeper.
All good goalkeeper do mistakes, and I would say De Gea is the best one for me.
Best goalkeeper for me is Van der Sar, his middle version, 89.
For me, Van der Sar.
Overpowered team of the year Mbappé, 100%.
I'd say team of the year Mbappé, because when you put him down the wing on the right side, every through ball, he'll outpace like any of the defenders. He also can jump really high, so he can win the headers, and he has 5-star skills, so you can pull off any skill combo with him.
Most overrated player in-game, that's a good one. Ooh.
Well, the one who's better in game than in real life, I think it's Donnarumma, because Donnarumma saves everything, while in real life he's not that good.
Maybe Neymar, because he hasn't had that good of a season, but on FIFA he's like my favorite card to use.
I don't think there's any common players. I'll say Hugo Lloris is overrated.
I can only say one name, otherwise I would be arrogant if I would not say Tex. But I practiced a lot, and the last times I played him, it was really close. So maybe I can do something special, and I can surprise everyone.
I haven't played much FIFA recently. I've been playing other games, so I'm not very confident. But hopefully, when I start playing, I can click and then just go on.
Like every tournament, I have to text, but maybe Nightwatch can do something.
I don't think there is any favorite for me. If I'm here, I'm confident by myself, so if I can choose a favorite, it's me, no one else.
No, I'm not afraid of anybody. I played all the players in the world. I've beat everybody once or more, and the most of the players I beat more than I lost, so I think I can do it if I play my best.
No, not really. I've probably played everyone who's actually competing here, so it's just the same as usual, and hopefully, as I say, I can win.
Nightwatch. He plays strange, we would say.
Right now, if I can recommend a player, I can recommend Cristiano Ronaldo. Totti. I think he's the best in everything.
Best in-game player, probably Team Mbappe, because he can do everything. But if I had to pick biasedly, I'd probably say Steven Gerrard, because what a player.
Or R9, because if you cross the ball, you flick it up, and you cross the ball, you always win the header. So these two players.
Best goalkeeper, I wish I knew, because every tournament I just change who's in goal for me. But I think this tournament I'm either going with Jens Lehmann or I would say De Gea, but I don't like him in real life, so maybe Alisson.
But I think it's Timothy De Gea.
Actually, I think there is two good goalkeepers, Courtois and De Gea.
The most overrated player in FIFA, probably Eusebio, because quite a lot of people use him, but I just think he's awful.
In the game, I think the most overrated is Hazard. No one uses him, but he's actually really good.
Maybe Higuain. He's 90 rated, I think, but he's shit.
Oh, what a ball. 2-0. Pause it, mate. I'm just going to go to the toilet.
Yeah, all right.
What?
A very warm welcome back. If you thought it was done for the day, you were wrong. That's right, we've got one more game for you, at least here on the main channel. And of course, you can follow all of the games by heading over to live.pglesports.com, because we are heading into the quarterfinals. That's right, one more match of the day, and it's knockout stage for all the players here before we head into tomorrow's championship Sunday to find a couple of champions, one on each side of the console, and then of course the grand final itself. And to move us towards that place, we've changed things up a little bit. Welcome back to Team W. That's right, we've got the W boys back. You right?
We're back, yeah.
You're back.
It's
Better than
good.
before.
Just the
Better than
sequel.
Bear.
Well, I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying this branding. I've been on an experience today.
Yeah? You liking it, aren't you?
Yeah, loving it.
Really? I feel like there should be like maybe a new collaborative YouTube channel or something.
I mean, I've got to stay loyal. I've already got a duo, so I've got to stay loyal to my bro.
Well, I'm a free agent. I am looking for a partner. So if there's anyone out there,
we could maybe turn it to a trio. I have to speak to Mav. We'll have to iron out some deals.
I'll get the papers in front of you.
Yeah.
What's that? They can do a bit of self-advertising. Oh, okay, no problem. That's fine. Gents, quarterfinals time. This has come around almost all too quickly.
It's been a crazy day. I don't know if we're going to recap what just happened.
I mean, you can, absolutely, yeah. I'd love to hear what you have to
just
think
watched
about
a bit of Age
that's
against
sad.
Watching FIFA. I always can never pronounce it well. I'm not good with names, but yeah, he got knocked out, unfortunately. He was a bit upset. I was just speaking to him. But then Ryan, I also watched Ryan Rasuf as well. Good match. He actually came out on top with Ryan getting the win. So I think he is now probably in the best mood he's actually ever been. He was telling me. So I was just like, you got to continue it, mate. You got to continue it.
Yeah, you got to carry it on.
Yeah.
And Tom coming up big as well in the last round. 12 goals.
Yeah.
Out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere. It's just, as we were saying, if there's ever to hit top form, now is when you need to do it.
Absolutely.
So you can just go into the next round the best possible way.
Yeah, absolutely. These quarterfinals, should we take a look at them?
Yeah,
figure out what game we're going to play and which ones are on which stream.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, should we have a look at
Let's
them?
do it.
I think the thing is with these quarterfinals is that it seems like the PS4 is kind of open.
Yeah.
Like, very open right now. The Xbox, maybe not quite so open, a little bit more normalised perhaps.
Well, I think there's the best of both worlds for fans at home. On the Xbox side, there's those established names like your hashtag Ryans, you have to text to get you involved on that way. But then the PS4, the narrative there, it's so competitive with those ranking points. I mean, all the way down to all the way down to 10th. There's so much on the line, so there's a bit of action for everyone.
All right, well let's bring up the brackets for the two console quarterfinals for you. We'll start off with the Xbox and just refresh you. This is the lineup for you. Tex versus Kafolo in the first game. We've got Vitality's Rafsu playing Nightwatch in the second one. Winner of that will play Tex or Kafolo in the semi-finals, of course. Hashtag Ryan on the opposite side of the bracket. I'm sure he'll be thrilled about that as far as avoiding Tex. He plays Yanos, which is a very dangerous player, and Rodrigo versus Saku. Wolfie, that's a tough set of quarterfinals.
It is. I was just watching Cafolo. He is a very vocal player. He is screaming.
If Danny's emotional, this guy is off the charts.
You have to be wearing headphones around him because he is loud. So that should be an interesting game.
Yeah.
Also, it could set up a really nice final of Tex versus hashtag Ryan. Tex did say he wanted to avoid night watch as much
yes,
as possible.
He does, so but he won't.
He won't be.
Unless, well, he still could if he wins and night watch loses. But
exactly. So I mean, at least he hasn't got him in the first or the quarterfinals.
Yes.
Semi-finals, if he gets through, then potentially that's when the matchup could happen. But he's got to play him at some point.
Yeah, well, I mean, you've got to beat everyone, right, to win the whole tournament. Let's have a look at the other console quarterfinal for you and show you how open this one is on the PS4 side of things. Chris Passeri coming through fantastically in the group stages as the #1 seed. He'll play It's Julie, who came through with a 0-2 record, back to a 3-2 record as well. I think the entire bracket, Will, is much more open than the Xbox, save perhaps the fact that Chris Passeri has played flawlessly so far.
Yeah, I think apart from Chris, I mean, even New York City, Chris had a slow start, albeit against very tough opposition. And we were talking earlier about the rankings of the players in the quarterfinal. I think there's 167 in there. There's a few 80s, a 60 in there. So I mean, it's very much open and quite the opposite from the Xbox bracket, but all to play for. And I mean, the top game on there, Chris Passeri versus It's Julie. Sat down with the boys at breakfast this morning over my scrambled egg, put a circle around his name, and I said, It's Julie could have a good day today, and it could prove that way.
Okay, should we find out what game we're doing?
Yeah.
Because I genuinely don't know. So let's find out which quarterfinal we'll be following.
Rodrigo.
Yes, we have the top goal scorer in the entire competition, joint top goal scorer, I should mention, because Tom also has 35 goals. But Rodrigo with 35 goals in his 5 games against Saku from Germany. These two players going head-to-head, I think we might get some fireworks here.
Yeah, definitely. Rodrigo, as we know, had some exciting game in the Swiss. Now he is playing to just get his foot a little bit stronger in the playoffs. I think he just made it in now, getting into the quarterfinals. So, like we said, the further he can go, the better he's got that foot firmly in like a playoff spot. So he's going to be playing with a lot of motivation.
Yeah, I think definitely as well. I think a lot of it, I mean, there's a big prize pot on the line as well, and with only 3 games away from picking up that, there's a lot of money to take away.
Where Rodrigo is right now, by the way, is just outside the top 60.
Right.
So he actually has to win this game, and then he's reached the semi-finals, and that guarantees him top 60.
Right,
so
okay.
big game for him to be able to play in this, and he's playing a very experienced player as well.
Well, we spoke about it earlier. I mean, Rodrigo had a big game, I think, when he was at 2-1 to get to the quarterfinals. He more than proved it then, and he scored some absolute worldies today. I think one of the highlights of the rounds, it was about 4 goals from him of highlights packages. So he's definitely in good form.
Yeah, it's like a whole reel of his own goals, wasn't it?
Yeah, if I
Best
could
goals
score anywhere near
of
that.
his round,
rather
than the round.
He could have his own competition.
Yeah, indeed. Saku from Germany. We haven't seen a huge amount of him. He's been an effervescent amongst these majors and LQEs throughout the season, but he hasn't set the world alight through that, even though he's done quite well. He's been a staple of the tournaments. He's got to break out at some point and have a big tournament. Now would be a great time.
Yeah, sometimes that works kind of well for you, though, being under the radar, because then not so much pressure is on you. So if you can just do your thing, no one really suspected anything, that's when you can pop up a result, because no one's really talking about you. So maybe he might like that there's not so much attention on him and he's just playing his FIFA and getting things done.
Yeah, a lot of we've talked all day about the players on the bubble, the players that need to win and have to fight their way through. He's playing a player like that. This man on your screen right now, Rodrigo 12, who has to win this game in order to guarantee a top 60 spot. How is that going to change the dynamics of this match?
I would say it would change the dynamics. Can't get my words out now. I need a coffee. But I think the way he approached that game, where he needed to win, and I think he scored 3 goals within the first 45 minutes, and I think he's just going to go out all guns blazing and do what he knows best and score some screamers.
Okay, we're going to take a look at the matches that we've got for you in this particular quarterfinal as a whole, and where you can view them. Just head over to live.pglesports.com and you will be able to watch any or all if you fancy it and you've got the bandwidth available. You can watch all of them if you really wanted to. Do let us know as well on the official PGL Twitter account and show us your setups if you're watching multiple matches. It'd be fun to see all of those. You can see Chris Spiteri for a match against It's Julie. That's over on FIFA Stream 1. If you want to see Chris's match, that's over on Stream 2. Uston versus Tom. That should be a good game as well, by the way. I wouldn't mention that too much, but that's over on Stream 3. All the way up to Stream 8 right now. You can watch every single quarterfinal from this particular round. Rafsu versus Nightwatch would be one I would probably be putting on my multi-Twitch at home if I was at home watching.
I think it's quite good as well. You mentioned it, Paul, as well. Some of these players have slipped under our radar today because, I mean, there's only so many games that we can watch, and it's a perfect time for them to be featured going into the final round of the day and really stamp a name for themselves.
Absolutely. I like the fact that they're all getting a little bit of their own highlights and being shown out there in one way or another, so that's really good. Gents, it's prediction time. This man is doing really well, so I think we ought to make him go first.
Me?
No.
Oh,
Will.
I was about to say, I'm not doing that great.
See what you've
done. You're doing okay. But
what you've done there, Paul, is you've rumbled me.
Have I? Because have you just been picking whoever?
Sometimes. I mean, when it's text, it's slightly easier. But when Boras and Wolfie are sat next to me, I am nicking a few predictions.
Right.
So I am going to go with the man that's been doing it under pressure today. I'm going to go for Rodrigo. I think he's going to,
goal scorer of the day.
Yeah, go out all guns blazing, do what he does best, score the goals, and then hopefully his defence can hold up.
Okay.
I got to agree. I think,
despite the fact he has been a bit leaky.
A little bit, but I mean, it's the story's there. He has to win this to make the spot. So I feel like we've seen him been motivated in the Swiss rounds. He's got to just bring it to the quarterfinals now, and then he's pretty much there.
We've talked about it a lot today as well, that extra 5-10% when it really matters.
Absolutely.
And I think it could be telling in this game.
All right, bit of fight.
Yep.
Definitely.
Might make all the difference. Yeah, it might make all the difference. All right, gents, let's bring in our commentary team and find out what their predictions are for this quarterfinal. Gents, I feel like this could be quite a close affair, but these two have gone very heavily one way.
Yeah, they have indeed, Paul. And I think the crazy thing is what the pressure can do, especially when you need to get to the playoffs and you need a big performance. It's as simple as it is for Rodrigo. Perform well, make the knockouts and get points. And
Has that persuaded you?
It is. He lost his first game and he's won 4 on the bounce. And as you've mentioned, he scored plenty of goals. So for me, it's a Rodrigo win.
Okay. I wonder where your partner is going here.
There's only
Probably against me.
There's only one man for a quarter-final tie. And it's the big man, the German, Saku. He's bringing it back for Germany. Saku with the win.
All right, I like it. I just continue the love affair in the commentary box, gents, and bring us a great quarterfinal.
Thank you very much, Paul. You're going for Saku there.
Yeah.
I know, yes, he's, 26th in the Global Series rankings at the moment, underneath Focus Clan. He's one of the kind of the standout Germans from the last, 18 months, 12 to 18 months. He's broke out, but he's been a bit hot and cold this year.
He has been, but when it's been in big games, there's only been one person who's stopped him in his path, himself. He's been the victim of his own demise, in my opinion. He's not really that strong of a mental player. He's had a number of leads over the past couple of months where he's been leading against techs, against other players at the top level. And everyone always says when they play against Saku, he's one of the best players. He's one of the best attacking players. I didn't deserve to get that win. He gets leads, then they go away from him, and he concedes 3-4 goals in a second leg. If Saku gets a lead and he's mentally switched on and can defend efficiently, Saku is an absolute nightmare to play against.
Well, here we go then. We've done the Swiss rounds. We've played 5 of them already today, and we are into the quarter-final stages. So we've already lost 16 players out the 32, and after this, we're going to lose 8 more on top of that, looking into the semi-finals ahead of Championship Sunday tomorrow.
Important to point out as well, all these quarterfinals taking place simultaneously, so we're going to try as best to keep you updated with live scores as they go in. If we see a game that's really starting to hot up, we'll be sure to jump over to that game as well.
Especially with some of the ties we are looking at. We got an E-Champions League tie, pretty much. Dr. Nightwatch against Rafsu. That rattles off the bar on the rebound, straight into Rosette, unfortunately, from Ruud Hullet. But let's talk about the Swiss record that Rodrigo has had. Have to keep mentioning this. 80th in the Global Series rankings. He needed to get out to the knockouts. That was the first job for him to do. He has achieved that. He lost his first game of the day, 7-5 against NA Jazz, and he has just steamrolled past everybody else after that. Wins against Cursor, Kofolo, Ajax, Danny, Dr. Nightwatch, 10-2 in the last game, Richard.
Yeah, talk about ending your Swiss style emphatically. It's exactly what this Brazilian player has done. SBQR Rodrigo, 10-2 victory, almost putting an exclamation mark on his Swiss style format. And going into this knockout stage now, full of confidence. You cannot not dent that confidence. He's going to be riding a huge wave of momentum coming in to this knockout quarterfinal stage.
Also on the other side of that, you look at Saku. You said about the mentality that he has had? Is it maybe himself stopping him? At one point, he was 2-0. Then he went 2-2. So he lost 2 on the bounce. That's round 3 and round 4. And had to come back with a knockout blow, and did exactly that against a fellow German player in Black Arrow. 5 goals to 3 victory there to send him into the knockouts.
And that perfectly just sums up what we're talking about with the victim of his own demise as he goes here with Mbappe and looks for the near post. Good save.
On the rebound again, he gets fortunate as Rodrigo. So fortunate.
But when you are 2-0 and you're in quite a comfortable position, it's easy to switch off. And that's exactly what Saku did. He got a tough matchmaking in round 3 and round 4, respectively. But then in round 5, when the pressure's on, where it's that big go home or flight, that fight or flight game almost, go home or go through, he won. He clutched it up in the end.
Here comes Rodrigo now.
Something that you can't teach, really. The fight or flight instinct. You only get that from participating in a number of different tournaments with this pressure, with the cameras, with the lights, with that beautiful setup behind you in the PGL officers.
Outside the boot, and in time there was nothing fancy about it. Just went wide in the end of David Gea's goal. Wondering as well, all these players have guaranteed themselves already 150 Global Series ranking points, which is important to the likes of course, Rodrigo, who's just sitting around the 80th mark at the moment, looking to jump into that top 60, especially if he can bypass this round as well. Well, he'll jump into even more Global Series ranking points. Got it just in front of me here of how many points exactly he will jump into.
Nice little ball down the line for Mbappe as you are.
315.
315 points added on if you win this one game of FIFA. That's what we were talking about Night Watch before. When Night Watch were 3-1, he was saying the next game, not the 5th round of Swiss, but the first knockout game is the most impactful game of the entire story, as you see Rodrigo taking the lead there with Neymar. That game between 150 Global Series ranking points and 315, that's a big, big jump. You can't sort of emphasize how big of a jump that is.
Well, it is Rodrigo that does get us underway. Goal coming through Neymar in the end. Back to goal through the legs of Rafael Varane and David Gea. Unfortunately, couldn't get there either. So it is the Brazilian that does strike first. 27 minutes in. Not just a quarter-final matchup, but a season-changing matchup. If he wins this, he's looking at what 315 onto the 474 he's already got. He's going to be approaching 800 nearly, which would not just send him into the top 60, it would send him into the top 40 to 50 mark. Not bad at all. Back to goal. Nearly bullies his way around 2 players as Cristiano Ronaldo. Some live results coming in there. Christian Spitari. He's been incredible through Swiss. I think still unbeaten as well against It's Julie. 2-0 up does he lead.
You also saw the game before that as well. Rasu versus Nightwatch. The Frenchman taking an early lead there. As you were saying earlier, in that E-Champions League. Maybe a
future
preview of what's to come in Madrid.
Trying to stab a toe, it did Ronaldo. We'll go out for a goal kick in the end. No goalkeeper debate in this one. Both players happy to use David Gea. A staple of every pros team this year. Ronaldo into Mbappe, just offside in the end from Rodrigo. For Saku, he's just going to be looking towards the top 16 spot if he can. Just so there is that, I don't want to say the less pressure, because you still need to perform at the playoffs. Let's not get that wrong. There's going to be 128 people competing over the 2 weekends or whatever it is, the format of the competition. It's going to really be a cash and grab on that one. I have no idea how that playoffs is going to go, because you've got pros that are in the top 60 that are worrying about finishing in the top 16 before they even get to the playoffs.
To be honest, when you're looking at the playoffs on the Xbox, there's only, I'd go out on a limb and say probably 7, 8 places up for grabs, in all honesty.
Well, Texas place is not going anywhere.
Megabit, Dax, Goal Machine, Resende, Danny, Razek, probably all already confirmed with 2,500 plus.
And they're all getting points for just getting to the playoffs.
Yeah, so then you're playing for probably, what, 4, 5, 6 spots?
There's Modric. Big save from De Gea. But it's an interesting one. It's a definite debate to have. Corner comes in, headed away there by Van Dijk. It's going to be Yanos that takes the lead against #Ryan in that match. We'll see how this game goes, but we will try and switch over to as many games as we can for you guys. Remember as well, you can watch all of the matchups, each individual matchup. It's Twitch TV /PGL_FIFA, and then you can find your streams off that. Another result coming in. Rafsu Night Watch, that's all square at 1 apiece. 2 Champions League finalists. Saku's turn to come forward. Mbappe, Cristiano Ronaldo. Tullet, they got the shot, but it took a deflection.
Takes it into half time, to be honest, right there. It's been very...
You wouldn't think that Saku's had 7
Saku
shots.
heavy, yeah. 7 shots, 58% possession, but there's only one stat that matters at half time. And that's the one at the top left-hand corner of the screen. Goals 1-0. Rodriguez 1, Saku 0 in the Foot 19 PGL Masters. Final LQE of the year. It's been, what a year it's been as well.
2 LQEs this month as well, Rich. As you know, for Champions Cup in the month of May, there is the Champions League final. That was the LQE in Atlanta. There's been so many tournaments, 6-foot Champions Cups. We know the points that have been on offer there. In the playoffs, even more points up for grabs. I think it's 1.8k for a win on your console there. Plays inside. Can he get around the keeper? Tried to play one more round. I think he's just slightly offside, Luka Modric. And it will be actually returned back into the hands of Rodrigo with a free kick for De Gea, who just plays it straight back to Saku. Silly mistake.
Yeah, we see a lot of players trying to play out from the back, and probably say half the time they get punished. On this occasion, Rodrigo clears his lines in the end, but
there's the run.
How many times you see him playing out the goal kick to a centre-back or a full-back and it just comes straight back at him?
R9 into Vieira, now to Hullet. Can he pass on the turn back to goal? It's like Laurent Blanc at the back. Here comes the shot, and there's the second. Just like that, you can have all the chance in the world for Saku, maybe create what? An extra 2 in this half. 9 shots, you could say. Doesn't really matter, though. He's 2-0 down against Rodrigo, who's been on fire today.
Talk about taking the chances when they come. That's exactly what Rodrigo's been doing. He's probably got his degree in clinicality as the young Brazilian. Every opportunity he's got, he's found the back of the net.
Saw the result there. New York City Chris 1-0 up with Dagnall. And you have a quarter-final matchup. So you've got the likes of Tex in action as well. Mbappe. R9. Can you pull away from his man? Could it be 3? He timed it green. Someone was in the way, though, unfortunately. And just 30 minutes left. Rodrigo gets another one. It's going to be a bit of a job for Saku and into that second leg.
It's already a job for him now, really, given not only the scoreline, but the sort of way that the game's gone. You're not going to play this well again, you'd imagine, without back-to-back games. If you play this well and you don't score, mentally that's so exhausting. Because if you played your best game, you've not got anything from it. You then go into your second game.
Thinking, what else can I do?
What can I do? It's a little bit... I saw a number of football fans recently with Liverpool and City battling for the league. Liverpool were asking themselves, what else can we do to beat Man City? We've played this well.
Yeah.
We've lost 1 game out of 38 and we've not won the Premier League. It's remarkable, and sometimes FIFA's a little bit like that. You do, and you battle and battle and battle, and you still don't get anything from the leg.
Here's Saku now. His turn to strike. We'll pull a save from De Gea. But we've seen it enough when, you know, we've seen the pictures on Twitter. I've had, what, 14 shots to my opponent's 2, and he still won the game. You often do scratch your head and you're like, how have I not won that game? And it comes down to taking those chances. You look back on the match highlights after the game. You saw some results there. Tex in cruise control. He's 2-0 up at the moment. Nightwatch 2-1 up as well against Rafsu. Gonna fall kindly back to Alex Telles from FC Porto. He's very far forward. It's around the edge of the box.
That would be the team of the season, Alex Telles as well. Recently introduced with the most consistent, or the fan-voted team of the season.
Scoop out on his left-hand side for another left-back. Alexandra this time, Juventus. There's the through ball if he can find it. Can he find Kylian Mbappe's feet as well? He'll take the shot. No one's there on the rebound. But then Sergio Ramos just to hook that one down to this left-hand side. If this goes 3-0, I'm sure we will switch to another game. Might be a little bit more contested. Still a second leg to come. We know the second leg story. Do not get us wrong. Players that seem to not really start too on the first leg. That's not been the case for Saku. He has created a number of chances, just hasn't been able to put him in the back of the net, unfortunately.
That's nice close control from R9.
What can you do with it though? Cristiano Ronaldo, once again defensively, has been strong. Drag back, scoop turn. This could be an incredible finish. It will be. If that's one goal to go in goals of the day, I think it certainly should be selected. Drag back into the scoop turn. 2 players round him. Incredible finish.
Yeah, it weren't even a full drag back that he actually did there. He did half the drag back, so you don't fully pull your analog stick all the way back. You sort of pull it halfway and then stop. It just added that sort of illusion that you are going to go all the way. You then go straight into a scoop turn. We talk about Saku and Tex learning from your opponents, learning from the players around you. Something that Tex we see do very, very often, that half a drag back into the scoop turn, into the first time shot. See SPQR Rodrigo trying to get that 2-goal lead back and successfully gets that 2-goal lead back. Neymar on his left foot. Low driven into the near post. And in the click of the fingers, Saku, all that hard work, half in the deficit.
It's back in front, Richard, just like that. 2 goals in front. You wouldn't think this man's got pressure on him from the way he's played. He lost his first game, and if anything, that was a wake-up call for him. 4 wins on the bounce. And the way he's playing in this game in the quarterfinals, you're thinking, right, you win this, you will be at the playoffs. You're going to get yourself an extra 315 Global Series ranking points. There's still a second leg to play, but from how we're seeing him play at the moment, he's just been clinical. The more clinical of the two. 10 minutes left. Saku hill to hill. Still in possession. Dragged back, but into danger, unfortunately. In the end for Pele. One game I really want to go and have a look at, if possible, in the second leg, Richard. Rafsu against Dr. Nightwatch. If that's still very tight, I think it was 2-1 to Nightwatch last time we saw the result on that one.
Yeah, we have the ability to jump over to any game, I'm sure, in the second leg. We'll go over and join it, given how this result does finish.
Ronaldo, accelerated fake shot. Chips up to Mbappe, takes the volley. Just ricocheted in the end into the hands of David De Gea. No real trouble at all. Once again, wins it back though, Rodrigo. If he can get another one, 3 goals up, he would be. No, rushed the pass instead. Maybe slightly forced into the feet of Cristiano Ronaldo.
Look through that gap, lovely build-up play.
Surely, what a block.
Just the ability there, pulled the ball back out wide and then waited for the runner CR7 to go through the middle of the pitch. Laurent Blanc on the edge. Picks up to Kylian Mbappe, looking at the mini-map. Does a counter-attack look on the cards. SPQR Rodrigo showing some good experience there. Good, well, curse the commentator, I'm going to say good possession and holding on to the ball.
Get himself out of this game at 3-1. Anything less, he will be disappointed for Rodrigo. Saku has had chances though. It's currently 3-1. Nightwatch Rafsu, but we know that Rafsu has scored quite a lot of goals so far in the competition. Maybe we could see how that second leg will go, and then I'm sure we'll get live updates from all the other games. I feel like in this second leg we might be swapping and changing quite a bit.
Quite a controversial clearance of the goalkeeper there, to be honest. Well, to salvage the chance, but...
Last chance. If he scores from there, Saku will feel so harshly done by.
It's all come out. You see Saku booting the ball out of play, wanting to get this game over and done with. It's all come from the goalkeeper there. He came out, headed the ball, and put his team back under immense pressure.
I would love to see the chances here. He did have quite a few, did Saku.
More even than we first anticipated. Only 2 more shots and 3 more shots on target. He did control possession with 56%. You see Tex walking off there in the back of the shot.
I think he won his first leg last time we saw that. It was 2-0. There's one man that doesn't seem to be feeling any pressure at all, though, in Rodrigo. Travelled all the way over from Brazil, and he knows the job in hand, and he's certainly following the job sheet that he was given when he came to play early today. But this is another game we're going to go over and have a look at. The first leg was looking like it was about to finish by 3-1 to Dr. Nightwatch. Now he's just scored again. It's 4-1 now.
Yeah, 4-1 the scoreline there. As we see in this game, finish up. It looks pretty comfortable for Nightwatch. We'll probably jump back over to the Saku game, or Footwiz Tommy's in a tough game against M10 Houston. I'd love to see the scoreline on that one, but Nightwatch 4-1 the scoreline right now as we just hit the 90th minute.
I was hoping this one would be a bit more contested. It was 2-1 at one point, but it seems like Nightwatch has been able to run away with it. He's just come off the back of a 10-2 defeat against Rodrigo. Let's remember this from Nightwatch. Both players are in the E-Champions League final and will be taking place in just over a week's time. As soon as this game concludes, we'll have a word about the games we've seen, and then we'll have a look at the board of all the matches, what is available to look at. Rafsu, how's that not going in for him?
Smashed wide of the post from Rafsu there. That was a chance to maybe get back into this game. It had been 4-2 going into that second leg for Filza versus Furky plays. Right now, the scoreline over here, 1 apiece, with 9 minutes left to play in the first leg.
What a story this could be as well for Furky plays. 167th in the rankings at the moment. He needs one hell of a performance. And at the moment, he is living up to that at the moment. Neymar looks very tired indeed. There's only 5 minutes left, so he should be fine to continue that. That is Wolves for Phils you're looking at as well. Remember the first event of the year for Champions Cup #1 when we saw for Phils, and we were getting a little bit excited about the way he was playing. He was playing some really nice football.
Yeah, tiki-taka football and scoring some really, really good goals as well. Very appealing on the eye. I know Nicholas said that he was the best player in South America that he'd actually played against was for Filza. Unfortunately, for Filza and for Wolves. It's been a good season. A very good season, in fact, but not a great season.
Yep.
When you're getting such high praise from Nicholas, Nicholas still retaining that #1 spot. We owe 7,000 points to his name. For Filza as it stands, currently ranked 16th on the Global Series rankings. After this event, probably push him up. Definitely past Dulster, probably past Zazinho also into the top 14, 13 on the Global Series rankings on the PlayStation 4. Every point matters at this stage of the year. It's very much 10 points, 20 points could be the difference between top 16 and your season being over.
Cruyff there with a lofted ball into the box. And I think that is going to be concluded. No, it's not. Vieira just able to chip it back over. We've played an extra 3 minutes on top of this. Referee, conclude this game, please. There we go. In the end, 1-1 in this first-legged matchup between Wolves for Filza and Furky Plays, who I believe is German or Turkish. I've seen 2 flags going about by his name. All he needs to know is that he's 167 in the Global Series rankings. He needs points. This game is worth 315 of those points. You win that, you jump to the next level. Then you go home, you sleep, you might have a Ramada burger if you fancy it, and then you come into the knockout stages, and then maybe you can get even more points or even more prize money.
Probably the most important game that a lot of these players will have played up to this stage in the season, especially at this event. This is the most important game by far, just for the simple fact that 150 to 315, it's almost 16 weekends of points up for grabs that you're no longer eligible to even get because the points on Weekend League now finished. It's very much, this is your last chance. The players like Saku, the players like Fafilza, that might not have a licensed league to go and compete in, that might not have an E-Champions League to go and compete in. This is it. this is last chance saloon to get those points going into the playoffs. Because it could come down to, in the playoffs, your seeding. If that first round seeded, if you're ranked 16, you might have to get to a good start. You might start the process well at the playoffs, and you might crack on.
I'm sure if anyone was out there that had any hope of trying to get in the rankings via weekend league, I'm sure if there was any small bit of hope left, well, I don't know why you would have had any. You think of how many weekend leagues you'd have to play. It's just physically, mathematically never possible to get in the top 60. Hence why the tournaments have been made like this, and so little points are put on weekend league. It can boost you if you are a pro, so you get those extra 10 points with 27 wins or more. The LQEs, the majors, that's where you get your points. All the tournaments have happened this year. Here's all the results though on your screen of how everything is looking at the moment. Yanos in front against Ryan. That could be a cracker. Rafsu 4-1 down. F2 Text 3-1 up against Viva. Cafola, the Spanish player there. And in this game in focus at the moment, we have got Rodrigo 3-1 up against Saku. There is more games though taking place. 2 accelerated fake shots. A little drag back. And there was a ball roll as well. Played across. Big save from Saku's keeper. Otherwise that was nearly going to be 4-1. Rodrigo in possession. Who's going to be taking that risk, taking the shot, and look at the flair, just look at the confidence, everything about Rodrigo at the moment. He will be hoping that he can just play all his games today.
Yeah, he's timing everything green pretty much from what I've seen. That's one of the most, it sounds very elementary that you've got to time your shots green, but it is one of the most important aspects to the game. You'll see a big bunch of scores coming through there. Christian Spiteri, 2-0 up against Julie. Dagenham 1, New York City Chris 2, 3-1 Footwiz Tom leads against Houston. I'd love to be able to jump over to that game, give that pairing a little bit of light, Houston and Footwiz Tom, because that's a little bit of an upset, in all honesty. Footwiz Tom, 50th on the Global Series rankings. M10 Houston, 7th in the quarterfinals.
Second half of the season has been a bit of a turnaround for Tom, from being on the brink of maybe your season being over, not making events, to PlayStation Country Cups, to the E-Lions,
E-Nations Cup,
E-Champions League. He's been at so many tournaments and just really has had a never give up attitude, and definitely deserves to be within that top 60 now. Nearly at half time in this one. Currently 3-1. Nothing to cheer about for Saku, unfortunately. Still trailing. Still can't get past that back line, unfortunately. Ramos, the big block there, a big left boot just to block it. Intercept the ball. Added time of 2 minutes. There's been another goal in that game. Wolves for Phils are 2-1 up now against Furky Plays. Remember, you can watch all of these games on a number of streams that are taking place. If you want to focus on where we're looking, make sure you stick here. See, with the PGL FIFA 19 Masters in Bucharest, the last LQE of the year. We are in the quarterfinal stages, and we are 45 minutes away from losing another player.
This game is still open. Given how attacking Saku is in the way that he can rattle off goals 2-3 in a very short space of time, 3-1 is not a safe scoreline for SPQR. If you're an SPQR fan, if you're a Brazilian FIFA fan, Rodrigo is still in a match right now. And with 45 minutes left, some players can think, I've done enough. I've been very, very good. I've been better than my opponent for 3 halves out of 4. 3 quarters done. That last quarter is make or break. I nearly said bake. Make or break, in all honesty. You can bake if you like.
R9 into Neymar. I think it's Rodrigo that's baking a cake at the moment. 4-1 up. You said how important the last half was, Rich. It's taken him 2 minutes. So just add like a cherry on top of that.
The cherry is on top of the cake that he has baked. I don't know where we're going with these rhymes.
Enough of the puns. It's over. But, it's over.
And is it over for Saku as well? 4-1 down. M10 Houston taking on Footwiz Tom in another one of the games. We'll jump to that game soon, I imagine. Let's head over to Wilsa Filza versus Furky Plays. What is the story in this game? It's a 2-1 lead right now for Wilsa Filza.
Neymar. Into Mbappe, going to try and get that lofted ball all the way across, but seems very tight in the angle to be able to play that pass over in the end. There'll be a chance for Fafilza to play out from the back again. We saw Fafilza in action at the Club World Cup, playing with Albinio. It was Tom running away with it.
Yeah, 4-1 leads against Houston. We know Houston has got goals in his locker. We know he's got to come back up his sleeve.
But when it's 3 goals behind, it's often maybe too much to ask for Houston. I don't know what minute that game is in. If he does start scoring a few goals, I'm sure we'll go over to it though. Ronaldo dispossessed out for a corner. Chance for Furky plays to equalise. Into Mbappe, dragged back into a lofted cross. He was able for David De Gea just to leap up. Double punch that one all the way out.
I find it shocking. We're in the quarter-final and I don't think we mentioned Tex really at all. Last time we saw him, he was cruising in his game.
It's like he didn't need a mention. He's there. He's just working
versus,
away.
Viva Cafolo. Hashtag Ryan also taking on Yanos in the quarterfinals as well.
Currently losing in that game as well.
What a game we've got there. Christian Spiteri, #1 seed after this Swiss group stage. Versus it's Julie. 2-2.
Say the VfL Wolfsburg Academy graduate there, involved in this tournament, pulled himself through the Swiss format.
If you're a German FIFA pro and you're at that age, 16, 17, 18, there's not many better clubs to be at than Wolfsburg, given the academy and also what you can, the sort of role models that you're looking towards. Salzor, Timox, 2 of the biggest German FIFA pros of all time. The history of Wolfsburg. First ever player to sign someone internationally. Dave, by the way, go in there.
First club to sign a player as well, Richard.
Yeah, in Salzor. It's such a historic club in terms of FIFA esports.
They got a movement going, pretty much. 2015, they made a movement, and you look at all the clubs that have followed now. You look at the virtual Bundesliga, and you know how everybody's involved now.
The fourth official has indicated
Added time of 2 minutes. Fills up, looking for another one. Oh, 9, Ronaldo to Ronaldo, as I'm so used to saying. Neymar will intercept and probably take us into the half-time interval. And there we go, 2-1 up. The Filza currently leads at this moment in time.
63% possession, 3 shots on target, 92% passing accuracy. On the other side of it, Furky plays 0 shots on target, 37% of the ball. He is being well and truly dominated in that first half.
It's quite actually a big tournament this for Filza, because he's actually 16th place at the moment. So the points he's going to be adding on here, he's putting himself in good stead to leapfrog the likes of Dolstar in front of him. I don't know if he'll be taking over Zizinho just because he's already got points from this event as well. But if he goes further, he could be taking over the likes of Dr. Ahano and the Stranger if he could go and win this event, let's say, and he goes and gets 850 points. It could really put him in a position where he just needs to maybe get out of Swiss at the playoffs, and then he's at the grand finals.
Just getting out of Swiss, though, is going to be much harder than it sounds.
It's going to be hard. You need 4 wins. That's #1.
To be honest, one of the most competitive tournaments that we've seen to date, bar the grand final.
The Filza, unfortunately, did not take that opportunity. Van der Sar, very routine for him. As we said, the funky plays 167th. Could really, really do with turning this game around and sending himself into the semi-finals for tomorrow.
Don't know if how much you read into the face cams, but Furky Plays looks beaten before, like right now, it looks a defeated man. For Filza, headset on, leant forward, hood up. Furky Plays looks very relaxed, very laid back. Maybe he's already achieved more than he set out to do, potentially.
Well, he needs to do a bit more, because he needs to get top 60, really. And how you do that, you say, is by getting more points.
But you're coming into an event where on the Xbox you've got the likes of Tex competing here. Ajax Danny. On the PlayStation, you've got New York City Chris here. You've got Houston, you've got Ahano, you've got Stranger, you've got Zazinho. You look at the names and you're thinking, yeah, I'll probably not even get out of Swiss, realistically.
But loads has happened today, Richard. We've lost some big names. Some really big names out of the competition that fell earlier today. The likes of the Stranger, unfortunately, we don't see him anymore. Dr. Ahano. Aggie, gone. Zazinho, out as well. Like, these are names that you wouldn't expect. This is on the PlayStation, sorry. On the Xbox, Tim Latka, 0-3, N8 Jazz, Ajax Danny. You can't really call that stuff. Players that are in the top 10, Ajax Danny going out in Swiss. Two more results on your screen.
Goal update. The games as they stand. F2 Techs, another quarter-final 3-1 victory is going in his way right now. That's the latest scoreline. And
Rafsu.
Nightwatch, 6-4 against Rafsu. Great game.
Rodrigo running away, 5-1. Yanos, #Ryan. That could be an interesting one to go and have a look at. Depending on how long is left in that one. Or if Rafsu scores again and it goes 6-5, we better run to that one because that game could really just turn around completely. That's currently 6-4. This one's 2-1 at this moment in time. Just 22 minutes left in it for Filza to either hold on to this result or build upon it. Like he plays, though, you mentioned you can sometimes read a lot off the kind of the posture of a player, whether they're relaxed, whether he's given up mentally, but he's only 1 goal behind, so I find it hard to believe that he's given up at this stage.
Christian Spiteri taking back the lead against Julie. And New York City Chris quietly going about his business. 3-1 up against Dagenhol.
Yeah, that is the Atlanta LQE winner in Dagenhol. Trailing by 3-1.
E-Champions League top 8 placements from New York City Chris, so both players having success as of recent.
Really trying to find his form as well. A top 10 player. New York City Chris. Looks like we would be losing another one though. Houston, last time we saw that was trailing to Tom. 4-1. Another pause cue. That's by Furky, I'm presuming there. As you can see the movement from Filza.
Tom's one of those players that if he's been very unlucky in qualifying this year, and that excuse only goes so far, and he knows that. But when he's at an event and he really starts applying himself and playing with the confidence and the ability that he knows he can play with, he's a nightmare to play against. He just beat someone 12-2 in the last knockout game. In the last round of Swiss, which is theoretically a knockout game, so 2-2. To put that into perspective, the player that he beat Aga first round of the day.
I remember just looking over that one. I was having a bite to eat and I saw the goals flying in. Full-time result, Rodrigo. Wow. Had an extra 315 points to his name because he is in the semi-finals of the Xbox SBQ. Rodrigo knocking out Saku 5-2. That's a full-time result. They'll start coming in now as well. Neymar dragged back. There's a shot and there's a goal. Could that be enough to send Filza into the PlayStation semi-finals and just to move him up a spot or two inside that top 16?
And who else would it be but Brazil's star man, Neymar Jr. Lovely finish at the near post, just squeezing and squirming under the body of the goalkeeper. And now for Filza, 3-1 up with 12 minutes left to play on the clock. All signs leading towards Filza going into the semi-finals on the PlayStation 4.
The question is, who will be joining him? Looks like New York City Chris could be in there, lofted ball all the way out to Rafael Varane. As we said, Yanos, Ryan, that's a very close game at the moment. I'm sure we can get the last 10-20 minutes of that one. If it is a draw, we will go to extra time. Let's remember that. Not just for the points, but this game worth $1,000. What a save. Big save from David Haya. Pause cue once again by Filza, but here's a very tight game, Richard Buckley. 13th against 23rd. Yanos against Ryan. It was 2-1 to Yanos. We're joining it in a pause at the moment. This is Yanos with that pause, I believe.
It looks to me like we're starting from kickoff. And it looks like it's hashtag Ryan getting his underway. So are we still in the pause? Yes, we are. The Yanos queued. When that goal went in probably 3-4 minutes ago, in all honesty.
I don't know if he's had a few pauses back to back to try and see out this game.
Ryan does have hashtag Honey Badger behind him who helped sort of illustrate that comeback against that Ryan did perform at the Foot Champions Cup 6.
I think I remember something quite special about that. I think one of the games they had a full 11-man rebuild of the squad at one point. They completely rebuilt the squad because something wasn't working during the last Foot Champions Cup of the year. And I think, Honey Badger just said to Ryan, we need to change this team. They changed the whole team around, and then what a performance was in the end from Ryan to get himself some really important Global Series ranking points. That put him into good stead, and currently sitting, as we said, 23rd at the moment with over 1,300 points to his name. Tex, that's a full-time victory for him. 4-2 against Viva for Cafolo. Congratulations to him. Another semi-final, another, could say, Championship Sunday for F2 Tech. Surprise, surprise, would have to say. No one really seems to blink an eyelid when we see results like that.
Potentially could be setting up a Champions League rematch. If Nightwatch wins his game against Rafsu, they'll be meeting in the semi-final. You do not want to miss that. Obviously, Rafsu has other ideas.
That's payback as well for Tex, maybe.
Well, they've got this little bit of a break right now. You're talking about Ryan with the Global Series rankings. Just looking at the British players on the Xbox in the sort of top 30, you've got Dragon just on the cusp with Painter in 34th and 37th. You got Battlecat 28th, hashtag Shori 27th, hashtag Harry 25th, Gorilla 24th, Ryan 23rd. And then up in the upper echelon, you've got Tass in 12th and Rebel Stokes in 10th. You've got a smattering, 7, 8 UK players there, all competing for only 5, 6 spots to make up that top 16. I think we're going to have a few real important UK matchups potentially at the playoffs to see who is edging each other out.
I think the special thing as well, the UK scene's always been very well known for its, I could say the players it has on Xbox, especially the likes of Gorillas, the likes of Tass. There's UK players that have been around for a long time. Hashtag Harry in the conversation. Hashtag Shori. Rebel Stokes. The man at the top of that pile. F2 Tex, who is currently through. Nightwatch extends his lead, but then I think concedes straight after. So he's still 2 goals in front. 7-5 up at the moment. Yanos actually scored again, so he's actually 3-1 up in this game with 15 minutes to go. Obviously, it was an attacking change from hashtag Ryan. I wonder it's with the corner. The cross, I should say, but it was blocked straight away.
This is all systems go right now for hashtag Ryan to get back into this game. He's 3-1 down with 15 minutes left to go against someone of Yanos' experience. 2011 grand finalist in Los Angeles at the FIWC. That was 8 years ago.
And he's still
playing now. Competing at the top level.
It's like he always can find a way, Yanos. He'll always find a way to win. He might be up and down in some tournaments. And he's still got 10 minutes to hold on to it here, but he's doing very well indeed. Full-time result for Phil's up in the semi-final stages. Book his place in there for Championship Sunday tomorrow. You can go back to the hotel and relax now. See both players on your screen now. Oh, here's a chance. Oh, I think he's messed it up.
No,
he hasn't. I was focusing too much on the webcams there of the players' reactions. Look to the left. I've no idea what's happened. Maybe an offside trap was played. Messi goes through. Schmeichel in goal, of all people. I was worried that maybe I overplayed the pass because it didn't look like it directly went into the feet of Mbappe. He played it just in front of him, and I didn't know if those extra few seconds were going to allow Schmeichel just to shift back over. 8 minutes left. To tell you another game, Nightwatch Rafsu. We've got 2 incredible finishes here.
What a game. Rafsu and Nightwatch. 7-6 over there. 2 different scorelines, 2 completely different games, but Same implications, 1 goal deficit between the two sides.
Yanos looking for that cross all the way over. And the Saku happy to collect that one.
You've got 2 players for Ryan there making the exact same run at the top of the pitch. He's going to overload the back post if you see it. Let's give it away.
That was the chance. Yanos will not let go of this ball either. I'm sure he won't. There's the threaded through ball down the line, which Ronaldo will happily pick up, maybe expect a cross, or he will keep the ball. He's a smart player, Yanos. Said it perfectly. Been around the block for a long time. Been to FIWC's, FEWC finals. See the reaction from Ryan as well.
He knows.
He has to win the ball back. Oh, something like that, just a touch. There's Gareth Bale making the run as well. Added time at 2 minutes. The pressure has to be there. High press from him. We've seen him already make a mistake, Yanos. Surely not another one out for a throw-in.
He's 30 seconds. He's got time.
Mbappe. Ibrahimovic is even on the pitch. Here's a chance. Oh, wow! Wowee! What a comeback! What an answer for Yanos! No time left at all. We missed the reaction from Ryan.
I'll tell you what. It's just such a...
It's the mistake. The mistake.
It's so... I don't even... Yes, it's a mistake. But also, players are very, very reluctant to play back to the goalkeeper. You'll see that. Whenever someone's trying to... You take time waste. Whenever they're trying to keep the ball, they ever rarely go back all the way to the goalkeeper because you can press so high on the goalkeeper. He had 4 players around him. He surrounded him. He then kicked the ball out of play. 30 seconds left on the clock. And who else but Luka Modric stepping up to the spot,
He's in the team
smashing
for
it
a
past
reason.
the goalkeeper.
He's in for a reason. He's in all these teams for a reason. I'm so happy we joined this game. It's going to extra time.
We've not had the best of luck with joining games. We usually join a game and we miss a goal. Or we join a game and someone scores and it goes to 4-1 or 5-1. This time, we've joined the game at the perfect time. 2-2, heading into extra time.
Well, the other question I've got, is it a full-time result yet from Rafsu Nightwatch? 7-6 when we last saw that score pop up onto our screen. Has he been able to reply with another one? Rafa Varane off the pitch, it seems. Maybe the defender comes off. I'm not sure who's been subbed on for him, but added time at 2 minutes. It's all done. And it's time for extra time now.
Yanos has 1 shot on target in the second leg. He's 62% possession, but he's had 1 shot on target. He's clearly just tried. I mean, you were 30 seconds away from the game plan succeeding.
Yeah.
And then 30 seconds later, you're going into extra time. You're going in. Confidence dented.
That's why it's like the mental side of a pro. You can never give up. You can honestly, you never know when you're going to get 1 chance. Even when you play, your opposition's keeping the ball. You never know the mistake. Oh, wow. Just like that. Yanos back in front. Into the area. No idea. I think Messi just with a little bit of a dink of all things. It's a little dink. He wasn't on the floor. It didn't make it easy for Pele.
The volley. It's all about the volley. We see that goal going so many times. Dinked into his path. Straight from kickoff. No mistake from Yanos. So we saw that goal in the sort of hype of everything from Footweeds Tom. I think it might have been a full time. 8-3 is beating or beaten.
What is going
FIFA
on
Houston.
with Tom? How many goals is he scoring today?
He scored 20 goals in the last 2 games. And he'll be playing for Filza in the next round.
Getting better and better. There comes the cross. Got quite a lot of aerial threat as Ryan. He's got Ibrahimovic on. I don't know if Bale's still on the pitch as well. Cristiano Ronaldo out on this left-hand side. Yeah, it might be Bale in that CDM role at the moment. I don't know why he's just dropped back in. He's even in centre-back at the moment, is Gareth Bale. Unless he's maybe playing full-back. I don't know if he is. Here's a chance for Yanos to extend his lead again. He will. He's onside as well. The goal will go down. 5-3. And another full-time result as well. Nightwatch dethrones Vitality Rafsu. 7-6. And as you said, will he be playing F2-Tex in the semi-final stages?
Yeah, setting up a really tantalising game there with F2-Tex. The winner of this game that we're seeing right now on the screen will be playing Rodrigo. in the other Xbox semi-final.
This is one of our last games to conclude. Oh no, Tom's just added another goal to the pile. 9-4 against Houston, against an attacking goal-scoring threat that is Houston. Tom's in the conversation now. 9-4. What's happened?
If you're not putting him in the conversation, you're doing something wrong, really. Talk about how 15 minutes can change a game. Yanos has been very good in this opening 15 minutes of added time. He's come out, shown his experience, shown his FIFA wherewithal and his knowledge.
Now he's looking for another one. He just wants to try and
back post,
get a third. There's the cross. Colby's moving just to move him slightly out. Edwin van der Sar. And there we go. 15 minutes to keep yourself in the tournament, Ryan.
And now, how important is that 1-goal lead that he took into the second leg? If he doesn't get that 1-goal lead going into the second leg, this game is a one-legged game.
Yeah.
Everything's up to play for. But because he won that first game 2-1, it just gave him a little bit of breathing room in terms of how he can play, how he can address the second leg.
Well, let's not forget, when we joined this game, it was 3-1 to Yanos, Richard, and
We saw
Ryan
2 goals
replied.
in 6 minutes.
It was after a big pause like this. We can't see what Ryan's doing at the moment. This is Yanos' team, which, to be fair, Ryan's not actually changing anything at the moment, so maybe he's ready to play or waiting for his opponent.
So
there you go, free at the back.
Yeah, 3-4. 1, 2, 4. Hashtag Ryan. As we do get into the second half of the second leg of the quarterfinals, final game of the day here in Bucharest.
And then we will be back tomorrow for finals day. The last 8 players in the competition battling out for that trophy and the $10,000 check. Well, for some players, battling out for a place in the playoffs. 2 goals are needed by Ryan. Is it too big of a job for him to do? Big save.
That had to go in. If he does score from this corner, it is
Why not make it
still
10?
on.
Why not make it 10? Foot with Tom. 10-4, full-time result. What did you say? He scored 11 in his last game. There we go. There's reply.
Yeah, Footwish Tom scored 22 goals in his last 2 games. Hashtag Ryan needs one of those goals.
He's got 8 minutes left for this game. Gareth Bale, I know you're a fan of him, Richard. That Foot birthday item.
Oh yeah, massive, massive fan of Gareth Bale in FIFA. Does have a 3-star weak foot, but not making it show right there as he tucks that hole with his right boot. Really, physically, he's one of the biggest threats on the game, whether that be running in behind, whether that be aerially. He's so, so good, and he's got an absolute wand of a left boot. Seeing all the full times coming in there. New York City Chris through to the semis. Wolves for Filzer through to the semis. That is all the full times on the PS4. So your PS4 semi-finals looking Spiteri versus Chris, Tom versus Filzer.
Not bad at all there. You got a number of players already in the top 60, looking just to add a few more points and to push the top 16, or if they are in the top 10, just to keep their place within that. There is a goal though. Ryan is the scorer of it. 8 minutes remain.
Goal for the visitors.
It feels like the stoppages are ages in this game. Every time there's a goal, no one's skipping, are they? Just trying to take every second they can possible.
Ronaldo, Zlatan, Bale, Hullet. So much aerial threats on the pitch right now for hashtag Ryan.
Yeah, we haven't actually seen him score across.
Well,
everything's been straight down the middle. It's been very direct from him, whether those players have just been used to hold it up. He's pulled out Van Dijk, though.
He's on constant pressure. Look at the stamina of his players. So drained right now.
He's made a mistake before, though, Yanos. He's probably got another mistake in his locker somewhere. Or has he got another goal? Rush the pass with Modric and opens up a perfect chance to create a counter-attack.
He's going to have to play slower because of the stamina of his players. They just can't sprint at full force.
Mbappe to Messi. Modric, he's so tired and knackered. Cristiano Ronaldo. Back to Ibra. Why not? No, the one man. You do not want the ball to fall to. Virgil van Dijk might be a fantastic defender, but in the attacking third.
If that literally falls to any other player in the attacking 7, 8 players he's got going forward.
That's a goal.
That's a goal.
Oh no, added time of 2 minutes. I think Yanos is there.
Even if that falls to Ramos, I'm backing Ramos.
Massive tackle. Oh, he's made the foul, and that's probably going to be game over. And even a dismissal. No. A warning in the end. Ryan knows it as well. That's how competitive FIFA can go sometimes. You'll get that one chance, that one big chance that can change the game for you. Yanos has got probably about 4 seconds of real life time before this is going to be over.
You just play this short, you play into the corner, simple as that. Game over. So as soon as you hit 122 minutes, if you boot the ball out of play, it's finished.
Yanos knows what he's doing as well. Happy to take all the time in the world to take every second alongside that as well. 30 yards away.
There you go. Game over.
And it will be Yanos that will make that final 4 on Xbox ahead of tomorrow, finals day. And commiserations to #Ryan. He'll leave the competition and have some points to his name. A little bit of cash as well, but
Yanos, the resurgence, potentially, of the Colombian.
Don't know if you see that on the back. Number 11. Is that there for a reason? 2011, maybe?
Yeah, potentially. 2011 grand finalist.
See Alex Danny there in the corner watching that game. He obviously thought it was an entertaining one as well, but handshake between the two.
But
lots of sportsmanship.
People are sleeping on Yanos. He's 13th in the Global Series rankings for a reason.
And he's still playing competitive FIFA for a reason.
He makes events. He always seems to make events. And just because he's not the biggest of names, just because he's maybe not got the social media reach, or he's not making content, or winning events, he still makes events, and he's still a threat. He could go all the way on the Xbox. He's playing Rodrigo in the semi-finals.
That's a winnable game for him, maybe.
He's looking at this draw and thinking, I'm missing Tex. That's the main one that you're going to miss. So he could potentially be looking at a console final.
Well, there we go. We've gone from 32 down to the last 8 here in Bucharest, ahead of our finals day tomorrow. But that is it from the commentary booth today. I'm going to throw it back over to the couch with Paul and the guys.
Thank you very much. Yes, a quarter-final to finish things off, and it went all the way in that one as well, didn't it? Congratulations to Yanos, an old-school boy, coming good here in the last quarter-final of the day. Let's break down all of those quarter-finals. We'll take a look at the results and show you how it's panned out, and also update you as to where the semi-finals are as we look forward to Championship Sunday tomorrow. Gents, another entertaining round, and the quarterfinal, the knockouts always bring it anyway, but we really did see some fantastic games.
Yeah, I thought there was going to be some late drama there with #Ryan. He managed to score in injury time, went to extra time, and then it was just, we were just sitting on the edge of our seats, weren't we? It was a bit crazy.
No, I think when he had that moment to equalise in the last minute, you almost think it's written in the script, but unfortunately for Ryan, it's not quite happened. And yeah, like Richard was saying, it could be his moment.
It was such a shame because he'd done so much to get back into the game anyway. 3-1 down, 84th minute, you're thinking, this is done. We don't see many comebacks from 3-1 down with 6 minutes to go. But as you say, he got one, then he gets a second, and you're like, okay, we're into extra time. And then 2 quick sloppy goals, and it's back to all to do again, and it's really tough. We're going to go back actually all the way to the very first game. This was our featured game, which finished a long time ago, which was, I wouldn't say it was massively one-sided, but Rodrigo came out of this looking much the better of the two players.
Yeah, we said that he needed to bring that motivation that he brought to get him to the quarterfinals, and he's done exactly that. Scored a lot of goals in this game. As you can see, he's 1-0 up already. Gives the ball to Vieira, and the rest is history. Nice little tackle though, but he managed to get it back, and this is where it comes in, the La Croqueta and far post shot. And that La Croqueta is effective, as you guys know, throughout the whole of this year. It's very, very effective, probably one of the most effective skill moves, and it managed to get him a goal.
I think what Rodrigo's done so well, especially when he's been building momentum, is he's done a lot of work in that first leg. He's almost took the pressure off going into that second leg. Obviously, it's a huge game in quarter-final, but he's normally giving himself a 1 or 2 goal advantage, and that's so crucial in these games, especially like we saw in the #Ryan game. You want to have as big a margin as you can going into that second leg.
Another thing he does as well, sorry to interrupt, is that he manages to keep his cool. He does concede a goal, however, he doesn't lose his head, and he manages to move on from it, and then manage to get that other goal and maybe extra 2 goals, which gives him that slight little edge.
Yeah, I mean, if I was going to say, if there's a downside to the way that he's played today. It's been that his defensive play hasn't been quite as sharp as it could be, and he has leaked a lot of goals. So that gives his opponents tomorrow something to look at, doesn't it?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, no one here is perfect. Everyone has their weaknesses, and I guess then now that there is a little bit of break, you can kind of see what your opponent has got, where the chink in his armour is, as you'd say, and hopefully affect it.
And perfect for him as well. We spoke about needing to win this quarter-final for those playoffs and for those points, and I mean, when he's needed to win today, he's done it. We featured his game earlier. He pulled it out the bag, and like we said today, he needed to come out strong. And well, I mean, across the two legs, he was really strong.
Yep, fantastic day for him, and also a fantastic day for Yanos as well. As you can see, ranked 13 as it is, but he's kind of one of the old boys. 27 years of age, a massive veteran in FIFA terms, in comparison to the likes of Tex, who could almost. Is he 10 years? That's probably not enough. Anyway, but 10 years difference, and he's been around for so. I remember this kid playing back in 2010, 2011.
Yeah, and maybe that's what kind of gets him over the line over some other players, is that he has that experience. He knows what the pressure feels like. He's been here many, many times. And when you have that under your belt, you can cope with it a lot better than some other players. So there's a reason why he's here. He is playing great FIFA, and he, as you said, he's been around for a while now. He knows what he's doing, and he knows how to handle it.
Yeah,
I think that's absolutely spot on. I mean, that's no more evident than going into that extra time. You've just conceded a last-minute equaliser when you probably should have kicked the ball further afield. He's kicked out for throw-in. Everything's going wrong, but he's turned it round, scored 2 goals, and now he's going into Championship Sunday.
Yeah, it's a great point you make as well, because I was going to bring up the fact that he's one of the few players we've seen not implode at that point, because it's very easy. We've all done it, right? You throw away a 3-1 lead with 6 minutes to go, and you're like, what is going on in this game?
I'm picking the piece up from a controller.
Yeah, you're trying to look for all the things that are going wrong, don't you? Because you're just like, this can't be happening to me. 3-3 now, I mean, extra time. And then it carries on mentally. It's very tough to think that everything isn't against you at that point.
Yeah.
And he's not done that in the game. He's just settled back down and thought, okay, I've let in a bad couple of goals, no problem. It's all in the past, settled down. Cracks 2 early goals in extra time, takes all the pressure off him.
And that's what sets you apart from other players.
Yeah.
So, like I said, there's a reason why he's here. He's doing bits.
Yeah, he is. He's doing very well indeed. We should bring you right up to date with all of the results from the quarterfinals, I guess, and we can have a look at the PS4 results for you and show you how the quarterfinals have panned out on this particular one. We had Chris Spiteri, of course, winning 4-2 against It's Julie, which is a shame because the man had fought back from 0-2 to 3-2 in the groups, only to then lose his quarterfinal. It does, however, set up an all-Chris semi-final, the 2 Chris's going head-to-head. I know he's called Christian, but we just call him Chris here anyway. So 2 Chris's going head-to-head in the PS4 bracket semi-final. And the bottom half of the bracket, Footwiz Tom, I tell you what, this boy's on fire in the last 2 games. 12 goals in the last game, 9 in this one, 21 in 2 games from him, and he did it against one of the classier players in the bracket ref right now, Uston, who is no slouch himself. He can bang goals from all over the place. 9-3 that one, and he will play Wolves for Filza because he came through 3-2 against Furky. Now, I have to tell you, I'm not that surprised because of the ranking difference between the two, but credit to Furky. He's a free agent. By the way, shout out to anyone that's looking for a FIFA player. Go and grab this kid because he's pretty decent. And I tell you what, he is cool as a cucumber out there as well.
Yeah, he's managed to get to the quarterfinals, so that is no mean feat. And looking at both of these semi-final matchups, I'm very excited to see how these games pan out. I feel like on anyone's day, anyone out of these 4 players could win this.
Yeah.
Chris versus Christian, or the other Chris, is going to be a very tight game. I feel like they're probably the 2 players that are in form the most out of the 4. However, Tom, as you've mentioned, he's scoring goals for fun. Filza just can't seem to be beaten at the moment as well. So it's anyone's game at the moment. Anyone could grab this, I reckon.
Very interesting. Let's take a look at the Xbox. Will, you can have a look at some of these games as they came through. Our top game, of course, in this one was Tex, the top-seeded player, yet again here at a FIFA event. No surprise to see him coming through. But tight scoreline again, 4-2. Wasn't all one-sided for him. Nightwatch coming through 7-6 in the end. That man had a 3-goal lead 4 times in that tie and still only came through by a single goal. But it does set up the feared semi-final Tex didn't want. Tex did not want to play Nightwatch during this tournament, but he has not got his wish. He will be playing the man that beat him in the Nations Cup, and he'll be playing him in the semi-final. In the bottom half of the draw, we saw Yanos come through in the end after a very tight affair against Ryan. Unlucky to Ryan, as he had such a fantastic group stage to then bow out in the quarterfinals would be very, very disappointing for the man from the UK as well. Saku going down in the other game, Rodrigo making the semi-finals, which means, of course, that Rodrigo is moving into the top 60. That was the other thing that he had to do, was reach that semi-final. So
he must be buzzing.
I mean, yeah, we speak about momentum so much today, and we were speaking off camera, and if we said after round 3 that from the British contingent that Footwiz Tom would be in the semi-final and # Ryan would be going home, we'd have probably had a laugh all round.
Yeah, probably, because it wasn't what was on the cards
No,
during,
not at all.
During the group stage as well. Let's bring in one of our players from the player area. Who better to talk to after a thrilling match than Yanos, the man himself? Well done, Yanos. Because you've been around a long time, I called you a bit of a veteran. I don't know if that's a slur or not. Is that okay?
Yeah. I've been playing tournaments for a long time.
Yeah, like 2010.
Yeah. 2010 was my first FIFA Interactive World Cup.
Right.
And yeah, I've been in the scene. I've been putting a lot of.
You're like me. You're an old school esports base. Fine. Well done, by the way. That looked quite tricky because Ryan's been playing really well at this tournament, and then you're 3-1 up with 6 minutes to go. Are you sitting there thinking, "No, I've done this"?
Yeah, it was a crazy game. He was the second best player in the first round, and I was winning 3-1 and in the last 10 minutes, and I threw the game. It was 3-3, and again it was like 5-3 in the extra time, and he almost drew the game again. So that was crazy.
He did. Yeah. So how do you settle yourself? You've conceded 2 late goals. It's now 3-3. You're very disappointed. You're thinking, I've thrown the game away. You go into extra time. How did you stay so calm and then score 2 goals straight away?
Yeah, I think my experience helped me a lot because I could be devastated after that.
Yep.
But yeah, I think I'll learn a lot from that situation. I think I could be a better player now.
Okay, good stuff. Gents, questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Yanos, I was wondering, going into extra time, what was going through your mind, or what did you do to make sure that you got those 2 extra goals and get the win?
Yeah, I thought like how I could give away that lead, but yeah, I forgot about it and it started like a new game. I was very tired, like my brain, but it was very good. I could score 2 goals and I could manage to have the lead.
Fair enough.
Yanos, you've not been on our radar much. You've sort of snuck into that semi-final. Do you think you got a real chance to kind of put your name back out there and even maybe a feature final against F2 Techs?
Yeah, it's pretty hard. There are 4 very good players. I've been in the final in the last LQE in Atlanta, so I think I'm playing very good FIFA right now. I'm very happy. I feel like two semi-finals in a row and 1 potential more final. It's very good for me.
All right, good stuff. Thank you very much for joining us. Thanks for taking time. I know you're tired. Just one final question. How tired are you after a long day like this? Because a lot of people, they go, it's just video games. You don't get tired, but you're tired, right?
Yeah, I'm so tired right now. We played 12 games with maximum effort and the warm-up game. So, yeah, I could fall asleep here
ready for bed?
Yeah, ready.
ready for bed. All right, we'll go and have a nice rest, and we'll see you tomorrow for Championship Sunday.
Okay, thank you.
Congrats, Yanos. Yanos going through an old school boy. I remember commentating on some of his stuff in the 2010, 2011, 2012 kind of era. So he's been around a long time. It's great to see him still have that
fire.
The fire, exactly. Yeah. Not just turn up to events, go through the motion, but actually, he really wants to do well. And like he said, he's playing well. He did well in Atlanta. He's come here doing the same thing again.
Yeah, it's hard to have longevity, especially in probably the pro scene. If you can be consistent year on year, then it is very. That's the word I'm looking for. It just shows how good you really are at the game.
Yeah, don't forget, he was playing in an era where we had Ramos and Granic and all the old school boys, Chrissy Bullard. He was playing back in that era, by the way. Yeah, before they were even like proper icons. So, he's come a long way, like 9-10 years worth of FIFA. So it's incredibly fun to see him go through. And we should also talk about Tex. I mean, again, just comfortable, straightforward 4-2 win. He's in another semi-final. But it's not the matchup he wanted, is it?
No, I mean, he mentioned it himself that he didn't want this game, and he's got it. And, I mean, I don't know the sort of schedule for tomorrow, but we saw how he doesn't start that fastly from in the morning. So it'd be interesting to see if he's up bright and early and ready to go for what is a huge semi-final against an opponent he's already identified that he doesn't want to face.
Yeah, I almost feel like he'd have been better off, Wolfie, maybe facing him in the quarterfinals today while he's at the end of the day, rather than having to come in the morning and face him.
Yeah, we have seen there have been some upsets when you kind of change days because obviously, well, it sometimes works better or worse because you're either drained and sometimes that can lose you a game, or you're not warm enough if you're going straight into a new game in a new day. So it is really down to who can just kind of get out of their mindset and just adapt quicker, really.
That said, he's got another gear, hasn't he? If he needs it.
Unbelievable. We know Tex, don't we? He might not play the best, but he still just performs and gets the result he needs. He's in the semi-final. He hasn't been playing his best FIFA, as he's said, but he's still there. He's near a final.
Never rule him out, that's for sure. Let's check in and show you the players that we had earlier on in the tournament that we picked out that were on what we called the bubble. They were just outside or quite a way outside the top 60, but all had an opportunity to jump into the top 60 should they do what they needed to do for qualification. And some of them have done exactly that. Only one on the PS4 side, it has to be said, but then we were relying on 2 players winning and 2 players getting to the finals. It was quite a tall ask for all 4 of those players, 2 of which did make the quarterfinals, Furky and Julie, but neither have been able to advance any further. Ryan, the only one that's gone into the top 60 after the LQE points have been added. On the other side of things, however, the Xbox players have exceeded expectations because 4 of our 6 players have made it inside the top 60. Rodrigo, the most impressive of all those 4, coming from 80th ranked, and he needed to get to at least the semi-finals, which is exactly what he's done, and he is now guaranteed inside the top 60. So fantastic from him. Cafola also needed to reach the quarterfinals. Brilliant, he's in there as well. Maxi not quite into the quarterfinals, but he did need to try and get there to secure it, but he got enough points just outside it to get into the top 60. So the Xbox players have done well.
Yeah, I'd definitely say Rodrigo, man of the match, of the day.
Man of the day.
Man of the day,
We'll officially make him man of the day.
He's definitely stood out for me. I mean, the amount of pressure that he must have put or had just to try and make to the playoffs, and he's actually gone and done it, he must be buzzing.
Yeah, and also because of the goals.
Yeah.
I mean,
you can make a reel just
you
on
can
him.
make a reel just of his goals today because they've been outrageously good, haven't they?
Yeah, they've been very good. And that's what you need, is you just need a variety of goals. Just one of the main things, as I said, being unpredictable can be so advantageous for you, because as soon as people know what you're going to do, then you're stuck. So scoring lots of varieties of goals is definitely helpful, and also it looks good. So
we always like to see the best goals scored
exactly.
as well. Let's take a look at the schedule for you for day number 2, the final day, Championship Sunday. We will start the show at 10:30 pre-show. Of course, if you want to stick around and chat with the guys in Twitch chat, you can be here at 10 o'clock when the stream goes live. We'll have our first Xbox semi-final at 11, and then we'll alternate between the PS4 and the Xbox semi-finals all the way through until we reach the console finals. After that will be the grand final between the cross-console winners. And finally, we'll finish off with our post-show at around about 8:30. These are all, subject to change depending on how good the matches are, because actually, the better the matches, the longer they are, the later we go.
Might get a few penalty shootouts.
I
think we might tomorrow,
well.
yeah. Because we were close today, weren't we, in the knockouts?
Yeah.
Had a couple in the group stages.
Yeah.
Quite a lot of extra times, a lot of drama today. I'm going into Championship Sunday. Everyone's got a clean slate, so I think there'll be some
good
upsets,
matches. Yeah.
Talking of competition, how have you done today in your predictions?
I think I got one wrong, and that was the Ajax Danny in the first match.
Right. Will, you were doing quite well in the first 4. I think you got 4 out of 4 at the start.
Yeah, we'll make that 5 out of 5 there, Paul.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, well, I think we should check in with the leaderboard. Oh, my goodness.
Wow,
what is going on?
Who's got that picture of me there?
100% right from Mr. Smith, Mr. Hatcher, and Mr. Brazier as well. Look at that. What a star turn.
The hat trick.
I mean, I don't know if I want 100% if they're going to show that picture every time.
Is that not a good picture?
I mean, it's a bit
You look like you've got flecks of grey hair at the top of your head.
I
there.
have, yeah.
Yeah, but that looks like right on the top of you. What's that?
That's a bit Philip Schofield there.
Is it?
I'm bringing that
Never
in
go
quite
full
early.
Phil Schofield.
You what, sorry?
Never go full Phil Schofield.
No? I mean, 28, I should hope not, but yeah. Must be the stress I'm going through.
All right, well, thank you very much. It's been a real pleasure with both of you and all of our panel members, of course, Boris Legend, and our commentary team who have brought you all of the games throughout the day. But that is it from day number 1 here in Bucharest. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage and enjoyed some very high-quality, nerve-wracking FIFA. We're going to get more of the same tomorrow. We'll see you then.
Oh, what a ball. 2-0. Pause it, mate. I'm just going to go toilet. Yeah, all right.